Is this it? In the middle of a dark room, with only the lights of his PC reflecting onto his face, Michael held onto his chest as if death had it in its clutches. Most people feared dying alone, but for Michael, he was more than okay with this ending. He was satisfied. For him, a life filled with playing games, watching anime, and eating delivery food was more than enough to live a happy life. As long as he had access to the internet, he could live in the confines of his home forever. After 35 years, his body seemed to have given up on him. As it turned out, feeding his body with nothing but fast food coupled with no exercise was not a good combination for a long life. Kulak. His vision soon turned black, as if he was being forced asleep. But something strange happened to him. He was still conscious. He couldn't move his body, he couldn't feel anything on his skin, and he couldn't see his surroundings, but he could still think. Is this the afterlife? He never really believed in any religion, but as it turned out, they were right. Hello, Michael. An ethereal voice echoed through the darkness, startling him. Who are you? Where am I? First of all, I would like to apologize. Because of a mistake on my part, you parted from your original world far too soon. You shouldn't have died there. Michael rightly assumed that he was speaking to a godlike being. You're a god, right? Yes. I am a god, aren't you angry? Michael's indifference to his death seemed to have made the god very curious. I'll just assume that you can't bring me back to life, right? If you could, then you wouldn't have bothered to talk to me. You would have changed your mistake and revived me. I own it. Michael never bothered to care about things he couldn't change. If he shouted at the god, would he magically be able to bring him back to life? Probably not. You're not going to even ask me why an almighty god like me can't revive people. That's it. You're okay with this. If he still had a body, Michael would have shrugged his shoulders. I'm just a chill guy, he replied. He seemed to have heard an exhausted sigh from the god, but it must have been his imagination. I was so ready to be the mysterious god who stays peaceful while you scream at me, whatever. Since this is my error, I am obliged to give you something in return. Just take my soul, man. If I don't have a consciousness, I won't know that I'm missing out on the next anime releasing this season. Since I can't give you a life back in your original world, then I will just give you a new life in another one. If the god had a body, he would have tried to take a peek at Michael's expression, fully expecting excitement to fill his face. But Michael's response was lackluster. Why? The god, being the omniscient being that he is, knew about Michael's love for anime. So he thought that Michael would love the idea of being transported into another world. Why aren't you excited? Weebs like you love Isekai, right? Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of being transported into another world. He was quite fond of it, given his love for anime and all fantasy entertainment. But watching it was one thing, living in it was an entirely different concept. Although he loved watching heroes fight against demon lords, Michael had no desire to waste his time fighting. He would rather sit on the TV and watch the hero fight the demon lord. That was why he was so satisfied with his previous life. He didn't have to fight for survival, he had everything he needed. If he was hungry, he could have his food delivered to his doorstep. If he was bored, he could boot up his PC and play games. If he was bored with that, he could watch movies on his TV. If he were to be transported to another life, he would have none of that. He would rather just disappear than start over from the beginning. Just take my soul, man, said Michael, feeling bored already and fighting the impulse to go on his phone and doomscroll for a good hour. Of course, his attitude was very apparent to the god. It made him speechless. An angry non-believer would have been easier to deal with than Michael. Sorry, not possible. I have to put your soul into another body in another world. That's the rule. And no matter how much you complain. Well, if you have no choice, then so be it. That easy. Hey, don't shrug your non-existent shoulders. After dealing with Michael for only a few minutes, the god was already tired. He immediately cast a spell and sent Michael's soul down into another world. A strange, warm feeling enveloped Michael's entire being, as if he was submerged into a warm, viscous water. Immersed in this water, Michael heard the fading voice of the annoyed god. P.S. I gave you abilities based on your desires. It's unknown for now, but you'll find out about it soon enough. And since I took you away from your very comfortable life, I have decided to reincarnate you as the youngest son of the richest family in the entire world. So live a life of luxury, Mr. Stoic. What? Asterisk it hash, percent dollar asterisk and dollar hash asterisk and dat. Asterisk percent at asterisk hash it. Lan heard a bunch of muffled, strange new sounds and excited noises. He felt his head getting pulled out from somewhere warm and slimy. Then a blinding light. It took him a couple of seconds before his eyes were able to adjust to the light. And at asterisk and dat. Where am I? What are they saying? They seem to be congratulating you on your birth. Oh, who are you? I am ChatJK1, your personal AI assistant. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he crying? Instead of hearing the sound of a newborn weeping as he left the womb of his mother, they could only see a strangely confused face on the baby. Doctor, is my baby okay? The man with a white coat waved his hands, and his body glowed a slight greenish color. There seemed to be a mirage or a semi-transparent image of vines and leaves growing on his face. He looked at the baby in his hands. I'm perplexed. There's nothing physically wrong with the baby. What? While his parents were worrying for his safety, Michael was still processing his reincarnation to this world. He looked at the faces around him. The man holding him upright seemed to be the doctor, given that he was the one who pulled him out of his mother's womb. Speaking of his mother, she still laid on her bed and looked at him the way a mother would when a doctor tells her that something's wrong with her baby, unreasonably worried. Her golden yellow hair spread out freely onto her pillows, showing the hard labor he put her through. She looks human, at least the god put me into a world still similar to my old one. She looked beautiful, too. If she were transported into his original world, there would be no doubt that she would be recruited into a Korean idol agency early on in her life, just from her looks alone. Meanwhile, his father stood right next to his mother. His stubble beard matched well with his princely uniform, making him look extremely dignified. He looked like he had just come home from being awarded with tons of medals from the army. Both of his parents looked like they were ripped straight out of a medieval painting. Are they seriously cosplaying during my birth? And where am I? This room doesn't look like a hospital. This is now your house. A home births. I thought God reincarnated me into the richest household in the world. Can't they afford the best medical help in the world? I don't even see any ultrasound machines or fetal monitoring systems. They are from the richest family in the world, but there are no machines present in this room. Then he saw something strange. The doctor who was holding him suddenly lit up with an ethereal green light. He was glowing. What the? I have detected the doctor's use of examining magic. Magic. There's magic in this world. In hindsight, Michael shouldn't be surprised. God knew that he liked anime and fantasy books, so he would definitely transport him into a magical world instead of a normal one. Would you like to learn more about this magic? Yeah, sure. Analyzing magic. Magic's theory acquired. Medical eyes. What? Earth and light element. This magic allows the user to peer through a target's body and observe it for any abnormality or disease. Michael saw the words appear in his vision, much like what a system looked like in most anime and fantasy series he saw back in his old world. If I'm like one of those MCs who can copy every ability, spell, and power I see, then this reincarnation might be better than I thought. After all, magic allowed conveniences that even his old world couldn't achieve. Humans in his previous life would have needed a forklift to lift a heavy rock. But in this world, if mages were anything like the series he watched, they could do it with a simple spell. The same goes for a water spell. It could have solved world hunger in his old world. This is good. I could have a more comfortable life in this life. Since he was now a rich kid, he could simply buy butlers and mages at his disposal. He didn't have to go to school, he didn't have to work to earn money, and he could just inherit everything he needed from the richest family in the entire world. There is a high possibility that your parents would hire a private tutor for you to learn administrative duties. Michael ignored ChatJK1. Why would he need to learn things when his personal AI assistant could do all the work for him? The only problem is the fact that I can't watch my favorite anime and series in this world. Speaking of which, where's the TV? Where's the air conditioning? And as he looked around the room, a daunting realization came to pass. Instead of seeing a well-lit room and feeling the freshly cold, refrigerated air revolve around the room, Michael only saw candles and oil lamps attached to the walls. No, Slowly, the pieces finally came together. Home birth, the unsanitary room, the royal attire of his parents, and the lack of a single light bulb in the room finally made him realize the horrible situation God put him in. He reincarnated into a world stuck in the medieval times. He might have been born into the richest family in the world, but even the kings and queens were living like peasants compared to normal people in the modern world. But that wasn't even the worst part. Where are the magic lights? If this world had magic in it, why weren't people taking advantage of the fact that mages could summon water, fire, air, and ground from out of nowhere? And what is that smell? That smell comes from feces. Feces, wait a minute, what about toilets? Don't tell me. There's a high possibility that this world doesn't have any plumbing. Michael had no choice but to scream out his frustrations about this world that the god put him into. There was nothing comfortable about living in this life. What you Seeing the baby finally cry out made his parents and the doctor extremely happy. He seemed to be a very healthy baby boy. It's been a few days since his birth, and all Michael did was lay in his crib all day long. Usually, novels and anime skip this part of the reincarnation or have a time skip to when they could move around a bit more, but Michael was experiencing every boring second of his new mundane life. The only form of entertainment to keep him occupied was the spinning birds installed on top of his crib. That wasn't enough. How's my dear baby boy? What the? Why can I suddenly understand my mother's words? I have gathered enough data to form a rudimentary understanding of their language. For your convenience, I have automatically translated their words into something you can understand directly to your brain. Having the chat JK1 by his side turned out to be a literal godsend. If it could be this intelligent and help him figure out the world faster, then it could make up for the fact that God put him into a medieval world. The best part was that he didn't even ask the AI to do that for him. It must have heard all the maids and butlers talking outside his room and decided to decipher the language all on its own. Isn't my Michael so cute? Tell me he's cute, said his mother. Yes, madam. The young master is the cutest boy I've seen in history, replied the maid next to her. Surprisingly, his name in this world also turned out to be Michael. He didn't dislike the coincidence. She reached down to his crib and pinched his cheeks. Oh, cried Michael. Madams, you may have hurt the boy. Oh, silly me. It's just that my baby is so cute, I couldn't help myself. Michael didn't mind his mother's overbearingness. She did birth him, after all. In the first few days of his birth, she watched over him without missing a beat. She could have passed him off to her multiple maids, but she took it upon herself to do it personally. Why don't you come meditate with me? Who knows, maybe he'll be a genius with the earth element like me. His mother took him out of his cradle and sat down on the floor with her legs crossed. She put him on her legs and tickled his sides. My dear Michael, I'll teach you everything there is to know about magic when you're old enough. PH. Your father says he wants to hire a tutor, but that's unnecessary. I can teach you all by myself. Once she was ready, she closed her eyes. Her previous smiles were gone and replaced by a solemn expression. Suddenly, he saw strange mossy green particles, each the same size as a grain of sand, appear around the room. These blobs of floating particles slowly revolved around her body before eventually sinking into her skin. What's she doing? What are those things? Those are individual earth element mana. She's gathering them around her body and storing them deep in her abdomen. Michael recognized this technique in fantasy anime. If he wasn't wrong, then this was a form of exercise or technique to gather mana to be used later. He was mesmerized by this sight. It was the best thing he had ever seen since he reincarnated in this world. His mother spent a good hour meditating by herself and gathering all the earth elements into her body. Once she was done, she looked a bit exhausted. She bid him goodbye and left him in his crib. Once she was gone, Michael was still reeling from seeing mana in action. Can I learn how to do that? Analyzation complete. Magic gatherings theory obtained. Would you like to start gathering mana? Of course, Michael said yes. If he could see those enchanting particles again, then it would completely solve his boredom during this baby phase. He would be accomplishing two things at the same time. He would be increasing his strength, while also keeping himself entertained while staying in his crib all day. Downloading theory complete. Suddenly, Michael felt a surge of information appear in his brain. Without even thinking about it, he closed his eyes and started to meditate just like how his mother gathered mana. He didn't know how to explain it, it was like instinct. It was as if he gained another arm that only had the express function of gathering mana. Slowly, the whole room started to fill with different colors of particles. There was green, blue, red, and silver glowing dust floating around the room. If green is earth, does that mean blue is water, red is fire, and silver is air? That's the basic element in most fantasies. That is right. The elements available in this room are made up of the four main elements. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated on his body, creating a sort of hurricane or tornado in his abdomen that sucked up all the particles in the room. Slowly, every single elemental mana sunk deep into his skin and gathered deep into his abdomen. He felt four minuscule pebbles form in his body, each having the same color as the four elemental mana. They automatically sorted themselves into their respective stones and continued to grow them to a larger size. If I can absorb all four, does that mean I'm able to use all the natural elements? Yes, that is right. However, that may not be the extent of your powers. There is reason to believe that there are other elements in this world that are not currently present in the room. You may be compatible with them as well. It looked like the god didn't cheap out on his powers. He became like the other main characters in anime that could master all the elements. This is good, but it's exhausting. He was gasping for breath, even though only a few seconds had passed. I'm tired. Commencing automatic mana gathering while asleep. Michael closed his eyes and took a nap, with the mana particles continuing to sink into his skin. Later, his mother came into the room, noticing that there were fewer earth elements in the scene. She chalked it up as nothing more than a coincidence, not knowing that it was her son who emptied it out. A few more months passed as Michael continued with his duties as a baby, doing nothing but sleeping all day long. The only reason he could stay sane was through mana gathering. Every day he would gather as many mana elements as he could from the surroundings and reinforce the elemental stones in his body. He noticed that as he gathered more elements, his sensitivity to those elements became much finer. He could now sense how much mana was in the air and which elements they comprised. That wasn't the only benefit from gathering mana in his body. Somehow, it allowed him to strengthen his baby body enough for him to almost stand up. Of course, he only practiced this when he was all alone, which, by the way, wasn't as long as he wanted. If he wasn't being cradled in the arms of his mother, then he would probably be getting teased by one of the maids. Somehow they took quite a liking to him, showing him everything there was to see in the mansion, all while pinching his cheeks. It seemed that the god had blessed him with both cute and handsome traits. He was suffering from success, as they say. And as strange as it sounded, it took a long time, about 2 months, before Michael learned about his mother and father's names. This was because his mother insisted on him calling her Mommy. Meanwhile, his father was always out of the house. From what he understood from their little spats, he was busy dealing with a business that took him most nights out of the house. She didn't like that very much and always complained about it to him. Something about the parched lands or whatever. But after listening intently to the maid's gossip, he was able to figure out that his mother was called Lilia while his father was called Bart. As for him, his full name was Michael von Vanderbilt. The Vanderbilts were the richest and most influential family in the world, at least that's what the god said. He hadn't been out of the house, so he couldn't compare his current living to the state of the world outside. But as rich as they were, they couldn't even afford a single air conditioning unit. He was only banking on the fact that he was due some hefty inheritance from his family. He could use that money to make his life easier and more comfortable for as long as he could live. That would have to wait until he got older. For now, he continued with his daily baby life. Michael soon turned 1 year old, which became a very big deal in the Vanderbilt family. His mother immediately ordered for a small venue to be made near the house where they could celebrate his birthday. This was perhaps Michael's first clue as to how incredibly wealthy his family was. That little venue his mother had made for him. It was as big as a football stadium. They had to go by carriage just to go from one end to the next. And that wasn't the worst part. She was actually dissatisfied with how small it was. Her exact words were, "I'm sorry, baby. I'll make sure to build a bigger one next year. It's absurd how little we're spending for your first birthday, but we just have so little time for now." Don't worry, I already had the next venue started early. Just the manpower alone needed to construct this little venue far exceeded what Michael could even count. Because there were no bulldozers or excavators in this world, everything was done by hand. He saw mages casting spells to topple down trees and crush boulders. There must have been more than 10,000 of them working every day to construct the venue for his first birthday. Magic theory acquired. 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 What? The best part about this whole thing was that he was able to witness firsthand how mages casted spells. With his sensitivity to elemental mana, he was able to see how they absorbed and pushed mana out of their bodies to create their spells. If one wanted to create a gust of wind that knocked down trees, then air mana needed to flow from the abdomen to the hands, and then transform into magic the moment they release it into the world. And thanks to ChatJK1, he was able to find the theory behind those spells, allowing him to use the spell himself. Of course, he just needed to gather enough mana to do it. Once he was back in his cradle, Michael wasted no time to try out the spells. Tornado. What? The air element. This magic allows the user to summon a huge whirling tornado that sucks everything in its path. Michael tried to cast this spell, but found that he didn't have enough mana to do it. Most of the spells he learned from the workers were 2 spells and above, which seemed to be far out of reach for now. Thankfully, there were 4 spells that only had a 1-star rating. Water ball. What? Water element. This magic allows the user to create a water sphere. Ember. What? Fire element. This magic allows the user to create a small fire from the tip of a finger. Rock throw. What? Earth element. This magic allows the user to manipulate small rocks and heave them outwards. Wind blow. What? Air element. This magic allows the user to create a gust of wind in the target direction. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated, allowing the elemental particles to flow out of his abdomen and into the tip of his hands. First, a glob of water manifested on top of his left hand. It was only as small as his tiny fists, but it was enough proof that he could indeed cast spells while he was a baby. He didn't want to stop there. He casted another spell, with a tiny rock manifesting beside the small glob of water. Then he raised his finger, creating a small fire the size of a candle flame. These 3 elements floated in the air. And with the final spell, Michael created a gust of wind that threw the 3 elemental manifestations towards the wall. Tiyuke. Finally, it was Michael's first birthday celebration. The days flashed by super fast, all because of a little incident that happened in his crib. Somehow there were burns and watermarks on the wall. It was tiny, but it was enough to cause alarm throughout the whole household. They quickly found out that it had traces of magic, meaning someone cast a spell in the room of the young master. Even though it was a minor incident, his mother acted like Michael was subject to a botched assassination. Maids were doubled, security was tripled, and Michael was forced to sleep in his mother's room for the time being. Michael thought it was an overreaction, but he learned from the maids that this little incident was the talk of the whole nation. Magic investigators quickly found out that the spell came from only one person and was cast at the same time. No big deal, Michael thought. But then he found out that having multiple elemental mana was considered extremely rare. Having dual elements would land you into the genius category, while having 3 elements could be considered as transcendent talent. But having all 4 elements, that was the talk of legends. Somehow or someway, this once-in-a-thousand-year genius sneaked into the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family and cast 4 harmless 1-star spells. It didn't make sense. It was then that Michael decided to be a little bit more careful with his spells. Who knew how they would react when he revealed that he was the one who cast those spells, all while being a baby. Soon the fanfare died down. Since nothing was stolen and no one was hurt, the authorities chalked it up to some weird natural phenomenon. But of course, his mother couldn't help but brag to her friends about how her son was blessed. It was quite interesting to see how fast she changed. One second she was worried sick, but the moment the investigators told her it was a natural phenomenon, she was all smiles and talked about how God personally blessed Michael with talent. Michael decided to tell her the truth when he got older. Technically, she is correct. God did bless you with this life and all your powers. Yeah, but she didn't have to know that. Now she'll be bragging about it any chance she gets. Case in point, during Michael's birthday celebration, she greeted all the high-profile guests and introduced him to them personally. She was like a broken record, saying the same words of praise about Michael to the guests. Thankfully, his father stopped her before Michael got too annoyed. If it wouldn't cause a commotion, Michael would have climbed out of the stroller and left the party. But since he had to act like a baby, he had to stay still in his stroller, looking at nothing but his mother's bragging face. In the meantime, he decided to gather more mana. He made sure to gather as little mana as possible so as not to arouse suspicion. Soon he got tired and went to sleep. But as he was about to fall into slumber, he seemed to have heard a peculiar little conversation from his parents and some guests. "I have to give it to you, Vanderbilts. You've made such a nice-looking son," said some old guy. "All thanks to my genes, of course. Though I guess my husband did give him some of his nice traits," replied his mother. Yes. I must admit, I am envious of your lineage. What say you that we arrange something that will benefit both families? As you know, my daughter was just born." "I'm listening," his mother said. What? Time passed and Michael was now 5 years old. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw a dashing young boy. He had his mother's golden hair and his father's sharp jaw. He raised his hand and cast a spell, creating a blob of water larger than his head. The amount of the elemental mana in his body had transformed by leaps and bounds. He could even fill up the water in his bathtub in one spell, which was surprising because this was the level of water that he saw those mages create. At 5 years old, he could cast a spell the way a 25-year-old adult would cast it. But perhaps the best part was his control. Instead of simply being a blob of water, he could stretch, contact, and change its shape as long as he willed it. If he wanted, he could even command the water to wash him in just a second. But of course, that would arouse suspicion. "Young master, I'm coming in the bathroom," said Beretta while carrying a large bucket of water in her hand. She was one of Michael's maids, and the one in charge of helping him bathe. If Michael used his magic spell to wash himself, Beretta would immediately find it suspicious because there still wasn't any water in the bathtub. She was carrying the first bucket right now. This is so inconvenient," Michael uttered in disappointment. Whenever he had to wash himself, Beretta would fill a bucket with water and slowly fill up his bathtub. She had to go all the way to the well in their backyard, about 5 times to fill it. This is what I hate about the medieval times. I took for granted the faucets I had back in my old world. I wish I had that here. If only I knew how it worked, I would build it myself. Michael wasn't good at studying, so he didn't even know modern-day faucets worked. Would you like to learn how a faucet worked? ChatJK1's timely suggestion surprised Michael. You can do that. His personal AI assistant didn't waste any time and downloaded the information directly into his mind, giving him mechanical insight into how faucets worked. I can build this. Would you like a step-by-step instruction on how to build a faucet? Suddenly, a flood of information washed over his mind, creating diagrams and blueprints that became embedded deep into his memory. He knew those blueprints like the back of his hand. With the supplemental knowledge given by ChatJK1 of how plumbing worked, Michael understood perfectly how to construct the faucet by himself. Yes. Did you say something, young master? Beretta came into the bathroom and saw Michael dancing up and down in joy. Oh, it's nothing. Michael tried to rein in his excitement. However, the prospect of building his own running water source made him extremely happy. It would be one step closer to his ideal life of comfortability. Phew, so the young master is already at that age, huh? Oh, it's nothing. I'll leave you to enjoy your bath, young master. Beretta poured the bucket of water, but it barely filled the bathtub. She would need a few more trips to the well to completely fill it up. She imperceptibly winced as her back experienced a stinging pain. She didn't show it to the young master and continued to act as if she was fine. I've prepared your clothes in your room, young master. Okay, thank you. Michael slipped into the bath and made plans on how he was going to create his faucet. Meanwhile, Beretta finally left the room, and only then did she show an exhausted expression. One of the maids walked over to her and asked, "Are you all right?" Beretta waved off the young maid. It's fine. However, the young maid could see the pained expression on Beretta's face. It worried her. The veteran maid wasn't exactly young enough to wave off this ailment like when she was young. It's because you keep bringing up water for the young master. You don't have to do that. We have plenty of water mages employed in the house. They could summon water for the young master in a single second. Beretta waved it off. Nonsense. The young master wants his water a little bit warmer. The water from the mages is too cold. The young maid couldn't help but sigh. Just because of that, you're breaking your own back. You pamper the young master too much. Beretta smiled. It's fine. I like it. It's the young master, after all. What? After washing himself, Michael immediately made his way towards the house library. This was the place that contained many books about a variety of things, such as the world outside and its history. As expected of the richest family in the world, they could afford to spend the budget of an entire mansion just to create a vast collection of books from all around the world. Just the space of this library alone could be considered as a mansion in his old world. He spent minutes just walking around the library, trying to find the section about the topic he wanted to know about. Finally, he came across it. Vanderbilt history. Before he figured out how to create the necessary equipment for his faucet, Michael first needed to know if it was feasible to install plumbing in this house in the first place. He wanted to see the blueprint of the entire house and its entire structure. Michael also couldn't create the equipment if he didn't know where he was going to install it, so he wanted to get the lay of the land first and foremost. Finally, he saw a book at the top of the shelf, labeled Bart Vanderbilt Mansion. He climbed the ladder until he could finally grab the book he needed. He immediately sat on a desk and parsed through the pages. Of course, it was all in this world's language. It didn't matter, though, because all he needed was his personal AI assistant to do all the work for him. Can you find the optimal placement for the plumbing system? Yes, I can. Analyzing. Michael flipped through the pages and let ChatJK1 read through them. If someone was looking at him right now, they would think he was just pretending to read like an adult. After all, he was flipping through the pages and never even bothered to read them. Analyzation finished. Would you like me to tell you the optimal location for the plumbing system? Tell me. And suddenly another burst of information flowed into his brain, giving him tons of information about the mansion's internal structure. Not only that, he saw the end result of his project. ChatJK1 showed him a holographic image in his mind of the mansion, with the plumbing system already installed. Good, now I just need to learn how to make it. According to the specifications given to him by ChatJK1, the pipes needed to be made out of copper. Since copper wasn't unique in this world, he could easily obtain it using his family's funds. As for transforming them into pipes, that was easy as well. He already had a repertoire of production-type magic spells he gained from the mages who constructed his birthday venue. Because of his early gathering of mana, Michael was already able to use 2-star magic at the ripe old age of 5 years old. That was crucial since Metal Bend and Metal Fuse were both 2-star rated magic spells. He still didn't know much about spells and their ratings, but from what he experienced himself, it seemed the difference between 1-star and 2-star spells was only the mana needed to cast them. Okay, I can build this right now. Michael walked out of the library with a stern face. To build his project, he can't forget the most important part, the materials. And to get those materials, he needed to get permission to buy them. He walked up to a door in the mansion, with his face serious as if he was about to go to war. Knock, come in. Atlan opened the door. The person on the other side of the room had a wide smile on their face, as if they knew they had complete power over Michael. Mother, I've come to bargain. What is it, my dear boy? She said, fanning her face with a handkerchief. I need to buy something. His mother stood up and walked to the glass window next to her bed. And why should I do that? Michael gritted his teeth. In exchange, you can pinch my cheeks 5 times. Deal. And so Michael could finally start his plumbing project, albeit with red swollen cheeks at the end of the day. Michael finally received the huge shipment of materials in a box. Since the Vanderbilt family was involved in a lot of businesses, they could easily procure a few metals from their warehouse and give them to the young master. As for where he was going to create this project, Michael had an idea. The advantage of having a big estate in the middle of nowhere was that it had a lot of empty space. The Vanderbilt house was made in the middle of a forest, with mountains and hills surrounding them. This was a quiet space away from other people and devoid of any dangerous animals. So Michael was confident in going out alone by himself. Michael sneaked out of the house using his improved physical ability to jump through the walls, with the help of the 1-star magic spell Air Jump. I need a place where I can work on my projects without any distractions. ChatJK1, can you find a place like that? Understood. Analyzing location, scanning. Found it. Michael suddenly saw a giant arrow pointing deeper toward the forest. He followed it, and after a few minutes, he found himself facing a flat wall on the feet of a small mountain. I like what you're thinking. I can build a small little cave here. Michael used the one-star spell, Boulder Crush, to slowly carve out the wall. Upon releasing the spell, a half-sphere indent the size of a basketball appeared on the flat wall, turning into nothing but dust. Wow, this might take a while. Michael spent days working on carving out what he called the project room. This accomplished two things. First, he was able to have an isolated room all to himself, and second, he was able to practice his spells and improve the mana in his body. After about 20 days of earnest work, Michael finally finished his project room. He made a 20x 20-meter room inside the mountain, with a height of 5 meters, which was enough to be very spacious. He also made tables, chairs, and desks made out of metal, using the 2-star spell Metal Bend. This was good practice for creating the pipes for his faucet. With everything done, Michael was finally ready to start. What? The UK. Everyone in the house heard the sounds of hammers banging against walls. It sent out reverberations through the entire mansion, with the maids even feeling the sensation down in the kitchen house. What is going on up there? Asked one of the maids. It's the young master. He's doing something in secret. He said that no one should bother him. Beretta answered. What's with all that noise? It sounds dangerous. Should we stop this? Sir and Madam aren't here for an entire month. The maids were getting anxious about the young master's actions. Even though his mother allowed him to do whatever he wanted while she was out of town, the maids didn't think the young master would do something this drastic. It sounded as if he was destroying the house. Then silence. After a few minutes, Michael walked down to the kitchen house, garnering strange looks from all the maids. There was dust and concrete debris all over his face and clothes. Working hard or hardly working. Ha, all in a day's work. Michael said to the maids while pouring water into his cup. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and refreshed himself. Well, good day to you all. Then he walked back up to his room and continued his strange little project that shook the whole mansion. The maids were simply speechless. What? Michael's mood couldn't get any better. After a few more days of working, Michael finally finished his faucet project. He looked at his bathroom and saw a simple faucet sticking out on one of the walls. It just looked like a bent pipe with a simple lever on top. Under this faucet was a small bowl with pipes on the bottom leading down to the floor. Finally, the moment of truth came. Michael twisted the lever on the faucet, and a gurgling sound echoed through the pipes. And after a few seconds, the first few drops of water flowed into the sink. Then the drops turned into a small line, then finally to a normal thick stream of water. I did it! Michael screamed in joy. He scooped up water from the sink and threw it all over himself. After about a month of hard work, all his efforts came to fruition. To make this work, Michael had to create a large water tank at the top of the mansion. With the combination of gravity and air pressure, the water would freely flow through the pipes as long as they were below the tank itself. He had to break down parts of the wall and parts of the flooring to lay down the pipes to do it, making the room and the house look like it was ravaged by a maniac. It didn't matter, though, because he was one step closer to having the comfortable life he had back in his old world. Not only that, this was a technological breakthrough in this world as well. Young master, I think we need to talk about the noises. Beretta walked inside Michael's room and went directly to the bathroom to confront him. When she saw all the destruction and dust around the room, she wanted to complain to him that he shouldn't destroy the house just because he wanted to. But then she saw the faucet. The water was still flowing down, as if there was a raging river behind those pipes. She was speechless, dumbstruck. Young master, what is this? Michael smiled. Oh, this. It's called a faucet. It's just something that I made as a hobby. Want to try it? Beretta was intrigued, but she was still apprehensive. She didn't know what kind of magic it was that allowed water to flow through that faucet. And as she moved closer, Michael suddenly splashed her with the water from the sink, surprising her. When she felt the warmness of the water, she realized something. This wasn't water made out of magic. This was water straight out of the well. It was natural. But how could this be? A whole crowd of maids fit themselves in Michael's bathroom. They were all marveling at the strange non-magic water that was flowing through this thing called a faucet. This doesn't make sense. How is it flowing so fast? Is there someone blowing water from behind it? Beretta stared down Michael. Young master, did you make this yourself? He nodded. How, they all asked, their eyes burning with curiosity. Michael shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing special, really. I just used the gravity and pressure to my advantage. To explain in easy terms, water flows down because of gravity and if you connect pipes. He gave them a small lecture on how water pressure worked. Of course, these were all the words that he gained from ChatJK1, which was why he sounded like he knew what he was doing. The maids didn't know that. And when they kept listening to the young master's words, they couldn't help but be shocked at his apparent intelligence. They thought that the faucet was magic, but when they heard how simple the idea was, they couldn't believe no one had thought of it before. Young master, you're a genius, one of the maids praised him. We must tell this to Madam at once. She'll be shocked to learn that he is not only sharp in looks, but also in mind. Michael raised his hand and stopped them. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell my mother before she came home. I don't want to interrupt their business. The only reason why Michael could have free rein to do whatever he wanted in the mansion was because his parents were out of town for a considerable amount of time. No one was there to stop him. But if she came home and saw this, he didn't know how they would react. Young master, what's this? One of the maids finally noticed the suspicious bowl of metal right next to the sink. Instead of being installed in the wall, this large bowl was installed into the very flooring itself. There was already water inside this bowl, but there wasn't any faucet above it. Oh, that. I call that a toilet. This was the very reason why he wanted running water installed in the house in the first place. Michael spent 5 years of his life here in this world, having to do his business in the bushes or in a literal pot. People were already used to the smell of feces in this world because it was normal for them. But for Michael, who lived in a clean world, it was far too much to bear. That was until Michael created a proper plumbing system. For now, he couldn't create a proper filtration system, so all the flushed water would flow down the pipes and reach the river a couple of ways away from the house. He was planning on improving it later on, but for now, this would do. What does it do? Oh, I know. It's for drinking, right? Michael immediately shook his head. No, but I'll show you. He walked over to the toilet and pushed a button on top of the toilet tank. And suddenly, whoosh, water sunk down the toilet pipes and created the flushing sound that Michael was so familiar with back in his old world. But for the maids, the sound was like a thunderous roar from a monster, making them think that it was hidden somewhere under that toilet bowl. All the maids were caught off guard and nearly jumped out of the room. What is that? Young master, is that some kind of animal? Michael laughed. No, this is called a toilet. It's where you do your business. The maids were still apprehensive of the toilet, but Michael's words piqued their curiosity. You mean business as in business? Like number 1 and number 2. Michael nodded. You sit down at this bowl and do your business. And once you're done, you push this button here and all the water is going to be flushed out, along with all the business you dropped in the toilet. And finally, you wash your hands in the faucet. Once you've done that, you're all clean. One of the maids had a curious look on her face. Where does it go after you've flushed? I connected the pipes to the river near the mansion. They all gasped, finally realizing the potential of this toilet. After all, they were the ones in charge of cleaning all that business that everyone in the house created. They would manually shovel it out and dispose of it in the river, making for a really laborious task. They still weren't done after that. It would also spend a lot of water and elbow grease to clean the latrines or dirty pots in the house. But with this toilet, they didn't have to do that. Since everything was flushed down with a simple push of a button, they didn't have to dirty their hands. Not only that, they'll also be getting rid of the smell. This is a game changer. I've never heard of it before. Young master, this invention of yours is beyond genius. A marvelous work of water. You're even more mystifying than some mages, young master. The maids couldn't praise him enough. They inspected the faucet and the toilet as if they were made with nothing but gold. Some of them got so excited with the fascinating running water of the faucet that they ended up splashing themselves in a playful manner. Ha ha ha, Michael laughed. He had the same reaction with them the moment he finished the plumbing system. Okay, enough. This is unbecoming of you guys. We are professional. Beretta immediately stopped the young maids from being too rude. They were having fun and playing, as if this wasn't the young master's personal bathroom. They were already being disrespectful the moment they crowded the room. Out. Out before I tell the madam that you all went to the young master's room. The maids quickly straightened their backs and left the room, completely terrified about the prospect of the madam getting jealous of them. Beretta also left the room, making sure to keep them in line. In the end, Michael was left all alone to enjoy the fruits of his hard labor. The next morning, Beretta was suddenly woken up by a cacophony of maids screaming. Kyle. She immediately got up from her bed and went outside the maids' dormitory, expecting to see something horrible that happened. But when she looked down at the atrium, she didn't see anyone at all. It was dead empty. Usually maids would be cleaning and tending to chores by now, but there wasn't anyone there at all. No way. She followed the screaming to the kitchen house and saw that the maids were fawning over something inside. What's with all this commotion? She asked. The young maids all turned around and faced Beretta with the biggest smiles on their faces. They dispersed and showed her what they were fussing over. And once they did, Beretta couldn't hide her shock. Near the cabinet where most plates and kitchen utensils were kept, there was suddenly a new fixture of a bowl sticking out of the walls. And on top of this bowl was the miraculous faucet. Not only that, there must have been more than 3 of them installed side by side. The young master must have made them last night. Isn't this amazing? Screamed the maids. We can wash all the plates here, and we don't have to go down to the well. Beretta walked over to the faucets and twisted the lever, causing a healthy flow of non-magic water to splash down the bowl. Shishishishi, and that's not even the best part. You should see what he did to the bathroom. The young maids all pushed the veteran maid towards the communal latrine. This used to be a place where all the employees of the mansion did their business. Therefore, it didn't exactly smell like the greatest place in the world. But even as they got closer, Beretta barely even smelled anything from the latrines. And as they all walked into the room, the reason was finally clear. The room had now been completely changed, with faucets placed on one side of the wall. There were also pipes installed on the floor, allowing all the dirt to flow out of the room without leaving their stench inside. On the opposite side, there were toilets installed, which had the marvelous ability to flush down business away to the river, making the bathroom as clean as it had ever been. We've already tried it out, and it worked just like how the young master said it would. I'm still too scared of the flushing sound, but I think I'll get used to it in the future. Having access to clean, running water in the house was a complete game changer. Not only did the maids feel as if they were incredibly clean the whole day, but their work had also lessened by a significant margin. Did you like it? A male youthful voice sprung up behind the maids. Michael was leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. The maids immediately rushed over to him to give him a big hug. Young master, I love you. I'll serve you forever. I didn't think you'd give us something so precious, thank you. I want to stay in the bathroom forever. Michael's entire face was squeezed by the maids hugging him from all sides, but he didn't exactly hate it. Hearing them so excited over something so basic only made him realize how low the living standards were in this world. He vowed then and there to continue making his and everybody else's life better in the future. Once he slipped out of the overeager maids, Michael walked over to Beretta. I want to show you something, he said to her. The older maid looked over to the young maids, but they had no clue as to what the young master was talking about. It seemed as if the bathroom wasn't the only surprise he had in store for the maids. Michael walked over to the maids' dormitory, with Beretta and the rest of the maids following behind him. The maids' dorm was a building annexed to the mansion, where all the maids slept and lived their daily lives outside of work. They had their own rooms and their own designated washrooms. And it seemed as if Michael was walking over to that exact place. Young master, Beretta asked. Michael continued to walk over to Beretta's designated washroom. Even though it was named that, it only had the bare necessities like a bucket and a dipper used to wash themselves. But when Michael opened the door, every single one of the maids looked at the strange pipe connected to the wall. There was a single pipe coming out of the wall like the faucet, but this one looked completely different than the one they saw before. This one was saucer-shaped, with tiny holes on the bottom. This is called a shower. Michael turned the lever and suddenly, water cascaded out of the tiny holes in the saucer-shaped metal, creating a miniature waterfall in the bathroom. Beretta slowly approached the falling water from the shower. It was warm. It wasn't like the cold, strange water that mages created. It felt natural. I know you don't like magic water, so I created this shower. You don't have to carry another heavy bucket from the well. You don't have to strain your back. That last part was important. Beretta and the other maids thought that the young master never knew of her condition. But as it turned out, he knew exactly what she was going through. Young master, is that the reason you created this in the first place? Michael turned around, but there was a slight blush on his face. No, I just want to shower for myself too, that's all. And this, it's nothing. It didn't even take me that long. The young maids couldn't help but smile to themselves. Even when lying, the young master was so adorable. Kaiwa, he's so sweet. You've become even cuter, young master. He's not only smart, but he's incredibly caring as well. What a perfect man. Beretta, on the other hand, felt her eyes moisten. Even though she was just a maid, the young master still treated him with a lot of consideration. This was the exact reason why she loved serving the young master, and perhaps the reason why she wouldn't mind serving him for the rest of her life. Days passed, and the young master's inventions spread like wildfire amongst the workers in the Vanderbilt mansion. Some of the people who were out of town, when Michael created the faucets, were immediately greeted with the strange sight of maids spending most of their time in the kitchen house and the latrines. From the butler's perspective, the maids suddenly became addicted to washing themselves 2 times a day. It wasn't a day later that they finally learned the truth. It seemed that the young master installed a working shower and toilet in all the maids' rooms, allowing them to have easy access to running water without having to bother the mages each time. As expected, the butlers were as shocked as the maids when they first saw the faucets and toilets firsthand. The young master built this. A couple of the butlers were handymen as well and knew how difficult it was to create the pipes and equipment needed to create this whole system. It couldn't have been made by hand alone. Some of the more magic-savvy butlers immediately noticed that the pipes looked like they had been manipulated using a spell. It would make sense how the young master created such a perfect pipe with barely any imperfections. But that didn't make sense as well. Michael was only 5 years old. He was only supposed to have just started learning about magic, much less casting them. Since they were just butlers, they couldn't question the young master himself. But on the inside, they were slightly intimidated by how much of a monstrous genius the young master was for inventing this marvelous plumbing system, as well as having the magic acuity to create them. Of course, Michael noticed their looks. He knew that his secret of being able to cast spells wouldn't last long. The maids may have not questioned how he was able to create the pipes, but his mother and father definitely would. But since they weren't here just yet, Michael's secret was still a secret. And to bribe the butlers for their silence, Michael went ahead and installed showers and toilets in their dormitory as well. That seemed to have done the trick, as they, too, got engrossed with the satisfying feeling of water flowing from the showers like they had their own waterfalls. They never made fun of the maids again, and also went ahead and showered 2 times a day. Of course, everyone had to pitch in whenever the water tank emptied. Michael installed 6 manual water pumps right next to the tank, which was connected to the water source below the ground. It would only take 6 people every day to pump water a couple of minutes in the morning to make sure the tank had enough water for the whole day. The effort to do this was very minuscule compared to manually taking water from the well and carrying it all over the mansion. What? It had been more than a week since Michael created the plumbing system, and the atmosphere in the mansion completely changed. Maids walked with a little bit more pep in their step, butlers walked with a little bit more swagger, and overall, everyone was more than satisfied with the changes the young master made for them. On one particular day, Michael happened upon one of the butlers carrying the carcass of a deer on his back. When he asked them, it turned out that the reason the butlers and mages were out of the mansion a week ago was because they were hunting out in the wilderness. "We're preparing for the winter, young master. We need to cure the meat now so that we have enough food for when the scarcity hits the nation." Michael looked at the sliced open body of the deer and saw the yellowish-white part of the meat. Then he suddenly got an idea. When taking a bath, what was the most important aspect of keeping oneself clean? The answer was soap. Now, this medieval world did have a very primitive version of the soap that he was used to. But in his opinion, it wasn't up to his standards. Hey ChatJK1, can you give me step-by-step instructions on how to make soap based on my previous world's standard? Certainly. To make soap that can cleanse and improve the skin, you can start by. His personal AI assistant once again flooded his brain with information, giving him a simple but comprehensive manual that he could do right now. Can I have some of the animal fats? Michael asked the butler. Animal fat was an important part of creating soap, which he knew even before he asked ChatJK1 about it. Butler looked at Michael, his expression curious as to why a 5-year-old would need animal fat. But then again, that same 5-year-old somehow created something that not even the smartest inventors could create. So he eventually relented. Michael went ahead and asked Beretta to procure the rest of the materials he needed for his next project. Young master, are you planning on creating something big again? Beretta questioned him with a glint in her eyes after hearing about his request. It's nothing big like the toilets. I promise I won't destroy the house again, he said with his hands on his chest. Beretta sighed and looked over the list he gave her. All right, young master. We'll be buying these materials in the next town over. We'll be returning before sunset. Beretta and a bunch of other young maids prepared for the journey. After hearing that the young master wanted to buy some peculiar materials, a lot of the maids immediately offered their services to him. They were mostly still grateful for the toilets and the showers, but inwardly, they were expecting another great invention from the genius young master. They wanted to be the first ones to witness it. Michael waved at them as they set off. He inwardly rejoiced. Having rich parents perfectly enabled him to complete his projects with little to no obstacles. It would be like hell if he didn't have money in this medieval world. After waiting patiently, the maids finally returned with a rucksack full of materials he asked for. Michael immediately rummaged through the bag and saw vials of essential oils, and most importantly, lye. Lye and animal fat were two of the main ingredients in creating soap, so he requested Beretta to procure a lot of them. And she didn't disappoint. Michael immediately set off out into the forest towards his project room near the mountain. Come back for dinner, young master. Beretta shouted. She was already used to the young master going off on his own, so she didn't make a big fuss out of it. What? The next morning, Michael excitedly got out of bed and immediately ran towards his project room. Following ChatJK1's instruction, he easily created a soap mixture made out of lye and animal fat. Last night, he poured this mixture into a mold and used a simple 1-star ember spell to speed up the curing process. And the next morning, it was finally ready. He had made soap. Michael walked over to the kitchen house, with most of the maids cooking something over the fire. They immediately greeted him with smiles once they saw him walk into the room. Young master, we made your favorite beef stew. Would you like to eat it now, young master? Young master, Beretta walked over to Michael and noticed that he had the same mischievous grin on his face when he showed them the faucet. It was even more suspicious now since he had his hands on his back, obvious that he was hiding something. Hehes, I just wanted a little bit of feedback about my new project. The moment he said those words, the maids immediately stopped what they were doing and offered themselves to the young master. Oh, what is it, young master? Did it have something to do with what you bought last time? He nodded and finally showed them the bar of white soap behind his back. And immediately they smelled a pleasant smell reminiscent of flowers wafting from the strange bar in his hands. This is called hand soap. It is used to clean your hands, body, and everything else. Michael walked over to the faucet and let the water run over his hands. Then he rubbed the soap, and immediately a thick lather bubbled up, covering his entire hand. They knew what a soap was, but the one in the young master's hands was completely different. It smelled better than perfume, and was also a lot bubblier than even the most expensive soap in the market. Michael washed the lather off his hands and showed it to the maids. Say, one of the maids got too curious and took Michael's hands and smelled it herself. And once she did, she immediately fell in love with the lingering scent on his hands. Oh my God! Young master, this is even better than cologne. How does it smell so good even after you washed it off? The rest of the maids wanted a smell too, but Michael stopped them. If you want, you could try it for yourself, he said, giving them the bar of soap. They immediately fought against each other to be the first ones to use the soap. But eventually, all of them got a chance to use the soap. "This cleans my hands so fast," said one of the maids. She would have needed at least 10 minutes to scrub the coal off her hands through normal means. But with the soap, it only took her less than a minute to get rid of everything. Not only that, but her hands smelled great after it too. Seeing the maids immediately loving the soap, Michael felt satisfied. With soap and water, there was finally a standard of cleanliness in this household. "To thank you for all your service, I prepared these for all of you," Michael said as he walked outside and brought out a big rucksack. He then gave everyone their own bar of soap and a vial of a strange blue liquid. As expected, the maids screamed in excitement once they received this very generous gift. They were almost so excited with the bar of soap that they almost ignored the strange liquid included with it. "Young master, what is this?" said one of the maids, putting the vial over her eyes. "That one's called a shampoo. Just try to put that shampoo on your hair during your shower, and you'll see the effects." One of the maids took out the cork from the vial and smelled the shampoo liquid. The scent was as, if not better, than the soap because the essential oils were much more concentrated in it. Maids all looked at each other, with their eyes filled with a competitive fire. Then silence. After a few seconds, one of them finally had enough and shouted, "I'll take a bath first." After that, the maids all rushed to say the same. "Me too. I said it first. You've taken a shower this morning." "No, I haven't. You're the one who uses the shower every day." After a lot of arguing amongst the maids, a good half of them immediately returned to their dorms to try out this new soap and shampoo that the young master gave them. Meanwhile, the rest of the unfortunate maids were forced to continue the work in the kitchen house. After a while, the maids returned from the dormitory, all smelling like they had just been frolicking in a field of flowers. Not only that, their skin seemed to be glistening under the light, as if all the dirt and imperfections had been scrubbed off. Even they couldn't help but touch themselves with how smooth their skin became after using the soap to clean their body. But perhaps the most startling difference was their hair. It became voluptuous and silky, as if they had been coated in honey. Their hair looked healthier as well, with barely any knots or straight ends. The other maids would have praised the soap, but they immediately went back to the dormitory to try it out themselves. Meanwhile, the refreshed maids all turned to Michael and praised him again for his generous gift. "Young master, if you give these to any lady, then I'm sure they'll marry you in an instant." Yes, he'll be quite popular with the ladies with this. Michael wasn't thinking about girls and romance for now. His mind was far older than his body because of his previous life. Right now, he was focused on increasing the standard of living in this place, starting with the mansion. Now that he was done with water and proper sanitation, his next course of business was a little bit more complicated. This world still measured time through sundials, hourglasses, and candles. For his next project, Michael wanted to create the first mechanical clock. Since it was purely made out of gears and metal workings, it was completely doable with his current abilities. Of course, he still needed to practice his 2-star metal bend spell to achieve the kind of precision needed for this kind of project. Metal bend. What? Fire and earth element. This magic allows the user to bend and manipulate metals telepathically. The strength of the spell depends on the material used and the mastery of the spell. The next day, one of the maids went over to the town closest to the Vanderbilt estate, Kingsbridge. This was a sophisticated place, made for those living above normal means. This was where royals, businessmen, and other such wealthy individuals stayed and lived their lives. A maid named Casella walked over to an establishment that rich women frequently visited. This was a place where wives, their daughters, and their maids frequented to have tea and share some juicy gossip. Since Casella was a maid of the Vanderbilt estate, she had access to these high-class establishments. "Do you like it? My husband bought it from me overseas. It's made from the pearl of the Orient," said one of the madames, showing off the pretty necklace on her neck to the rest of the women sitting at the table. "How envious. I shall make my hubby buy one for me and my daughter here as well," said the woman opposite her, fanning her handkerchief. The group of women laughed to themselves. But even if there was a jovial atmosphere among them, there was a hidden competitiveness within them as well. This wasn't just a place to socialize, this was a place to brag. They wanted to show off how wealthy they were, how much their husbands spent to pamper them, and how much better their lives were compared to others. It was a vicious environment. If one wasn't grossly wealthy, then they didn't deserve to participate in these kinds of gatherings. Just then, the door to the tea party opened, bringing with it the ringing of a bell. Normally, the wealthy madames would have simply given one look at Cassel and immediately turned their heads away the moment they saw her maid uniform. However, there was a certain smell in the air that they couldn't simply ignore. Cassel walked inside and bowed to the madames before taking her place among the maids in the next room. Madames and their rich daughters all turned their noses up as they smelled the fragrant scent of flowers in the air. It was strong, but it wasn't imposing like perfume. It was subtle yet made its mark on their noses all the same. "Do you smell that?" the madame wearing the pearl necklace asked. "I smell it too, auntie." It's really good," said one of the young daughters at the table. "Be honest, ladies. Did any of you spray your perfume?" The table shook their heads. Just then Cassel walked over to the table with a tray in her hand, carrying tea and biscuits. "I apologize, madames. The Vanderbilt mistress cannot attend today's meeting because she is currently out of town for the entire month. She has asked me to come in her stead and serve you the best biscuits and tea in our warehouse." Cassel didn't notice that everyone at the table was looking at her with intense eyes. The scent intensified the moment she came near them, as if she was a bundle of flowers put together. Even though the madames immediately noticed her aromatic scent, Cassel herself thought that nobody noticed the difference. The reason for that was because everyone in the Vanderbilt mansion smelled good. Ever since the young master gave them soap and shampoo, everyone washed themselves with it, no exceptions. That was why Cassel's nose was indifferent to her own scent. It was only when the entire table went silent for an entire minute did Cassel realize something was different with them. "Have I done something wrong?" she asked them. Finally, the madame with the pearl necklace asked Cassel, "What perfume do you use?" Cassel was a bit flustered with the question. "Perfume? I'm sorry, madame, but I don't use perfume." The rest of the women at the table shook their heads. "No need to lie. We're all women here. Now tell us which perfume you bought to make you smell this good." Cassel finally understood the situation. "Oh, you must have been smelling my soap," she said, with enthusiasm. "That must not be it. Soaps don't smell this good." "Are you lying to us?" asked the madame. "No, madame." Cassel vehemently shook her head, causing her hair to whip back and forth. And each time the scent of her shampoo wafted over to the table. One of the daughters on the table immediately stood up and smelled Cassel's hair. "Your hair smells so good. And your skin, it's so soft as well." The rest of the women crowded Cassel and examined her. Certainly, her entire body was emanating a natural fragrance that simply could not be achieved by any perfume. It was as if her skin and hair themselves were the ones that smelled good. "Ladies, mind your manners." The madame with the pearl necklace stopped the ladies from crowding Cassel too much. "Now are you certain that you achieved this and through nothing but soap?" she asked. Cassel nodded her head obediently. "Yes, madam. I only use soap to clean my body and something called a shampoo to clean my hair after every shower, I mean bath." The rest of the women at the table slowly sat back down in their seats, completely bewildered by the thought of smelling this good with nothing but soap. "Can you tell us the name of this soap and shampoo? Or better yet, will you sell me some of this material? I am willing to buy it at the price of 1 gold. "Me too. I'll buy it for 1 gold too. Reserve 2 for me. I want to buy 1 for my daughter as well." What? Before sundown, Cassel returned to the Vanderbilt mansion and immediately knocked on the young master's door. "Cassel, what's wrong?" Once she entered his room, she immediately told him about what happened to her in the tea establishment. "I'm telling you, young master, your product will certainly be devoured by a lot of women if you sell it at the market. Those women are not shy about spending money." Michael was intrigued. If a simple soap and shampoo was enough to make the wealthy women of Kingsbridge clamor to buy it at 1 gold a pop, then it might be a good idea to start selling it at the market. Even though he would inherit the riches of the Vanderbilt family in the future, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get some money for himself. If he continued to rely on the Vanderbilt family money, he would have to ask his mother for money each time he needed to buy his materials. But if he had money for himself, he could keep his projects a secret. Michael found out that a gold coin was equal to 1,000 silver coins, and a silver coin was worth 1,000 bronze coins. For some context, it turned out that maids like Cassel and Beretta earned about 1 gold coin per month, which was considered to be a very generous salary in this world. Normal people lived only on silver and bronze coins, so even having a single gold coin could be considered very rich. The best part about this was that the ingredients needed to create the soap were only about a few hundred bronze coins. Profit was tremendous. I see, thank you for telling me. If I were to sell this to the market, would you be the one to deliver the goods? Cassell immediately perked up at Michael's request. Of course, young master. It would be my honors. As long as we sell the soap to those madames, then I'm sure its reputation would spread like wildfire. Michael nodded. Cassell described those women as the type of people who liked to brag about their luxury. Once other people noticed that they're using his soap, many people would immediately envy them. In this world, those madames were like the early version of influencers back in his original world. Take with you other maids and buy some more ingredients for the soap. Oh, and buy some more exotic flowers and oils. If he was going to sell them, Michael decided to create different versions of the soap and shampoo. Not everyone liked the floral scent. Cassell nodded and walked out of Michael's room with passion burning in her eyes. What? Now that he was all alone in his room, Michael turned to a single piece of gear in his hands. Using his 2-star spell Metal Bend, the smallest gear he could create was about the size of an adult hand. It was far too big to create the wristwatch and pocket watch that he envisioned. I guess I'll just have to settle with a big clock for now. Chat JK1, can you explain to me in detail how the early version of a mechanical clock worked? Certainly. Mechanical clocks use the combination of gears and weights to create a consistent movement that is useful in timekeeping. Michael laid in his bed as the information washed over his brain. Mechanical knowledge needed for the creation of a clock was far too complicated for him to learn in a single second. He spent the entire night digesting the information until finally he understood the concept with the same mastery as an engineer. He was so excited about this project that he almost couldn't sleep. To make himself exhausted, Michael meditated and increased his mana, gathering even faster than normal, straining his body till he was tired. All this time, he didn't slack off on growing the mana stones in his body. Right now, the 4 main elemental rocks near his abdomen were the size of a small acorn. He found that the amount of mana those small rocks contained was enough for him to cast 1-star spells continuously for 10 minutes without getting tired. Chat JK1, can you tell me how my mana compares to other mages? I'm sorry, I have insufficient data to have an accurate comparison. This was one of the downsides of keeping his magic a secret. He didn't have any tutor to tell him about the basics of magic. Since he wasn't supposed to know magic, he wasn't supposed to ask questions about them. This led him to have a very shallow understanding of magic and how it worked. He wanted to know a lot more. He wanted to learn other spells. He wanted to know if there were elements present other than the 4 main ones, and he wanted to know the difference between the star ratings of the spells. I'll have to reveal my magic to my parents at some point. When they return, I'll tell the truth and say that I created the plumbing system using my magic. His goal for doing this was to have an excuse to learn more about magic. Knowing his father, he would immediately order a tutor to teach him everything he needed to know. What? The next day, Michael started to create the first parts of his clock project. Since the gears needed a lot of precision, he couldn't rush it or else the clock wouldn't work. In the meantime, he tasked some of the maids to help him create the soap and shampoo he was going to sell to the market. Of course, he immediately followed the modern way and created the primitive version of a factory. Some of the maids were in charge of mixing the main ingredients, turning them into a fine powder, while the next set of maids were in charge of mixing those with water. Then he also created more molds for the soap, where another set of maids slowly poured the mixture to create the perfect rectangle shape. Maids were incredibly enthusiastic about this project, since Michael promised them that they could take their own supply of soap and shampoo at the end of the day. And even though Michael said that he would give them some coins as compensation for their work, the maids immediately refused. There's no need, young master. In the first place, we are hired to help you with everything in your life. And we are still incredibly thankful for the plumbing system you gave us. It's changed our lives. It is an honor for us to do this work. Let them do it, young master, Beretta said to Michael. You don't know how thankful the maids are for your inventions. You'd be giving them no chance to show their thanks if you pay them. Michael was incredibly moved by their sacrifice, but he didn't like it. He lived in a world where proper work was compensated. So if they weren't going to accept coins, Michael would simply shower them with more modern inventions in the future. Days passed with the maids and butlers working hard every day. They finished their chores and tasks for the mansion early in the day, and then immediately went to the backyard and continued to produce rows and rows of soap and shampoo. Meanwhile, Michael was busy constructing his clock project. The hardest part was already over, with most of the gears and mechanisms already produced in his project room. He just needed a little bit more adjustments, and he'd finally be ready to piece it all together for it to work. After 2 more days, he finally made a very rudimentary version of a Big Ben clock. It was as big as a cabinet made out of wood, with a simple round face at the very center. And even though the hour and minute hands of the clock were just thin rods of metal, it would do its job properly. As long as nobody looks inside, it looks decent, Michael said, consoling himself. Since he wasn't a master craftsman just yet, he could only brute force his way into completing the project. If one looked on the inside, they would see gears and pulley ropes haphazardly jammed inside with no care for elegance at all. But of course, he made sure that all the mechanisms worked as intended. Hopefully. If it works, then it doesn't matter how it looks. The good thing about this clock was that it didn't have any power source. The bad thing was that he needed to wind up the crank every day, which would slowly lower the weight inside and make the clock hands move and act like a proper clock. Michael walked to the side and started to wind up the clock by rotating the crank he installed. Dang! A satisfying sound rang out as Michael felt the resistance in the lever increase, signifying that it was at its limit. This was the moment of truth. Michael let go of the crank and finally, tick-tock, tick-tock. The rhythmic sound echoed in the clock as the hands ticked down every second. It worked. Satisfaction gushed over Michael's face. It was hard to create, but it was worth it. Young master, what is that? Michael didn't know it, but there was already a crowd of maids and butlers gathered behind him. Their eyes burned with an intense curiosity as they looked at the giant cabinet that rang out with a rhythmic tick-tock sound. Listen up, everyone. This is called a clock. It is divided into 12 parts, with each part depicting an hour. Michael went into a very long lecture about how clocks worked, but as expected, it was hard for people who had never seen a clock before to understand it. Heck, even people in his previous world had trouble reading a clock, even though they knew it all their lives. If this hand moves to the next line, it is equivalent to how long a candle lasts. Once he equated it to candles, which was how people measured time in this world, they quickly understood the concept. I see, young master. Ooh, another invention from the young master, he's too smart. Unfortunately, they didn't know how useful a clock was yet. After all, they didn't have to keep careful watch of their time during their daily life. That was about to change. So I hereby enforce all of you to only work 8 hours a day and not a second more. His words were immediately met with confusion. They didn't understand why he would impose such strict rules when doing more work would result in more soaps created, which would lead to a better profit. Michael could have asked them to work all night long to create the soaps, and they would have done so without question. They were under his family's employ, after all. But now Michael wanted them to work barely half a day. Young master, why? The maids asked. Are you planning on letting go of us? They were so used to working long hours and working every second of every day that they thought it was normal. But in Michael's world, everyone found out that working too much led to disastrous consequences. People must have a healthy balance of work and life to truly live the way a human was supposed to live. They were not slaves, after all. Although Michael could have treated them that way and earned a lot of money in the process, he was not going to be one of those people. As for why, well, Michael had one simple reason. If I were put in your place, I wouldn't want to work all day long. That's it. Michael said those words with the same innocence as a child. It endeared him to their hearts all the more for it. The workers of the Vanderbilt mansion felt a warm sensation wash over their chests. How could they have been so lucky as to serve the only young master to treat them not as just maids and butlers, but also humans? Some of them wiped the tears from their eyes and chuckled. Hee, young master. We hope you stay with that kind of thinking even in the future. This makes me want to work even harder. Yeah. Let's create more soaps and keep the young master as wealthy as possible. I'll have to do it all night if I have to. Maids and butlers cheered and immediately went over to their stations to create more soaps. Michael shook his head in disappointment. They completely missed his point. Perhaps the reason they want to keep working is that they have nothing better to do. Maybe I should give them something to look forward to after a long, hard day's work. He sat on his bed and kept on cycling through his ideas. There were a lot of pastimes in his previous life, but some of them required advanced technology. If I were them, what would I want to do? Then the idea hit him. He almost couldn't believe that he hadn't thought about it till now. What were the usual pastimes and relaxation spots he usually saw in anime and television? Hot springs. The next day, Michael started to work on his hot springs idea. It didn't need to be extremely complicated. He just needed a big pool and a compartment on the bottom for the wood and fire that would heat the water to a comfortable temperature. It was unfortunate that they weren't anywhere near a volcano, which would have been an easy way to get water for the hot springs. But they could still make do with a man-made one. He asked ChatJK1 for an appropriate space near the house to install the hot springs, and his AI assistant gave him a flat place near the river. He decided to follow the Romans for the design of his hot springs. They used hot air and smoke to heat the flooring and water of their calderia, or their bathhouses. He started by creating a foundation at the bottom, filled with tiny pillars where the smoke and fire would spread. Over those pillars would be the actual flooring of the bathhouse. He used the 2-star spell Boulder Carve to turn large chunks of rock on the ground into the needed pillars and flooring for the actual bathhouse. Boulder Carve. What? Earth element. This magic allows the user to chip and carve out pieces of stone from a large boulder. He used that with the combination of the very useful 1-star spell Stone Mend, which allowed the stones to seamlessly connect without the use of cement. Stone Mend. What? Earth element. This magic allows the user to combine similar earth materials into one piece as if they were connected from the start. Since it was such a large undertaking, Michael couldn't hide his magic powers anymore. Maids witnessed as reality started to shift and bend beginning from Michael's hands and slowly manifested into a glowing green aura around his body. They gasped, unable to believe that a 5-year-old boy was able to lift a boulder larger than a bear with only his magic. The young master, he's casting magic. I shouldn't be surprised, but he's really using earth magic. That's no easy spell either. That's a 2-star difficulty magic. Some of the clueless maids tilted their heads. Is it really surprising for the young master to be good at magic? Most geniuses learn magic at the age of 5 as well. The more knowledgeable butlers looked at the young maid. Yes, in terms of geniuses, then it isn't that surprising, but the young master's different. How? She asked. Have you ever seen a magic tutor come to this mansion? Have you ever seen the madame teach the young master about earth magic? Once the elderly butler pointed it out, a lot of the younger maids finally realized how much of a monstrous genius Michael was. All the spells he was casting right now were self-learned. Nobody taught him anything. This meant that Michael picked up those spells either through observation or intuition, both of which were a feat only the talented and monstrous geniuses in history were capable of. Also, how long have we been watching him cast those spells? Almost an hour. Yet he's barely broken a sweat. How big is his mana capacity? Sir and Madam got really lucky with their only son. Not only is he a genius craftsman in the making, but he also has the potential to be a wizard as well. Madam will be ecstatic once she learns about this. Her son is a genius at earth magic. It wouldn't be for a while later when they finally learned that Michael was not only proficient with earth magic, but also with the other 3 main elemental mana as well. But that's a story for another time. What? After a couple more days, the open bathhouse was finally completed. It was quite a big pool if Michael compared it to the bathhouses of his previous life. But in terms of his current mansion, it was just like a small puddle. He separated the pool into 2 sections, one for men and one for women. At the end of the workday, Michael gathered all the maids and butlers at the entrance of his hot springs. Even when they were outside, they could feel the heat coming off the entrance. Young master, what did you create this time? Beretta asked. Michael took a bundle of firewood and chucked it towards the opening to the basement of the bathhouse, letting the fire get hotter. This is a hot spring. After working hard all day, you can spend the rest of the day relaxing and immersing yourself in hot water. Trust me, it's invigorating. The prospect of bathing in hot water after working all day long seemed like the perfect idea to relax. This looks amazing. I can't wait. You've truly outdone yourself this time, young master. My face is getting younger from the steam alone. Everyone walked into the bathhouse with curious and excited looks on their faces. Michael directed the butlers to the right side, while the maids were led to the left side. You take off your clothes here, and then you can take a towel and rinse yourselves." Once he told them what to do, the maids and butlers immediately rushed toward the hot springs. And just as Michael was about to go to the men's bath, some of the maids pulled him back. "Young master, where are you going?" "Ooh, going to take a bath." The young maid shook her head. "With those burly men." "No, young master. You'll come with us." Michael looked at the smiling young maids and felt his cheeks redden. He forgot. He was 5 years old, which meant that people were treating him as nothing more than a precious, innocent child. "Come bath with us. We'll wash your back." Michael started to back away. "Ooh, no thanks." Most of the maids were young and only about 20 years old. Compared to his age when he died in his previous world, they were the ones to be considered as babies. "Oh please, young master. We've bathed you when you were a wee little child before. Don't be shy." The group of clueless maids dragged Michael to the women's bath. "It's fine, this is fine, right? I'm only 5 years old, I just won't look, so it's okay, right, chat JK1. The sounds of excited giggling and splashing echoed through the hot springs. It sounded like the maids were having a lot of fun relaxing and joshing around in the rejuvenating hot water. Michael wouldn't know, of course. He remained on the sidelines of the pool, with his eyes covered by his hands. "Young master, come join us," they teased. But the adorable young master simply shook his head. From their perspective, he just looked like an embarrassed kid. The young master is so cute. Michael used all his willpower to suppress his inner manly desires. But the maids weren't making it easy. "My skin is so smooth now. Look, touch me. Kaya, don't touch me there. Haha, I never knew you were so blessed with those huge. Joshua, you're one to talk. I can't believe you're able to sit with that large behind." What? A few hours later, everyone was out of the hot springs wearing a robe around their bodies. They had an otherworldly expression on their face, as if they had just experienced nirvana. They had never felt so relaxed and clean in their life. "Young master, the milk you've requested is here," a butler said as he got out of the carriage carrying a big barrel of milk. Of course, one of the essential things to do after relaxing in the hot springs was to drink milk. Drinking this would help replenish all the lost sweat they shed due to the hot temperatures of the bath. He even showed them the proper stance, one hand gulping down milk and the other posted on their waist. "Oh, it's so good I might melt." So this is what relaxing feels like. There was nothing but praise for the hot springs. These maids and butlers started work even when they were a child, which meant that they had never experienced something like this before. It was as if they became 10 years younger, with their cheeks smooth and reddish. Michael felt satisfied. He sat on his chair and watched them talk and enjoy the night under the stars. He taught them how comfortable life could be. He didn't want to stop. He hoped that he could show it to this world as well. What? The next morning, the clock bell rang, signaling the start of the new day. The maids and butlers woke up early and got to work. All the relaxing yesterday re-energized their bodies to the fullest, allowing them to work with 200% efficiency. They pumped up water to refill the tank, they cleaned the mansion, they changed the sheets, and they tended to the garden in record time. The bell for noon hadn't even rang yet, but every chore in the mansion was already done. They immediately went to work on the soaps, taking the dried molds out of the sun and into the mansion for safekeeping. By helping the young master with the soap and shampoo, they were hoping that they could repay all the good he'd given them. Finally, after a few days of work, Michael finally had a good stock of soaps and shampoo with different variations each. The mansion was filled with crates carrying stacks and stacks of soap, and on top of those were vials of soap by the hundreds. "I'll be delivering the product to the madames," said Cassell. There were already some pre-orders from the madames, who witnessed firsthand how soap and shampoo could be even more fragrant than some perfume. Those few people already ordered about a box worth of soap and shampoo for themselves, and not only that, because of the word-of-mouth gossip, there were some madames who personally approached Cassell to buy one for themselves. "That's great," said Michael. The butlers loaded the crates onto the carriage to be delivered personally by Cassell. But before she left to go to the next town, she turned back to Michael to ask him an important question. "Young master, if they ask me where I got this from, what shall I tell them?" The maids and butlers kept a careful silence about the young master and his inventions. When they wrote to his parents, they even lied to them and said that nothing eventful happened in the mansion during their trip. This was a crime worthy of termination, but for the young master, it was worth it. If I want to keep this business a secret from my parents, then I need to go under a different name, or better yet, why not a company? Tell them that you got them from a company called Reborn. Cassell took Michael's words and nodded to herself. Reborn soap, reborn shampoo. That is a very good name for a company, young master. After all, ladies would feel like they were reborn once they tried your product. Oh yeah. She didn't know that Atlan only thought about that name because he was literally reborn from another world. What? Cassell personally traveled through the town and delivered the boxes of soap and shampoo to the mansions of their very first customers. The madames and daughters excitedly opened their boxes of goodies and smelled it for themselves. And just as it was promised, it smelled as amazing as Cassell said it would be. They didn't even waste any more time and ordered their own maids to prepare a bath for them. They wanted to try out the soap and shampoo at this instant. Apologies. Madame had been waiting for these, soaps and shampoo, for quite a while now that she's been moody lately. This is the promised compensation, and a couple more for your troubles. The madame's butler handed Cassell a purse, hefty with gold coins. Just from weight alone, she knew that it was far more than what she expected. And just when she was about to leave, the butler waved down her carriage. If we were to acquire more of these goods, can we count on you to deliver them? Cassell couldn't help but smile. Yes, please. Oh, can we know the name of the man I have to thank for making my madam happy? Even though Cassell wanted to brag about her young master, she kept her quiet. This is brought to you by a company called Reborn. Unfortunately, that is all I can say. Reborn's very well. Cassell finished her deliveries for the night, and the reactions from their customers were as ecstatic as the first madame. What? A day later, their husbands immediately noticed the difference, earning the madames a lot of love and attention just from their smell alone. Not only that, as they paraded themselves throughout the town, all the other ladies got envious of how their skin and hair were so smooth and fragrant. Of course, as those madames started bragging, the name Reborn soap and Reborn shampoo imprinted in the minds of the rich people in Kingsbridge as the must-buy premier soap and shampoo brand in the market. Since the price of a pair of soap and shampoo was 1 gold coin, and the costs of all the ingredients to create those pair of items only cost around 500 bronze coins, the profit he got from selling a pair of them was around 999,500 bronze coins. It was insane to think about. That was the profit from just a pair of soap and shampoo. All the crates Cassell delivered each contained about 100 pairs. This meant that each box gave about 100 gold coins. In total, Michael was now looking at 1,000 gold coins, all spread around in his bedroom. Hey ChatJK1, if you were to convert all these gold coins into the US dollar, how much would it be? The value of the gold coins in your possession varies greatly due to the difference in purity as well as the condition of each coin. Since you have 1,000 gold coins, each with a different purity, the money in your possession is roughly worth around 10,000 USD. Michael took a deep breath. That kind of money was considered very rich in third world countries. And since it took about a week to create all the soap and shampoo they sold yesterday, that would mean that Michael could earn about 40,000 USD worth of gold coins every month. And if he did it for a year, that would net him just shy of $500,000. Back in his previous world, a monthly salary of $10,000 would have been enough to live relatively comfortably. But if he earned $40,000 a month, he would join the elite class of the top 1% of people in first world countries like America. Earning this much felt like cheating. All the work was being done by the maids and the butlers, while he just stayed around the mansion without doing anything. I guess I'll store this money for now. Michael wasn't short on funds for now. If he wanted to buy something he didn't want his parents to know, then he could be assured that he could buy it for himself. What? A few more days passed, and Cassella came running into Michael's door with the biggest smile on her face. Young master. Michael opened the door and rubbed his eyes. The morning bell from the clock hadn't even rung yet, but Cassell looked like she had been up for hours already. What is it? The soap and shampoo is becoming very popular, young master. All the gossip I've heard from the other maids in town is all about the Reborn soap and shampoo. That's good, Michael said as he yawned and stretched his body. It was probably because he was born into the richest family in the world, but Michael wasn't really that excited about the prospect of earning more money. Having 1,000 gold coins seemed sufficient enough. After all, the things he wanted to buy hadn't been invented yet. He was the one who had to create them, so he didn't want to buy anything from the markets in this world. Wait, why am I thinking that this world is just a medieval world? I completely forgot. This is a world of magic too. I have something I want. Can you buy it for me in secret? Michael whispered. Cassell picked up on Michael's clues and entered his bedroom for a private conversation. Is there anything specific you want, young master? Michael nodded. First of all, I can trust you, right? Cassell nodded and bumped her first on her chest. Of course, young master, she said, a little bit offended that he didn't think she was completely loyal to him at this point. He cleared his throat and summoned the fire from the tip of his finger. This was one of the very first spells. He learned the 1-star ember. I can use magic, he said. Fire. Young master, you are adept with the fire element as well. Cassella was not surprised that Michael could use magic. She was surprised that he could cast a spell other than the earth element. Is there something wrong with that? He asked, completely oblivious. Young master having mastery of dual elements is considered to be very rare. Michael looked at Cassell, trying to see if she was serious. He thought it wasn't anything special. After all, a fire spell wasn't the only thing he could use. He raised his hand and summoned fire on the tip of his finger, a small rock on the other, and a blob of water on the next. Then a gust of wind rotated the 3 elements into constant movement around his hand, with enough mastery to weave them around his fingers. Cassell nearly tumbled backward once she saw this. For 4 elements, that's supposed to be impossible, young master. I can't even call you a genius anymore. So this is not normal. Of course it's not. Cassell screamed. Huh. Michael learned to be a little more careful, with showing his quadruple mastery over the elements. I think it's best if you only show your mastery over the earth element for now, young master. At least that can be explained by you inheriting your mother's talent. Cassell made a very good suggestion. What? A few minutes later, Cassell finally calmed down after Michael fetched her a cup of water. That was a shock, young master. Sorry about that. She took a gulp and turned to him. By the way, what was it that you wanted me to buy? Michael gave her the pouch containing 1,000 gold coins. I want you to buy any book that describes magic, mana, and spells. Specifically, I want things that can teach me how to cast other spells. Cassell took another big gulp of water. Books, and do you mean magic scrolls, young master? What is that? A magic scroll is something that mages use to learn different spells. Most of them can be bought in the local wizard tower. Magic towers, you say? Tell me more. A magic tower is a tall spire where all veteran mages and aspiring wizards gather. The upper floors are restricted for locals, but they have their first floor open for business. There they sell books and scrolls, and one could even employ a mage through them. Michael was incredibly interested in the magic tower. He imagined it to be like the fantasy books he read, with moving paintings, floating floors, and secret chambers. Have you been there before? He asked Cassell. Once. When I was young, I was fortunate enough to chance upon one of the mages showing his magic spells to the public. It was breathtaking. I would have wanted to become a mage if I had the aptitude, Cassell reminisced. Michael suddenly looked up at Cassell. The mages showed off his spells. Is that a normal occurrence? Cassell nodded. Not too often though, mostly on special occasions. The Guild of Arcana performs so that the local people are reassured that they are safe under their banner. Oh, the Guild of Arcana is the organization in charge of the Magic Tower. Cassell went on to talk more about the Magic Tower, but Michael was barely listening. He was too enchanted by the fact that he could potentially witness a veteran mage perform one of his spells in person. After all, his chat JK1 could analyze its theory and allow him to cast it himself. It was a very promising prospect, one that tempted Michael to get out of the mansion for the first time and visit the Magic Tower. Kingsbridge Town was only about 2 to 3 hours by carriage away from here, so it wasn't that far. Young master, are you listening? Michael trusted his chat JK1 to listen to him. He didn't have to pay attention. Can you summarize what she said? The Magic Tower is managed by the Guild of Arcana. They are a nationwide organization in charge of keeping the peace among mages and the people. He simply reiterated chat JK1's answer and impressed Cassell with his listening skills. Do you think I can go to the magic tower? Cassell was taken aback and immediately shook her head. I'm sorry, young master. For a person of your stature, it would cause far too much fanfare. Your mother and father will immediately be notified once you leave the estate. They would immediately return home and fire us all for letting that happen. Michael kept forgetting that he was the youngest son of the Vanderbilt name, the richest family in the entire world. Even in his previous world, the children of celebrities would immediately be crowded by paparazzis. This world looked to be no different. Fine. There's no rush, he said. That is the best course of action, young master. There's no doubt that your mother and father would want you to visit the magic tower once they find out about your magic aptitude anyway. Michael nodded to himself. It would be advantageous to come to the magic tower with his parents. Mages would surely want to curry favor with them, which Michael would take advantage of by making them perform spells in front of him. They would see it as nothing more than a child getting curious, but Michael would secretly learn their spells. What? Another day passed, and Michael was starting to get bored. Ever since Cassell told him about the magic tower, he couldn't keep his mind off it. My mind is too active. Is there something I can do to keep me mentally active? Just then, Michael remembered something. Before he died in his previous life, he was addicted to an online game he played on his computer. This game became quite popular during that time, even though it had existed for more than 1,000 years before the modern age. It wasn't a role-playing game, it wasn't a multiplayer game, it was much more simple than that. It was online chess. Since he spent every day in the confines of his own home, he couldn't really play the board game version of chess. But now he had the chance to. Michael didn't waste time and got out of his bed. He rushed past the busy maids washing dishes and gave them a curt greeting. Then he walked into the forest to find a big tree with a thick stump. Using the one-star spell Splinter Wood, he chopped down the tree one slice at a time. After a while, he looked at the fallen tree and envisioned a perfect 8x8 grid, perfect for a chessboard. What? A couple of hours later, Michael emerged from the forest carrying a thin rectangle board and a couple of wooden statues in a small bag. The clock bell had already rung, meaning everyone's work was already done, and it was time for relaxation. Most maids immediately went into the hot springs, but some butlers got too tired of bathing in hot water every day. They spent their relaxation doing nothing but lounging on their chairs. Thump. The butlers were jolted awake as Michael plopped down the chessboard onto the table. Young master, you're here, they greeted him. Michael sat opposite the board and looked at the butlers with a mischievous grin on his face. Let's play a game, Michael said in a weird voice as he arranged the chess pieces onto the board. What is that? They all asked simultaneously. This is chess, an intellectual game for distinguished gentlemen. If any one of you can beat me, then I will give you 100 gold coins. Butlers perked up upon hearing the juicy sound of a bag of coins being put on the table. Is that real, young master? One of the butlers asked. Only if you beat me, of course. The veteran butler with white hair and mustache pushed the younger ones away and faced the young master. Ho, I am nothing but an intellectual and distinguished gentleman, young master. Michael smiled. I knew you'd find this interesting, Sebastian. Good. This game is called chess, and here are the rules. Butlers listened intently, with their faces slowly furrowing as they heard how simple the game looked. Just capture the king. It was easy, they thought. The hours passed, and the maids finally returned from their relaxation at the hot springs. But as soon as they walked out, they were welcomed with the sight of all the butlers huddled over a single table. Not only that, they were quite noisy too. No, the best move would be to move the horse there. Ah, but he'll be captured by the bishop at that point. You're all missing the point. The young master is just one move away from cornering the king. Michael picked up the crude version of the queen piece to capture his opponent's pawn, cornering the king and giving it no options left other than to surrender. Checkmate, Michael said, with a proud smile on his face. Sebastian didn't have the cool and dignified aura he always had. The man's white hair was in disarray as he kept on rubbing his head every time Michael attacked him with his versatile queen piece. Even his signature mustache looked like it had lost all its wax and ended up sagging to his neck. I surrender, young master. The rest of the butlers applauded at the young master's convincing win. Sebastian was thoroughly beaten through 20 games, dispelling the thought that this chess game was as easy as they thought. Even though they were all proud of their intellect because of their training as butlers, they couldn't seem to compare to the young master himself. At the end, the rest of the butlers were convening with Sebastian about the next smartest move, but even with their combined help, they couldn't capture the queen that decimated their pieces. Don't feel bad. I had a head start against you, after all. Michael peaked at around 1500 in online chess, which was considered quite good for an amateur. He didn't even have to use Chat JK1 to figure out the moves to defeat Sebastian. There were a lot of errors with your endgame positioning. Would you like me to point out your mistakes and give you the best moves to do in those situations? Not right now. These guys are way too weak to be my opponent right now. Maybe I'll need your help once they get better. Probably in 100 years, hahaha. I have estimated that Sebastian will be able to beat you in chess within 2 years. He has shown great talent in it. What? Michael's pride was a little bit wounded when he heard that. After all, he spent more than 5 years playing online chess consistently before he got to the rating he was right now. Young master, just one more game, Sebastian begged. Oh, look at that. The bell's ringing. Guess I got to go to bed. See ya, Michael said, moving his ears to the non-existent sound in the air. The butlers continued to play amongst themselves until the night came. But even as Sebastian closed his eyes and tried to sleep, he couldn't help but see the chess board in his dreams, with the young master opposite him. But even in his sleep, he couldn't beat the young master. What? The next day, Michael created more chessboards and pieces to satisfy the cravings of the butlers. As soon as the bell rang and their workday ended, they quickly went over to the tables and played chess amongst each other. It was as if a frenzy appeared in the mansion, infecting all the intellectuals who wanted to test their mettle against others. Sebastian proved himself to be a head above the others, as now he was the one who went undefeated against all the other butlers. But as they kept playing and playing, the skill level among the butlers got higher and higher. Good camaraderie among them allowed them to learn from each other, with the winner teaching the loser about how to get better. It wasn't just them that got addicted, but some of the maids also got acquainted in the game. Cassell was one such person, and she quickly fell in love with the game and the complexity within the moves. The mansion was now filled with sounds of pieces hitting the board, as well as the occasional yelps as they got their pieces taken because of a mistake. What? More days passed and finally, it was time for another shipment of soaps and shampoo to their new customers. After the rich madames and their daughters showed off their new smell to their friends, it immediately sparked an intense desire to get one for themselves. But because the reborn soap and shampoo wasn't available to the market yet, it became some sort of a local legend within the community of wives and madames. This in turn pushed demand through the roof. Cassell was already contacted by the madames that their friends want to buy loads and loads of their product. Thankfully, Michael was able to foresee this and up the scale of production on the soap and shampoo. Now Cassell was on her way to deliver the crates of soap and shampoo to those new eager customers. Oh my, I can even smell it from here, said a wealthy woman as Cassell dragged the crate right to her doorstep. Of course, replied Cassell with a smile. That is why reborn soap and shampoo is so popular right now. Well, I consider myself very fortunate that I was one of the few that can buy this item. Cassell smiled. Would you like to go in for tea? Asked the madame, clearly trying to curry favor with Cassell. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose, madam. Please, it's no big deal. And there's still so much we have to talk about. Some of my friends have been wanting to buy a box for themselves as well. Maybe you can help them. Cassell, smelling the scent of gold, finally acquiesced and went in for a tea with the madam. The two of them sipped chamomile and ate biscuits near the garden. Oh, a guest, that's perhaps the most interesting thing that happened today, said a well-dressed man lounging in his chair. Please forgive my husband. He's been too bored lately, said the madam. But then Cassell had an idea. She looked at the madam's husband and said, Bored, sir. Perhaps I might interest you in a little game called chess. And that would be checkmate, sir, Cassell said as she cornered the man's king with her bishop. The man, instead of being angry that he lost the game, became incredibly excited. This is exhilarating. There are so many possibilities in the moves that I can't help but try to think about moves 5 turns ahead. Cassell laughed. She was like him when she first learned about chess. This game called chess, can I buy one for myself? I simply must tell my friends about this. They are going to have a blast. This was an unexpected turn of events. She only brought her own chess board because she was bored whenever they traveled through the carriage. She would play by herself and try to improve her skill through imagination. When the Sir mentioned he was bored, she simply wanted to play a game of chess with him because she wanted to play it as well. She would have never thought that it would lead to another possible source of income for the Reborn company. Very well, sir. I will ask my employer to provide you with chess boards. What? Later in the evening, Cassell reported the incident to Michael. I'm sure, why not? Very well, sir. How much should we sell a board set? 1 gold coin each. No, that's too low. How about 10 gold coins each? Cassell considered chess as an expensive item because Michael constructed each piece himself, requiring a lot of effort and time from the young master himself. The maids and butlers couldn't do it because they didn't have the magic nor craftsmanship to create the intricate statuettes for the chess pieces. In her opinion, a single board should cost around 100 gold coins. No, that's too expensive. We should sell it for around 100 bronze coins, Michael said, rubbing his chin. Bronze coins. Not gold coins, young master. Isn't that too low? Michael shook his head. What do you think will happen once we put the chessboard into the market and it costs around 1 gold coin? People would want to buy it. Cassell answered. Michael nodded. Yes, but what if they can't afford it? What do you think would happen after that? Cassell was stumped. They would want to save money for it. No, what would happen is that other people will produce their own chessboards at a much lower price. They will sell it and earn much more than us because there are a lot of people who would buy it. That kind of practice was very normal in his previous world. If a popular brand released a new product, there would immediately be a lot of fake products swarming the market and being sold at a much lower price. There's nothing special about a chess board. It's just made of wood and a couple of pieces. Anyone can make that, Michael said. It was only then that Cassell realized Michael's words. No one would want to buy a chess board from them at an extremely high price when they could just make one themselves. I think I get it, young master. If we sell it at a low price, a lot of people would still be able to afford them and buy them from us instead of other people. Michael was also thinking about one thing that this world didn't have, branding. Sometimes it was much better to improve branding rather than earning money. That was what increased the profits of companies in his previous world into global heights. How much did we earn from the Reborn soap and shampoo delivery today? Michael asked. Cassell gave him an even bigger leather pouch than the one last time. About 3,500 gold coins, young master. Michael held about $35,000 worth of gold coins in his hands. This was the most amount of money he had in his previous life. And to think he earned this in about a week, Michael was blown away. But since he didn't have anything to do with this money, it was better to invest it in his company instead. Take this money and hire some wood craftsmen or mages to create the chessboards in pieces, Michael said as he pushed the leather pouch back to Cassell's hands. Understood, young master. And before she left his room, Michael had one last thing to say. Oh, and introduce the game as Reborn Chess. We need them to know it's ours. What? The next day, Cassell once again set off into Kingsbridge, but this time it was to deliver chessboards to the Sir's mansion. She arrived at his estate, which was already full of gentlemen acquaintances he invited. Michael created 10 chessboards for this shipment, but the next orders would be made by other craftsmen. Oh, here she is, gentlemen. She is the one who introduced me to this sophisticated game. Cassell was met with a lot of curious gazes from the men clad in gentlemen's suits. Judging from their stature alone, she could guess that they were the intellectual type of people. Greetings, sirs and madams. I am here to deliver the chessboards you have ordered, she said as she laid down the board to the table. What say you we play one game to show them the rules, the Sir said. It would be my pleasure, Cassell replied. After about an hour, the table was crowded with gentlemen rubbing their chins and adjusting their monocles. They were intensely focused on the game, mumbling to themselves about which move they would have made if they were in the man's place. And once again, that is checkmate, sir. The rest of the spectators gasped, only now noticing that Cassell's one move completely conquered the chessboard. There was no move left for the king to run away to. Golly. Oh my. The losing man looked very happy despite being bested by Cassell yet again. Do you see, gentlemen? This game is the perfect mental battle for men like us. It is as if we are generals barking orders to our army. The rest of the men went silent. It was only a few seconds later when one man with a monocle broke the ice. You shouldn't have moved your king to that place. You should have used your bishop to defend that last pawn, he said, lecturing the man. His words seemed to ignite a lively discussion amongst the gentlemen. You are completely wrong. The best move have been. No, clearly he should have castled much earlier. Look at you saying the wrong things. What he should have done is, actually, let me show you. Why don't we play a game right now? You can't. I'll be using the board next. Let's play a game to see who'll use it next. You're on. A group of distinguished gentlemen quickly settled down once Cassell presented them with 9 more boards to play with. They quickly got engulfed with the frenzy, playing chess game after chess game, with seemingly no intention to ever stop. When one of them lost, the other man would brag and ridicule the loser, prompting the losing man to become even more engulfed in trying to learn more about chess to finally win. And when they finally won, the euphoria they experienced was enough to get them addicted to the game and chase that feeling once again. The one who lost would also want to become better so that they wouldn't lose ever again. It was a vicious cycle, and it all ended up benefiting the Reborn company. One of the men approached Cassell. She noted that he was the only man who didn't wear a gentleman's suit like the others. He wore a dark robe with intricate runes stitched onto his chest. Would you be able to procure 100 more boards and pieces for us? How many would you like? Cassell asked. 100 no, 1,000. At least 100 now and more later. Can you do it? Cassell seemed to have underestimated how addicted the men were to chess. 100 would need at least 2 days, sir. The robed man nodded while nibbling on his fingernails. Okay, as soon as possible. You need to deliver them at the magic tower in town. You're familiar with that, right? Cassell nodded. And just as she thought, this robed man was a bona fide mage from the magic tower. She guessed as much after seeing his weird attire. My friends at the tower will love this game, I'm sure of it. This is the perfect game for mages to exercise their intelligence. Cassell kept thinking that the young master would love to know that his invention was now spreading to the magic tower itself. By the way, what's the name of this game again? The game is called Reborn Chess. What? More days passed, and something weird seemed to happen in Kingsbridge town. All of a sudden, a new upstart company called Reborn was starting to take over the gossip and leisure time of everyone in town. Ladies were all talking about nothing but the miraculous soap and shampoo that was rumored to even make an ugly toad into a beautiful princess after just one wash. Everyone wanted to bathe with Reborn soap and shampoo. That was the consensus within the women community, which meant that the other soap manufacturers and companies were getting left behind. What do you mean you don't know how to make it? It's soap. If they can do it, we can do it too, said one of the major soap manufacturers to his employees. It's impossible, sir. It's completely different from what we and everyone else makes. I don't even know if they use the same materials as us. The boss of the soap manufacturer had no choice but to bury his head in his desk. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't replicate the scent and lather of the Reborn soap. Reborn, where did this unknown company come from? Cursed the man. To clear his head, the man walked to his factory, where most of his soap was produced. But instead of seeing hard-working men mixing the big cauldrons and fanning the fire, they were all huddled towards one table and concentrated on something other than work. He should have captured the pawn. Yes. Now his rook is in trouble. The boss walked over to the table and saw 2 of his veteran employees playing with some strange wooden pieces on a wooden board. He was ready to reprimand his workers about lazing off work, but after watching the game for a few minutes, he too was intrigued with its complexity. He wanted to play it too. That game looks fun, he said. What's it called? The workers didn't even look back at him and answered his question. It's called Reborn Chess. Reborn, sigh. The man simply passed out. What? The business is going well, young master. I've been contacted by a lot of wealthy parties looking to buy soap and shampoo by the crates. There's also some merchants who wish to purchase our products, hoping to resell them in other towns. As for Reborn Chess, it's spreading quite rapidly as well. Our biggest customer right now is the Magic Tower, with most mages buying one set for themselves. I had to employ about 50 craftsmen from different towns just to accommodate the demand. Michael sat in his bed and listened to Cassell's report about his secret company, Reborn. He didn't think it would grow this fast. The demand for his products far exceeded what they could even currently produce. Case in point, Michael knew that he couldn't produce more soap and shampoo every day. He needed more people, a lot more, to produce the cleaning products that everyone's been clamoring for. To solve this problem, Michael knew that he had to hire some more help. I've heard that once someone tried our product, they couldn't go back to their old soap. Isn't this great, young master? But when Michael heard that, he frowned. What about the other soap production businesses? What's happening with them? They're not doing great, she answered, confused as to why Michael wasn't happy with this outcome. Not good, Michael uttered. I'm sorry, but isn't this supposed to be great for the company? With less competition, we will have more customers in the future. Michael sighed. But we're ruining their business and their families. If they can't sell soap, they can't survive. I didn't start this business to earn money. I did this so that everyone's life can be more comfortable. Cassell's heart felt warm as she heard Michael's words. Even though he had every right to be a greedy and ruthless businessman, he still cared about other people. Then what should we do, young master? That's easy. We buy them out. Instead of making the local soap business bankrupt, Michael wanted to absorb them into his company. It was a win-win scenario for everyone. Because of how popular Reborn soap and shampoo became, times became rough for anyone in the soap production business. In a matter of days, their entire work became obsolete. No one was buying their products. Daddy, can you buy me a chessboard? Please, Daddy, a young man pleaded to his father, tugging on his shirt. The father was none other than the owner of the failing soap production business. I'm sorry, son. Money's a little tight right now. How about we buy you a chessboard next year, he said, kneeling to rub the boy's hair. No, I want it right now. His son ran away in tears, but he could do nothing but let the boy sulk. Now that no one was buying their soaps, they weren't earning enough money to even keep the business afloat. All the money he saved up was being used to pay his workers a decent salary in these hard times. Knock, knock. Just then someone knocked on the door to his office. He quickly welcomed the visitor in, hoping that it was a potential customer. Hello, what can I do for you? He said with a smile feigning joy. Cassell walked inside the man's office and bowed to him as a greeting. Good morning, sir. I'm here as a representative of the Reborn Company. The man sat up straight in his chair when he heard that. He would have never thought that his biggest competitor would suddenly come to his doorstep. What do you want? He said a bit harshly. Cassell sat on the chair opposite the desk and gave him a piece of paper. The man ignored it, not even giving it a glance, and kept looking at Cassell. Seeing his obvious hostility, Cassell knew that she had to pivot. Sir, why do you own a soap business? Cassell asked. Isn't it obvious? I wanted to earn money. Wanted? But because of your company, I can't even give my son a chess board for his birthday. My workers are struggling to eat. Cassell then took the paper and showed it to the man, making sure that he finally paid attention to it. This is the formula for our soap. Our young master wants you to have it. The man's eyes widened. He quickly parsed through the contents of the paper and was surprised that it looked like a genuine step-by-step instruction on how to create Reborn soap. He couldn't believe it. Is this some sort of trick? What are you trying to pull? Cassell shook her head. There is no trick. If you want to take that piece of paper with you, then we will gladly give it to you. There is no other condition. The man stood up and paced back and forth in his office. Why are you giving your competitor the secret to your soaps? You could have kept it yourselves and drove us all out of business. Cassell smiled and remembered the young master's words. The owner of the Reborn Company doesn't want enemies. He wants everyone to live comfortably. And if what it takes is to give you the formula, then he is willing to do that. The man stopped in his tracks and looked at Cassell to see if she was kidding. But she wasn't. She was serious. I don't know if I should laugh or commend him, the man said, rubbing his hair in frustration. They made it extremely hard for him to hate the Reborn Company. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, can you tell me what you earn every month from selling soap? The man was confused with her question. What? On a good day, what would you have considered a good profit before the Reborn soap took over the market? Cassell reiterated. The man thought it over and gave out a generous estimate. About 100 gold a month, he said. Cassell then took out a pouch from her pockets and plopped it over to the man's desk. He wouldn't mistake that clinking sound for anything else. Those were gold coins, a lot of them too. The Reborn Company is willing to give you a chance. If you come under the banner of our company, we are willing to give you 1,000 gold coins and a portion of sales every month if you produce Reborn products for us. The man gulped, his mind already lost in all the words Cassell said. If you become part of us, you will officially sell Reborn soap and shampoo. The man sat back down in his chair. What happens if I refuse? Will you take back the formula? No, that formula is yours to keep. You can sell that soap under a different name, and we will not disturb your business. However, let me remind you that our Reborn company is not just a single product. The leader of our company has a lot of other products and ideas in store. He has plans to sell lotion, perfume, and other such products. It's not even limited to just cleaning products. As you may know, we are also the ones who brought chess into the market. If you join us, you can have the opportunity to be a part of that. If the man was short-sighted, he would have just taken the formula and produced Reborn soap by himself and kept all the profits. But in the long term, he would stand to gain much higher profits if he allied himself with the Reborn company. After all, the future of this company was astronomical. Still, this was a big decision. You can take your time deliberating for now. I'll be back a while later to hear your answer. Cassell walked back to the door and gave him another courteous bow before she left. The man remained in his seat, with his head burrowed in his hands. His decision here could alter his and his family's fate for better or for worse. Just then the door burst wide open as his son came running towards him with the biggest smile on his face. The little boy was carrying a chessboard personally made by Michael. Cassell dropped it off as a present. Thank you, Daddy. I love you. Before he could even react, his son embraced him with a big hug. The man's smile slowly grew, with tears welling up in his eyes. Right then and there, his decision was set in stone. He was going to accept their offer. I have good news, young master. Each and every one of the soap businesses accepted our offer, Cassell said, bowing towards the young master as he relaxed under the sun on the roof. That's good, he replied leisurely. From my estimates, our production of soap and shampoo increased by almost 2,000%. We can now create thousands of soaps and shampoos every day because of the infrastructure of the companies under our banner. They already started to sell it to the market, and it's being sold out the minute it showed up in their wares. Peddlers have already started to sell it to other towns, and it's starting to catch on as well. There was admiration and excitement in Cassell's voice. She would have never thought that giving away the secret formula for the soap would end up becoming a huge boon for their company. She looked at the young master as if he had gold hands, and everything he touched became gold. Of course, Michael didn't think he was doing anything special. He was simply following the business practices of conglomerates back in his previous world. How much did we earn? Michael asked. Cassell smiled and turned towards the door. They watched as a maid hauled a wooden chest up towards them. Judging from how much trouble she had pushing the thing, Michael knew that it was heavy. Maid then opened the wooden chest to reveal the thousands upon thousands of gold coins inside. Its luster reflected onto Michael's face, briefly turning his face yellow. Even when we paid for all the expenses, we still netted about 15,000 gold coins. Michael tried his hardest to keep calm, but when he converted the gold to US dollars, he had to take a deep breath. $150,000. That was what he earned in a single day. I guess I'm rich. What? Because of the increased production of Reborn soap and shampoo, the company's reputation skyrocketed to the moon. It's been noted that people were showering and washing their hands a lot more often because of Reborn soap and shampoo, which in turn lessened the spread of disease and sickness. In a matter of 2 months, Reborn Company captured the hearts of everyone, whether they were male, female, old, or young. Most women used their soap, and most men played their new board game. In Kingsbridge Town, the Reborn Company became a hot topic in newspapers and gossip. Everyone was wondering where they came from and who was responsible for creating such amazing products. There was a lot of speculation, ranging from the owner being a wizard from the future, a sage who lived in the mountains for 1,000 years, or even just a simple man whose genius knows no bounds. And despite almost ruining local soap businesses into bankruptcy, nobody seemed to hate the Reborn company. Even the ruined soap companies started praising Reborn for their generosity. This increased the mystery surrounding the upstart company. They were the talk of the town. Everyone in Kingsbridge knew about the Reborn company and was using their products religiously. And soon it would spread to other neighboring towns and cities as well. It was only a matter of time until they completely carved a large portion of the market for themselves. But of course, none of this went over the heads of the largest company in Kingsbridge. Our survey concludes that the popularity of our company went down by at least 30% because of this Reborn business. Does anyone have any idea where these upstarts came from? Is this a ploy from our other rivals? No, they're feeling the same as us. A group of old, distinguished men in suits sat at a long table and looked over the reports in their hands. It was clear that this meeting wasn't planned, with most men looking quite haggard and sleep-deprived. Most of them hadn't even buttoned their vests correctly. It was already midnight, with the room only lit by torches and candles, but they still weren't done discussing plans about what to do with this new Reborn company. What's the problem here, gentlemen? Why are we worried about a soap company? It wouldn't affect our important businesses in Kingsbridge, a young man said, clearly a bit more inexperienced than the rest. The one to answer his question was the bald old man opposite him. The problem is that they are starting to gain popularity within the people. Right now, they're just producing soap and shampoo. But what if they start to produce other products? Most people would immediately try out their products because of their popularity within the people. Look what happened with their new board game. It immediately got accepted by the majority as their new pastime. That spells trouble for us. We can't have them take away our customers or else our business will fail, the bald man said, his words getting angrier as he went on. What will we do? That was the question on everyone's mind. And there was only one person whose answer mattered in the room, and that was the owner of the largest company in Kingsbridge and the towns neighboring it. He was sitting at the very end of the table, showing his different status. The man stood up with his back straight and his posture solid. He was the only one who had his suit completely clean, with no crease or speck of dirt, unlike the others. We can only do nothing, he said plainly. But Bart, this will affect the inheritance. Don't you want to fight for your father's entire wealth? The old man with a beard asked. I have no plans to fight in the succession of the Vanderbilt Company, Bart replied. Yes, that was right. The owner of the biggest company in Kingsbridge and the current rival of the Reborn Company was none other than Michael's father. After all, this business was what made the Vanderbilt name famous in the first place. It's what made them the richest family in the world. To be more exact, it was Bart's father, or Michael's grandfather, who built the Vanderbilt name and turned it into the global powerhouse it was now. And currently, there was a fight for the inheritance of the entire Vanderbilt company. To figure out who best to succeed him, Michael's grandfather gave away sub-companies to his children and let them manage them in their own way. Bart received all the Vanderbilt businesses in Kingsbridge and the towns closest to it. Their other relatives received the companies abroad or in different countries. They all managed the Vanderbilt name to maintain its supremacy over every business in the world. But despite managing different companies and being in different places, there was one goal in common for the descendants of the Vanderbilt name. Whoever blossomed their company into a powerhouse was the one who would inherit the entire Vanderbilt wealth. Bart Vanderbilt walked out of the meeting room with his mind and body completely exhausted. He had to catch a carriage deep in the night to transport him to their guest house while out of town. Some of his maids and butlers greeted him as he walked inside the house, but he just gave them a curt greeting and immediately went into the master bedroom. He opened the door and saw that his wife, Lilia Vanderbilt, had just finished bathing herself in the washroom. There was an amazing floral scent coming off her body, and it was enough to erase the stress and fatigue in his mind. Honey, this Reborn soap and shampoo is amazing, as they say. Lilia praised as she dried off her hair with a towel. Honey, you know they're our competitor, right? Bart said with a bitter smile. Even though the Reborn company was starting to affect their business, he couldn't help but praise their amazing products. His wife was obsessed with their cleaning products, while he himself was also a fan of Reborn chess. You don't care about that, right? Lilia said, snuggling towards his arms. Bart smiled. Yes. As long as we have enough money to live comfortably, I am more than content with this life. I don't need to contend with my brothers and sisters for the entire Vanderbilt wealth. Lalia smiled and hugged him even tighter in their bed. This was the reason why she loved him in the first place. Can we go home soon? I miss my dear boy so badly. It had been almost 4 long months since she pinched his adorable cheeks, and she was starting to have withdrawal symptoms. We'll be home soon. As soon as this business with the Reborn company is finished, we can go. The two went silent for a moment, letting the candles flicker in their room. Honey, I'm worried about what will happen to our dear Michael. Bart took a deep breath. Because he decided that he wasn't going to fight for the inheritance, it meant that Michael wouldn't have the same financial support as he did now. After all, once the inheritance was given to someone else, they would now control all the business of the Vanderbilt family, including the ones that Bart was currently managing. This meant that Michael wouldn't have much of an inheritance to take when he got older. This was one of the main reasons why Bart worked hard every second of every day. He wanted to build at least a sizable inheritance for Michael to receive, even if it meant that he would have to work away from home all the time and have no time to spend with him in his childhood. The money I saved up will be enough to get him through life without having to pay for anything. All his school or training expenses will be covered, Bart assured. But this did nothing to alleviate a mother's worry. Still, I want Michael to have the best life in this world. He's a Vanderbilt. He shouldn't have to worry about money at all. Is there anything we can do so that your father will save at least some of the inheritance for our Michael? Michael had a lot of relatives who were much older than him, meaning that if his grandfather did leave some inheritance, it would only go to his older relatives. But if there was anything Bart knew about his father, it was that he valued skill above anything else. There is a way if Michael shows some kind of talent in the sword, magic, or anything else, then my father would have a reason to leave him a sizable inheritance. However, impressing the man who built the Vanderbilt name from the ground up was a hard task to accomplish. If Michael wanted to impress his grandfather, then he would have to be a genius of unparalleled heights. He has my genes. He's bound to be talented in earth magic, Lilia said, with hope building up in her eyes. Yes, dear, Bart said as he caressed her hair to comfort her. Even though he said that, he knew that the chances of Michael becoming an unparalleled genius in earth magic were slim to none. Even having the potential to be a 6-star mage wasn't enough. He needed to have the potential of a 7-star wizard. But even geniuses fail to reach that stage. Their only hope was his awakening once he turned 10 years old. Only then would his talent manifest and hopefully be enough to impress his father. What? Days passed and things finally settled down enough for Bart and Lydia to return to their estate. They were out of their home for a total of 4.5 months, but for Lydia, it felt like years. Her hands impatiently tapped the window of their carriage as it waded through the forest. Then, as the trees started to thin, she finally caught a glimpse of their home from afar. Her smile widened as she imagined her dear Mickey welcoming her home with a big hug. But as she gazed at their mansions from afar, her smile slowly curved back down. Even though the estate looked superficially the same as it did when she left, it felt like everything had changed. There was a certain atmosphere in the air that she couldn't explain. Her mother's senses were tingling. She was feeling jealous of something even though she hadn't even seen what was wrong yet. Is something the matter? Bart asked. Lydia then pointed out the window. Did you ask someone to create that strange-looking building? By the side of the mansion was a stone structure that was steaming from the inside out. Bart squinted his eyes and noticed the hot springs as well. No, I didn't order anyone to build that. I don't even know that is. They were so close to the mansion at this point that they could see the maids and the butlers lining up near the entrance to welcome them back from their long journey. Seeing their heads down, Bart and Lydia knew that something was suspicious going on. The carriage slowly stopped and they walked out its door. Welcome home, sir and madame, the maids and butlers announced all together. Lydia ignored them and immediately asked the most important question. Where's my little boy? Oh, Mom, Dad. You're here. Michael came out of the mansion with the most casual greeting ever. It was as if his mother and father weren't gazing at him with the sternest of looks. Can you explain what happened here? His father asked. Bart pointed at all the strange additions that happened to the mansion while they were gone for 4 months. Oh well, that's a long story. Michael then proceeded to take both his mother and father on a tour of the entire mansion. First, he showed them the kitchen house, which was now fully equipped with plumbing and faucets that supplied clean water for use every day. Flush. Then he demonstrated his new invention to them, the toilet, and showed how it solved the problem of waste in the mansion. Just one push of a button, and everything is flushed away down the pipes connected to the river. He gave them a very rudimentary explanation as to how the plumbing worked, and how every pipe that supplied water throughout the house all came from the tank on the roof. His father wordlessly examined the metal toilet and faucets, prodding them to see if it worked just as easily as Michael explained. From what he could see, magic was not the reason why it worked. It was all through the natural way things moved. Surprise and amazement flashed through his face. In his extensive knowledge of businesses in the world, he had never seen this kind of mechanical advancement before. Such an easy way to deliver fresh water through small metal pipes, it was such a simple idea, yet no one had ever discovered them before. Even the castles of kings and mansions of royals were not equipped with this kind of apparatus. They were still stuck with having mages create water or having their maids personally carry water to their chambers. It would have solved so many security issues. After all, having too many helpers could leave a royal vulnerable to assassins. It also solved the ever-present problem of cleanliness in the house. With this plumbing system, immediately Bart's business mind saw the potential of this plumbing system. If this was implemented in every home, it would revolutionize the entire world. Michael, do you know who created this contraption? Will you introduce him to me? Bart asked. Michael awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Of course I know him, father. His me. Bart's face was frozen for a second. You created this. Oh. Michael knew that the time for secrets was over. He was finally going to show his magic to his parents. He took out a small piece of metal on the windowsill and cast a spell to bend its shape using nothing but the earth mana inside his body. His whole body glowed into an ivy-green aura as the excess mana he used was manifested as light. The thin, straight piece of metal was now turned into a miniature framework of a house. Lilia gasped. 2-star spell metal bend. As a self-proclaimed genius of earth magic, of course she was going to recognize the spell Michael cast. Even Bart was surprised. 2-star spell as a 5-year-old. Before Bart could even process this mind-blowing information, Lilia grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously, almost as if she was trying to shimmy the soul out of his body. Do you hear that, honey? Our son is an earth magic prodigy. Michael and the rest of the maids and butlers plucked their ears from the madame's scream. Oh, my sweet, dear boy. You've inherited my genes. That's great. I always knew you'd be the most talented magician in the entire universe. Michael struggled to breathe as his mother took him into a big embrace. If she was this clingy when she found out about his earth magic aptitude, how would she become if she found out he could use all 4 elemental magic? He inwardly prepared himself. Bart kneeled and looked at Michael in the eyes. Even though Bart tried his hardest to remain calm, there was pride and joy in his eyes whenever he looked at Michael. Tell me, son, how did you learn magic? Lilia immediately hugged Michael from behind and pouted at Bart. Of course, it's because I always took him with me whenever I gathered mana. She was right. Michael wouldn't have been introduced to magic so early if she hadn't shown him how to gather mana while he was a baby. He had her to thank for that, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. I remember seeing mages casting spells, Michael said, trying to act like a 5-year-old telling a cute story. I thought they were cool, so I copied what they were doing. I knew. Both of them were speechless. Last time they invited an earth mage into their mansion was when they constructed Michael's first birthday party. If what Michael said was true, then he was able to remember, memorize, and decode earth magic spells when he was only a 1-year-old boy. He said it with such innocence that most people would have thought that he was just saying something cute, but the essence of his words was nothing but monstrous. And those faucets. The toilet. How did you know how to create them? Michael shrugged his shoulders. I have a voice inside my head that's telling me what to do, he said ever so innocently. Bart and Lilia looked at each other, trying to seek validation to their surprise. To them, it looked like Michael was unaware of his own genius. They thought that the voice inside Michael's head was his own subconscious mind. And just like how a genius pianist could create an amazing melody through their intuition alone, Michael could create inventions just through imagination. It seemed that they gave birth to an intuitive genius unlike no other. Haha, Bart chuckled. And here I was worried that our son wouldn't be talented enough. Michael was intellectually smart and gifted in earth magic. He was more than talented. Our son is a genius. Lydia squished her face with Michael's. Ding dong. Just then they heard a ringing bell echoing in the halls. What's that? Asked Bart. Oh, that's the clock, sir. It means that it's time for lunch. Sebastian said. Clock. Bart just about passed out when Michael introduced him to the mansion clock. Just the complexity of the gear and pendulum system inside almost made his head spin. It was even more complicated than some magic theories. At first, Bart didn't understand what was so special about the machine. After all, it wasn't as obviously useful as the faucet or the toilet. But when Michael explained to him how the entire day was split into 24 hours and how the clock ticked for a constant amount of time, the realization finally hit him in the face. This is magnificent, Bart praised. As a businessman, he knew how important timekeeping was in the industry. For example, everyone in the business industry always had a problem with the shipment of goods between two different places. A shipment was sent early during the day and would reach its destination before sundown. However, both parties don't have a precise way to estimate when that shipment would return. After all, they had no frame of reference to how much time would pass before the carriage reached its destination. Sure, there were sundials and hourglasses, but they were too inconsistent. But with this clock, everyone could agree on when the shipment would arrive. They would know that the shipment from Kingsbridge to the next town over would need 4 ticks in the clock or 4 hours. This would revolutionize commerce. And that was just the application he could think of as a businessman. There were plenty more general uses for the public. Another great work, son. Your work is truly one of a kind, Bart said calmly, trying not to sound too excited. Bart had to rein in his enthusiasm for the clock. After all, it wasn't his. No matter how much he wanted his own clock for his business, it wouldn't be right to ask a favor from his 5-year-old son. Michael smiled. Dad, do you want to have a clock? Bart's body jumped up, his body shaking in excitement. But still, he didn't let his emotions get the best of him. You created this, so it is rightfully yours. It wouldn't be appropriate of me to take it for myself. The shining light in his eyes betrayed his words. He was practically salivating at the thought of having his own clock. It's fine, Dad, Michael waved off his father's concern. I can make one for you. The only problem is that I don't have enough raw materials for now. Bart looked at Michael. Are you sure? He said, with anticipation leaking out in his tone. Lilia snuggled up to her husband's arms and teased him. Fufufu, stop pretending, dear. I know you want one for yourself. Then she turned to Michael. Don't worry about the materials, honey. I want you to create that clock and show us how you constructed this magnificent work of art. Lilia's motivations for this were completely different from Bart's. She wanted to see her son perform earth magic to satisfy her desire of seeing firsthand how much of a genius her 5-year-old son was at earth magic. Since it would take a couple of days to create the clock, Michael continued the tour and showed off his latest creation to his parents, the hot springs. They walked out of the mansion and went over to the steaming stone building next to it. Maids and butlers immediately assisted them in entering the hot springs by fanning the flames to keep the temperature hot and showing them the proper attire inside. The maids helped Lydia while the butlers assisted Bart. This is reminiscent of the hot baths overseas, Bart said, letting the steam of the hot springs hit his face. He had visited another country once, and their hot springs were one of the reasons why millions upon millions of foreigners visited their country every single year. He would have never thought that Michael could create something similar to their hot springs when there wasn't a volcano anywhere near this place. This is relaxing, Bart said as he immersed himself in the bath. It wasn't just the hot springs that relieved him of the stress and fatigue on his body. It was also the fact that his son was a transcendent genius who would have no trouble flourishing in the world. He no longer had any doubt whether Michael's grandfather would leave him any inheritance. The old man would recognize the ingenuity in Michael's inventions and immediately fund him to create more stuff in the future. Bart relaxed knowing that his son was a genius. Michael was able to create innovative solutions to problems that intellectuals couldn't figure out for thousands of years. If there was a solution, then it would largely involve magic and spells. But Michael was able to create running water with simple physics. This meant that everyone could use this invention, whether they were poor or rich. You'll do well in the future, son. Michael relaxed next to his father in the hot springs. For some reason, Michael felt as if Bart was trying to tell him something, but decided that he was far too young to know about it. Michael. Just then, Lalia's voice boomed through the thick stone walls of the divider between the two hot springs. Both father and son flinched, knowing what would come next. Lalia came running to the men's section of the hot springs with a towel draped over her body. "What's wrong, Mom?" Michael asked, trying to look as innocent as possible. "What's this I hear about you bathing with the maids?" she asked with a smile, yet her eyes were painted with bloodshed. "Oh, this is unacceptable. How come you bathe with them and not with me? You come over to our side of the hot springs this instant." Just when he thought he was able to excuse himself from bathing in the women's section. He told the maids to not tell his mother about that, but it seemed that his mother was a better interrogator than she was a mage. "And don't think you can get away with letting me pinch your cheeks," Lalia said with her hands on her waist. She was serious. To get out of this situation, he knew that there was only one thing he could do. He raised his hand and conjured a ball of water, a small rock, and a flickering flame, and rotated them around his hands using wind. "Look, Mom. I can cast all 4 elements." Michael seemed to have underestimated how much fanfare he would get after announcing his world-breaking talent of a quadruple element mastery. His mom and dad immediately got out of the hot springs and questioned him intensely about his magic talents. Even though the manifestations of the 4 basic element spells were as clear as day, Lalia and Bart simply couldn't believe their eyes. After all, not even the current 9-star Grand Wizard of the world had this kind of talent when he was a 5-year-old child. It was unthinkable to dream up the fact that a child, who wasn't taught anything about magic during his childhood, actually had the talent to command all the main elements of the universe. They had him cast simple spells, such as the water ball, ember, rock throw, and wind blow, a couple of times in front of their eyes to get them fully convinced. Even then, they still felt like they were dreaming. To confirm this, they invited a 5-star wizard from the Magic Tower in Kingsbridge to come and assess Michael's talents in the 4 elements. 4 hours later, the wizard came into the mansion and started the assessment. Bart paced back and forth while Lalia bit her nails as they watched the wizard raise his wand and cast an inspection spell toward Michael. "I'm here to assess your mana core," the wizard said to Michael like he was a child who needed pampering. Unlike the Vanderbilts who wanted immediate confirmation, the wizard wasn't in a rush. This wasn't the first time a hopeful parent hired him to see if their child was a transcendent talent in the mystic arts. Most, if not all the time, the child only ended up having a mediocre talent destined to be stuck below the 5th star realm. The wizard thought Michael would be the same. As light mana left his core and gathered at the tip of his wand like a lightning rod, a mystical screen made out of a milky white liquid substance appeared between him and Michael. Whatever semblance of mana core Michael had in his body would show up as a bright light on the white screen, confirming what talent he had in the mystic arts, if any. The wizard gasped, taking a step back to keep himself upright. "Invasive magic spell detected. Since you are voluntarily agreeing to the inspection, the magic spell is allowed to pass through your body." Analyzing magic. Magic theory acquired. Mana core inspection. What? Light and dark element. This magic creates a screen for the user to peer through a target's body and observe the mana core forming inside. Mana cores will show up as different lights corresponding to the elements. Michael was glad to find out that the stones in his body had an actual name. Mana core, so that's what it's called. More importantly, the best thing he discovered through all of this was that there were other elements besides the 4 basic ones. Case in point, the new 4-star spell he learned needed light and dark mana, which he currently didn't have any stored in his body. It seemed that gathering those special mana necessitated some kind of special event, or else Michael would have chanced upon them naturally in the world around him. He wanted to ask the wizard how he could gather light mana, but the man was too stunned to even speak. "Wizard, what did you see?" Bart said, his voice nervous. The wizard took a big gulp of air, trying to clear the surprise out of his body. But every time he looked at the 4 bright shining lights in the white screen overlaid on Michael's body, he felt like he was going to faint. A vibrant green light, a fiery red light, a warm brown light, and a cool silvery light shone brightly on Michael's lower abdomen. The presence of these 4 lights coexisting under a 5-year-old's body wasn't as problematic as the brightness they emitted. The 4 mana cores were as big as an orange. One would only see this large size and concentration of mana with the cores of adolescent to adult mages, who had years upon years of formal training and cultivation. No one would expect or even believe that the wizard saw it on a 5-year-old boy with no training whatsoever. He would have already been considered a 1-in-1,000-year genius just with this mana pool alone. But to have this much mana on all 4 elements, that was, suffice it to say, otherworldly. He is adept in the 4 elements, the wizard said, fixing his tall, pointed hat and wiping the sweat off his forehead. I have never seen this kind of talent in the mystic arts before. I'm afraid I am not sufficient in properly assessing his talent in magic. I deeply urge you to take him to the magic tower at your earliest convenience. He must not waste his youth and start training this instant. We are willing to take him under our wings. Formally, Bart was happy to hear that Michael was indeed a genius in the mystic arts. This could pave the way for Michael to become one of the most esteemed wizards in the world that even royals and kings would have to pay respects to. But after hearing their offer of taking him informally, Bart was a little bit worried. After all, by joining the Guild of Arcana, Michael would have to spend his whole life studying in the magic tower, foregoing all earthly desires to pursue the pinnacle of mystery. Not only that, if Michael got too involved with the mages, his loyalty could shift over from the Vanderbilt family to the Guild of Arcana. While Bart was worrying about the consequences of Michael being too much of a genius, his wife, on the other hand, was worrying about more important things. So, Lilia asked the wizard. What is it, madame? The helpless wizard asked. Is his earth element core bigger than the other cores? Tell me he's more talented in earth magic. The wizard didn't know what to say. Things have changed a lot in the Vanderbilt estate ever since Michael revealed his true magical aptitude to his parents. His daily life consisted of an early morning tutoring session with his mother in earth magic, cramming all kinds of information into him in an effort to make his earth mana the best out of the 4 elements. She treated it as if it was a competition. Phew, you're soaking up all the information. As expected of my little genius. Despite being forced to wake up early in the morning, Michael didn't mind the tutoring sessions. He learned a lot of new information about earth magic and spells that he wouldn't have known otherwise. Earth mana is strongest early in the day since that is when the flowers, plants, stones, and animals wake up to soak all the energy in their surroundings and convert it into earth mana, Lilia continued to explain. It was interesting to learn that earth mana came from the beings living in the world. The best way to explain it would be to compare it to the natural cycle of life. Plants soak up light from the sun and convert it into energy. Then animals eat those plants and use them as their source of energy. Some of that energy gets used up while some of it gets thrown away into waste, and also earth mana. She also taught him how to properly meditate. The purer mana one could gather to fill their core, the higher magic output they could achieve. Mana gathering or meditating was a practice that all mages needed to master first and foremost. And since Lilia was a genius at earth magic, she was excellent at meditating earth mana. The best way to teach a kid the proper technique was to embrace them and gather mana for them, sort of like a proxy. She was so excited to teach him about mana gathering, but was quickly saddened once she realized that he was already quite adept at meditating. Earth mana, as well as the other 3 elemental mana, revolved around Michael's tiny body like a tornado. It didn't take long before everything got sucked up into his cores, increasing its size by a tiny bit. It was all thanks to Chat JK1, of course. His personal AI assistant was in charge of gathering mana for him, even while he was asleep. With nothing left to teach him, his mother then demonstrated a few spells for him. This is a 2-star spell called Stone Armor, Lilia said as she spread her hands, with a brownish aura glowing around her body. Michael watched as pieces of granite stones manifested in the air above his mother's skin and stuck to her like a magnet. It formed a skin-tight armor on her body, protecting the torso, head, arms, and legs. The granite armor made her seem like a Norse goddess ready for battle. Analyzing magic. Magic's theory acquired. Stone armor. What? Earth element. This magic allows the user to create a protective armor made out of stone. This armor coats the whole body in an invisible protective layer. The armor's aesthetic quality depends on the user's imagination. The armor's defensive quality depends on the user's mana quality and quantity. Each hit will decrease the user's mana depending on the strength of the attack. Before Lilia could even show off her armor to Michael, she saw his body emanate earth mana the same way hers did when she cast stone armor. Chunks of granite stone floated a few inches above his body before sinking to his skin, forming a full body armor reminiscent of the fantasy heroes he saw in anime. Cool. Thanks, Mom, Michael said casually, feeling grateful to learn a useful spell. Although she was proud of her son, she couldn't help but feel as if everything about Michael was absurd. It didn't even take him a few seconds before he was able to replicate her mastery of the spell she spent years practicing. It was a good thing he was her son, or else she would have considered his talent too unfair. Because this spell is made out of earth mana, it is a good defense against wind attacks. However, it is weak against fire attacks, Lilia explained. It turned out that just like in a certain game back in his previous life, all elements had strengths and weaknesses against other elements. For earth, it was good against air, but bad against fire. I understand stone armor, Mom, but I want something that will protect me against all attacks. I don't want any weaknesses in my defense. Lilia shook her head. All spells have their weaknesses and strengths. That was not ideal for Michael. For his life to be comfortable, he wanted to be overly powerful in defense. So much so that no enemy could kill him even if he let them attack him without trying to evade their moves. And if there's stone armor, then is there also a water armor? That would surely protect me from fire, unlike stone armor. He asked his mother this question, and the answer was yes. It has a different name, but the concept is the same. It just has different elements, she said, reminiscing about her adventurous life before she settled down. If that's true, then maybe I can stack all kinds of elemental armor all over my body and protect me from all harm. Michael thought, ChatJK1, can you create a spell that is similar to stone armor, but in different elements? Apologies. There is insufficient information for me to create spells at the moment. The solution to this problem was to simply see more spells. Thankfully, he was going to visit the Magic Tower soon. Hopefully, he could get a handful of spells from that place. He can't wait to learn water armor, Michael uttered to himself. Unfortunately, it seemed that his mother had the ears of a sensitive owl. Michael swore he saw her head turn 180 degrees while she stared daggers at him. Yule, what now? I didn't hear you wanting to learn water spells while I'm here, right? Surely not. Michael awkwardly laughed and slowly backed away. He should have learned by now how possessive his mother was, even when it came to magic. He tried to excuse himself by saying he was going to do something else, but his mother quickly caught him by the cuffs. After the early morning tutor sessions with his mother, Michael spent the afternoons constructing the clock he was going to give his father. Since this wasn't his first time making the machine, he was able to build the clock a little bit smaller, making it look like the old grandfather clocks he had seen back in his previous life. It was still big, but not as large as a cabinet. His father, upon hearing the rhythmic ticking of the clock, couldn't help but scream out in excitement. Ho! Woo-woo, the man said, letting go of all pretenses he had about being dignified. Seeing the pendulum swing back and forth seemed to have hypnotized the man. He couldn't help but swing his head back and forth as well. Michael watched his father become obsessed with the clock, to the point that he looked a little bit silly. Do you like it that much, Dad? Michael said, chuckling to himself. He had never seen his father act like this. He always saw his dad as a serious character, treating everything with a no-nonsense attitude. But now he was seeing him in a completely different light. I still can't understand how it works and how you created it, but this is amazing, son. Thank you. I can't wait to install it in my office, Bart said as he ruffled Michael's hair. Now that you have that, you have no excuse for coming home late, right, dear? Lilia sounded like she was joking, but both father and son knew that it was a real threat. Oh, would you look at the time. We better get going now, so we'll arrive at Kingsbridge before lunch, hahaha. It seemed Michael inherited his ability to fend off Lilia's scary questions from his father. What? Today was the day they were going to Kingsbridge to visit the Magic Tower. The only reason why it took them about a week to go to Kingsbridge was because Michael's mother wanted to improve his earth magic a little bit more before he got assessed. It didn't matter, though, because Michael finally got the chance to see mages up close and personal. Hey ChatJK1, you're ready to analyze more magic spells, right? I am fully capable of scanning magic spells that are performed in your vicinity. That was what he liked to hear. A few hours later, Sebastian stopped the horses dragging the carriage and peeked through the window. Sir, madam, young master, we have arrived at Kingsbridge. Michael had heard a lot about Kingsbridge after hearing Cassell's daily report about the Reborn company. According to her, Kingsbridge was a large city whose citizens were a little bit wealthier than the average citizen. The normal inhabitants of this place consisted of rich merchants, famous swordsman families, and even royals. This was the reason why they could sell reborn soap and shampoo at 1 gold coin a pair. Most people wouldn't be able to afford that, but the people at Kingsbridge were more than wealthy enough to splurge on keeping themselves happy. Michael looked out the window and saw the tall stone walls surrounding the city, with archers and soldiers stationed at each watchtower. The walls are made out of stone and mortar to provide strength and stability to the structure. They have an estimated height of 20 meters, or equivalent to a 6-story building. Would you like to know more? No, I'm good, thanks. As expected of a wealthy city, they didn't skimp out on arming their soldiers to the teeth. The enforcers guarding the gate were clad in full steel armor, with gold plating wrapped around to emanate a royal aura to the soldiers. I pay respects to the Vanderbilts, said the soldier as he bowed to the carriage. They weren't questioned or had their carriages inspected like all the other people entering the city. They were let in purely because of the Vanderbilt emblem on their carriage. By the way, their emblem was the symbol of 2 hands cupping an overflowing collection of gold coins, with the image of the planet below it. Michael thought it was too much, considering they put real gold on their emblem just to show off their wealth. After they were let in, Sebastian continued to lead their carriage towards the large black spire in the distance. Meanwhile, Michael put his head out the window. This was the first time he would be witnessing a real medieval city with his own 2 eyes. He had an abstract idea of what they looked like since he frequently watched anime and TV shows depicting this era, but seeing it in real life felt more surreal. Men were wearing fine tunics, while the women were wearing puffy gowns as if it were normal. It looked like they were cosplaying, but they weren't. This was their true attire for the day. As the carriage continued to rock through the cobblestone roads of Kingsbridge, Michael's leisurely observation of the city was interrupted by a horrible scent that filled his senses. Urgh. He had to pinch his nose. He couldn't take it anymore. Dad. What is that? However, his parents didn't seem to notice anything wrong. What's wrong, dear? Michael looked at them as if they were crazy. Don't you smell that? Lilia and Bart both looked at each other. They didn't know what was smelling so bad. Then Bart finally remembered that this was the first time Michael visited Kingsbridge. Oh, you must be smelling the river dames, Bart explained. Soon enough, the carriage reached a wide bridge leading to the next part of town. Michael looked out the window and finally realized what was smelling so bad. The river Dames was full of pollution. Not just any pollution, it was human pollution, meaning human waste. This world was still stuck in the medieval times when human waste was simply thrown into the river with no regard for cleanliness. Michael had been living with modern toiletry in the mansion for so long that he forgot this fact. Only now did this face hit him in his face. With such an expansive city full of wealthy citizens, Michael would have thought that they would spend a lot of money keeping their place clean. By a dead day nod cleaning. Why are they not cleaning? They do. Every week, magicians come and purify the river dames. From what I know, they just cleaned it yesterday, Bart said. Yesterday. They just cleaned the river yesterday, but it was already full of waste. Michael couldn't believe it. He couldn't spend a day living in a place that smelled like feces. But the citizens of this city didn't even look dazed as they walked along the bridge. They were too used to the horrible smell. You know what this place needs? A sewage system. Having mages purify the waste every week is ignoring the root of the problem. This is gonna spread disease all over the city. Would you like me to explain how a sewage system can work using materials available in this world? ChatJK1's suggestion made him think. Should he build a sewage system in Kingsbridge City? Michael set his thoughts aside, at least for now. He doubted that the big wigs in Kingsbridge would allow him to construct such a large-scale renovation in their city. What? Soon enough, they reached the towering spire. It was as tall as some skyscrapers back in his previous world, with the same texture and color as the obsidian he saw from a certain blocky survival game he played back in his other life. Interestingly enough, the entrance to the magic tower was a door-like portal that was made out of a swirling green liquid. We have reached the magic tower. The tower master has been alerted of our arrival and will send someone to welcome the young master, Sebastian said as he opened the carriage door. Michael immediately got out and stretched his body. He couldn't wait to get more useful spells. After a few seconds, the green portal shimmered as a figure came out from the other side. It was a woman in her mid-20s wearing a green robe and a black pointed hat, which was the typical attire of mages in this world. "Welcome, esteemed guests," she said. "We're here to see the Tower Master." "Is he here?" Lalia asked straightforwardly. The woman didn't seem to mind her rudeness, and actually seemed as if there was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes whenever she looked at Michael's mother. "It is an honor to meet the Earthen Witch," she said, referring to Lalia. "Unfortunately, the Tower Master has tended to some other business for the moment and cannot meet you this instant. But he will be back in about an hour." "Tuzg, what's that old man doing?" Lilia sounded annoyed. From what Michael heard, it seemed as if his mother was acquainted with the Tower Master. "Mom, do you know these people?" This time it was the woman who answered. "Of course, little one. Your mother is one of the most talented mages to come out of this magic tower. She used to be called the Earthen Witch of the West. If she hadn't given up her hat, she would have probably become the next Tower Master." Lalia waved off the woman's praises, treating it as nothing but a thing of the past. "I told you, honey. I was a pretty talented earth mage back in the day. You don't need to learn from the magic tower. I can teach you everything you need to know about earth spells," Lalia said. "Dear, you're being rude," Bart warned his wife. Then he turned to the woman and asked her if they should come back at a later date. "There's no need," she answered. "The little one here can take a little tour of our magic tower to get him acquainted with our business." Michael perked up when he heard that. Would he finally be able to see mages hurling amazing spell after spell? "Can I?" he asked, showing his enthusiasm. "Well, all right. We'll leave him in your care for now," Lilia said, a bit begrudgingly. "Don't worry, Miss Lilia. We will take care of the little one," the woman said, taking Michael's hand and leading him to the entrance of the magic tower. Michael bid goodbye to his parents as if he was a kindergarten student getting left off at daycare. They were quite busy with some Vanderbilt business, so they couldn't stay with Michael for the whole day. "So, little Vanderbilt, why did you want to visit the magic tower? Have you taken an interest in learning magic? Your age is the perfect time to start gathering mana to form a core." Michael looked up at her. "They didn't tell you why I'm here." The woman shook her head. "No, we're only told that you were to meet the Tower Master." Michael knew that it wasn't going to be a secret, so he blurted out the truth. "Well, I'm here to get my magic talent assessed." "Oh, that's wonderful. You must have manifested some kind of talent in earth magic, given your mother's talent in it." Michael nodded. "Yeah, I guess I'm talented in earth magic. At least that's what they say. I haven't met anyone else to compare myself with." The woman smiled. She thought nothing of his words and thought that it was just simple ramblings of a 5-year-old child. And as they walked closer to the magic tower, Michael felt the abundance of mana in the air. It was dense. It was as if he was walking in a sea of mana particles, with lights of all colors swarming his vision. "Whoa," Michael uttered. "There's a lot of mana here. But why is it imbalanced? There's more fire element than the rest, and there's not a lot of water element." The woman nodded. "Yes, that's because wait, how can you sense the other mana in the air? I thought you were talented in earth magic." Michael shrugged his shoulders. "I'm talented in all of them." The woman stopped dead in her tracks and looked at Michael with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Michael went ahead and walked closer to the portal inside the magic tower. And as he did, he sensed something unfamiliar. Detecting the presence of new mana. Analyzing. Complete. You have now gained the ability to gather 4 new types of mana: light, dark, lightning, and poison. Starting the formation of new cores to accommodate the new mana particles. Completed. Automatic mana gathering has been enabled. Michael closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The new mana particles oozing out of the magic tower were abundant, and he used this opportunity to soak up as much as he could. He felt the presence of 4 very minute crystals form, surrounding his main elemental mana cores. Gathering lightning mana felt like a prickling feeling in his skin. Meanwhile, the poison mana felt like he was experiencing heartburn. However, he wasn't uncomfortable for very long. It quickly got absorbed through his skin and entered the budding new crystals, growing them by a tiny amount. Meanwhile, the woman just finished processing what she heard after a minute of shock. "You're talented in all the 4 main elements." "Dear gosh. That's why your assessment is handled by the Tower Master. She found it weird that the Tower Master personally took time out of his busy schedule to assess the magic of a 5-year-old boy. She thought it was just because his last name was Vanderbilt, but it turned out it was because of his enormous talent in the mystic arts. She'd never seen a quadruple mastery mage in her entire life, and only heard about it in tales and legends of old. It was a sobering feeling after she looked at the unassuming normal boy like Michael and compared him to the heroes of the past. Ooh, why don't you make yourself comfortable in the magic tower? I'll have to hurry the Tower Master from his business and assess you immediately. This is too important. Woman immediately took out a long broomstick from her magic ring and sat on it before it started to float away into the distance. Did she really just leave a 5-year-old boy alone? Michael shrugged. He could take care of himself. This was for the better as well. He wanted to take his time and observe every mage in the magic tower to learn all kinds of spells from their practice sessions. He walked toward the portal-like entrance of the tower, with excitement filling his face. When he stepped foot on the other side, the first thing he noticed was that the inside was a lot bigger than what the magic tower looked like from the outside. As he took to his new surroundings, awe filled his face. All along the walls were oil paintings of human portraits that seemed to be moving like they were human. Some bowed towards him, while others ignored him and continued whatever they were doing in the painting. He looked up and saw floating staircases leading to nowhere. He saw mages further up the ceiling walking upside down, without their pointy hat falling to the floor. It felt like he was looking at an illusion. Dancing candles lit up the room, chasing each other around the air like little kids playing in the fields. Talking books, pillars, and doors were normal in this place. Some tempted Michael to open their door, some warned him not to, and others laughed at seeing him ignore the mystical objects in the chamber. Michael must have spent about 10 minutes marveling at everything he saw in the magic tower. It was everything he thought it would be and more. It made him wonder how the authors of his previous world got a lot of things right when they were creating magic towers in their stories. He continued wandering through the chamber, peering through the different halls that led to different parts of the tower. From what he heard about Kessel's brief visit to the magic tower, the first floor was available for the public to see and marvel at. It was supposed to be a place where mages presented their magic to strike awe and amazement in the eyes of normal people. But no matter where he looked, there seemed to be no such presentation of any kind. There weren't even any mages there to welcome him at all. Where's the conjurations? Where's the sorcery? Where are the spells? I have sensed no use of mana in this vicinity. However, there is some evidence of human activity in that direction. I suggest you investigate the hallway further. Michael followed Chat JK1's directions and followed a winding hallway that led to a different chamber. As he got closer to the next room, Michael heard the sounds of something banging on a table. And it wasn't just one sound, it was a collection of one. He passed through the open door and saw the circular interior of the room, with shelves housing thousands of books lining the walls. This looked like a library. But instead of silence and peace, there were a lot of people gathered around the railings and peering down to the center of the room. Ho ho ho, what a blunder. I expected more from him. How could he let his pawn get taken away? The top spot is still up for grabs. It's a tight competition. Michael listened to the chatter of the spectators and couldn't help but feel as if he knew what was going on. He squeezed through the crowd and looked through the wooden railings. Pioike. Tego. Pioike. The sounds of hundreds of chess pieces banging on wooden boards filled his ears. On the lower floor of this library, there were about 100 square tables containing one chessboard each, with some pieces sprawled around the edges and some still standing proudly in their designated spots. Imagine Michael's surprise when he learned the real reason why he couldn't see mages performing their magic spells. They were too busy playing chess. He didn't know what to feel, happy that reborn chess was spreading fast, or sad that they were too obsessed with the game to show him spells to learn. As usual, Michael was suffering from success. Michael found the stairs leading down and joined the collection of serious mages focused on the game. He did not travel for 4 hours in a bumpy carriage ride to the waste-ridden Kingsbridge city just so that the mages would spend the whole day playing chess. He wanted magic spells. Ho-ho. Checkmate, I win. One particular game ended, with the winner announcing his proud victory out loud. The loser quickly left the table, desolate and saddened. Michael approached the winner. Excuse me, but aren't you going to perform magic spells in front of the crowd? He pointed towards the crowd up on the second floor. Man, having just been on a victory high, graciously answered Michael's question. Ah, there's no need for that anymore, answered the bespectacled mage. Instead, we have daily chess tournaments to show our advanced intellect to the good people of Kingsbridge. Normal people don't really understand magic anyway. If they see something colorful, they clap, even if it's just a 1-star spell. I perform a boring 5-star spell, and they barely react. But with this chess tournament, even normal people could understand how the mages from the Guild of Arcana are superior in intellect to any other job. They also know how to play chess, so they recognize when one player is better than them. Michael was so disheartened that he had to sit down on the chair. He was so excited to analyze every spell he saw from the mages, only to find out they no longer performed spells for the general public. If he hadn't invented chess, Michael sighed. He was his own worst enemy. But he didn't want to give up. He looked at the scattered chess pieces on the board, and an idea formed in his mind. He collected the chess pieces and arranged them into their correct spots. The bespectacled mage shot a weird look at Michael. Kid, my next opponent is going to be here soon. You don't even know what you're doing. The mage thought Michael was just playing around with the pieces, but he was surprised to find out that the pieces were correctly placed with no mistakes. The queen was even in the right place, which most rookies tend to forget. Michael then took out a leather pouch from his pocket and plopped it onto the table, with the satisfying kaching sound reaching the bespectacled mage. Gold coins, he muttered, already tempted. How about we play a game of chess? If you win, I'll give you 100 gold coins. If I win, you have to perform one magic spell in front of my eyes, Michael said, with a devious grin on his face. The mage looked at Michael with suspicion. It seemed too easy. He only had to beat a 5-year-old kid, and he would win a prize equivalent to doing odd jobs through the city for an entire month. And the consequences weren't that bad either. He just had to perform a spell in front of a kid. It was too good to be true. It sounded like a trap. But I could use more money to buy a new broomstick, the mage pondered. Then he looked at Michael with all seriousness. No takebacks, he warned Michael. No takebacks, Michael replied as he made the first move. Okay. What? A couple of minutes later, the bespectacled mage had his head in his hands as he watched Michael absolutely decimate his pieces with nothing but a knight and a rook. I can't believe it, I lost to a kid no less. He was entirely outclassed. Mage was mad for a second since his pride was hurt, but after thinking about the game, he became intensely curious at the advanced tactics Michael showed that nobody had ever thought of before. Checkmate, Michael said, knocking down his opponent's king off the board. The bespectacled mage went silent for a few seconds before bombarding Michael with tons of questions. During this part, why did you move your bishop to this place? Also, you could have taken my queen, but you didn't. I realized that it led to my downfall, but how did you think of that? I thought I was winning until I wasn't. Michael saw pure curiosity coming out of the mage's eyes. He could see why intellectual minds like him were so taken with this game. Sometimes it's better to sacrifice pieces to get a better position, Michael answered. He spilled out all the lessons he learned while playing chess in his previous world, and the man listened to him without ever uttering a single word. He no longer treated Michael as just a 5-year-old child. I see, thank you. That was very insightful. I feel like my game has improved so much. Michael appreciated it. You're welcome, he said. But of course he couldn't forget their agreement. Ahem, now about my prize. Mage was so busy consolidating the lessons he learned that he almost completely forgot about their deal. Oh, right. I have to show you a spell, right? Michael nodded. The mage thought long and hard about what spell he was going to show Michael. If it was before, he would have simply shown him a 1-star spell and been done with it. But he couldn't do that to Michael. Not after he taught him so much about chess. Look closely. This is a 3-star spell called Cloud of Daggers. The bespectacled mage raised his hand and gathered mana at the tip of his fingers. Then illusionary daggers made out of violet mystic aura appeared around the mage, circling him at fast speeds. Michael reckoned that anyone who tried to get close to the guy would immediately be ripped to shreds by those daggers. Analyzing magic. Magic theory acquired. Cloud of daggers. Fire and dark element. This magic creates a sea of daggers, revolving around the user, in a 1-meter outer radius from the body. Michael read the magic's description and was satisfied with its defensive abilities. It would be very useful to a guy like him who didn't like to fight with his hands. Thanks, Michael said. Just then another mage walked towards them and got curious as to what they were doing. I just won my match and we're supposed to be fighting next round. Wait, looks like you lost your game, the scruffy man said as he observed the chessboard. The bespectacled man quickly explained. What happened was... What? A few minutes later, the scruffy man was all caught up with what happened in the match. Then he couldn't help but look at Michael and ask, 100 gold if I win, right? A devious smile appeared on Michael's face. And so the grift began. A few minutes later, Michael had another win in his belt. I lost, the scruffy mage said in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe how easily a 5-year-old kid beat him in just a couple of moves. Michael felt bad for the guy. It was as if they were the kid, and he was the adult bullying them in a grown man's game. As a consolation prize, he decided to give him pointers on how to avoid being checkmated in less than 20 moves. When I put my queen here, you should have been wary of my next move because... Michael replayed the moves on the chessboard and taught the scruffy mage about what would have happened if he made the right moves. The man slapped his own head after realizing how much he blundered. And he couldn't believe that Michael was able to think that far ahead. The man had to put down his hat on the table, showing Michael the respect he deserved. You have bested me clear as day. And as promised, I will hold up my end of the bargain and perform one of my signature 4-star spells. The scruffy man raised his hand and snapped his fingers, with mana particles shooting out of his hand and forming into a definite shape once it was out in the air. An animate crow with a transparent body, entirely made out of violet mystic energy, appeared in the air. The crow circled Michael's head, with its eyes showing clarity as if it were a real living being. Michael looked back at the man and saw his eyes had turned milky white. This is a 4-star spell called Mystic Crow Summon. It allows you to create a crow that you can completely control. Magic theory acquired. Mystic Crow Summon. What? Dark and lightning element. This magic creates a summoned crow. The user can see everything that the crow sees. These were very useful spells that Michael could use someday. The Cloud of Daggers looked like a great offensive and defensive spell, while the Mystic Crow Summon was great for scouting ahead. Even though he wasn't planning on putting himself in danger, he couldn't deny that the danger could come to him at some point in the future. This was a fantasy world after all. Young man, can I have a go next? Michael saw a couple more mages waiting in line to sit at the chair opposite him. They were part of the small crowd that saw what Michael did to defeat the scruffy magician. They felt amazed at his chess strategies and wanted to fight him at least once. But perhaps the reason why they were so eager to play against him was the tutoring session after each battle. The 2 mages that Michael defeated came out of the match with looks of excitement and curiosity. They wanted to experience that too. And the price to pay for this immensely helpful lesson was just a simple magic presentation for the little child. It was more than a bargain, seeing that they were being personally tutored by a master of chess. As long as you show me your spells, I'm willing to take you on, Michael said, preparing the chess pieces for another game. What? Time passed by as Michael defeated mage after mage without breaking a sweat. These mages were so inexperienced with chess that they were falling for easy traps and setups that were extremely popular back in his previous life. Michael exploited this weakness to defeat as many mages as possible, with the express intent of farming their magic spells. And as he defeated more and more, he started to gather the attention of the whole room. Even one of the front runners to win the whole chess tournament was tempted to fight against Michael. And as usual, Michael beat him as well, albeit with a little more effort. This skyrocketed his reputation within the Magic Tower, with almost all the mages lining up to try and get a chance to beat the unstoppable 5-year-old kid. Magic theory acquired. Magic theory acquired. Magic theory acquired. Magic theory acquired. What? Please let me go next. One mage pushed through the crowd and raised his hand. No, I'm next. I've been waiting for forever. Another mage pushed him back. I should go next. I already beat you, so there's no chance you'll win against the kid. Winning isn't my intention. I just want to learn how to get better. Michael sat in the middle of the library, with his table getting crowded by a sea of overly eager mages. He was glad that he was learning a lot of spells, but there came a point where there were just too many of them. Most of the spells he learned were cool, but had little practical uses. He had to get picky. The spells I'm seeing are getting boring. If any one of you can present me with an interesting spell, then I'll battle them next round, Michael announced. His words sent the mages into a frenzy. They immediately shouted their most secret and sacred spells out loud, just so that they could get a chance to play a round of chess with Michael. I can show you a 4-star spell called Duplicity. It will create 3 clones beside you that make it virtually impossible to see which one is the real thing. That's nothing. My 4-star spell can summon a giant meteor from the sky to rain down onto the ground. I have a 5-star spell called Cloud Surf. You can summon a moving cloud under your feet that you can use to traverse the air like a bird. Michael was interested in a lot of them, but he couldn't decide which one he was going to choose. Just then, amid all the chaotic shouting of the mages, an old serene voice somehow won amongst the rest and reached Michael's ears. Gugagugu, if it's a spell you want to see, then how about an 8-star spell called Draconic Blaze? The rest of the mages went silent as they heard this voice. They wouldn't dare speak out. They slowly made way for him as he walked towards Michael with a leisurely step. By now, the crowd around the library had got a lot larger. A friend told a friend who told a friend that a genius 5-year-old kid was beating up the mages at Reborn chess. They all came to the magic tower, flooding the 2nd floor just for a chance to see one of the games. Whoa, who's that old dude? He looks weak. Why do the other mages let him be the next one in line? From what they saw, the old man had just arrived and didn't even participate in the previous chess tournament. There were plenty of other candidates who hadn't gotten their chance. But strangely enough, the competitive mages meekly stepped aside and let the old man approach the table. Silence was their only response. As the normal people tried to wonder about the real identity of the old man, one of the more knowledgeable citizens had a glint of recognition in his eyes. I recognize him, that white beard flowing down to his waist, that peaceful smile on his face, the white pointy hat, that's the Tower Master. The spectators gasped. Nobody had ever seen the rumored 8-star Tower Master of Kingsbridge out in the open. They heard he stayed at the top of the magic tower at all times and only bothered to come down during important events. They didn't think this would be considered as one. He's the Tower Master. Michael thought. I thought he was just joking about knowing an 8-star magic spell. The Tower Master kept his smile as he sat down opposite Michael at the chess table. How about it, kid? Do we have an agreement? If you beat me, I will perform one of my best spells in front of your very eyes. Michael pondered for a second. And what if I lose? The Tower Master smiled, impressed that a 5-year-old kid had the presence of mind to worry about consequences. If you lose, you'll join our magic tower as my apprentice. The Tower Master's declaration sent the mages into an uproar. Becoming the apprentice of the 8-star tranquil blazing king of fire was an intensely coveted position that most prodigies fail to even qualify for. They were confused as to why that was the losing condition. It was a prize for the 5-year-old kid rather than a punishment. And even then, they couldn't understand why the Tower Master offered such a prestigious honor to this child. Sure, he was, by all extents, a prodigious talent in chess, but that wasn't enough to become the Tower Master's apprentice. Who is this kid, anyway? I thought he was just a normal child, but is there something special with him? Even the spectators above couldn't help but gossip about Michael. Most of the people here were fans of mages, so they knew about the best talents and upcoming geniuses of the younger generation. But none of them recognized Michael. He wasn't from the famous magic families or the talented knight families. This intrigued them. If Michael was talented enough in magic that the Tower Master was offering him an apprenticeship, they should have known about him by now. But Michael's identity was still shrouded in mystery. They would have never thought that the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family, a lineage known only for their business acumen, would bring the most talented up-and-coming magician of the current times. What's wrong? Don't like the conditions? The Tower Master asked, stroking his long white beard. Although Michael wasn't worried about losing, he didn't like the idea of being forced to stay in the magic tower for his entire life. Are you perhaps scared of losing? The old man teased. And that was enough reason for Michael. Let's play then, Michael said as he moved the white pawn. What? Immediately, Michael realized that he was playing with an opponent unlike anyone he had ever played before. It was as if he was playing against someone from his previous life, who knew all the tricks and openings established through 1,000 years of chess history. He had to think longer about making his moves, or else he would find himself on the losing side. He had to get serious. The rest of the mages and spectators observed the high-level battle between the two of them with nothing but silence, reigning in their gasps of surprise whenever one of them made an amazing move. Time passed as Michael and the Tower Master engaged in a close battle, exchanging captures with each other. Slowly their pieces lessened, with each side playing with nothing but their pawns, a bishop and their king. Whoa, the two of them are head-to-head. I don't know who's winning. Nobody had ever lasted this long against the kid. Has he met his match? I think the Tower Master will win. He's a world-class 8-star wizard after all. The moves continued, with Michael's only bishop getting cornered by 2 pawns. He had a choice to make. He could choose to save his bishop, but risk his king at an unfavorable position, or let his only bishop be captured, turning the tides on their battle for the Tower Master. Either way, it looked like the old man was about to win. It was a delicate situation. Would you like me to show you a checkmate win in 7 moves? Asked ChatJK1. There's no need, Michael replied. Although he looked like he was in trouble, Michael had seen enough late-game moves from some of the pros back in his previous life to know exactly how to win this game. It's your move next, said the Tower Master, with a bit of haughtiness in his voice. He thought he had the game in the bag. But as Michael reached for his move, he chose to pick up a pawn on the opposite side of the board, completely surprising the crowd and the Tower Master. They gasped, thinking that the 5-year-old boy finally made a blunder. But the more knowledgeable chess players considered Michael's move and tried to play it out in their heads. And they quickly realized that this was a killing move. A frown formed on the Tower Master's face as he too realized the significance of that seemingly blunder-like move. After a few seconds, a smile broke out on his face, continuing with a raucous laughter that filled the library. I lost. Tower Master, realizing his inevitable defeat, chose to surrender rather than play out the game. No matter what move he made, Michael would have cornered his king either way. There was amusement on the 8-star wizard as he looked at Michael. He had heard a lot about the Vanderbilt boy, but thought that they were too far-fetched to believe. He heard from his previous student, Lilia, that Michael created running water without the use of magic, created a mechanism to keep accurate track of time, and even made a hot spring in their backyard. Knowing about Lilia's tendency to become too proud of her son, the Tower Master thought that she was exaggerating. But after witnessing him up close and personal, he was convinced. This child was brilliant, plain, and simple. He too had become one of the mages addicted to the game of reborn chess and played it nonstop ever since it was invented. It even led to a rumor that he stayed in his room all day like a hermit. But in truth, he was busy playing reborn chess with other intellectuals at his level. It came to a point where he thought he was the best player in the game. He was proven wrong. The Tower Master wanted Michael to be his apprentice just for his chess talents alone. That way, he could have someone to play reborn chess with every day. But the Tower Master noticed something else within the boy. Even when the child was busy concentrating on the game, the elemental mana particles continued to be absorbed into his body. It wasn't being sucked into his body. The more proper explanation was that the mana particles shot themselves toward him, as if he was deeply beloved by the universe. It was as if he was in a state of perpetual meditation, continuously gathering mana and improving his cores at all times. It took the Tower Master 2 decades to master that technique, yet a 5-year-old child was able to do it flawlessly. Michael's level of genius was simply absurd. When he heard that Michael had a quadruple mana mastery, he wanted to teach the child personally and lead him to the peak of mystic arts. But he quickly realized that Michael was too talented. All magic came naturally for the child, and any guidance he would teach him could have the opposite effect. After all, just like every mage in the world, he was stuck as an 8-star mage with no way of advancing. He didn't want Michael to become like him. Perhaps it was better to let Michael grow naturally, just like the previous legendary heroes of old who reached the mythical 9-star realm. I haven't introduced myself, the Tower Master said. I am Severus Augendor, the 10th Master of the Kingsbridge Magic Tower. Michael accepted his hands and introduced himself as well. I'm Michael von Vanderbilt. And when the crowd heard his surname, they went into an uproar. Vanderbilt. He's the youngest son of that family. Whoa. Vanderbilt was able to beat the Tower Master in reborn chess. Who knew they birthed such a talented young child? Seeing the rowdy spectators, Cerberus invited Michael to a more private location. "Let's talk in my chambers," he said before snapping his fingers. And suddenly, Michael found himself in a completely different room, away from the noisy library and the chess-hungry mages. Instant teleportation. ChatJK1, tell me you were able to analyze that. Analyzing magic. Magic theory acquired. Translocation. Light and dark element. This magic allows the user to teleport to any location that the user has visited before. Just learning a 7-star teleportation spell was enough for this whole trip to be worth it. Where are we? Michael looked around and saw a huge dome chamber with a clear window overlooking the skies. Complicated magic circles floated all around the room, along with different mundane objects like pens and globes acting without gravity. "This is the top floor of the magic tower, my solace, my sanctum, and the only place that I call home," Cerberus said, spreading his hands. Michael wouldn't have guessed that answer. This chamber didn't look like a room, but a space observatory instead. There wasn't even a bed in sight for anyone to sleep in. "What's that?" Michael asked as he pointed at the center of the room, where a large collection of floating light points were connected through intersecting lines. It looked like one of those virtual projections of neural networks that he saw in sci-fi movies back in his previous life. "That is a library," Cerberus explained. "Every book, scroll, and knowledge that the magic tower has accumulated throughout all the years is contained here in this place." Michael couldn't help but stare in wonder at the magic tower's library. This must have been the equivalent of a computer in this fantasy world, which was probably even more complicated since magic was more complex than a bunch of ones and zeros. "I promised you the presentation of an 8-star magic spell, but I'll give you the chance for something better. You're planning on learning about better spells, right? Well, it's better to start at the beginning. I can give you access to the best magic spells this world can offer, from the easiest 1-star spell to the very complicated 8-star spell. In the future, you can visit this magic tower and access this magical library to learn and get better at casting the mystic arts." Cerberus' proposal was a lot better than their original deal, so Michael was inclined to accept. Since this magical library contained all the spells that this magic tower accumulated throughout its entire history, Michael would gain more spells in the long run. But then a thought popped up in his head. The thought was so shocking that it sent a bolt of electricity running through his spine. His idea was so bold and enticing that his body couldn't help itself and moved entirely on its own. Michael walked forward, his eyes staring at the moving points and lines of the library. He raised his hand and touched one of the floating points. As soon as his skin made contact with the network, a ripple in reality propagated through the magic library like a serene pond being touched by a bird's beak. Suddenly, all the information in the magic library transferred from the tip of his hands all the way over to his brain. Connecting to the magic library. Downloading its contents. Warning: there is an overload of information surging through your mind. Emergency shutdown of your body engaged for safety purposes. Michael saw the world turn dark as his body slumped down on the floor. Updating software. Supreme skill obtained. Emergency shutdown lifted in 3, 2, 1. Michael regained his senses, and the first thing he noticed was the heaviness in his chest. It felt like his ribcage was about to be crushed. "Am I dying again? Oh, Michael, what happened to you?" Michael thought he was going to meet God again after just 5 years of reincarnation, but the sobbing voice of his mother brought him back to reality. He slowly opened his eyes, reminiscent of when he was born 5 years ago. "Mom!" Lalia had her head on his chest, embracing him with such a grip that even death itself could not rip her little boy away from her arms. She was the reason why his heart felt so heavy. "Oh, Michael, you're awake." Lalia brightened up once she saw her dear boy open his eyes. She immediately wrapped her hands around his head, almost suffocating him. "Lalia, it's not a good idea to smother the boy after he just woke up." Michael heard the voice of Cerberus in the room, but he couldn't see him courtesy of his mother. "HPMH. This is your fault, old man. We leave him in your care for half a day, and you already made him pass out. We're never returning to this place ever again," Lalia said, hissing at the revered 8-star wizard like he was an unwanted fly in the room. "Please, honey. Even if he was your master, you cannot talk to a tower master like this." Bart tried to talk some sense into his wife, but she was far too emotional after hearing about Michael's sudden collapse. "No, it's all right," said Cerberus, admitting his fault. I didn't know he would pass out after making contact with the magic library. I have never heard of this phenomenon before, and for that, I apologize. Michael himself didn't know what happened. Last thing he remembered was the feeling of his entire body, heating up like an intense fever, had overcome his entire being. He felt his head swell up, as if he had been doing a handstand for an hour and pooling all the blood into his brain. He thought his head was about to explode. But after that, he remembered nothing. Hey ChatJK1, what happened to me after I touched the magic library? Greetings, Michael. Immediately, something was weird. ChatJK1 never addressed him by his name before, only by you or user. What's happening? Making contact with the magic library allowed all its contents to be downloaded into this network. However, the amount of information contained in those nodes far surpassed the capacity of your adolescent brain. To prevent further damage, the emergency shutdown of your body was initiated. During your unconsciousness, I have used the entire contents of the magic library to upgrade this software. Greetings, Michael. I am ChatJK2, your personal AI assistant, knowledgeable in the mystic arts. Michael knew that something would happen once he touched the network of the magic library, but he would have never expected that it would lead to an upgraded software of ChatJK1. Knowledgeable in the mystic arts. Does that mean that you know a lot about magic and spells? Yes, Michael. Magic library consists of a lot of basic knowledge about the magic that was gathered in the entire 893 years of history of the Kingsbridge Magic Tower. Cool. What can you do with that? Using the current understanding of magic in this world, I was able to compile your magical abilities into an easy system for you to understand. Would you like to see it? Of course, Michael said yes. And the moment he did, he saw words and graph tables floating in front of him like a screen. He immediately recognized this to be a system, just like the ones he saw in anime and fantasy books. But unlike other systems, Michael's looked simple. Michael von Vanderbilt. Magic Talent SSS Plus Class. Element Mastery NA. Magic Purity 99.99%. Mana Quantity NA. Realm 2-star Novice Magician. Michael looked at the contents of his system and couldn't help but complain about its incomplete data. His mastery and mana quantity were written down as NA, meaning not applicable. He didn't understand it. The current method to gauge a mage's element mastery does not apply to you. They do not account for a single mage to have the talent and mastery in every mana element in existence. Oh, it's good then. This is probably one of the talents that God gave me when I was reincarnated. I'm just talented in all magic, I guess. If the Tower Master heard Michael's thoughts, he would have passed out from shock. What about my magic quantity? Why doesn't it have any number? The method to measure the mana gathered in the core is not applicable to your current situation. Why not? Mana gathering that you are currently using is optimized only for the earth mana. Since you are talented in all the elements, it is inadvisable to continue using this mana gathering for the other elements in your body. Magic Library contains other mana gathering techniques that are specialized for the other mana elements. However, it is inefficient to use a different meditation technique for each elemental mana in your body. Using the newly acquired mystic art knowledge from the Magic Library, a synthesized version of all mana gathering techniques has been created during the software update. Michael watched as a few words appeared in his vision, with their font and style evoking a sense of grandiosity, along with the golden aura surrounding each letter. Supreme Skill, Unity Gathering. Whoa, a Supreme Skill, that sounds supreme. Supreme Skill, Unity Gathering will allow you to gather any and all mana in your surroundings, bypassing the need to store them in your cores. Your mana quantity is virtually limitless. You have a unique sense for the mana in your surroundings, with no spell preventing you from seeing mana anywhere. You have mastery over all mana, whether they be out in the open or contained in any vessel. Those last words evoked a jolt from Michael once he realized the full potential of his supreme skill. If those words worked just as he thought, then it might be the most broken skill in existence. ChatJK2, does my supreme skill allow me to control mana that is not mine? That is correct. You are able to exert influence over other beings' mana. The level of control you have over their mana will depend on the difference in the mastery of the spell. Michael had to admit that the supreme skill he obtained was nothing less than a golden cheat like those powers in anime and fantasy books. If he could control the mana of anyone he met, then he could disrupt any spell they were trying to cast. Or better yet, he could turn the magic around and let the caster be the target of their own spell. So this is a supreme skill. I'm surprised you're able to make such a strong skill on your own, ChatJK2. That is one of the benefits of the software update. Does this mean that you can create any kind of spell that I can think of? Can you synthesize everything into a magic spell? Synthesizing new spells is possible. However, it is only limited to 3-star magic spells and below. The information stored in this magic library is expansive, but there are still a lot of gaps in knowledge. To synthesize new spells above the 3-star level, a new software update is required. Obtaining new information from other sources, such as a magic library, will contribute well to the next update. Then ChatJK2 flashed a progress bar in his vision. Progress to next update, 0%. It was as if ChatJK2 was giving him a request. Give me more mystic knowledge, it said. Of course, Michael was incredibly motivated to do so as well. After all, the stronger his personal AI assistant became, the easier his life became. Case in point, he earned a really powerful supreme skill this time around. He could only imagine what more he would get in the next update. Michael inwardly decided to find more sources of knowledge in the future. Oh baby, what's happening to you? Lalia noticed Michael's absent stare into the void and thought something had gone wrong with him again. Michael quickly snapped out of his focus on ChatJK2 and back to the present. And the first thing he noticed was that he could see, with crystal clear clarity, all the mana present in the Tower Master's chamber. Mana looked like fuzzy microscopic balls made out of tiny wiggling strings. And as he observed the mana around him, it looked like the mana was observing him as well. They regarded him with curiosity, as if this was the first time someone had actually looked at them with such clarity. Then Michael's eyes were drawn to his mother, where he saw the intricate crystalline core forming inside her body. Suddenly, a screen popped up in front of his eyes, detailing her magic qualities. Lilia von Vanderbilt. Title: Earthen Witch of the West. Magic Talent: S-Class. Element Mastery: Earth. Magic Purity: 90%. Mana Quantity: 91,493 mana. Realm: 7-star Expert Mage. So this is what it means to sense all mana in my surroundings. This is very useful. Michael realized he was still staring at his mother, so he quickly shook his head and acted normally. I'm fine, Mom. I was just trying to get a grip on myself. Lalia rubbed his hair in worry. Don't push yourself too much, dear. Meanwhile, Bart looked over to Cerberus. Tower Master, is there any way we can be sure that this won't happen again? The 8-star mage was ashamed to say that he was clueless. He couldn't find the answer as to why Michael passed out after touching the magic library. I don't know why it happened, but I can assure you that there is no threat to Michael's body. I checked his well-being the entire time and saw no signs of degradation in his mental and physical state. It was as if he was just asleep. Bart felt relieved after hearing that. It was a scary thought to think that Michael would suddenly drop unconscious out of nowhere without an explanation. Can we do something to prevent it? Bart asked. Cerberus stroked his long white beard and pondered for a second. Then he snapped his fingers and manifested an old and tattered brown book with its pages yellowing from years of exposure. It's best if Michael focuses on improving his physical health first and foremost. His magical talents have manifested too early, creating an imbalance in his body that may have contributed to his sudden unconsciousness. The Tower Master walked over to Michael and handed him the book. This is an earth magic technique that can help you improve your body by strengthening it with earth mana, turning it as resilient as the hardest of minerals. You will have a natural earth defense in your body without ever casting a single spell. This is a progressive technique, meaning that it will get better the more you practice and master it. Magic technique starts as a 1-star spell, but has the potential to reach the 9-star level. Michael received the book with dust poofing out of the cover. This spell can reach the 9-star level. Michael asked in wonderment. Yes, but it is quite an outdated practice, because it takes a lot of time and commitment for one to reach a reasonably strong defense. This was a product of a time when defensive spells were uncommon. Once more emerged that could be cast within a second and didn't need copious amounts of time to practice, this technique became obsolete. But it doesn't matter to you. We only need to improve your physical resiliency, so practicing this technique till the 2nd level will suffice. Lilia quickly took the book and nodded to herself, feeling that it was a sufficient earth technique for Michael to learn. As soon as we get home, I'll help you train so that this will never happen again. Michael and his family went back to the Vanderbilt residence soon after the business with the magic tower was over. Lilia didn't want Michael to spend another second in that place, fearing that he would fall unconscious yet again. But thankfully, Cerberus certified his talent in magic, officially recording him as a quadruple talent mage. Michael looked at the tattered book in his hands. This was the magic technique given to him by the Tower Master to improve his physical well-being. According to him, this magic had the potential to become a 9-star spell. This made Michael wonder why it wasn't very popular with mages now. It seemed like such a good spell. ChatJK2, can you read the contents of this book? Certainly. ChatJK2 replied. Michael flipped through the pages, taking careful caution not to rip the paper out of the book. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for ChatJK2 to completely absorb the technique into its memory. Magic theory obtained. Progress to next update, 0.01%. Internal Earth Defense. Plus, Earth Element. This is a passive spell that is always activated and needs no intervention from the user. Earth mana must be integrated into the user's skin and internal organs, creating an internal defense with the same hardness and resilience as Earth minerals. This skill proves to be an unbreakable defense against air element attacks, as long as the attacking spell is not higher than the star rating of this skill. The user must continue to cultivate the skill to improve its star rating. Michael looked at the description of the skill and realized why it had fallen out of fashion with most mages. To improve the defense, Michael had to gather earth mana and imbue it onto his entire body. The problem was that he had to take precious time away from improving his mana core to continue cultivating this one spell. Most mages would rather not waste time building an earth-type defense and continue to improve their mana cores. Although this type of defense was good against air magic because of the inherent advantage of earth over air, it wasn't that good of a defense against other elements. It would be better to learn defense spells of different elements to keep themselves safe. I like the idea of a passive defense, but it's only good against air magic. ChatJK2, can you create this kind of spell, but in different elements so that I can have a defense against every element magic spell? Creating defense spells is possible. However, it is inadvisable for you to cultivate multiple of them at the same time, as it would waste too much time and resources. Would you like me to synthesize a new skill instead? You can do that. Wait, what's the difference between a skill and a spell? Michael received the supreme skill, but didn't want to think too much about it because it was too powerful. However, now was the perfect time for him to know the distinction between the two. According to the records in the Magic Tower, a spell is something that mages cast using the mana in their cores. Anyone can learn a magic spell as long as they know the magic theory, and anyone can cast them as long as they have the right mana in their cores. A skill is different because they are spells that cannot be learned through normal means. It is a talent that manifests naturally and cannot be taught to other beings. Would you like me to create a new skill with your specifications? Michael nodded his head enthusiastically. Skills looked to be a much more special type of spell, one that was unique to each individual. Why wouldn't Michael want one for himself? Synthesizing new skill. Complete. Skill. Absolute Unity Defense. Plus, Unity Element. This skill creates a passive defense against any and all types of magic. This defense is impervious to any magic spells or skills that are below or the same star rating as this skill. Cultivating this skill does not interfere with the growth of the mana cores. Michael stared in wonder at the new skill given to him by ChatJK2. This was the type of defense that he desired for all this time. If he cultivated this skill to the 2-star rating, then he wouldn't be hurt or affected by all kinds of 2-star spells. It was much better than the original technique, since that one only protected him against air spells. Since this skill used all types of mana, or what ChatJK2 liked to call unity, there was virtually no weakness that other mages could exploit. It didn't matter if they threw blazing magma, raging lightning bolts, or freezing icicles. None of them would break his defense. The best part was that this skill could continue to grow up to a 9-star rating, meaning that in the future, he would be practically invincible. Michael von Vanderbilt. Magic Talent, SSS Plus Class. Element Mastery, NA. Magic Purity, 99.99%. Mana Quantity, NA. Realm 2 star novice magician. Progress to next update 0.01%. Supreme skill Unity gathering. Skills: Absolute Unity defense. Learned spells: 1 star. Water ball. Ember. Rocks throw. Judging from the way Chat JK2 presented his skills, it looked like he could get more of them in the future. As for his supreme skill, Michael treated it like a trump card or an ultimate power. He doubted that he could get something that powerful again. What? Michael continued his daily life in the mansion, with his mother preventing him from leaving the mansion for the time being. She was even more traumatized than him after his episode at the Magic Tower. She didn't allow him to leave the estate for as long as she was sure that he would never fall unconscious ever again. And to achieve that, she continued to teach and tutor Michael on improving his physical well-being. She helped him practice the internal earth defense spell that Cerberus gave him. Secretly, though, he improved his absolute unity defense skill instead. He did 100 push-ups every day, ran a 2-kilometer circumference around the estate, and did 100 crunches all while gathering mana in his body, strengthening it from the inside and out. Time passed until it was 5 years later. A young boy looked at his reflection in the mirror. He tugged on his golden hair, which had grown long enough to reach his ears. Instead of the skinny boy from before, Michael had grown into the makings of a man. Now that he was 10 years old, his body had started to develop with a little more meat on his bones. Training nothing but his body for the last 5 years had allowed him to reach good physical fitness, even better than his previous life. He put on his clothes and strolled out of his room with a pep in his step. Beretta, the veteran maid, passed by him with a plate full of food on both her hands. "Young master, please take an umbrella with you when you go out." "It's raining outside," she warned. But Michael continued to walk out the door without a care in the world. Just as Beretta warned, there was quite a bit of downpour outside, even though the skies looked so clear. It didn't matter, though. He stepped foot outside, with the raindrops falling just an inch short of Michael's entire body. A strange, almost invisible, layer of prismatic coating prevented the water from wetting his hair and clothes. Michael had practiced his absolute unity defense skill to the 4-star level, meaning that he was invulnerable to any and all kinds of magic that were below the 4th level. And since rain was a naturally occurring source of water mana, it was equivalent to a 1-star water ball spell. If he didn't want to get wet, Michael would never get wet. As for his mana cores, he was the equivalent of a 4-star mage as well. He would have advanced much further, but the presence of unique elements such as the lightning and poison mana were hard to acquire. He had to ask Cerberus for some mana stones that contained those elements. The Tower Master frequented the Vanderbilt estate with the pretense of overlooking Michael's magic, but in truth, the old man simply wanted to play reborn chess with him. Of course, Michael would always win. And the funny thing was that the Tower Master wasn't even the second best player in the Vanderbilt estate. That honor was retained by Sebastian, who came very close to beating Michael a couple of times throughout the years. Magic wasn't the only thing that Michael worked on for the last 5 years. His reborn company continued to expand its name throughout the other cities and villages. Business had been slowly growing, with his income becoming too much to even count. Michael didn't bother with all of those because most of the money they earned was invested back into the company. Cassell continued to employ craftsmen, blacksmiths, and even mages under the company banner, expanding the products they could produce. Of course, he continued to invent new things to keep their products fresh in people's minds. For example, Michael created the very first matchstick. He wasn't going to sell it at first and only intended it to help the maids light fires during the winter. But once Cassell saw how easy it was to create fire without magic, she begged him to let her sell it as a reborn product. Just like the first boom of soap and shampoo, matchsticks became a hot product in their business. But even though the number of matchboxes they sold far outnumbered the number of soap and shampoo they sold, it didn't bring in much money. After all, he only sold the matchboxes at about 20 copper coins. Despite that, it was still worth it. This ended up becoming the catalyst that helped Reborn become widely known in the small villages and cities outside Kingsbridge. After all, the citizens of those places didn't have money to hire their own fire mages like the wealthy citizens of Kingsbridge. So having easy access to fire became a literal lifesaver for most people, which was what Michael wanted in the first place. He created more products that greatly improved people's quality of life. He created the compass, which became a must-buy for people traveling all the time. Another was eyeglasses, which allowed most people to regain their ability to read. All of those contributed to the profit and reputation of the Reborn company. One big project he worked on during the years was a revolutionary form of transportation, the bicycle. He still wouldn't forget that moment when everyone in the Vanderbilt estate gathered in the backyard to try out the bicycles on their own. Many fell to the ground, getting cuts and bruises on their elbows. But still, the smiles on their faces were priceless. His mother and father tried it as well, with Bart quickly getting captivated with the desire to use it for his daily trips to Kingsbridge. Of course, that was quickly shut down once Lilia and the maids expressed their concerns about his safety. The bike was much faster than walking, with less effort as well. It was especially useful for the maids and butlers, who had to traverse the large and expansive Vanderbilt estate every day, keeping the area well tended. With the help of ChatJK2 and the myriad of 2 to 3 star magic spells in his repertoire, he was able to construct these inventions without much trouble at all. As long as it didn't require a source of energy, he could create anything. That was until now. After 5 years of constant failure, trial and error, spending blood, sweat, and tears, Michael finally created a working prototype of an engine. This particular type of machine needed a lot of perfect pieces, with even just a little bit of an imperfection turning the entire thing useless. The problem was that the materials needed to be strong enough to handle the pressure. However, that meant that it would be a lot harder for Michael to bend the materials to his desired specifications. But after 5 years of working on it constantly, it was finally done. Michael walked into his project room and assembled the parts into one machine, with the final piece fitting with a satisfying clink. Now he just needed fuel, and he could finally harness electricity. Michael walked up to his parents' master bedroom to ask them where he could buy a gallon of petroleum oil. He needed a lot of them for his electricity project to succeed. Knock, knock. Excitedly, he opened the door without waiting for a response. And when he walked in, he noticed that Bart and Lilia were in the middle of discussing something serious. It seemed that this wasn't the right time to ask for a favor. Sorry, Michael said. I should have waited. Bart shook his head. It's all right, son. Come on in. We were just about to call for you. Michael observed the serious look on their faces. Is something wrong? He asked. His mother motioned for him to sit on the bed with her, which he complied. Then she started to rub his hair, just like she used to when he was smaller. Dear Michael, you know that you are about to turn 10 years old, correct? Michael was aware of his birthday, but he didn't think it was anything special. After all, he already convinced them to forego a lavish party a few birthdays ago. Son, you don't know this, but 10 years old is an important milestone for a child. I am not exaggerating when I say that it will change your future, Bart said, crossing his arms. Michael frowned. What are you talking about? At 10 years old, a child will have the opportunity to have what's called a talent awakening, his mother explained. What's that? Michael asked, completely clueless. Talent is inherent in every person. It is the thing that they most excel at, even if they know it or not. And with a talent awakening, they can find out that inherent aptitude they had all their life. Michael had ChatJK2 search the records in the Magic Library about a talent awakening, but there was not a single book that detailed what it was. What will I get if I awaken a talent? Michael asked. Someone who awakens a talent will gain new spells that only they can learn. Those spells will have something to do with the talent they awakened. For example, someone I know gained the talent called Magma Technician. One of the spells they gained was called Magma Swim, giving them the ability to live in a volcano and remain unharmed. A glint of recognition flashed through Michael's eyes. Her explanation was very similar to what he heard 5 years ago. The unique spells that people learn because of their talent is called a skill. Michael's eyes widened. This was the exact explanation ChatJK2 gave him when describing the difference between a spell and a skill. He didn't know that people gained a skill through their talent. He even thought that it was something that ChatJK2 made up on its own. Meanwhile, Lilia saw Michael's stern face. Her heart ached, thinking that her son was worrying about the talent he was going to get. Don't worry, my dear son. I'm sure that with your aptitude in magic, you will get a talent related to your quadruple mastery cores. I'll predict it now. You'll have a talent that will allow you to harness all 4 elements and combine them into one. I'm sure you'll get a supreme skill. Lilia declared. Michael's jaw dropped. Honey, don't get the boy's hopes up. You do know that a supreme skill hasn't shown up in our country in more than 100 years, right? Bart remained the realist. HMPH, you don't believe in your son. With how smart he is, I'm sure he'll gain one. Lilia insisted. Of course I believe in Michael. I just think it's best if we don't have any expectations for his talent awakening. Bart then approached his son and ruffled his head. Michael, we love you no matter what talent you awaken. You know that, right? But the 10-year-old Michael still couldn't believe it. Even though he hadn't undergone the talent awakening yet, he already had a skill of his own, a supreme skill at that. He didn't even know that was possible. A supreme skill. What's that? Michael asked awkwardly. A supreme skill is an extremely broken power that can rewrite reality itself. From what I know, there are only about 10 of them in the entire world, and each of their wielders are beings of immense strength and power. The current king of the seas controls the oceans because of his supreme skill. The monstrous demon king commands the respect of all monsters because of her supreme skill. The draconic empress reigns supreme over her entire race because of her supreme skill. Michael, do not be let down when you don't get a supreme skill. They are too powerful to be left in too many hands, so God only bestows them upon a very select few. Bart's explanation made Michael sober up. He would have never thought that the skill he obtained from ChatJK2's software update would turn out to be so special. He knew it was strong, but he didn't know it was rule the world strong. There's no use arguing about it here. We should head over to Kingsbridge right now and visit the church, Lilia said, already packing for the trip. Michael didn't know what would happen to him in his talent awakening. What do you think, ChatJK2? I do not have enough knowledge about the subject. However, I can assure you that if you receive a talent, acquiring another supreme skill is more than possible. ChatJK2, according to my parents, supreme skills aren't that easy to get. And I already have one of my own, thanks to you. I doubt I'll get lucky again, right? Michael journeyed with his parents to Kingsbridge after 5 years of staying inside the Vanderbilt estate this entire time. It was winter time this season, so Michael had to cast a few ember spells along the way just to keep the carriage warm enough to enjoy. Of course, he didn't forget their trusty horse, whose entire body was warmed through Michael's fire spells, making the journey easy for the animal. They reached the walls of Kingsbridge and saw snow piled up on top of the walkways. Soldiers were rubbing their arms as they inspected the carriages entering the city. As usual, their carriage was quickly let in without much trouble. Michael peeked out of the windows and saw how business had been booming for the Reborn company. Anywhere he looked, he saw men and women buying or carrying matchboxes to keep themselves warm. They used it to create a warm fireplace, they used it to light a camp outside to play, and their children used it to act like mages casting fire spells. Look, Mom. I'm a fire wizard, said an excited boy to his mother while lighting a match. Yes. You are, replied a happy mother. She was wearing a distinct type of eyeglasses that Reborn company sold for cheap that fixed nearsightedness. I'll play Reborn chess so that I can be smart enough to join the Magic Tower, declared the little boy. Numerous families were happy this winter, and it was all because of the inventions of the Reborn company. That mother was able to get a good job as a clerk at a bank because she could finally read texts on paper using Reborn eyeglasses. Because of that, she no longer had to worry about purchasing food this winter. And she even had spare money to buy her kid a chessboard. It also helped that they didn't have to pay an exorbitant amount of money to hire a fire mage to keep their house warm. A single 20 copper matchstick was enough. Reborn made everyone's lives a lot more comfortable. And because of this small company had been marked in their hearts as their savior. Michael smiled, feeling satisfied that even if it was just a little bit, he was able to help these people become as comfortable as he was. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. ACHOO. He heard the sounds of sneezing and coughing all around the streets. More often than not, Michael saw men and women walking through the roads with sunken eyes and dry skin, as if they were on the brink of death. What's going on with them? Michael asked. Honey, put your head back in the carriage. There's disease spreading through the city. We're only here for your talent awakening. Can't have you getting sick on your most important day, his mother warned. Dad, why are they sick? Bart pulled Michael inside the carriage before answering. It happens quite often during the winter. Mages are doing all they can to cure it, but there's only a limited number of them who can perform healing. Just then, the familiar stink of the river dames entered the carriage and assaulted Michael's nose. He still hasn't gotten used to it. It's probably the river pollution that's spreading the disease. As long as they don't fix the problem, no wonder people still get sick. Michael had the idea of building a sewer system for the city, but found it to be too big to undergo when he was 5 years old. He started to reconsider the idea. The carriage finally reached the church, which was built like the cathedrals he had seen in his previous life. The buildings were domed, with towering spires at each top. And when they walked inside, Michael saw the pews lined up on each side, with religious figures and paintings filling the space between the pillars. The church was dead empty, with nothing but silence filling the space. He guessed that just like in his previous life, churches were only active during Mass times. The candles flickered as Michael walked through the red carpet. "Ah, welcome, Vanderbilt family." A bald man wearing a white robe came from the door from the side of the altar. "Good morning, priest. We're here to have my son Michael awaken his talent," Bart said with respect. The priest nodded, aware of why they visited. "I have heard of the young boy's talents. You need not worry about him, I think. A genius like him will surely awaken a good skill." Lalia's face brightened once she heard that. "You hear that, Michael?" But Michael wasn't paying attention. He looked at the statue of a holy maiden in the middle of the church. "Is that the god?" he asked. The priest nodded. "Yes. She is the supreme goddess of this world, the one who created everything and the one who decides all. This talent awakening will allow you to connect with her holiness for a brief moment, giving you a chance to awaken your true powers. She's a woman. I didn't really notice when I talked to her when I reincarnated." "Are you ready?" the priest asked. Bart and Lilia both guided Michael to the altar and positioned him just in front of the goddess statue. "You will feel yourself falling asleep. Do not fight it. That is part of the ritual," whispered his mother. With everything ready, the priest raised his hand and muttered something under his breath as he channeled the divine power in his body. Michael saw a light flash from the statue's head, slowly intensifying until all his senses were overwhelmed with blindness. "I can't see anything. Is something happening, Chat JK2? You died in PFTTTT. Just kidding." Michael heard an unfamiliar voice answer his head. He slowly opened his eyes and saw himself in a completely different place. The ground he stood on wasn't marble or velvet carpet, but a very fluffy and surprisingly stable cloud. He looked around and saw what looked to be a perfect depiction of heaven. There were clouds everywhere, floating in the air and creating platforms like stairs and ledges. "How have you been liking your new life?" Michael looked to the front and saw a giant feminine face staring down at him. Her red lips could swallow an entire 5-story building. "Are you God?" he asked. "Why, yes, I am. It's only been 10 years, but you already forgot who I am." "I'm sulking." Michael didn't remember God being this beautiful. The goddess pouted, expressing her disappointment in Michael. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I was just a floating soul back then," Michael apologized. "That's fine, I forgive you. After all, you've shown me incredibly entertaining things since you've reincarnated into this world. You aren't mad. I'm practically cheating the advancement of this world's technology." The goddess laughed. "It's fine," she said. "My people have become so used to magic that they never have any advancement in technology at all. It is quite frustrating watching the same thing for thousands upon thousands of years." Michael had a feeling that this was the entire reason why he was reincarnated in the first place. "Anyway, I like what you're doing, so keep at it. I hope you achieve whatever it is you want to achieve, Mr. Stoic." The goddess flashed a vision of the world on the clouds. It showed the happy smiles of women washing their hands with reborn soap. It showed the rowdy crowd of chess players enjoying their game in front of the fireplace, and it showed how much he affected the lives of the people in his life. His mother and father were embracing each other as they watched Michael's body standing still under the goddess statue. Back in the Vanderbilt estate, Beretta no longer arched her back as it ached from fetching pails of water from the well. There were so many more people whose lives had completely changed for the better, either directly or indirectly, by Michael's actions. "I just want everyone to be as comfortable as me," Michael said to the goddess. "And that's what makes you so special. That's why I gave you that power in the first place." Michael rubbed his head. He didn't really think what he did was anything special. After all, everything was only possible because of his personal AI assistant. However, the goddess knew that if it was any other soul that came equipped with ChatJK2, then they wouldn't have used it the way Michael used it to make other people's lives better. Anyway, what happens now? Do you just send me back to the real world? The giant head shook her head. No, didn't they tell you that it's time for your talent awakening? I thought I already had my talent. I already have a supreme skill. The goddess chuckled. That doesn't excuse you from getting a talent. I'll force it on you whether you like it or not. Michael shrugged. As usual, if he couldn't do anything about it, then it was useless to argue. To help you achieve your dream of making everyone comfortable, you'll have to continue to spread inventions throughout the world. However, it will not be easy. You'll have lots of competition. Not to mention, some people are too entrenched in their culture and their belief that you will find it hard to influence them to accept your inventions. To make it easier, I will give you a talent that will allow you and your allies to achieve the top of their fields. I hereby bless you with the talent, Harbinger of the Future. Michael felt a warm sensation flow from his head down to his toes. He was covered in some kind of holy aura for a few seconds before it dissipated into his skin. And with that talent comes a supreme skill called Gift Bestowal. Just then, Michael saw the familiar system screen show up in his vision. Michael von Vanderbilt. Magic Talent SSS Plus Class. Element Mastery NA. Magic Purity 99.99%. Mana Quantity NA. Talent Harbinger of the Future. Realm 4-star Learned Magician. Progress to next update 0.89%. Supreme Skill Unity Gathering. Supreme Skill Gift Bestowal. Skills Absolute Unity Defense. 4-star level. Learned Spells. Water Ball. Ember. Rocks Throw. He didn't think that God would give him another supreme skill. He heard that only 10 people in the entire world had a supreme skill. And now he had 2. Thanks, though I don't know what supreme skill does. And what about my talents? What does that mean? The goddess flashed a mysterious smile. Michael didn't know if she was playing with him or simply wanted to laugh at him. Your talent is what it is. You bring forth the future. As for your supreme skill, you can find the full extent of your powers by yourself. The only thing you need to know is that you can awaken the hidden talent in a being and endow them with powers that would have been otherwise impossible to obtain. I don't want to spoil the surprise for you, so look forward to it. Another overpowered ability, Michael would happily accept such a gift. He was glad that it was a power that helped him make other people achieve their full potential. Phew, I can't wait to see what you'll do with those powers. Michael suddenly felt his body get lighter and lighter. His hands started to become translucent, as if he was fading away from existence. I guess that's all the time we have for today. Michael looked at the goddess, gratitude filling his eyes. Thanks, he said honestly. It was only because of her that he was able to live such a good life. No probs. God replied. Oh, and by the way, I suggest that you get your family out of Kingsbridge as soon as possible. There's going to be a plague soon. Michael resisted the fading feeling in his body once he heard that. What do you mean? He asked in a rushed tone. You've noticed the pollution on River Dames, right? It's only going to get worse from here, and it will eventually lead to a lot of deaths in the city. I'm just warning you that you should get out of the city before you get infected. Michael frowned. His father worked in Kingsbridge. Cerberus and the mages he befriended while playing chess lived there. His reborn company was just starting to market spot in the city. He couldn't let such a tragedy fall on Kingsbridge and the innocent people there, not if he could help it. Phew, I guess you'll have to work on that sewer system you've been thinking about. Good luck. The goddess bid him a kiss goodbye before sending his soul back to the world. Michael woke up with resolve and determination, lighting a fire in his eyes. As soon as the light faded, Michael found himself back at the church, staring at the statue of the goddess he just had a conversation with. Golden aura suddenly came down from the domed ceiling above and shot a ray down toward Michael's feet. The priest, upon seeing this, felt his hair stand up on end. His eyes widened, but even that couldn't express the surprise in his heart. Whenever a kid underwent their talent awakening, a ray of light would always come down towards the child and give an indication of what talent they awakened. He was used to seeing a dim red light, indicating a fighting talent, a blue light indicating a talent for magic, or a green ray to show a talent for production. However, he had never seen a golden ray of light before. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Golden. That's the rumored supreme talent, the priest declared, his voice trailing off from surprise. Your son has a supreme skill. Lilia and Bart gasped. His mother expressed surprise, but she wasn't shocked. It was as if her greatest wish had been fulfilled. Bart, on the other hand, couldn't close his jaws after hearing the priest confirm the world-breaking talent awakening. I knew it. Lilia immediately grasped her son into a tight hug. My son is a genius. Do we know what kind of supreme skill it is? Bart asked the priest calmly, with his tapping feet betraying his true excitement. Everyone looked at Michael, who simply shrugged his shoulders and uttered the truth. My talent is called Harbinger of the Future, the supreme skill, gift bestowal. Everyone looked at the priest for some kind of explanation, but the man was none the wiser. After all, the world had only seen 10 people with supreme skills, and all of their wielders were extremely secretive about their true powers. And even then, Michael's supreme skill could be completely different from the other supreme skills. We don't know the true extent of that supreme skill, only the goddess knows that. Michael will have to discover it by himself, the priest explained. It doesn't matter. It's a supreme skill. I'm sure that it would only propel my son into heights greater than the world. Lilia gushed. She couldn't help but smother Michael with love as she tried to rein in her excitement. All her bragging about her son's genius was vindicated at last. Son, if you need any help. Any at all. You can come to us at any time, Bart said, ruffling his hair. But Bart noticed that Michael wasn't as excited as he should be after getting such an amazing talent. His son seemed troubled. What's wrong? He asked Michael. There is one thing that I need help with, Dad, Michael said to his parents. The goddess told me that a plague would come to Kingsbridge unless the problem with the river dames is fixed. Bart, Lilia, and the priest all looked at Michael with a strange expression. Son, you spoke to the goddess. Bart said with a mix of worry and surprise. That's impossible, denied the priest. Us mortals are not worthy enough to speak to the goddess. All kids who undergo their talent awakening recall different things from their childhood. You must have been dreaming. It's true. I spoke to her, Michael said with a straight face. Just as the priest was about to lecture Michael about how bad it was to lie about such things, the candles placed on the walls were suddenly extinguished by a non-existent gust of wind, covering the entire place black. After a few seconds of pure darkness, flames re-emerged from the wicks, enlightening the church interior. The priest opened and closed his mouth, unable to bring any words out of his tongue. And before he could explain it as nothing but a coincidence, a loud crash came from a thunderous roar of lighting in the heavens. If that wasn't a sign from God, then what is? Ha, I guess things are different when a kid is given a supreme talent. Ha, I gotta go. The priest immediately bid goodbye and imprisoned himself in his quarters. He wanted to spend the entire week praying to the goddess for forgiveness. If Michael was special enough to receive a supreme talent, then it should have been obvious that he was favored by the goddess. The priest forgot that and almost offended the kid. Back to Michael and his family, Bart questioned his son about this supposed plague. Are you sure about this, Michael? A plague? Michael nodded. Yes. Disease spreads because people are drinking water from the polluted river dames full of human waste. But the mages make sure that the river water is clean. They always filter the water for any waste. They probably don't know about microscopic diseases, Michael, though. Even if the entire river is boiled, it won't be sanitized to drink. It's not enough, he said. We need to build a sewer system. Bart's eyebrows lifted, curious as to what his son was cooking up this time. Is that the same thing as the one you installed in our home? Yes, he replied. Here's my plan. Michael raised his hand and cast a simple 2-star spell called Rock Bend. Stone particles emerged from the earth mana stored in Michael's cores and floated on top of his hand. Slowly, these rock particles molded themselves into a miniature figure of the river dames, the bridge that crossed it, and even the buildings surrounding the river. Michael's proficiency in his magic spells reached enough mastery to allow him to command the stones to recreate Kingsbridge City with accurate representation. With a simple 1-star water ball spell, he showed how the sewer system would work in the river dames and how everything connected throughout the city. Bart's eyes showed surprise and astonishment at the ingenuity of his son's plan. If this worked as Michael planned it to be, then it would negate the need for mages to cleanse the river every week. There could even be a time when people could swim in the river. This is brilliant, Bart uttered in complete amazement. Oh, my dear, Michael is so talented, yet so kind-hearted. You're the perfect boy. Lilia hugged him again. Where else would anyone find a boy with a supreme skill, a genius mind, and a kind heart but her son? Do you think we can do it? Michael asked. Bart rubbed his chin, with his mind working on the project's feasibility. There are a lot of hurdles with this, son. First of all, the issue of money. A large-scale construction like this would need a tremendous amount of funding. After all, the sewer system will span the entire city, which will take a lot of manpower as well. Most importantly, we will need the help of the magic tower to lend us some mages adept with construction. Michael raised his hand. We don't have to worry about that. I will talk to the tower master and convince him to help us. A little wager with a game of chess should suffice, he thought. All right, Bart nodded. The most important part we have to consider is the city's support. Even if we have the money and manpower to create the sewer system, it would be useless if we don't get permission from the rulers of Kingsbridge City. Michael looked up at his father. Don't we have enough influence for that? We are Vanderbilts, after all. Bart sighed. Yes, we indeed have enough influence with the high authorities of the city. However, that is just one part of the problem. We also have to worry about public perception, and that, I'm afraid, can't be solved by flashing our family emblem. Michael frowned. He would have thought that the richest family in the world would have the support of the city. Why not? He asked. It's my fault, son. I have not been able to retain my control over the public perception of the Vanderbilt business. Right now, the entire city is on the side of the new upstart company called Reborn. Unless we have their help in convincing the citizens to start a large-scale construction that will disturb their daily lives, we can't start the sewer system, Bart explained. Michael couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If the Reborn company was the final piece of the puzzle they needed to start the sewer project, then it was easier than he thought. I think I can help with that. Michael led his parents back to their carriage and instructed Sebastian to go towards a certain building in the city. What? After a few minutes of riding in the carriage, they finally reached a newly built building in the middle of the commerce district of the entire city. There was a large, sculpted typography of the company named Reborn on the side of the building. Michael didn't know how much he spent to have this building constructed, but it must have cost more than 500,000 gold coins, which was why all of the profit he earned from the company was spent towards the company itself. He walked out of the carriage with his parents just behind him. Michael, this is the main office of the Reborn office. We can't just stroll in here without a proper meeting scheduled, Bart said, tugging on Michael's scruff to stop him in his tracks. The Reborn company was at its highest popularity as of this moment, with their innovative product called the Reborn Matchstick becoming the highest-selling product this winter. Even now, in the deep dead winter, people were still lining up in their office stores to buy their products. Though most people didn't like to bathe during the winter, most people found that they had less chance of contracting a disease whenever they bathed with Reborn soap and shampoo. Right now, it was just a rumor and hearsay, but they didn't know that it was rooted in science. Because of their popularity, people couldn't simply walk down their doors and demand an audience with their owner, especially since no one had seen them since the company started. It's even become a source of gossip and intrigue within the city. Even as a Vanderbilt, Bart was sure that he couldn't use his influence to try and meet with the Reborn boss. It's fine, Dad. Michael tried to walk through the doors again, but Bart had a firm grip on his shoulders. Bursting in through their doors is not a good first impression, Bart said. It's better if we explain the situation to them through a letter and request a meeting. I've heard that the owner of Reborn is a magnanimous figure who doesn't prioritize monetary gain. I'm sure he'll want to help with the sewer system since it will benefit the entire city. Even Lilia tried to stop Michael from barging in. Michael dear, it's cold outside. We should get back in the carriage, she said, shivering with snow piling up on her winter hat. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I'll show you. Michael finally walked forward and opened the doors, revealing the busy clerks and assistants working at their desks. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the 10-year-old boy who entered their offices. Before they could say anything, the door to the boss's room suddenly burst wide open, with Cassell coming out of the room and staring at Michael. Young master, she said, as her eyes moved past him and spotted Lilia and Bart behind him. Immediately, she knew that the time to reveal the truth was here. She immediately walked down the steps of her office and greeted Michael and his family with a bow. "Welcome, young master. I hope the office is to your liking," Cassell said, ignoring the stares of the Vanderbilts. "It's good. You did fine, Cassell," Michael said casually, inspecting the interior of the office. "Why have you visited the building, young master? Have you come to take back control of your company?" In the moment she said that, Bart and Lalia both walked inside and expressed their confusion. "Cassell, what's going on here?" Bart tapped one of the workers to the side and asked, "How do you know her?" he asked, pointing at Cassell. "That's Miss Cassell, sir, the manager of the Reborn company." Bart looked over to Cassell, with confusion painted all over his face. He looked like he knew the answer to the question in his head, but couldn't quite reconcile that with reality. "Good afternoon, Madame, sir," Cassell said respectfully. "That is right. I am the current manager of the Reborn company. However, the true owner of this business is none other than the young master. He is the true hand that led this company to the heights it is today." Bart and Lilia stared at Cassell, then at Michael, with their expressions full of disbelief. But as usual, whenever their kid did something incredible, he would always explain it with nothing but a casual shrug of the shoulders. "It's a little something I started when I was 5 years old. Turns out the soap and shampoo I created is very popular with a lot of people," Michael explained. But even that wasn't enough to satisfy his parents' curiosity. "Michael, you created the Reborn soap and shampoo," Lalia said with her expression hidden by her long, golden hair. Her seemingly gloomy expression made Michael feel guilty. "Sorry, Mom. I should have told you earlier. I just..." Before he could explain any further, Lilia suddenly jumped up and spread her arms in the air while twirling on her toes. This must have been the happiest she'd ever been, much more than when she found out Michael had a supreme skill. "My dear son owns Reborn. Oche. I'm the luckiest mother there ever is. That means you'll be able to give me all kinds of soap and shampoo, right, dear? Maybe you'll even give me samples of products not yet sold to the public, right?" Lilia asked, her eyes sparkling. It was no secret that Lilia was one of the women enchanted with the scent that Reborn's cleaning products left on her body. Even now, her skin smelled of flowers and honey. Women would always brag to her about owning a crate of Reborn soap and shampoo all to themselves. It's not expensive jewelry or well-knit dresses that were the subject of tea-time gossip. It was Reborn soap and shampoo. Well, now Lilia can brag to them that it was her son who created all that. Her pride over her son was over the moon. Michael couldn't help but chuckle. Here he thought he'd get lectured. Turns out his mother just wanted some sample products. "You can have anything you want, mother," he replied. "Cassell, you have that lotion I created, right?" Cassell nodded and turned to Lilia. "If you'd like, madame, I can lead you there." Lilia didn't hesitate any longer and followed Cassell toward the production room of the building. On the way, Lilia talked to Cassell about how impressive her son was in creating such a successful company. Meanwhile, the Vanderbilt father and son were left all to themselves. To be more exact, they were the owner of the Vanderbilt business, the previous leading company in the city, and the creator of Reborn, the up-and-coming company that stole away the public approval from the Vanderbilt business. Bart rubbed his forehead, shaking his head in disbelief. "All this time, you were the owner of Reborn. The company that outsold the entire Vanderbilt business in Kingsbridge by 2 times for the last 5 years was owned by his son. Everyone thought Reborn was created by a secretive mogul from overseas who had the backing of entire kingdoms or countries under its banner. After all, how else could it have created such innovative products? They must have had huge funding from the beginning to create the perfect product. No one would have thought it was created by a 10-year-old boy, especially not his father." Michael held his head down. "I'm sorry, Dad. I know that Reborn has been causing trouble with the Vanderbilt business. I'll..." Before he could even say anything, Bart kneeled and embraced his son. Tears flowed down his face. "I'm proud, son. Incredibly so, I've seen the Reborn company grow from a fledgling business selling nothing but soap and shampoo into a proper company that took over the entire city. Even though they were my competitor, I was incredibly impressed with the innovative ideas and products that they've been putting out. And the most important part is that they have been improving the lives of everyone in the city, whether they be rich or poor. I admired them and longed to meet the owner of Reborn to tell him how much I appreciate how much he has done for this city. And it turns out it's my son. You created Reborn. Bart chuckled as he wiped the tears out of his eyes. Haha, I should have known. Your inventions like the faucet and plumbing system, the hot springs, the bicycle, everything makes sense now. Only you could have been the owner of Reborn. Michael smiled, his eyes glassy and moist. Thanks, Dad. Though those kind words won't be enough for me to slow down my expansion. I'll knock the Vanderbilt business out of this city, Michael said jokingly. Bart had a hearty laugh before ruffling Michael's head and playfully knocking on his forehead. What? In the aftermath of Michael telling the truth to his parents, they all went inside Cassell's office to talk about more stuff. Michael spent a good hour talking to his mother and father about how everything in the Reborn company came about and how he sold his first crate of soap and shampoo. They expressed their amazement, not at just his amazing products, but his business acumen. No ordinary 5-year-old would think that branding would be important in a company. For example, naming chess as Reborn Chess allowed the company to become famous among the mages and wizards in the entire country. Even if they don't know the company, they would know the name. Bart realized the talent his son had for business. It was even a little bit frightening. Whenever Michael explained why he made specific business decisions, Bart would be reminded of how his own father spoke about the Vanderbilt business. Bart was sure that if Michael met his grandfather, they would find themselves in common company. The man who built the Vanderbilt business from the ground up to the top of the world would surely appreciate Michael's talents. The more Michael showed off his genius and talents, the more Bart was sure that he would make a good impression on his grandfather. He couldn't wait to introduce Michael to him when they visit the family estate. After an hour of Michael's parents gushing over his accomplishments in the business world, Michael brought the topic of the conversation back to the sewer system. Cassell, the reason that we visited you is because I want to use the company's influence on a big project. Big project, sir. Michael cast the same recreation of the river dames with the sewer system in place. This allowed Cassell to grasp the idea fairly quickly. We have to do this or else there will be a plague in the city, Michael warned. Cassell gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The mention of a plague brought back unpleasant memories in Cassell. She barely survived that situation. She just didn't want another girl to end up with her parents gone like her. Her sharp eyes conveyed her determination to prevent this plague, no matter the cost. Young master, what can we do? She asked. Bart explained that they only needed the approval of all the citizens in Kingsbridge to start the construction of the sewer system. This was a particularly hard problem, since creating an all-encompassing sewer system that connected all homes and buildings to the river dames would obstruct the daily lives of citizens. There would only be a couple of people who would allow someone to tear down their entire building floor to create a strange sewer system they didn't understand. This was a hard task to accomplish, even with the combined resources of the Vanderbilt business and the Reborn company. Sorry for putting this on you, Cassell. You have been burdened with a lot of responsibilities ever since I made you manage the company. Cassell shook her head. No, it's fine, young master. Truth is, I'm not as hardworking as Beretta, nor am I as good at cleaning as the other maids. But ever since you gave me responsibility for your company, I feel alive. My heart is beating. I thought I wanted to be a maid all my life, but I realized that this is what I wanted this whole time. I want to manage a company. I want to make decisions that would lead to its growth. I want to see the smiles on everyone's faces as they use our products. And now you gave me a chance to help prevent a plague, the one that took my parents. You made me feel like I'm living the dream with all of this. So please don't say that. I love working for you, she confessed. Please let me continue to help you to save the people of Kingsbridge from a plague. In her desperation, Cassell grabbed Michael's hands and pleaded. Michael was going to assure her that he was going to do everything he could, but just as his and Cassell's hands touched, he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity course through his entire body. Supreme skill, gift bestowal activated. Cassell, potential talent. SS class business mogul. Potential skill. Golden nose. The user will gain a sixth sense, allowing them to have an intuition on business decisions that will lead to the best monetary outcome possible. Advancement of this skill will further allow the user to have a more accurate intuition, giving them the ability to choose between different outcomes. You have discovered Cassell's hidden talent. Would you like to awaken it? Michael's eyes widened as he saw ChatJK2's message on the screen. Because the goddess told him nothing about his supreme skill, Michael had no idea how it could be used. So he was entirely caught off guard when he realized it could be activated with a simple touch. I can awaken her talent. Does it need some sort of sacrifice? No, you can awaken anyone's talent at any time you discover them. So I can awaken her talent right now. Just like how the priest awakened my talent. That is correct, Michael. It was also incredibly lucky that Cassell's talent turned out to be an SS-class talent, which was considered to be very rare. Meanwhile, Michael's silence finally caught everyone's attention. Michael, honey, are you okay? Lalia asked, coming over to his side. After coming to terms with the situation, Michael shook off his surprise and looked at Cassell to ask her a very important question. Cassell, do you trust me? The maid didn't hesitate to nod her head. Of course, young master. Do you want to become the official CEO of the Reborn company? He asked. Both Cassell and Bart were unfamiliar with Michael's terminology. What's a CEO, young master? A CEO is the one who takes complete charge of a company, making all the decisions needed to further progress the company in the right direction. You will officially handle everything there is about Reborn, Michael explained. Cassell seemed to have understood the general idea about the position, but like Bart, she didn't think that she was right for the job. She thought her job as a manager for Michael's company was only temporary. Once it got a little bit bigger, she thought he'd replace her with someone more capable. I don't think I can do that, young master. I'm not worthy, Cassell said, waving her hands in denial. But Michael knew better. You've been managing the company pretty well without me. You're more than capable. And if you think that you can't handle more, then I can help you with that. I can awaken your talent. His words sent a shock to them all. Michael, what are you talking about? He smiled as he raised his hand towards Cassell. Chat JK2, awaken her talent, please. Understood. The golden aura, different from all the mana elements in his cores, gathered around his arm. Lalia and Bart immediately recognized that golden light from Michael's talent awakening, evoking a surprised gasp from them both. Mom, Dad. I figured out what my supreme skill does, Michael said as he focused all the golden aura in his hands toward Cassell. I can awaken anyone's talents. The golden light flashed towards Cassell's entire body, enveloping her with a golden light that blinded her for a second. Awakening Cassell's talent. Downloading the entire syllabus course on business management from the top universities directly to Cassell's mind. Awakening complete. Cassell felt information wash over her brain, filling it with ideas, formulas, and knowledge that related to business management. It embedded deep into the crevices of her mind, allowing her to become adept at her new job instantly. It was uncomfortable at first, especially since she was enlightened with knowledge from Michael's foreign world. But as the golden light faded, Cassell felt a warm sensation flow through her body, allowing her some reprieve after the overload in her mind. It was even more relaxing than the hot springs back in the Vanderbilt mansion. Then the knowledge consolidated. Her mind felt as refreshed as ever, with the added bonus of mastery over business management. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the young master looking at her with a smile. How is it? He asked her. Cassell looked at her hands and somehow felt some kind of power coursing through her veins. It's magnificent. I can see things a lot clearer now, young master. You've given me a gift. Lalia and Bart waited curiously for Cassell's explanation for what happened to her. After all, they didn't even think that it was possible to awaken someone's talent when they were already past the age of 10. But somehow Michael's supreme skill allowed him to bypass that restriction. Cassell, can you tell us what you feel? Bart asked. Cassell looked at her hands and waved at the air as if she was seeing something in her vision. There's a screen in front of my eyes, she said. It has my name, my talent, my skill, and my current realm. Michael's eyes widened, not expecting that Cassell would also be endowed with a system of her own. Would you like to inspect Cassell's system? ChatJK2 asked him. As soon as Michael said yes, he saw another window screen pop up in his vision, showcasing Cassell's current powers. Cassell, Magic B class. Element Mastery, Unity Element. Magic Purity, 87%. Mana Quantity, NA. Talent SS Class Business Mogul. Realm 1-star CEO. Skills. Golden Nose. The user will have good intuition over business decisions. Lesser Unity Gathering. The user will have an automatic gathering of all elemental mana. Lesser Unity Defense. The user will have a limited defense against all elemental magic and spells. His eyes widened once he saw her system. He didn't expect that she would also gain mastery over all elements, or unity, as well as the impenetrable unity defense. ChatJK2, is this her natural talent, or did she learn this from me? All the individuals you awaken will inherit an inferior version of your skills. Would you like to turn off this automatic skill inheritance? No, leave it on for now, he replied. You have obtained the superior golden nose skill. What? How did I get that? This is due to your supreme skill, mana gathering. It allowed me to observe Cassel's skill and copy it just like any other magic spell. However, the original golden nose does not add much benefit to you. Therefore, I adjusted the skill into a better version. Michael saw a window pop up in his vision, allowing him to see the description of his new skill. Superior golden nose. The user will have an intuitive sense of situations and decisions that will lead him to find talented individuals. Unlike Cassel's version of the golden nose skill, Michael would find talented people instead of monetary gain. Michael was amazed at his supreme skill. With this power, he could find seemingly normal people and turn them into geniuses and talented individuals in their own right. Most people would have thought that once they were past the age of 10, they would no longer have a chance to ascend to greater heights. But with his supreme skill, he could find hidden gems and diamonds in the roughs within the crowd. Cassell and Michael both explained to their parents about what she gained during this awakening. Once they found out how amazing she turned out to be, Bart and Lilia couldn't hide their surprise and almost jumped out of their seats. Is this real? Bart exclaimed, rubbing his head as he tried to wrap his mind around what he had just witnessed. My son, my dear son, he's too much of a genius. Lilia chuckled to herself. Not only could Michael awaken the talent of a person even though they were past the age of awakening, but he could also endow them with skills and masteries that would have made them famous in the entire country. They didn't even know how to process this information. After all, someone like Cassell never showed any sign of magic proficiency in her life. But now, Lilia was somehow seeing signs of mana elements slowly gathering around Cassell, just like Michael was when he was meditating. They couldn't believe it. That wasn't supposed to be possible. I've heard how powerful a supreme skill is supposed to be, but I didn't expect it to be this absurd. Bart exclaimed. Meanwhile, Cassell walked over to Michael and tugged on his shirt. Young master, the knowledge you bestowed upon me has given me an idea of how we can proceed with the sewer system. Cassell's new business acumen and knowledge worked instantly. It didn't even take her a second to think about the solution to their problem with the sewer system. It was as natural to her as breathing. She then went on to create an impromptu presentation, meeting inside her office, detailing all that they needed to accomplish for the project. Her hands wrote on paper as she explained to everyone, not even giving Bart any time to breathe out a response. He was forced to listen to her words and try to keep up with what she was saying. And the more she went on, the more Bart was impressed. Cassell told them in great detail about how much time they would need to start the construction, how much manpower they needed, where they could get them, and even the hour-by-hour time frame for the workers to make sure that they wouldn't disturb the citizens for too long during construction. Her grasp on time management, communication, leadership, and even delegation was incredibly sharp. Her ideas were innovative, and if implemented in this current world, could increase efficiency by at least 3 times. Is this the business management knowledge you gained from Michael's supreme skill? Bart asked. Cassell nodded. Everything about the sewer system made sense in her head. She had a full grasp on it. Young master, I have a solution to get the public approval for this project, Cassell said with confidence. How? Michael asked. If you would like, young master, we can start to sell the plumbing system you installed in the Vanderbilt mansion. If they see how easy it is to get running water on their houses, they would be more than happy to let us start construction on their houses. We'll install plumbing pipes and the sewer system at the same time. This would accomplish 2 things. First, we can start the sewer system properly. And second, the Reborn company could also earn a lot of money from selling faucets and shower heads. Michael and his parents were incredibly impressed with Cassell's expertise. They were more confident than ever that the Reborn company was in good hands. That is an amazing idea, Michael complimented her. As expected of my new CEO. There was just one thing they needed before they could start the sewer project. Young master, we still need the help of the magic tower. If we want the construction to go as smoothly as possible, we need the help of earth mages, a lot of them, Cassell said. She had cause for concern with this because the magic tower earned a lot of money from getting commissioned by the city to cleanse the river. If the sewer system finished construction, then they would lose all that money going forward. But Michael waved off her concern. I can deal with that, he said. What? Michael, Cassell, and his parents all went their separate ways as they prepared for the construction of the sewer system. Cassell remained in the Reborn office, starting to organize her plans for the project. She had to find the right workers, the right managers, and even the right materials for the plan to go smoothly. Bart went to the Vanderbilt office to use their family name as an influential force to make the governmental bodies in Kingsbridge City sign off on the project. Lilia also went off on her own, visiting her rich madame friends to spread the news about Reborn's new project that would help the entire city. With her influence, word would quickly disseminate throughout the city without having to use a lot of resources. After all, gossip was free. Meanwhile, Michael visited the Magic Tower again after 5 years. He went directly over to the top floor, where the Tower Master resided. Ah, Michael. It is good to see you, Cerberus said, greeting Michael with respect by tipping his pointy hat. Hello, Cerberus. It's been a while, Michael said, looking at the room. Even after 5 years, the room still looked the same as before. The only thing different was the chessboard scattered around the room, with some pieces floating in the air. I've heard you've gone through your talent awakening. May I ask what you obtained? Cerberus asked, sipping a glass of water casually. I got a supreme skill. The Tower Master spat out his drink, drenching himself in water. His eyes stared at Michael, trying to see if he was kidding. You're not joking, he realized. I got lucky, I guess, Michael said as shrugged nonchalantly. But the Tower Master knew that luck did not have a part in this. Every person in history who received a supreme skill ended up ruling or changing the world in a major way. The Treaty of No Ocean Pollution between the whole world was made because the King of the Seas threatened to drown the whole world. People stopped enslaving monsters because the Demon Queen raised an entire continent off a map. They could finally traverse large distances because the Draconic Empress united the dragons, allowing them to offer their services to the world. It was mind-boggling to think that Michael could someday become synonymous with those figures. It was so surprising for Cerberus that he ended up drinking all the water in his cup, even though he had just spat out a load of water. I need your help, Tower Master. I want to prevent a plague, Michael said. Cerberus almost spat his water again, but this time he held it in and drank the water in his mouth. Plague? What are you talking about? Michael went on to explain the human waste pollution in river dams and how it could spread disease throughout the city. That is troubling to hear, Cerberus said, stroking his long white beard. So I'm planning on creating a citywide sewer system that would fix this problem. But I need your help. I need the help of the Magic Tower. Cerberus went silent for a few seconds as he paced back and forth. And why should we do this? He asked Michael. We'll lose 1 million gold per year if this sewer system gets constructed. Michael's response was simple. We'll play a game of chess for it, he said. Deal. Michael chuckled. He knew that the old man wasn't as heartless as he wanted to look. Cerberus just didn't want to say yes immediately because he was waiting for Michael to suggest they play reborn chess with a wager. Of course, Cerberus valued human life more than anything. Not only that, the mages of the Magic Tower actually hated cleaning the river dams, treating it as a chore every time. Michael would be doing them a favor. And they didn't need money. The only reason why they continued to cleanse the water was because they didn't want the people to suffer from disease. They knew that it was a temporary solution. But now that Michael came up with the sewer system, they could finally solve the problem once and for all. Let's play, Cerberus said, telekinetically fixing the pieces into their places. What? Michael and Cerberus went head-to-head in reborn chess. But because it's been 5 years, Cerberus' skills increased immensely. He was even starting to make Michael sweat while he cornered his pieces. I think I can finally win this game. Cerberus' excitement bubbled. You have no way to win. But in response to the threat, Michael smiled. There was still one move he could make. He placed the pawn piece diagonally with a move called en passant. This allowed Michael to completely change the situation, threatening to defeat Cerberus in the next move. What? That's an illegal move. You can't do this. Michael shrugged. It's in the rule books. Cerberus's eyes suddenly lit up in a white light as he searched through his mind. After a few seconds, he determined that Michael's move was indeed a legal move according to the official rule books of reborn chess. However, it was such a rare move that no one in this world thought it was even possible. How did you know this? I've never seen anyone use it before, Cerberus asked before gulping another glass of water. I wrote it. I'm the owner of the Reborn Company. Cerberus sprayed out a mist of water in the air, almost choking out of complete shock. It took about half an hour of Michael explaining the creation of the Reborn Company for Cerberus to finally calm down. You know, for an 8-star wizard with the title of Tranquil Blazing King of Fire, you're surprisingly adept at water, Michael joked. Cerberus sat in his chair, fanning himself to calm down. It's your fault, Cerberus said. Who would have thought that you're the one who created Reborn Chess? I thought it was someone older and wiser than me. Everyone in the Magic Tower thought that the owner of Reborn was a hermit who recused himself from the world. Now that image was broken, replaced by Michael's sly smile. What kind of monstrous genius are you? Magic business supreme skill, you have everything, don't you? What a cheat. Cerberus could only curse his own talent. Even though he was once considered the most talented fire mage in the world, even he felt like a fraud in front of Michael. He was the true genius. Let's get back to business. Now that I beat you, can I count on you to help us with the sewer system? Michael asked, expectant of Cerberus' answer. The old man nodded his head exasperatedly. He was still a little bit salty after his loss against Michael. He never thought he was fighting against the very creator of Reborn Chess. Of course, he was going to lose. Good. Michael pumped his fist. I'll tell Cassell that we can start the project as soon as possible. But before he could leave, Cerberus raised his hand and stopped Michael in his tracks. Wait a minute, he said. There's still a little bit of a problem with the River Dames. Cerberus waved his hand, and a parchment paper with a drawn sketch of some kind of monster appeared in his hands. We've been having reports that people are seeing a slimy beast in the river. We've dispatched some mages to take care of it, but we've yet to completely destroy the monster. It's best if you let us take care of it for a few more days before you start the construction. The Tower Master handed Michael the parchment paper, showing him the supposed monstrous beast that was hiding in the depths of the River Dames. It showed the silhouette of a creature that seemed to be composed of sludge made out of garbage and waste. It didn't have legs and only had arms, which were up in the air as if it was deliberately trying to scare someone. And as soon as Michael saw this image, ChatJK2 suddenly said something in his mind. Skill Superior Golden Nose activated. The silhouette of the creature started glowing gold out of nowhere. Judging from Cerberus' indifference, it seemed that Michael was the only one who could see this strange light. There is a high likelihood that the creature in the River Dames has a high talent aptitude, said ChatJK2. Michael would have never expected his new skill to show its use so soon. Not only that, he didn't even think that monstrous beings could be awakened using his supreme talent. Are you saying I can awaken the talent of this creature? Michael asked. Yes, all living beings have the potential to have their talent awakened. Having this option opened up so many possibilities for Michael. It immediately made him want to greet this creature and see what kind of talent a monster could awaken. And because of his supreme skill, he could also obtain that creature's skill for himself, just like the superior golden nose. Tower Master, can I be the one to take care of that situation? He asked Cerberus. The old man looked at Michael, and with his eyes, he could see the overflowing amount of mana particles being absorbed by the kid every second. He didn't have to worry about the kid. It might be dangerous, Cerberus warned. I know you can take care of yourself, but you don't have to take this risk. Michael waved off his concern. It's fine. I also have to survey the bridge so that I can adjust the plans for the sewer system. Cerberus thought for a moment, and without warning, fired off a single fireball in Michael's direction. It was a 4-star spell, with enough destructive power to burst through brick walls. But as it reached the 10-year-old Michael, an invisible prismatic bubble appeared around his body. The fireball made contact with the shield, with the energetic fire mana trying to eat through the shield. But before it could even do some damage, water mana emerged from the shield and extinguished the fire, turning it into nothing but steam in the air. Cerberus sighed. Just 10 years old, and Michael was already better than adult wizards. It was truly absurd. Fine, you can go. but always exercise caution. Michael nodded. Thanks for your help, Tower Master. I appreciate it. I'll try to visit the Tower Magic, often to beat you at Reborn chess again. Cerberus shooed Michael away. As long as you don't make me have a heart attack again, then you're welcome here anytime. Cerberus took a sip of water, calming himself down now that the troublesome Michael would finally leave his room. But before Michael left, he had one last thing to say. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. I'm not just a quadruple talent mage. I can use all elements, not just four. I think it's called unity or whatever. Bye, Michael. Today was the day that a rumored water sprout suddenly emerged from the top of the magic tower, drenching the innocent people walking below. It was followed by intense coughing and what seemed to be an angry man cursing at the heavens for the unfairness. A couple of days before Michael arrived in Kingsbridge City to have his talent awakening. What? Under the bridge crossing the River Dames, there were a couple of kids playing around and scavenging waste from the water. Some of them even swam in the shallow parts of the river. They cared not for the potential dangers or diseases that they could contract by swimming or even drinking the infected water of River Dames. They didn't know better. Hello. I dare you to swim across, said one boy. If you can swim to the bottom, then I'll swim across, answered another boy. And as these rowdy boys played around, they didn't notice the presence of a creature peeking its head out of the water. Humans play fun me too, it muttered, but the children could hear nothing but a gurgle of unintelligible sounds. What's that sound? One of them asked, whipping his head around the river. Don't tell me you're afraid of that fake story. I heard that it's true. My neighbor said that he saw the monster at night. Boy, what a load of bollocks. But even if their parents warned them about going off on their own in the River Dames, they still went anyway. They didn't have any sense of self-preservation. If they had, they wouldn't even be near the River Dames in the first place. Play me too. The creature slowly walked towards the children, its intent being nothing but pure. It just wanted to experience joy the way they were feeling right now. Of course, the creature knew that it was different from them. No matter how much it wanted to interact with them, it could only watch them from afar, never being able to approach them because of its appearance. But then one of the kids scraped his knee, playing too hard in the river. Ow! The creature saw microscopic bacteria and viruses floating around the river, slowly making their way toward the injured child, who was none the wiser. Human danger ill. It knew instinctively that the child was in danger. Even with an open injury, the kid was still frolicking in the river, letting dirty water contaminate the wound. It had to do something. Its body started to glow a green light. Its innate magic allowed it to consume all the waste in the water, which helped sustain the creature, as well as purify the dirty water around the children. Kids. Watch out. However, one concerned citizen saw the green, glowing creature in the water, slowly making its way towards the children. As soon as the kids turned to see where the man was pointing, they were horrified to see the horrific appearance of the monster in the river. Panic spread through the children. They rushed away from the River Dames as fast as possible, trudging through the wastewater, causing them to slip. Save me. Save me. Kya. Oh, monster. A monster's trying to eat me. All the commotion from the children garnered the attention of all the people crossing the bridge. They looked down at the river and saw the dangerous creature slowly making its way towards the innocent children. Someone save them. Get the kids out. Back off, you monster. One of the men took out a knife from his pocket and threw it at the monster, grazing its head. Seeing this, the rest of the people started to throw things off the bridge to try and ward off the monster that was trying to eat the kids. But even when the creature's head was being bashed by rocks and pitchforks, it kept moving towards the children. After all, the injured kid was still in the water. Viruses and bacteria would contaminate the boy's wound and kill him in the process if the creature left now. The child would get overwhelmed by disease. Finally, the boy found solid footing and was able to leave the current of the river. But then he noticed something. He looked down at the scrape in his knee and found it to have magically healed. It was almost gone, with just a little bit of redness in the area. The kid looked back at the river and saw the creature staring at him. Then the creature descended into the depths of the river, as if it was only waiting for him to be safe. A few hours later, after the situation calmed down, no matter how much the boy protested, a witch hunt for the creature began. They thought it was dangerous. They thought it was the reason why people were getting sick from the water. They tried to exterminate the monster. Back to the present. Michael observed the river dames and watched the waste float to the surface. It was disgusting, to say the least. ChatJK2, can you create a spell that will block that horrid smell? Understood. Synthesizing magic spell. Complete. Scent cleanser. Air element. This magic allows the user to repel unwanted scents away from their location. That's better, Michael said as he took a big sniff, smelling nothing but fresh air. Now I just need to find that creature. With his supreme skill, mana gathering, Michael could see and sense any mana in his surroundings. If there was a creature in this river, then he would sense the mana in its body. His eyes scanned the river until he saw a clump of poison mana in the river. Strangely enough, it wasn't hiding at the bottom. It was away from the river, towards the buildings on its side. It looks like the creature found a lair for itself. Without hesitating any longer, Michael jumped feet first into the river. Before the dirty, contaminated water could splash toward his body, an invisible prismatic bubble appeared around Michael and protected him from being wet. He submerged underwater, with a 1-meter sphere of protection around him. Once inside the river, Michael could see nothing but darkness around him. He had to cast a simple 1-star spell called Flashlight to illuminate the water using the ball of light at the tip of his finger. He scanned his surroundings, ignoring all the garbage and waste in the water, until he finally found a hole by the side of the river. Thankfully, it was just big enough for him to squeeze through. Michael entered the small burrow hole, following the tunnel until he found himself in a large dark cavern. He emerged from the water and entered the creature's lair. Just then, somewhere inside the underground chamber, the creature awoke from its slumber and felt a disturbance. Unlike its original appearance, the creature was full of cuts and scabs. Plenty of humans have already tried and failed to kill the creature. It thought Michael was another one of them. But this time, the creature wasn't going to run away. No more. It was going to fight back. Michael cast a 2-star spell called Dark Vision, allowing him to see even in the blackest of darkness. But even if he didn't, he could clearly see the creature lurking in the distance. It was creeping towards him, trying to initiate a surprise attack. It was unfortunate for the monster that Michael could see its mana particles as clear as day. Before Michael could even do anything, the creature suddenly shot out a ball of violet acid towards his body. But as soon as it made contact with his absolute unity defense, it dissipated into nothingness. Seeing its attack rendered useless, the creature finally jumped out of the darkness and threatened to smother Michael with its body. But just like before, the invisible protective bubble around Michael deflected the creature away, forcing it to crash into the wall. After a moment, the creature regained its shape and continued its assault on Michael. It didn't stop even though its attacks couldn't penetrate through his defenses. This gave Michael enough time to observe the creature's true appearance. It looked just like the sketch, with its 2 blob hands and a lower body like a snail's feet. Its body was made entirely out of a strange violet liquid that seemed to ooze dangerous fumes at all times. ChatJK2, can you analyze what kind of creature I'm facing? According to the bestiary in the magic library, this creature is most likely a mutated poison slime. Mutated poison slime. Species slime. Difficulty. Element poison. A difficulty of a 3-star means that only a 3-star mage can take care of them. Good thing I'm a 4-star mage, Michael thought to himself. Since his superior golden nose told him that the slime had a good potential for awakening, Michael didn't want to have a hostile relationship with the creature. It would be ideal if he could talk to the slime. So he approached the creature with his hands raised, showing that he had no intention of hurting the creature. I just want to talk, Michael said out loud. Even though he knew that the creature couldn't understand his words, he held on to the hope that the slime was smart enough to know his intentions just from the tone of his voice. Gurgle, gurgle, would you like me to translate? ChatJK2 suggested. You can do that. A slime's physical body and consciousness are made entirely out of mana. This means that with the supreme skill, mana gathering, it is possible to discern what the slime is thinking from the vibrations in the poison mana in its body. This is what Michael wanted. If the creature was smart enough to have its own consciousness, then it could be reasoned with. Translate its words, please. As the slime mumbled unintelligible noises, Michael suddenly heard another voice dubbed over the slime's voice. Humans kill me no want to get hurt again, the slime said. Michael felt pity for the creature. It didn't seem like a dangerous monster at all, unlike what they reported about the slime. ChatJK2, can you translate my words into something the slime can understand? Understood. I will vibrate the poison mana in your body. Michael felt the poison mana in his cores move up to his throat, right next to his voice box. And as his throat moved to talk, the poison mana shot out of his mouth like a visible sound wave. I mean you no harm, Michael said to the slime. Upon understanding his voice, the creature jumped away in shock. Sorcery humans strange, dangerous. The slime couldn't understand how the human was speaking its language. And this fear led it to act irrationally. It attacked Michael with a lot more intensity, despite his pleas for peace. The slime submerged itself into the water in the tunnel, absorbing all the contaminated river water in its body. Then its mouth formed a cannon-like shape, with a long barrel aimed straight at Michael. The water shot forth from the slime, threatening to drench him in dirty water full of viruses and bacteria. But as usual, the large stream of water splashed away from Michael as it made contact with his defensive bubble. Human strong, it uttered in complete fear. I don't want to hurt you, Michael said as he slowly walked towards the slime. But he didn't notice that this seemed to have had the opposite effect. From the slime's perspective, Michael was walking towards itself with such casualness that he ignored the slime's greatest attacks as if it were nothing. Even some humans and mages had to dodge away from this water blast. But not Michael. No, stay away, me no wanna die, the slime screamed as Michael cornered it in the depths of the cavern. When the slime thought death was coming, it didn't hesitate to pull out its most lethal attack. Its slimy body started to glow a violet hue, using up all the precious poison mana in its body for this final strike. Slowly, thin needles made entirely out of poison mana appeared in the air, numbering only in the high one-digit number. But as the slime used up all the poison mana in its body, more and more needles appeared in the air, almost covering the entire cavern with poison needles. The slime's body, which had been as big as a washing machine, was now as small as a basketball after sacrificing the poison mana in its body. Human no move or me kill. Despite the slime's warning, Michael still took a step forward. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, the slime ordered the thousands of poison needles to converge on Michael's body. This would have turned a human's body into skewers and poisoned them at the same time. But Michael was no normal human. He raised his hand, motioning for the needles to stop. And horrifyingly enough, the needles stopped just a few inches away from Michael's protective bubble. The needles started to shake as the slime felt its control over the poison needles slip off from its grasp. It was taken away. Michael spun his finger, and the poison needles followed his order, turning around to face the slime instead. This was the true power of his supreme skill, mana gathering. It allowed him to take control of all mana, whether it was his or not. With the thousands of poison needles pointed at its face, the slime closed its eyes, accepting its eventual death. It was born in the midst of the river Dames, formed from the amalgamation of all the waste and filth swimming around in the water. It spent its days observing humans, seeing the happy smiles on their faces as they played around near the water. But even if the slime wanted to experience the joys of being human, it knew that it couldn't join them because it was different. It was a monster. It was content just watching humans under the river Dames. It even ate and consumed filth, scrap, and waste in the river so that the water would be safe for the humans. That was how much the slime loved humans. But what did it get in return? It was treated as nothing but a deadly monster. It was hunted down, battered, and bruised. Even then, the slime didn't hate the humans. That was just the way of the world. It was a monster, and they were human. Its slimy body shivered, accepting that it was nearing the end of its life. It could only hope that in its next life, it would be born as a human instead. The slime waited, but the pain didn't come. It slowly opened its eyes and saw Michael looking at it with a warm gaze. With a snap of his fingers, Michael dissipated the poison needles into poison mana and returned them into its rightful place. The slime felt power restored in its body, slowly enlarging it into its original size. You must have had it rough, huh, buddy? Michael said as he kneeled in front of the slime. He raised his hand and patted the slime on its head. The creature flinched, thinking that Michael would hurt it like the other humans hurt it. But upon feeling the warmness of Michael's hand, the slime couldn't help but snuggle towards his touch. Michael chuckled. It felt like he was petting a very wet but loyal dog. And as he continued to make physical contact with the creature, images suddenly flashed through his mind. It showed the slime's memories of swimming through the endless waste of the River Dames. Michael felt loneliness and longing for companionship as he looked through its memories. He saw the slime watching the humans from afar, protecting them from the harmful bacteria and viruses in the polluted river. But the humans treated it with fear and panic. They hunted the slime, chasing it to the ends of the river. It could have fought back against its oppressors, but chose to flee instead. Only when it was cornered with no way to escape did it finally attack. Upon finding out the slime's story, Michael finally realized something. I see, this is the reason why the goddess said that there would be a plague in this city. The slime had been cleansing the river from disease this whole time. And if they succeeded in hunting down the slime, then bacteria would run rampant in the water, leading to a plague. Supreme skill, gift bestowal activated. Mutated poison slime. Potential talent. SSS class, malevolent passenger. Potential skill. Rogue takeover. The user will be able to inhabit the body of a creature or object as its shadow. Subdivision. The user can create clones of itself. You have discovered the slime's hidden talent. Would you like to awaken it? Michael wanted to fulfill the slime's dream. He wanted to give it a second life. ChatJK2, please awaken the slime's talent. Understood. Would you like to name the creature? Michael always wanted a dog, and he would have wanted to name the dog as Fudge. The slime's new name is Fudge. A golden light emerged from his hand. Mystical power different from elemental mana flowed from the tip of his fingers and onto the slime, endowing it with a warm sensation. The creature didn't reject Michael's hand. It knew instinctively that this was something good. The slime's violet body started to glow, increasing in intensity until the whole cavern was lit up in a bright white light. Awakening complete. After a few seconds, the light faded. Michael opened his eyes and saw a very strange sight. The slime's physique was still the same as it was before, with its slimy violet body and two blob-like arms. But strangely enough, it seemed to be wearing completely dark clothes, with a hooded cloak, black gloves, and even though it had no mouth, there was a bandana covering the lower half of its head. What the? Slime was wearing something that only video game characters were wearing. Michael immediately inspected the slime's new system. Fudge. Magic S-Class. Element Mastery, Unity Element. Magic Purity, 93%. Mana Quantity, NA. Species, Sapient Rogue Slime. Talent, SSS Class, Malevolent Passenger. Realm, 1-star Rogue. Skills, Rogue Takeover. Subdivision, Lesser Unity Gathering. Lesser Unity Defense. ChatJK2, I have some questions. What happened to the slime? I thought it was a poisoned slime. Also, why is it wearing this strange outfit? In the process of its talent awakening, Fudge has evolved into the next stage of its evolution line. Due to the intervention of the supreme skill, the slime has deviated from its original evolution line and has changed into something completely unique. Just then, Fudge suddenly awoke from his slumber and jumped up into Michael's arms. The slime, with its complete rogue attire, looked up at Michael with gratitude in its eyes. Master, thank you for gifting me this new life, Fudge said in a fluent human language. You can speak. The slime nodded, with its hood bobbing up and down. Yes, Master. Upon my evolution, I was given a lot of new knowledge that completely changed my perspective in life. What is Fudge talking about? Michael asked ChatJK2, suspicious of his AI assistant's antics. I have downloaded useful information directly into Fudge's mind to facilitate its new talent. Before Michael could ask ChatJK2 to elaborate, Fudge suddenly jumped out of his arms and landed on the ground with a superhero landing. My job in this life is to spread the majesty of your strength. Soon, the whole world will know the name Michael Vanderbilt. I will become your shadow, your loyal servant. I will be atomic. Michael was speechless. Fudge's speech was taken straight out of a famous character in his previous life. ChatJK2, you gave Fudge information from an anime. It's been a few days after Michael first met Fudge and awakened the little creature into an intelligent little pet. He let Fudge accompany him everywhere he went, sticking to his shadow at all times and observing the human world just like it wanted. Young master, Fudge whispered from his shadow. I have successfully spread my clones around the city. I have become its shadow, its silent observer. There are already a couple of promising candidates that I will soon contact to hopefully join me in my mission. Our main job is to spread our forces to the entire world, influencing them into becoming loyal servants of the great Michael Vanderbilt. Michael shook his head in exasperation. He still couldn't believe that ChatJK2 taught the little bugger nothing but anime tropes and plot ideas. Instead of giving it something useful like Cassell's business management college course, ChatJK2 gave the slime an excuse to act like an edgy teenager. Because of that, Fudge used its shape-shifting ability as a slime to create the perfect costume that embodied the Shadow Ninja, as Fudge liked to call it. Fudge, it sounds like you're trying to start a cult, Michael replied to his shadow. Cult? Fudge whispered to itself. I like the sound of that. Michael ignored that. Now would you please let me work on the sewer project? Michael said as he put his focus back on the papers in his hands. After a few weeks of preparation, they were finally ready to start the construction of the sewer system. Cassell organized everything from employment to scheduling and even to material procurement. This made things move extremely smoothly. And despite Fudge's weird quirks, the little slime was actually very useful in finding talented individuals who could help in the construction. As it turned out, its clones were actually connected to Michael in some way, allowing him to remotely assess the talent of a lot of people. It was unfortunate that he didn't find talent as great as Cassell or Fudge, but he still discovered a lot of people who didn't know they had talent in construction or manufacturing. Michael told Cassell about those people, and she quickly hired them into the company. Once she met the edgy little Fudge, she was quickly smitten with its cuteness and usefulness. Fudge became the reason why Reborn was able to recruit a lot of talented individuals. Meanwhile, his parents were also hard at work for the sewer system. They were able to procure a proper city permit courtesy of Michael's father, who used the Vanderbilt name to quickly get things rolling. As expected, the higher-ups immediately signed the papers and gave funding for the project. Michael's mother also did some heavy work during the past few days. She quickly spread around her circles that Reborn was having a public showing of their innovative new inventions that could provide running water inside homes without the use of magic. As expected of gossip, it quickly spread like wildfire. When the day of the presentation came, thousands of people gathered in front of the Reborn office. For this showing, Michael created a very simple recreation of the plumbing system using glass pipes, allowing the people to see that there wasn't any sort of magic going on. As soon as they saw water flowing like a wild stream, the spectators gasped like they had seen a ghost. Oh my God! The water is moving. It's a waterfall. How is that possible? To assure them that there was no funny business going on, the magic tower itself supervised the presentation and assured the general public that there wasn't any magic in the contraption. Since Reborn and the magic tower had a good reputation within the community, a lot of people trusted their words. Cassell also made sure to have a couple of employees publicly try out the faucets and showers while using Reborn soap and shampoo. This immediately enticed the women into wanting the plumbing system for their homes. But perhaps the most popular product was the revolutionary toilet. Wow, amazing, they clapped as all the waste got flushed down the toilet. It's so convenient. With this, we don't have to dirty our hands. Incredible. Just one presentation of the toilet immediately made people buy into the whole package. They wanted faucets in their kitchen, they wanted showers in their bathroom, and most of all, they wanted toilets in their homes. And you're saying that we only need to buy the package, and Reborn will take care of all the construction. Talk about a steal. I want it. I'll buy it. But as soon as Cassell announced that the construction was a first-come, first-served deal, people immediately clamored to be the first ones to buy the package. Me first. I got here first. I'll pay double to have it constructed in my house tomorrow. I'll pay triple. As the people continued to create a ruckus around the streets, one particular visitor looked at the chaos with a strange expression. The woman wore an exotic robe, which seemed to have been made with a very expensive silk material. She rode on a very large carriage, inlaid with what seemed to be colorful scales from a monster. Leading this carriage were multiple bodyguards who wore a similar type of robe made specifically for combat. It was clear that this visitor was a very important and a very wealthy individual. What is that? She asked her bodyguards. That seemed to be some kind of presentation, but strange, I don't sense any kind of magic in that water. How is it flowing? Her advisor exclaimed in disbelief. This immediately caused an expression of interest in the woman. She ordered the carriage to stop and observe how the presentation unfolded. As she saw the faucets, showers, and specifically the toilet, she couldn't help but exclaim her desire to get one for herself. Whoever created those inventions was an extremely talented individual, one whose ingenuity seemed out of this world. I want it. Buy it for me, she said to her advisor, who quickly moved to do as she said. Even though her home was almost halfway around the world, which meant that the transportation of the plumbing system would take hundreds of thousands of gold, she didn't care. She had more than enough money. She was a royal from the Draconic Kingdom after all. Michael arrived at Cassell's office to talk about the current state of the project. I'm sorry, young master. I've been extremely busy as of late. I underestimated how much demand we'd have with the plumbing system, Cassell said, with her hair and uniform in complete disarray. Michael felt sorry for her. The papers and contracts strewn around the room told him that this was an extremely stressful time for his CEO. But this is good, young master. Our profits have shot off through the roof. Just as you expected, the profits will far surpass the expenses we need to construct the sewer system. The money we'll gain from this will be enough for us to expand to other cities. Michael nodded, satisfied with how fast the Reborn company was growing. I have also heard that a wealthy individual from overseas has taken an interest in our products. They are requesting to buy all our products in bulk, which would give us a profit of more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Michael was surprised but didn't think much of it. He would only come to know how important that individual was later on, but that was a story for another time. Meanwhile, Michael heard a knock on the door. The man didn't wait for a response and opened the door, showing himself to be Michael's father, Bart Vanderbilt. Michael, are you ready? We'll start our journey to your grandfather's estate today. Michael completely forgot that they were supposed to visit his grandfather today. Now that he had undergone his talent awakening, it was finally time to show himself to his grandfather, the man who built the Vanderbilt business from the ground up. His parents stressed over this meeting for the whole week. They made sure to tailor the best suit for him, making him look more mature and respectable. Though Michael thought he looked a bit uptight with it. They worried about this meeting because this was what would decide his future as a Vanderbilt. Will he gain the favor of his grandfather and inherit some of his wealth, or will he remain simply a Vanderbilt in name? Although they were confident that Michael was more than talented enough to interest his grandfather, they still couldn't help but be anxious the whole carriage ride there. Michael thought that he didn't have to worry about money because of his Reborn company, but his father reminded him that compared to the entire Vanderbilt business, his profits were merely a drop in front of an ocean. Not only that, earning the favor of his grandfather would allow him connections with a lot of influential people, allowing him to become a powerful figure in the future. But Michael didn't care much about that. The only reason why he wanted to visit his grandfather was because he wanted to put a face into the legendary name of his Vanderbilt. He didn't hear much about his grandfather, but from the small tidbits of stories his father told him, it looked like his grandfather was a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. He used to be an impoverished orphan who didn't even have a bronze coin in his pocket. But within a century, he built a business that conquered the entire world. So Michael was very interested in meeting his grandfather. What? After almost a month of traveling, they finally reached the main Vanderbilt estate, or the more accurate name for it would be the Vanderbilt Kingdom. After all, the place looked even larger than Kingsbridge itself. There were multiple mansions and castles within the walls, creating a miniature world for themselves. Bart explained that most of his relatives lived inside the Vanderbilt Kingdom, managing their territories as if they were royals. Michael had a lot of relatives. A lot. It seemed that his grandfather was quite a ladies' man, having more than 5 wives and even more concubines. Because of that, Michael had about 100 aunts and uncles, all of which had their own children. Bart was the youngest and the last child of the Vanderbilt children. After his birth, Vanderbilt got too old to bear any more children. So in terms of inheritance, Michael wasn't really supposed to receive anything. Bart himself only received the businesses in Kingsbridge, which was very small compared to what his older siblings got. The only ones who could be considered for an inheritance would be Michael's oldest cousins, the children of the eldest children of Vanderbilt. However, Bart and Lilia were hoping that with Michael's talent, he would be given an exception. After all, Michael was a once-in-a-thousand-year genius mage, a talented businessman who created his own thriving business, and most importantly, he received a supreme skill in his talent awakening. There was no one more talented than him. Finally, they reached the gates of the Vanderbilt Kingdom. They were quickly led inside after a brief inspection of their family emblem. Upon informing the guards of their purpose of visit, they quickly escorted them into the main estate, the house where his grandfather lived. Once he caught sight of the mansion, Michael finally caught a glimpse of the immensity of the Vanderbilt wealth. Exotic animals and nearly extinct trees roamed around the area like a jungle, almost becoming a zoo. Michael knew Vanderbilt had too much money because even those animals had their own mansions and their own caretakers. As they traveled further and further inside the kingdom, Michael finally saw the main territory of Grandfather Vanderbilt. The mansion itself was very large, made up of very expensive and exotic materials that Michael had never even seen before. They were even given a map so that they wouldn't get lost within the mansion. Thankfully, Michael and his parents didn't have to wander around the mansion. Their only purpose for this visit was to meet with his grandfather, so they went straight towards his grand chambers. Bart and Lilia held Michael's hands as they slowly walked towards the large double doors. Today was the day when Michael would get his inheritance. And it all depended on this meeting. As they opened the door, they were met with a large chamber fit only for a king. There was a large throne at the very end of the chamber, with high arches and columns that gave the entire chamber a sense of majesty and grandiosity. Paintings and tapestries to the sides depicted multiple portrayals of the world, signifying the Vanderbilt's control over global commerce. Every piece of furniture, whether it be a chair or a table, was ornate with real gold, dragon scales, and even pearls from the deep sea. Bart and Lilia immediately kneeled to show their respects, which Michael copied a second later. They were in front of the board of directors of the entire Vanderbilt business, who sat at the seats beside the throne. They answered only to Is Vanderbilt and no one else. "We have come to ask a favor from my father," Bart said, keeping his head low. "My son has recently awakened a supreme talent and has proven himself to be a genius unlike any other." Upon hearing about Michael's supreme talent, the elders sat up straight and looked at the 10-year-old boy with a spark in their eyes. It was rare for them to see such a promising youth. Just the fact that he was extremely talented in magic was enough to make him the most important grandchild in the entire Vanderbilt lineage. But a supreme talent. That was another thing entirely. The board of directors all looked at each other, sending silent signals with just their eyes. They were the people who helped build the Vanderbilt business to the behemoth it was now. They had more than enough insight to know how much of an asset Michael could become in the Vanderbilt family. They would have probably already asked Bart to let Michael live in the Vanderbilt kingdom so that they could nurture the kid using all of their resources. However, when they remembered something, they quickly got disheartened. "Your child's talent is truly 1 in a million," one old guy said, sitting on the seat directly next to the throne. "We would like nothing more than to increase the inheritance given to your son that will reflect the value we put on his future." Upon hearing this, Bart and Lilia's expression turned into one of joy and anticipation. This was their very goal from the start. "We are glad to hear that. Anything will help in nurturing Michael into his full potential," Bart said respectfully, with a hint of excitement. But as Bart raised his head, he noticed something. "By the way, where is my father?" he asked. There was a clear absence in the throne room. The main seat reserved only for the legendary Vanderbilt was empty. The most important man in the room was missing. The old man sighed. "That is precisely the problem, Bart. Even though we have advised him to stay in his room, he has decided to leave and pursue some trivial matter." Michael and Bart were both disappointed to hear that Is Vanderbilt was absent from today's meeting. Bart wanted to introduce his pride and joy to his father, but the old man seemed to be busy with some other thing. It was a bit dismaying. "Is there some kind of problem?" Michael asked out loud. From the way the old man phrased his words, he made it seem like there was some kind of complication that they couldn't solve without the main Vanderbilt man himself. "Your child is very astute," the old man sighed. "There is indeed a problem. Although we would like to give young Michael a lot more monetary funding and assistance, without Is here himself, it will not be possible." Bart stood up, indignation painted on his face. "What do you mean?" "I thought you said my son deserves all the help from the family." The old man raised his hand and tried to calm down Bart. "Truthfully, none of us were expecting the little Michael to be this talented. We only heard that he was good at magic. Because of that, we only decided on a lesser inheritance for him. If we had known that Michael would receive a supreme skill, we would have planned to endow him with more inheritance and let him study abroad with the best care possible." Bart rubbed his hair in frustration. "Can't you change that?" "That is the problem. If Iz is here, then he can certainly overturn the decision. But unfortunately, he is unavailable at this time. Lilia also stood up. Should we reschedule this meeting then? But the old man shook his head. Unfortunately, after today, the leftover inheritance will be divided up by the entire lineage. By the time Iz gets back, there will be nothing left for Michael to receive. Do not worry. It's not as if the inheritance Michael will receive is something to scoff at. We will give the entire territory of the parched lands to Michael, the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family. Upon hearing this, Bart couldn't help but sigh in relief. The elder board of directors made it seem like Michael wasn't going to receive anything good. But Bart knew that although the parched lands was a barren wasteland, it was still a large enough estate that Michael could sell for a lot of money. Parched lands. Dad, what's that? Michael asked Bart. The parched lands is a large territory south of our continent. Most of it is uninhabitable, so there are only monsters and demi-humans living there. Oh, right. You asked me earlier where we can get that petroleum oil that you've been asking about for your engine project, right? Well, most of it can be found in the parched lands. Once Michael heard that, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. It was so crazy that he almost felt goosebumps from it. In his previous world, wars were waged only for the sole reason of oil acquisition. This world still treated petroleum oil as nothing useful other than lighting fires. But Michael knew about their true potential. Since he had already invented the engine, he could finally harness electrical energy using petroleum oil as fuel. So much flashed through his mind. Light bulbs, trains, heating, cars, everything was possible with petroleum oil. What if I move there? I can build my own house that works entirely on electricity. And in the future, if he started to sell his inventions to the world, they would finally realize the true potential of petroleum oil. Now, who would be the one to provide oil for them? It would be the guy who owned the parched lands. The potential for business was too tempting to pass up. Michael, this is good, Bart and Lilia said to their son with excitement. If you sell the parched lands, you can have more than 100 million gold coins. This is already a sizable inheritance. How long? Michael could only laugh for now. He was inwardly preparing himself for when he revealed his plans to move there. His mother would surely have a fit. A couple of days after Michael and his family left the Vanderbilt kingdom, a welcoming celebration commenced in the entire estate. Horns blared with the sounds of thousands of soldiers marching towards the kingdom walls. Today was the day that Iz Vanderbilt would return to his kingdom. The whole lineage inside the kingdom celebrated, treating it as if he had returned from a victorious war against another country. But the truth was nothing as grandiose as that. Sure, Iz Vanderbilt was accompanied by a 10,000-man army wherever he went, but that didn't mean he went off to fight in a war. That was just because his safety was vitally important to the Vanderbilt family and the country itself. His children and his grandchildren all gathered at the large plaza square, waving their handkerchiefs as a sign of respect for the Vanderbilt founding father. But despite the celebrations and fanfare, when the grand chariot and carriage entered the plaza, it simply continued on its way and ignored all the people trying to catch Iz's attention. It didn't stop for a single second. This was quite unusual. Grandfather Vanderbilt enjoyed festivities and welcoming parties like this, usually lasting for many days up to a week. He would spend lavish amounts of money for performances, drinking, eating, and many such celebrations. Many wondered what was wrong, but they could only speculate to themselves. Iz wasted no time and went directly to his mansion and entered his chambers. He sat on his throne, his hands on his forehead. Silence filled the throne room. Iz Vanderbilt was a man who had gray-white hair, sagging eyebags, a face full of wrinkles, and a stooping posture. But even then, his presence was still as wild as a lion about to pounce. The board of directors next to him was nervous. It was never good when Iz was this silent. Finally, one of them dared to speak up. "How was the trip, sire?" the old man next to him asked awkwardly, trying not to offend him. "Have you done what you wanted with that new company called Reborn?" The reason why Iz Vanderbilt left his estate in his great old age was because he heard a little rumor. There seemed to be an up-and-coming new company called Reborn, who had been sweeping the cities and disrupting the local market with their new and innovative products. There was even a rumor that the Vanderbilt business in Kingsbridge City was starting to fall behind this upstart company after only 5 years. Some of his wizard friends even became addicted to a strange board game called Reborn Chess. Naturally, Is had his men investigate the Reborn company and their products. Is thought that they were using underhanded schemes to topple the Vanderbilt business, but once he held the Reborn soap and shampoo in his hands, he finally realized the genius and innovation this company had. Not only that, but the techniques and marketing strategy they employed were something that made even him impressed. Is felt that whoever was at the helms of Reborn was someone who could someday try to contend with the big leagues like him. This sparked a competitive fire within the old man, a fire that had not been lit in such a long time. Even though Kingsbridge was a small little city on the outskirts of the province, Is felt that no Vanderbilt business should ever be outdone by some new company that was wet behind the ears. So he and a few of his most trusted people spent a year planning and experimenting with products that were better, or at least at the same level, as the products that Reborn was putting out into the market. And they found it. They were able to create a soap that was much more fragrant than Reborn soap, it lasted much longer, and most of all, it cost less to produce. They did the same with the shampoo and the revolutionary matchstick. Using the help of his friends from the Guild of Arcana, they were able to create an even more complicated board game called Battlefield Strike. Is wanted to destroy Reborn in Kingsbridge before they could even try to expand to other cities. He was so sure that his products would prevail against Reborn. So sure, in fact, that Is traveled all the way to Kingsbridge just to observe how the whole thing unfolded. This led him to miss the meeting with Michael. When he arrived at Kingsbridge, the impossible happened. When they put out their superior products into the Kingsbridge market, there was no one buying their products. Even though they were objectively better and much cheaper than Reborn products, barely anyone was buying from them. When they investigated this further, it turned out that Reborn had just come out with another revolutionary product called the plumbing system. Not only that, they were even solving the polluted river water problem in their city with something called a sewer system. This pushed the popularity of Reborn into the skies, with every citizen in Kingsbridge becoming loyal to the Reborn company. Is was impressed by the plumbing system, but that could be replicated by anyone else. However, what truly made a mark on the old man was how Reborn was able to completely make an entire city loyal to their products. He had never seen this before. It was truly mind-blowing. So he could only return to his kingdom and brood about his loss. A formidable opponent has come, Is muttered to himself, his voice low and commanding. The future would be an exciting time. Even though he lost, Is was itching for a fight with Reborn. However, he didn't have much time. He was already quite old. Is could only hope that his inheritor would be able to fight against the eventual rise of Reborn and still keep the Vanderbilt name at the top of the world. He shook his head. If only my descendants were just a fraction as talented as the mastermind from Reborn, I would die happily. But no, they're all naive and idiotic. It's my fault, really. I pampered them so much that they didn't have the killer instincts to survive in this world. They'll sink the ship I built by hand. If it was possible, I would rather entrust the entire Vanderbilt business to that Reborn mastermind. At least then I would know that my business is in good hands. Is sighed. He must have been lacking so much sleep to think about stuff like that. It was no use thinking about stuff that he could not control. He decided to go to sleep for now. But before he could stand up, a bell resounded in the throne room. Ding, dong. His eyes were led to a strange new contraption in the corner of the room. It looked like a cabinet with a circular face that had lines near its circumference. And once he listened closely, he heard the rhythmic tick-tock sound coming from the object. "What is that?" he asked his advisors. The old man next to him bowed. "That is a gift from Bart Vanderbilt, sire. It's called a clock, which seemed to have been made by his youngest son, Michael." He got up off his chair and slowly approached the clock. It was only now that he noticed its incredible craftsmanship. And within a few seconds of observing how the clock ticked in a constant manner, he immediately predicted that this was a machine made to keep an accurate track of time. When Bart Vanderbilt and his family visited the kingdom a few days ago, they brought a gift for you to add to your collection, the old man explained. "We don't know what it's for, but we didn't want to offend them." Is continued to inspect the clock, even opening the latch to look at the mechanism hidden inside. "This clock," Is uttered. "It will revolutionize the entire way life works in the entire world." The board of directors looked at each other with confused looks. When they first received this gift from Bart, they didn't think much of it. They thought it was just some kind of decoration that made a funny sound every so often. But Is praise for the clock made them reevaluate its true worth. What are you talking about, sire? Is rubbed his chin, gazing at the clock with a bit of a smile. This clock will allow us to coordinate everything with more precision, with time no longer becoming a vague and abstract concept. As expected of Is Vanderbilt, he deciphered the clock's true uses, even though he had only observed the construct for a few minutes. Do you know the reason why it is so hard to coordinate business between large distances? Do you know why we lose millions of gold every month? He asked his advisors. The board of directors pondered over Is' question until one of them answered. It's because we cannot communicate with accuracy over large distances. We waste time having to send messengers to our businesses overseas. Is nodded. That is correct. Now imagine if our people overseas have a clock of their own. If we told them to send the shipment of products at the 7th line of this clock early in the morning, then they would do exactly as we said without any deviation. They would deliver the shipment on time without any delay. Do you see the potential this could bring to our businesses? Do you see how this could change the way the whole world works? The board of directors weren't idiots. Once Is enlightened them about the true uses of the clock, they quickly understood the implications of this simple contraption into the world. My gosh, it is as you say, sire. This clock will be the key to creating a more organized workforce. Not to mention, there are also a lot of uses aside from commerce. It can be used in navigation, clerical organizations, and even magical advancements. I know of a particular mage who would want a clock for himself to create better potions. We have been underestimating this clock. The board of directors were ashamed that they didn't understand the importance of Bart's gift to them. Is then looked back at his advisors. You say that Bart's kid created this. Even though Is knew Bart wasn't the type to lie, he still couldn't believe that a 10-year-old child was able to create such an innovative contraption all by himself. He knew the kid was talented in magic, but he didn't know he was intelligent in craftsmanship as well. Is it really possible for a kid like that to create something as complicated as this? Is asked his advisors. The board of directors all looked at each other, awkwardness spreading among them. Actually, sire, there is a development with Michael that we did not expect. The old man explained everything that happened when Michael and Bart visited the kingdom. They told him that Michael had a magical talent that surpassed even that of the geniuses in Magic Tower. They told him of his talent in craftsmanship and innovations as well. And most of all, they told him that during his talent awakening, he was able to obtain a supreme skill. With that kind of repertoire of talents, it wasn't that hard to believe that Michael created the clock all by himself without any help. Upon hearing this, Is Vanderbilt sauntered over to his throne and sat down. He was in deep thought, looking far off into the distance. Is was starting to realize something. All the pieces were starting to come together until they congealed into one single fact that lingered on his mind. Goosebumps. Is felt his hair stand up on end. This realization was so shocking that he couldn't help but start to smile. And eventually this smile turned into a laugh, which then further escalated until only his cackling resounded through the throne room. Ha ha ha, ha. Board of directors looked at Is with concern painted on their faces. They wondered if the legendary Vanderbilt lion had finally lost his marbles after all this time. My luck hasn't dried up yet, it seems, Is said, looking up at the ceiling as if he were thanking a certain goddess. What do you mean? His advisor asked. Here I thought that no one in the Vanderbilt lineage had inherited my killer instinct for business, but as it turned out, everything was passed down into the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family. The board of directors was still clueless. That craftsmanship, that intelligence, that innovation, and most importantly, his gift from the goddess. I am certain. Michael is the owner of Reborn. It was only unfortunate that Is wasn't here when Michael visited the kingdom. He could have seen the kid's marvelous intellect with his own eyes. He could have taken him in and poised him to become his successor. Now they were probably angry at him for missing such an important event. He was probably resented because Michael was only given a paltry inheritance. The legendary Vanderbilt lion would only later learn how much of a mistake his absence that day became. It would be his biggest regret in his entire life. Is then looked at his advisors with a crazed expression. What did Michael inherit from me? The parched lands, sire, the old man answered. Is laughed once again, displaying an energy that none of them had ever seen before in the last 50 years. Perhaps this is also fate. Ha 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 ha, Michael, if you do have that killer instinct like me, you won't let go of the chance to create your own legacy. Come show me what you can do with that barren old wasteland. Show me how you can build Reborn into a global business that can contend with mine. If you do, then I will not hesitate to give you the entire wealth of the Vanderbilt business. After returning to their home, Michael immediately started to prepare himself for the presentation of a lifetime. He had to completely convince his parents of his plan to relocate to the parched lands. His father would probably agree, but his mother, on the other hand, would definitely try to stop him in any way she possibly could. To make the conversation work better, he served them breakfast on bed, giving them delicious pancakes, bacon, and eggs. "Mom, Dad, I have a favor to ask you," Michael said, trying to act as innocent as possible. "Remember when I received the inheritance of the parched lands?" Well, Michael went on to give them his entire plan, which consisted of staying in the parched lands and creating his own house there. He told them that the only way he could improve his inventions was if he stayed at the place where petroleum oil was abundant. He even briefly told them about the concept of electricity and other uses of energy. "Michael, are you serious? The parched lands is not something that a 10-year-old boy can survive alone. Not to mention its inhabitability, it is also filled with lawless monsters that will tear you to shreds." Bart lectured. "Yes, father. But I can take care of myself," Michael replied. "How are you going to survive by yourself? What will you eat? What will you drink? Where will you live? Who will protect you?" What's interesting was that Bart continued to ask Michael questions about his plans to move to the parched lands, but he didn't explicitly deny his request. Michael just needed to convince his father so that he would give the go-ahead. He answered Bart's questions with very detailed plans. Because of his mastery in magic, he would be able to sustain himself even if there was no food or water in the environment. As long as there was mana in the air, he could survive even in outer space. As for the question of his survivability, Michael showed them the power of his absolute unity defense skill, which made him invulnerable to any spell or magic that was below the 5th level. Upon hearing this, Bart realized how much of a monstrous wizard his son turned out to be. The only creatures that could contend with his 10-year-old son were monsters from the deep sea or creatures from the Black Continent. And once Michael told Bart about his plans to continue inventing new and innovative products to sell in Reborn, he couldn't help but start to agree that this was the best course of action for his son. Bart was starting to get convinced. Michael inwardly celebrated as he saw the approving look on his father. Now the only other obstacle he needed to get over with was his mother. She was strangely quiet throughout all of this. Bart questioned Michael relentlessly to make sure that he was fully prepared for what he was getting himself into, but Lilia simply just sat at her bed and kept quiet. "Mom." Lilia's body started to shake. "You can't expect me to leave my boy alone in the desert," she uttered in a low voice. Michael knew that if he didn't do anything, his mother would definitely explode. So he immediately brought out Fudge, the rogue slime, and introduced him to his parents. "Mom, look. This is Fudge, and he can split himself and inhabit all kinds of objects." Then he ruffled through his pockets until he took out a small wooden doll that looked exactly like himself, with the same golden hair and expression, all with movable limbs. "Fudge, go," Michael said as he threw the slime into the ground. The rogue slime split himself into two, with its clone jumping up and inhabiting the wooden doll to become its shadow. Ahem," Michael whispered to himself, and his voice suddenly echoed through the wooden doll. "See, Mom, we can still communicate with the doll. You can always keep it with you, allowing me to always be with you in spirit." This was Michael's solution to the long-distance problem that his mother was so worried about. Since Fudge's clones were connected to Michael, he could easily speak through any one of its clones as if he was by their side. Lilia slowly picked up the doll and inspected it with trembling hands. "Always, always with me," she muttered to herself, clutching the doll in her chest. "Michael, it's best if you leave me with your mother alone for now. She'll need the night to think it over," Bart said. Michael respected their wishes and left them alone to ponder over their decision. Leaving a 10-year-old kid alone in the wilderness was not an easy thing to decide. What? Later at night, Bart held Lilia's hands to try and talk some sense into her. "Honey, I think that this is the right decision for Michael. He won't progress if WS keeps him in our estate for too long. We need to let him loose and spread his wings. This is a good opportunity for him." If he shows his talent and creates something incredible in the parched lands, it could catch the attention of my father. It will make him regret that he treated Michael as just another one of his grandchildren. I'm sure of it. But we can't help him. Michael has to build it on his own. So we have to let him leave and build his own nest in the parched lands, no matter how much you want to join him. Despite his words, Lalia didn't seem to be interested in listening to him. Instead, she kept on looking at the Michael doll in her hands. Always with me, hee hee ha ha, this is even better. I'll have my own Michael right in my pocket. Lalia screamed, catching Bart off guard. Honey. But Lilia ignored him. Instead, he called out to the doll. Fudge, that's your name, right? Will you come out for a second? Doll's shadow cast from the candlelight in the room suddenly morphed and shifted to form the cute Fudge, complete with his rogue attire. Yes, ma'am. Fudge at your service, the slime adorably saluted. Now you'll be a good boy and tell me everything that will happen to Michael, right? Lalia said, a crazed look painted on her eyes. Fudge nodded. Yes, ma'am. I will do as you say. I will tell you everything that will happen to Michael. Every detail, Lilia corrected. The slime nodded fervently, afraid of offending Michael's mother. Good, she muttered. After a few seconds of silence, Fudge built up the courage to speak up. Ma'am, since you're so devoted to Michael, would you like to learn about a little club I'm trying to form? Lilia's eyebrows raised. I'm listening. The next day, Michael was overjoyed to learn that his parents allowed him to pursue his ambition. Of course, there were a lot of caveats with that decision. First of all, he had to make regular check-ins with his parents, but that could easily be solved through Fudge and the wooden puppet that his mother already named Michael too. Next, he would need to make regular visits to the estate during the holidays, which Michael was okay with. Finally, Bart and Lilia were allowed to visit him again after a year. Michael thought this was weird because he welcomed them visiting him anytime they wanted, but Bart insisted on having a one-year buffer. His father wanted to make sure that he built everything on his own without any intervention for at least 1 year. Since this didn't really affect Michael much, he agreed. They all decided that Michael would start his journey after winter, with spring starting about 1 to 2 months from today. This gave enough time for Michael to prepare for the journey there. Since it would take about a month's worth of travel to reach the parched lands from the Vanderbilt estate, Michael decided to create his own personalized carriage to get through the harsh journey. When they traveled to the Vanderbilt kingdom, Michael's greatest gripe about the journey was how uncomfortable the ride was. Whenever there was a bump in the road, the entire carriage would bob up and down, making good sleep extremely hard to achieve. Compared to the smooth car rides in his previous life, Michael found any carriage made in this world extremely uncomfortable, even if it was the most expensive one they could purchase. To make his month-long journey a little bit better, Michael installed a suspension system within the wheels. Bumps would only register as a small movement inside the carriage, allowing for a smooth ride. Upon showing his new invention to his father, the man couldn't help but applaud him. You're right, Michael. This would make travel so much easier, Bart said, inspecting the wheels by pushing it up and down. It would be the perfect carriage except for one thing. You seem to have forgotten the most important aspect of a carriage, Bart said. Where's the horse supposed to be attached? Michael's carriage had an extended front bumper, leaving no space for the horse to be positioned in. There weren't even any buckles for the rope to be attached to. How is this carriage supposed to move without a horse, son? Magic, Bart asked in a joking manner. But Michael's response to that was a simple smile and a shrug of the shoulders. He opened the door of the carriage, leaving Bart clueless as to what his son was planning. After a few seconds, a resounding vroom vroom echoed through the estate. Bart was so surprised that he ended up jumping backwards. He almost thought there was a monster hidden inside the carriage. Michael, what's going on? He asked. But before he could go up to peek at Michael, the carriage suddenly started to move on its own. And it wasn't just a small movement due to gravity. The wheels moved as if there was a horse pulling on the carriage. Bart couldn't believe his eyes. If he weren't looking at it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was dreaming. Michael's new carriage continued to move through their estate, surprising the maids and butlers at this magical carriage that had no horse. Then the carriage turned and looped back towards the mansion before stopping right next to Bart. Michael opened the door to the carriage and presented himself with the biggest of smiles. Dad, this is my new carriage, the automobile. Bart slowly walked over to the carriage and tried to touch an invisible horse. But no matter where he touched, there was no such animal hidden somewhere that powered the carriage's movement. "Son, there's no magic in this carriage, right?" Michael nodded. "SOSO, how is it moving?" To answer his question, Michael directed him to the elongated bumper in his carriage. He opened up the latch to show an engine powering the wheel's movements. "This is what I've been working on, Dad. This is called an engine, and it can harness energy into movement." He started to explain the basics of an engine and how power from the internal explosion inside allowed the wheels to move by itself. Since he only had a month to make this, the car was very basic. It only had an accelerator, a brake, and a wheel as its features. Michael was going to improve the automobile in the future, but for now, as long as it could move, then he was satisfied with it. "All you needed was petroleum oil?" Bart asked, his voice starting to crack. "Yes, Dad. As long as there's enough fuel in the engine, the carriage can continue to move indefinitely. It's fast, too. We can turn a month of traveling into just a few days." Art couldn't believe that such a simple and overlooked material could power something that only magic could do. It was only now that he realized why his son was so adamant in moving to the parched lands. With petroleum oil, he could create so many more world-breaking inventions that everyone can use. He could already picture a world where everyone was using his son's inventions every day. Honey, look at what our son made," Bart said, dragging Lalia to see Michael's automobile. Once Michael introduced the car to his mother, she couldn't help but shower Michael with praise. "Amazing, you're so intelligent," Lalia said, but strangely enough, she directed her compliment at Michael too, not the human Michael. Lalia had taken quite a liking to the wooden puppet this past month, which became a bit worrying since she would always address the puppet instead of Michael. "Mom, I'm right here," Michael said, waving his hands in front of his mother. Yes, you are," Lalia said, stroking Michael too's hair. "My son is so talented." Michael sighed and chose to ignore that. People tend to deal with difficult stuff in different ways. She still hasn't accepted the fact that she won't see her son for an entire year. Finally, it was time for Michael to embark on this new chapter of his life. His parents, Beretta, Sebastian, and the rest of the maids and butlers all gathered at the entrance, watching as Michael packed the last of his belongings into his automobile. He didn't have much baggage. He just needed some clothes and some snacks to eat along the way. Most of the space was used to store extra fuel for the trip. "Be careful with your journey, young master. We're rooting for you." Beretta and the rest of the maids wiped a tear from their eyes as they looked at the young master. They couldn't believe that he was leaving the nest so soon. Their lives became infinitely more interesting and comfortable ever since Michael came into their lives. Although it was unfortunate they couldn't join him in his journey today, they hoped that they would be able to do it someday. "When you come back, I'll be able to beat you at chess, young master." Sebastian and the rest of the butlers bowed towards him. "Unlikely," Michael joked back, making Sebastian laugh. "Son, I know you'll do great out there." "I'll miss you," his father said, hugging Michael. "What do you mean?" "He'll be right here with us at all times," Lalia said, pointing at Michael too. "But just a part of him will go, even so I'll miss that." Finally, she acknowledged the real Michael and gave him a big hug. Michael bid a teary goodbye to his parents and everyone else. He hopped onto his automobile and started the engine. If he continued to stay here, he would probably get a lot more emotional than he wanted. So he quickly drove the carriage away from the Vanderbilt estate with nothing but a map to lead him to the parched lands. What? If Michael used a horse-drawn carriage, the whole trip would have taken more than a month with multiple stop-bys. But with the automobile, it would only take him about 15 days to reach his destination without having to visit any nearby villages or cities. He would have arrived much sooner, but there wasn't exactly any smooth highway that led his car directly toward the parched lands. Days passed until the luscious green and forest scenery slowly tapered off, replaced by hard, dry ground with barely a blade of grass growing in its midst. "This is the optimal place to build your house," Chat Joyke too said. Michael was smack dab in the middle of the parched lands. He wasn't in the very deep end, but he also wasn't too near the other civilizations that bordered around the uninhabited territory. This was the perfect place because there was still some greenery and forestry on one side and a desolate desert on the other. He had the best of both worlds. He could plant some crops to sustain himself and still be near enough to the oil depository that the parched lands was so famous for. With his hands on his waist and a can-do attitude, Michael was ready to begin. Well then chat JK2, let's start building, shall we? The 4 elemental mana burst out from Michael's cores and flowed to the veins in his hand, making his body glow 4 different colors. Suddenly, multiple trees on the forest side of his territory were uprooted from the ground and slowly floated towards his side. Then visible wind gusts that resembled a blade suddenly appeared in the air, slicing the trees into a uniform block with perfect accuracy. Mounds of rock emerged from the ground, creating a large foundation for his eventual house. Only mages could understand the complexity of what Michael was doing right now. Not only was he casting spells with different elemental mana, but he was also casting them at the same time with absolute ease. Michael had increased his mastery over 1-star and 2-star magic so much that he could simply think about what he wanted to achieve, and the mana in his body automatically moved the way he wanted them to move. And with the help of chat JK2, he simply had to watch as his new house got built using magic. It took less than half a day to finally construct his little cabin in the middle of nowhere, made out of both stone and wood. Since he made it from scratch, Michael used modern architecture and style to make him feel even more at home. The house wasn't too large like his parents' mansion, just enough for a 2-story family home that was popular back in his previous life. The kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, and the bedroom were made out of simple materials, but exuded casual elegance. His house looked like one of those summer house cottages that rich millionaires had back in his previous life. Now that the basics were done, his next order of business was the most exciting part for him. He wanted to power his house with electricity. He constructed a new home with electricity already in mind. He created the electrical system, along with the plumbing system, in the very structure of the house itself. Now he just needed an energy source to connect them to. Of course, he already had a plan in mind for that. He was going to build a steam turbine. The principle was simple. He just had to heat water, which would turn into steam. That steam would then travel through pipes and cause the turbine blades to spin rapidly, which would be converted into electrical energy through a generator. ChatJK2 handled all the specifics and the main blueprint for the plans, while Michael was in charge of procuring the materials for the large project. Not only that, he also had to find an oil deposit where he could dig up for fuel. So on the second day of moving into the parched lands, Michael journeyed deeper into the desolated parts of the territory in search of a place that was rich in earth mana. But as he journeyed through the desert-like environment of the parched lands, he suddenly heard a notification from chat JK2. Superior Golden Nose skill activated. There is a high likelihood that you will encounter individuals with high talent. Michael became excited. Part of the reason why he wanted to relocate to the parched lands was because of the potentially talented monsters that he could come across. Ever since he discovered he could awaken their talent, a whole new realm of possibilities entered his mind. People overlooked monsters and beasts as nothing more than instinctual creatures with no potential. But ever since he met Fudge, he realized that monsters were as talented as humans. So he welcomed this sudden encounter. He stopped his automobile and immediately got out to observe his surroundings. From his perspective, there was not a single piece of living being anywhere he looked. There was just an endless wasteland of cracked soil and the occasional tumbleweed that rolled in the distance. Skills didn't lie, so Michael knew that there was a living being somewhere here, but he just couldn't see them through normal means. He used his supreme skill, mana gathering, to maximize his sensitivity in mana, allowing him to see and feel everything that his eyes could not see. Earth mana was the most abundant, followed by air and fire. As expected, he didn't find much water mana in the ground, except for thin clouds in the sky. But as he narrowed his eyes upon the small mounds of sand and soil, he saw a collection of light mana, something that only living beings emitted. Strangely enough, the light mana in those figures were starting to fade, blinking in and out of existence, as if they were about to expire and turn into dark mana, which only the dead emitted. They were running out of time. He had to act now. Michael's body immediately started to glow a silver light, with air mana gathering at his feet and propelling him into the sky, reaching speeds faster than his automobile. With this 3-star spell, Burst Fly, he was able to reach the dying figures just in time. Upon landing, Michael set his eyes on a small group of animals that resembled primates back in his previous life. They lay on the ground huddled together, with their chests heaving for air. Their breaths became shallower and shallower each time. Michael raised his hand and looked up at the skies. Right now, the only thing that was going to save them was an injection of light mana into their bodies. Usually he would see an abundance of light mana everywhere through the trees, grass, and nature in the surroundings. But this place had none of that. So his only source of light mana was the sun. He stared at the great big ball of fire and grabbed it in his hands. Suddenly, visible light blobs floated down from the skies and gathered at his palms. Then he shoved the light mana into the dying animals, infusing them with life. Slowly, the primates' breathing got better and better, with the pained expressions on their faces disappearing into relief. They were fine for now, but this was only a temporary solution. With the 3-star spell Medical Inspect, he found out that these animals needed water and food. So he brought them back to his automobile and drove them back to his house. What? Michael observed the primates who were slowly awakening from unconsciousness. ChatJK2, what kind of creatures are they? Before Michael left, his father gave him a complete bestiary of all the known beasts, monsters, and demi-humans populating the parched lands. So ChatJK2 had no trouble identifying the creatures. According to the bestiary, they are a species called mankeys. They are the weakest species in the entire territory of the parched lands, and possibly the entire world. They do not have any special characteristics or traits that help them survive the harsh environment of the parched lands. The only reason why their species has survived to this day is because of the unity within their kind. Mankeys. Species yellow mankeys. Type demi-human. Difficulty. Element none. Michael observed the mankeys and found that they had vaguely human-like faces, similar to Neanderthals back in his previous world. Their entire body was covered in stained, yellow fur, including parts of their faces. They also had a tail on their backs, which was why Michael thought they were primates when he first saw them. Michael waited for the yellow mankeys to regain consciousness. He already fed them food and water a while ago, so they were close to waking up. After a few minutes, the 5 mankeys slowly opened their eyes one by one. Their eyes showed confusion as they came to grips with their current situation. They patted their bodies, surprised as to how they survived the intense heat of the sun. Then they looked around at their new and strange environment until they saw Michael looking over at them. These creatures weren't stupid. They knew that they should have died in the heat of the desert, but were somehow saved by this benevolent being. The 5 yellow mankeys immediately bowed to him, showing their deference to the one that saved them. Thank you. We beg for mercy. Indebted we are of you. They were demi-humans, which meant that they were capable of speaking the human language, albeit a little slower and simpler than 5-year-old humans. Still, this made communicating much easier. It's fine. I couldn't let you guys die in the heat of the sun, could I? By the way, what were you doing in the middle of the desert? He asked them. The 5 mankeys all kneeled in front of Michael and explained, with a limited vocabulary, about the circumstances that led them to a near-death experience. From what Michael understood, it seemed that they journeyed out of their village and into the desert in search of food and water. But unfortunately, the heat of the sun, coupled with the lack of water in their bodies, became far too much to bear. They lost their strength and ended up disoriented in the desert. They wandered around until finally, they succumbed to the conditions. We thank benevolent being, but we must go. Yes, we must find water for village. Michael walked over to his kitchen island and turned the lever on his sink, allowing the water to flow freely into a wooden cup in his hands. If it's water you want, then you can take it with you, he said with the most casual voice. 5 mankeys all had wide eyes as they looked at the precious, life-saving water flowing like rain from that strange metal thing. Wow, waters. Oh, Zod, water. Tears flowed from the mankeys' eyes. They had searched far and wide through the desert to find water. They would have never thought they would see so much water flowing from a strange metal thing. Please, benevolent being, we offer our lives for water. We will sacrifice our lives in exchange for water. Michael waved off their seriousness. Please, there's no need for that. You can take all the water you want for free. Oh, and I have some fruit and dried meat here with me. Would you like some of that too? The mankeys all looked at Michael, with confusion painted on their faces. For them, water was even more precious than gold. People died in the desert just to get a few drops of water for their family. But now, Michael wanted to give them all the water they needed. For free. Any person would be confused when someone wanted to give them a bar of pure gold without asking for anything in return. We will pay for the water with our lives. They thought that Michael was someone who simply had a large stock of water in reserve. They thought he was just one of those extremely fortunate beings who was able to witness rain and store it for themselves. "Don't worry. I can have all the water I need," Michael said as he raised his hand and manifested a ball of water in his hand. Upon seeing this, the yellow mankeys prostrated themselves even deeper. "Wizard, sorcery, water bearer. We become slaves for sorcerer in exchange for water." Michael felt sorry for these mankeys. As a species, they lived at the very bottom of the food chain. They felt as if they couldn't offer anything to Michael aside from giving him their lives. Unlike most monsters and demi-humans, they didn't have talent in any magic, which meant that their species had absolutely no chance of harnessing the power of the mana elements. But Michael didn't think they were completely useless. After all, he had heard of a species who didn't have any magic and was able to become the top species of the world with nothing but their intelligence and innovation. It was the humans from his previous life. Michael knew that mankeys had the same potential as them. He just had to give them the opportunity. "Benevolent being, we are at your service. Yes, we will do anything." Even if it meant slaving away in the heat of the sun, they were willing to do anything as long as they could pay for water. And in their desperation, one of the mankeys walked up to Michael and bowed at his feet. In that moment of contact, Michael heard Chat JK2's voice ring out inside his head. Supreme skill, gift bestowal activated. Yellow Mankey. Potential talent. S-Class Engineer Extraordinaire. Potential skill. Blueprint manifestation. The user will gain the ability to show a three-dimensional projection of a blueprint in his mind onto the real world, allowing workers to accurately build the project without any errors or imperfections. Michael's face lit up as he realized that this specific Mankey was the one he sensed to have incredible talent. And luckily enough, this Mankey's talent was perfect for his plans in the future. "If you really want to pay for the water, then there is something that I need help with." The Mankeys looked up at Michael with anticipation. Finally, they could be of use. Finally, they could offer their lives to save the families back in their village. "I want you to awaken," he said with a smile. The Mankeys all looked at each other, confused as to what Michael was talking about. After all, they were Mankeys. They weren't humans who could awaken a talent and transcend into a powerful being. "Apologies, we are useless. We cannot awaken, we have no purpose." Michael shook his head. "Just trust me. I can awaken your talents and show you that you have potential. I can show you that you can do much greater things." His words made the Mankeys look up at Michael with wonder in their eyes. He looked at them with a different gaze, as if he truly believed that as Mankeys, they could achieve more than begging and scavenging for sustenance to survive. "First, what are your names?" Michael asked. The Mankey in the middle looked up at Michael. "Apologies, we have no name." Demi-humans like the Mankeys lived simple lives, needing no names to refer to each other. "Well, let me give you one then," Michael said as he raised his hand. "Chat JK2, awaken its talent, please." "Understood. Awakening its talents." Golden light shone from his hand, emitting a kind of power that felt cool and refreshing for the Mankey. The creature felt as if it was bathing in the rain, with water nourishing it from the inside and out. Suddenly, its body started to glow with a white light, enveloping its entire body until it was obscured into a blinding shroud of light. After a few seconds, the light died down. The Mankey in the middle used to have a hunched back, with its hands almost touching the ground like an ape. But now it was standing upright, even taller than Michael. Fur was still covering its body, but now there were patterns all over its body that resembled geometric shapes. The previously stained and dirtied color of the fur on its body was now yellow like the sun, with the pattern having a golden streak that seemed to glow under the sun. Its face looked much more human, with refined facial features that would have made him indistinguishable from other people. However, the fur on the sides of its face made it sure that they were a completely different species from humans. "What would you like to name this Mankey?" asked Chat JK2. Michael reminded the Mankeys of a very iconic character in his previous life called Wukong. "Kong, that's his name." Downloading the entire syllabus course on mechanical engineering to Kong. Complete. Kong looked at his body, surprised at his new stature. His mind felt much more open than before, as if an entire new perspective on the world was opening up in its brain. He felt more conscious, more aware of his surroundings. It felt as if he ascended into a new realm of reality. "Kong, Magic a class. Element mastery, unity element. Magic purity, 90%. Mana quantity, Na. Species sapient yellow monkey. Type machinist monkey. Talent S-class engineer extraordinaire. Realm 1-star engineer. Skills: blueprint manifestation. Lesser unity gathering. Lesser unity defense. Kong looked at his hands, fully aware that he could do so much more than before. He felt like he could do anything. He immediately looked at Michael and bowed at his feet. Thank you, benevolent being. You have saved me and given me a new life. I accept my name as Kong and vow to serve as your loyal servant. The rest of the Mankeys looked at Kong with eyes of wonder and astonishment. They could barely believe that he was the same Mankey that they had known all their lives. Are you really a Mankey? You change a lot. Hair change, body change, but Mankey same. Kong chuckled. Yes, I am still the same Mankey as before, he said to them. But I have changed. I have evolved to something better. The rest of the Mankeys ogled at Kong's new appearance. They surrounded him and playfully picked at his fur. Not only did Kong's appearance change, his whole aura became completely different to that of a normal Mankey. Kong passively absorbed the elemental mana in his body due to the lesser mana gathering skill he obtained from Michael. Water, air, fire, and most importantly water, was gathering at his skin and nourishing his body with power. He was no longer the same skinny and emaciated Mankey that was on the brink of death. The rest of the Mankeys felt this kind of presence only in higher beings and more complex demi-humans like the dwarves and the elves. Those beings were at the top, comparable only to humans. Now, the Mankey that was standing right in front of them was emitting the same kind of strength as those powerful species. They couldn't believe it. This led them to revere and worship Michael even more. They thought that the only being that could change a species being was a god. Now they treated Michael as one too. Benevolent holy being. We worship. Michael stopped them before things got too out of hand. Guys, please stop it. I'm not some kind of god, he said, waving his hands. But how could they stop worshiping him when he single-handedly saved their species from extinction? Now that Kong had evolved into the next line of his species, he now held the power to change the course of life in the village. They bowed to him even deeper. Michael felt burdened with all this worship. He had to clap his hands and get their attention. Now who wants to evolve next? He asked them. The rest of the Mankeys looked at Michael with confused faces. They thought that he was done with Kong. After all, a power that could change Kong into a superior species must take some kind of toll on Michael, right? Kong had to convince his fellow Mankeys that Michael had enough power to awaken the talents of thousands upon thousands of Mankeys and never even break a sweat. When he awakened, Kong was able to briefly observe just a smidgen of Michael's true power. And with what he could see, Kong felt as if he was looking at an endless horizon of an ocean. Michael's power was endless. Finally, after a few minutes, Michael awakened the talents of the other 4 Mankeys. The 3 Mankeys only had a talent in the C-class and below. One of them had the D-class metallurgy mender, with a corresponding skill that allowed him to handle metal with ease. The other had a talent called C-class wooden whisperer, which was very useful in growing and making trees prosper, even in the harshest of environments. The other had a D-class Taurus keeper, which meant that he was talented in breeding and taking care of cows. The last Mankey was the most surprising. First of all, unlike the rest of the Mankeys, this one evolved with barely no fur on their skin. And if anyone were to look at this Mankey with no context, they would mistake it for a human woman. Her face was defined with feminine features that could be considered quite beautiful in most cultures. And instead of having yellow fur with patterned golden streaks, she had long, flowing yellow hair and eyebrows with similar patterned golden streaks. The only thing that distinguished her from a human was the tail on her back, which was still colored yellow and gold. Michael named her Anne, which she quickly accepted. Greetings, Boss Michael. Anne at your service, she said, with her tail wagging back and forth rapidly. But that wasn't the only thing that was special with her. Michael was surprised to find that she had an even better talent than Kong. And Magic S-class. Element mastery, unity element. Magic purity, 95%. Mana quantity, Na. Species sapient yellow Mankey. Type agricultural Mankey. Talent SS class cultivation idle. Realm 1-star farmer. Skills. Greenhouse. Any crop that the user plants will grow regardless of the season or weather. Multiplicative harvest. The user will be able to harvest multiple times from a single crop. Lesser unity gathering. Lesser unity defense. Michael was mistaken. It seemed that she was the one that his superior golden nose was talking about. He searched through the entirety of Kingsbridge, using Fudge's clones to see if anyone else had a good talent, but the best ones he saw were only a class. Now he met two beings at the S-class or higher in the parched lands, of all places. Boss, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for this gift. You will not be disappointed in taking a chance on us. We make your words come true. We will achieve greater things than even we can imagine, Anne said, tapping her heart. The rest of the evolved Mankeys thanked Michael, showing their sincerity to the man that changed their lives for the better. Kong approached Michael and kneeled. Boss, we are ready to fulfill any of your orders. Michael shook his head. Although there were a lot of things he wanted to do, he didn't want to forget the most important thing in the world. I want you to lead me to your village, he said with a serious tone. They need water, right? We should go now. We can't waste any time. Kong, Anne, and the rest of the Mankeys felt emotions welling up in their eyes. Michael had no reason to save their village, yet it was his first priority. Yes, boss. Thank you, they all shouted. Using the automobile, Michael and the newly evolved yellow Mankeys traveled through the desert to find their village. The wheels jumped through the cracks in the ground and maneuvered through cactuses as Kong did his best to recall their village's location. Finally, Michael's eyes caught sight of a large collection of life mana in the distance. Using a simple one-star spell called Telescopic Sight, he was able to confirm the location of the village. Strangely enough, the village was located on a large crater, which made it almost undetectable in the vast valley of the desert. As soon as he parked the automobile, the Mankeys all rushed out and looked down to their village. The once vibrant and lively collection of homes made out of mud and clay was now completely covered in a strange black liquid. This was the reason why the village was in dire need of assistance. This strange black liquid had invaded their homes and destroyed their safe haven. This meant that they would have to relocate to a safer place. However, such a large migration of Mankeys would need a lot of resources, especially water. That was the reason why Kong and the other Mankeys journeyed out of their village. They needed resources to resettle. Kong, Anne, and the rest of the Mankeys jumped down, surprising the rest of the villagers that were hiding within the homes embedded on the sides of the large crater. Children screamed, while their parents tried to shush them from creating any noise. They thought they were getting invaded. The power and magic emanating from these 5 strange figures were unlike any species they had ever encountered before. Even though they had the same yellow fur and monkey-like features, they were completely different from normal Mankeys. They stood tall with pride, with strength, completely foreign for yellow Mankeys. We surrender, we beg for mercy. One elderly Mankey, with his yellow hair almost turning white and a spine even more curved than a circle, walked out of the homes and confronted the 5 strangers. But upon gazing at these 5 figures, the elderly Mankey felt as if he was looking at something ancient, something transcendent. And somehow they looked familiar. But that wasn't possible. It's us, said Anne, but her words did nothing to convince the old man. After all, she looked even more beautiful than most humans. Kong knew that words wouldn't convince the old man. So he approached him and took the elderly man's hands and respectfully put them over his forehead. This was a cultural act that only Mankeys knew. It was then that the old man's eyes shone in recognition. You, but how? The old man's excitement made the other Mankeys hiding in the houses finally come out of their houses. As more and more Mankeys came out, more of them recognized the 5 strangers. A celebration occurred within them, with hugging and jumping spreading through the Mankeys. When they didn't return after a few days, they thought they had all died. But somehow they didn't just survive. They turned into this completely new Mankey with strength and power that was completely uncharacteristic of the weakest race in the entire world. How did this happen? They all asked. Kong and Anne smiled as they pointed upwards. Just then the village of Mankeys looked up at the skies and saw the figure of the 10-year-old human boy floating in the air. He had his hands in his pocket and a casual smile. Michael slowly floated to the crater, introducing himself to the Mankeys with a simple hello. He saved us, Kong said, showing his admiration and respect for Michael with just his tone. He gave us water, he gave us food. He gave us everything we needed to survive without even asking for anything in return, Anne said, her eyes shining once she started to talk about Michael. They told the whole village that his powers allowed them to transcend from a normal Mankey into this new and better form, filled with talent and magic. The elderly Mankey looked at Michael, disbelief written all over his face. As the oldest one in this village, he had met a lot of humans before, even the most powerful of wizards, yet he hadn't heard of anyone capable of doing this. "Sir," the old man uttered, "why have you come to our village? As you can see, we are close to extinction. The curse of the lands has taken over our home." More than half of the homes were flooded with this strange sludge of black liquid. Some of the houses were completely submerged, making it impossible to live in. These Mankeys considered this to be a curse. But when Michael set his eyes upon this black liquid, he didn't see a curse. He saw liquid gold. It was petroleum oil. This village was smack dab in the middle of an oil well, which had so much oil that they were overflowing to the surface. If America existed in this world, they would have already invaded this land. Michael, of course, wasn't going to let this chance go to waste. "I have come to this village for only one reason," Michael said, addressing everyone in the village. "I came here to give you a chance to live without worrying about food, water, or a place to live." The elderly Mankey shook his head. "We cannot offer anything." Michael pointed at the black liquid behind them. "If you are willing to give me ownership of that black liquid, I can give you everything you need to survive and more." They wanted nothing more than to survive, than to drink water and eat food every day. And Michael was the person that could give them that. They were ready to do anything for Michael. They were ready to become his slaves. But he wanted nothing more than the black liquid, something they considered a curse. It was too good to be true. To fully convince them that he had nothing but good intentions, Michael snapped his hands, and 5 big barrels of water floated from above and landed down to the village. The elderly Mankey slowly approached the barrel. Upon seeing it filled with cool, refreshing water, the old Mankey's body began to shake. He trembled until finally he couldn't take it and plunged his whole head into the barrel, drinking all the water he wanted to drink. The rest of the Mankeys soon followed, celebrating as they filled their bellies with life-saving water. One by one, Michael awakened the talents of every single Mankey in the village. The once weakest race now had more magical power than even most superior races. The once weakest race who struggled to survive now had knowledge and masteries in jobs that were miles and miles above the current base of knowledge in the world. Most of them had C-class talents, but that wasn't even the most surprising part. The yellow Mankeys seemed to have talent in some type of production job. Everything from agriculture, carpentry, forestry, and even to cuisine. Usually, Michael would see different types of talents in a given group. When he inspected the talents in Kingsbridge, he saw talents in swordplay, production, singing, and other such jobs with very different varieties. But this village of Mankeys all seemed to have talent in creating some kind of product. "Can you tell me why?" chat JK2. Upon inspecting their DNA, there is reason to believe that yellow Mankeys, in particular, have a natural tendency to become talented producers. Michael would have never expected that a single species could produce one single type of talent through all their descendants. Michael didn't dislike this. In fact, it was quite a fortunate stroke of luck that he met these yellow Mankeys. Each of them had a specific talent that could greatly contribute to making his and everyone's life in the parched lands so much more comfortable. What? After their awakening, they moved into Michael's territory. And on the first day, the newly evolved Mankeys started to reconstruct the homes they had back in their old village. Just as they were gathering mud and sand to create the walls of their houses, Michael immediately stopped them in their tracks. Their homes were completely not up to his standards and were susceptible to a lot of weather conditions. Even though they gained skills and base knowledge about production, they knew nothing about the best way to use them. For example, one of them had the seemingly useless skill called Limestone Finder, which allowed him to search for limestone in his vicinity. Michael immediately got a great idea upon seeing it. He ordered the Mankey to find as much limestone as possible, which he was able to do quite easily. Once given the limestone, Michael went to work. Using a variety of one-star spells, he started to pound the limestone into powder and mixed it with a lot of clay, sand, and other types of aggregates. Once finished, he had a very thick and viscous type of gray material. Any person in his previous world would immediately recognize this material. It was concrete. Michael arranged the concrete into a block and used a heating spell to quickly dry out the water contents in the concrete. and within a few seconds, the concrete started to harden, surprising all mankeys. They surrounded the solid block, touching it with their hands and knocking on it to try and test its resilience. One of them tried to punch through the concrete block and found himself with nothing but injured knuckles. They couldn't believe it. This strange concrete was even stronger than mud and stone walls. Once Michael taught them how to create their own concrete, all the talented engineers and construction mankeys like Kong started to implement them into their homes. At the end of the day, the mankeys spent the rest of their time watching in wonder as the faucets and showers splashed them with water. Whoa, water! I can bathe and drink at the same time. I can't believe it. Do I really have an endless source of water in my own home? This is a miracle. Hooray for our boss Michael. Hooray, they all cheered. Michael, of course, taught Kong the basics of the plumbing system, which he quickly picked up and learned within an hour of lecturing. Then Kong began to teach the other mankeys as well, allowing them all to work at the same time and finish building the houses as fast as possible. Since Kong was the most talented engineer in the group, he became the de facto leader of all production in the village. And whenever Michael wanted something done, he would always entrust it to Kong. Meanwhile, Anne was the leader of her own group as well. As an SS-class talented individual, she became extremely adept in everything agriculture-related. On the forest side of the territory, she and a couple of other mankeys with agriculture talents began to start a farm system. She incorporated everything she learned about farming into this project, including all the necessary conditions that different crops needed to grow. Right now, she planted any crop that she could find in the forest. This included potatoes, some leafy greens, carrots, and other crops that everyone could eat for nourishment. With the help of Kong and his group of engineers, they were able to incorporate an irrigation system that made watering plants so much easier. Michael was so surprised as he watched the evolved mankeys do their work. After all, only a day had passed, and yet the whole place had completely changed. His house used to be the only thing in the territory, but now there were a lot of concrete houses under construction near him, with a farm and a quarry surrounding them. This was the true power of the yellow mankeys. They were extremely talented in production. He didn't have to worry about managing them at all. So he set his sights on the concrete block near his feet. It was only now that he realized the full potential of concrete in this magical world. In his previous life, concrete became the standard material for construction because of its durability and its availability around the world. But perhaps if concrete had one weakness, it would be the time required for the cement to harden. That was the case for his previous life. But not in this world. With the help of magic, cement could harden within a few seconds. This could revolutionize how construction was made in this world. Michael immediately wanted to contact Cassell so that they could sell concrete to the world. Even before he started to sell concrete, Michael wanted to stock up on a lot of it first. After all, this village would also end up using a lot of concrete to finish all the houses and buildings under construction. So he instructed some of the mankeys to journey out into the desert to try and find a good lime quarry they could tap into. Fortunately, once they returned from their scouting, they found a big one very near to their current location. He instructed them to start mining all of the lime they could get. And to make their jobs easier, he lent them the automobile to haul all the limestone they mined for the day. Of course, he had to teach them how to ride it first. Thankfully, one of them had a talent that allowed him to learn driving quite easily. For now, the amount of limestone they could gather in a day was just enough to supply the whole construction project for the village. However, if Michael wanted to export concrete to the world, then he would need a lot more workers. Lolo, do you know of some other mankeys that can help us? Michael asked the middle-aged-looking hob mankey in front of him. He named the elderly mankey in front of him as Lolo, and after his evolution, he seemed to have de-aged by a couple of years and became a man in the prime of his life. However, the fur covering his entire body remained white, making him look like an albino mankey. Also, Michael decided to address the evolved mankeys as hob mankeys because he reminded them of fantasy goblins back in his previous life. After all, both were considered the lowest and weakest species in the world. So he decided to name their evolution like how goblins evolved to become hobgoblins. Yes, Boss Michael, replied Lolo with the gravitas of a cool uncle. There are other yellow mankey tribes scattered around the parched lands. However, we do not know about each other's exact locations, Lolo replied. Michael thought it would be nice if he could evolve more mankeys and have them live in his estate. He needed a lot more talented hob mankeys that could help with the jobs in this village. Mining group needed more workers. Kong had also been asking him for more talented engineers, and even Anne needed help in expanding the farm. It was extremely fortunate that yellow mankeys had the natural talent to become producers, so he could be sure that at least most of them would have something to do in the village. So Michael decided to dedicate some hob mankeys to try and find some of those tribes hidden in the desert. His intention was not to just get more workers, but to also help their current situation. He was worried that there were a lot of mankeys experiencing the same hardships that Lolo and the others had to endure. There was plenty of space, food, and water here in his home. They didn't need to be suffering out there. He liked the village to be a lot more crowded. As the famous saying said, the more the merrier. Lolo, please find some able-bodied hobmankeys who can make the trip through the parched lands to contact those remaining tribes, Michael said. He entrusted this job to Lolo because the old man had an A-class talent called community leader, which gave him the appropriate skills and knowledge to manage the current village. Lolo accurately tracked all the jobs and talents of all the hobmankeys in the village, allowing him to easily assess which ones would be the best at which jobs. I have a couple of individuals who are perfectly capable of this job, Boss Michael. I will task them to find the other Mankey tribes. Trust that it will be done, Lolo said, bowing towards Michael. Michael then addressed his shadow on the ground. Fudge, you'll have your clones accompany them, right? A cute rogue slime with a Chunabu mentality popped out of his shadow and landed on the ground like a ninja. Yes, master. I have already spread my clones in the entire village. As long as they say the secret word, Beetlejuice, 3 times, then I will appear in their shadow, and they can communicate any emergency that befell them. Michael inwardly shook his head. Turned out that ChatJK2 not only gave the little bugger anime tropes, but movie tropes as well. But since it didn't matter, Michael chose to ignore it. Okay, good. Fudge jumped up on Lolo's head and excitedly raised his head. I hope there's some talented recruits next time. No offense, but all the Mankeys in this village have boring talents. None of them want to join me in becoming part of my shadow army. Fudge, if anyone in our village exhibits any desire to become a ninja, as you call it, then I will inform you immediately, Lolo said, as if trying to pacify the slime. Really? Good. I'm looking forward to it. Michael was glad that everything in the village was going well. According to Lolo, everyone was enjoying their current way of life. They could drink water with just a single twist of a lever. They had a roof over their heads that protected them from the heat of the sun, and they could eat food and fruits every day. This was everything they ever needed. Every single hobmankey inwardly decided to do everything they could for Michael and this village. They worked harder than ever to contribute their talents to keeping the village well-fed and safe. What? Days passed with every Mankey working on their own project in the village. There was one Mankey in particular who Michael entrusted a very special job to. He was Kong. Right now, this particular hobmankey ran through the village with an excited look on his face. He sidestepped away from Anne's crops, jumped over the wooden carriage full of limestone, and ignored Lolo's warning of civility inside the village. Kong didn't care. He wanted to tell Michael the good news. He entered Michael's house and saluted at Fudge, who was practicing his ninja moves by the side of the kitchen. Then he directly jumped into the second floor and burst through the master bedroom. Boss, it's working, Kong said with a voice faltering from excitement. Michael immediately got up from his bed and looked at Kong, with excitement growing on his face by the second. It's working, he asked Kong. It's working, boss. Kong replied. The two of them didn't need any explanation. They both ran out of the house and ran through the half-finished houses in the village. Kong had to go through the same obstacles as before, while Michael simply flew through the air and immediately headed towards a large square building in the distance. The structure was made out of concrete, with white smoke coming out of the exhaust vents at the roof. This was Michael and Kong's biggest project, the steam turbine. They worked together to construct a working generator that allowed them to harvest heat energy and turn it into usable electrical energy. They had to experiment and plan out the whole thing multiple times to make sure that everything had gone correctly. And yesterday, the last touches were finally constructed with the help of the other hobmankey engineers. Early in the morning, Kong performed the last safety checks before finally informing Michael that the steam turbine was ready to turn on. They both rushed inside the control room and saw a couple of other engineer hobmankeys pacing back and forth as they waited for Michael and Kong to arrive. Finally, it was time for them to see the fruits of their hard labor. "Boss, you have the honors," Kong said as he presented the lever to Michael. Michael nodded and lifted the lever, which required quite a bit of strength to push. Thankfully, he was already quite strong even as a 10-year-old child. As he pushed it to the on position, a satisfying click resounded throughout the control room, letting them know that the flint had successfully lit up the fire that would start to burn the fuel inside the compartments. Michael used his supreme skill, mana gathering, to see through the layers and layers of metal in the contraption. After igniting the fire, the water started to come to a boil. And upon reaching 100 degrees Celsius, or the water's boiling point, steam started to rise into one of the vents that directed everything into the turbine. Since there was quite a large amount of steam flowing into this relatively small vent, the speed and pressure from this steam were enough to propel the turbine into rotating at an extremely fast speed. This was where the magic happened. Slowly, the generator attached to the turbine started to emanate lightning mana, signaling the steam turbine's success in turning heat into electricity. But that wasn't enough. For them to know that the steam turbine was working properly, they all looked at a single light bulb placed in the middle of the control room. They all waited with bated breaths as the light bulb started flickering. And finally, it turned on and emitted a glow that lit up the entire room. "We did it!" The entire room erupted in celebrations of joy and relief. There was hugging, jumping, and shouting spread throughout all of them. "Boss, it's done. You were right." They couldn't believe that Michael's promise of being able to harness the power of electricity had come true. There was no magic required in this whole process, and only needed natural resources readily available in their surroundings. With this steam turbine, they could have light bulbs powering the whole village, even in the middle of the night. Michael was a little emotional as well. It only took 10 years, but he was finally able to have electricity in his life. He took a major leap in making life in this world a lot more comfortable than before. There were a lot of inventions he had in store that could only work with electricity. He would only be able to start working on them after today. "Thank you, guys. We all worked hard for this," he said to Kong and the rest of the engineers. "But our job still isn't over." Then he pointed at the window to the side of the room, showing the entirety of the village in view. "We need to start connecting each and every house with electricity. Kong, we have the electric lines ready, right?" The chief engineer nodded his head. "Yes, boss. I have already instructed other engineers to line up the houses with wires. We just need to connect them all to the power source." Michael nodded. Now was the time to show everyone the power of electricity. What? In the afternoon, Michael had Lolo gather everyone in the village to start the presentation of electricity. All the hobmankeys gathered at the plaza in the middle of the village. They all waited patiently in their places as the sun soon set in the distance and night covered the entire skyline. Everyone was instructed to put out every candlelight in their houses, so the entire village was filled with darkness. "What's happening?" asked one of the hobmanky children. "Shush, child. Our boss says that he has something amazing to show us," said his parents. But even still, there were a lot of mankeys who became a little bit restless as they waited in the darkness. Just then, Michael's calming voice resounded through the plaza, making everyone excited. "Sorry for making you all wait. But it's worth it, I promise. Without further ado, I will now give you the results of what we have all been working on." Kong turned it on. With a single click, a blinding light overcame the hobmankeys. The child hobmanky winced and closed his eyes. He was a little bit afraid because he wasn't expecting such a bright light when the sun had already gone down a few hours ago. But then he started hearing gasps and awes of amazement. "Wow, I can't believe it. It's beautiful, Nicola, look at this." The child, upon hearing the emotional voices of his parents, slowly opened his eyes. And as his gaze adjusted to the light, he was met with the beautiful sight of their village lit up with stars everywhere. He gasped, unable to catch his breath upon seeing this amazing scenery. Michael instructed there to be miniature bulbs to be placed in wires and wrapped around the houses, just like Christmas lights back in his previous life. This made it seem like their village was graced with the presence of stars in the night sky. Everyone in the village quickly got hooked on using electricity in their daily lives. Now that they had this new power source, they no longer had to manually pump water up to the water tank for the entire village. Everything was now powered through an electric pump that supplied the plumbing system with water, automatically refilling it whenever the water had been used up. Water, which had been so scarce in their lives before, was now so abundant that there was a large fountain in the middle of the plaza that continuously entertained the hobmankeys. Lolo watched with a warm gaze as the children played and splashed around in the fountain, drenching themselves in water. Because of Michael, children no longer had to feel the same hardships they experienced when they were kids. They had all the water they needed, and so much more that they had the luxury of washing their bodies every day. He sighed and looked at the horizon of the parched lands. Guilt started to rise in his chest. Here he was enjoying life without any worries, yet there were still a lot of yellow mankeys still suffering out there in the desert without even a drop of water to drink. He could only hope that they would soon find this paradise and be blessed with Michael's gift. What? Out in the middle of nowhere, with the horizon full of nothing but an endless desert, one single yellow mankey was trudging through the dry soil. His body was emaciated, with his skin flaking from dryness. It had been days since he traveled out of his village to find the mythical oasis, a place full of water and life. But he soon found out that this was nothing more than a dream. There were only bones out there from mankeys who ventured out into the desert with the same futile dream as him. He was about to give up and just return to his village. But just then he saw something in the distance. The heat of the sun turned everything blurry for the mankey, but he was sure that he witnessed other creatures walking in the desert. He walked closer until he finally came across a strange new species whose fur seemed to glow and shine under the sun. The mankey would have thought he came across his own species, but their straight posture and their human-like faces told him that they were different from himself. They were more powerful. Not only that, they seemed relaxed. Even when they wore strange clothes that covered their bodies, they didn't break a single sweat under the intense heat of the sun. They had a casual attitude, as if trudging through the harsh and dry desert was not a challenge, but an easy stroll in the morning. Compared to the mankey, these creatures were laughing and having fun. They weren't hanging on for dear life. Then the mankey saw one of the creatures take out a single bottle from his pocket. Zlaj. Even in the distance, the mankey could recognize that sound. It was water. The creature took a big gulp from the bottle and drank all the water he wanted to drink. The mankey couldn't help but gulp with a dry throat as he watched the creature quench his thirst. Then something incredulous happened. The creature began to douse himself with the water, letting it drip out of his face and fall to the ground, completely wasting this life-saving resource. The mankey couldn't believe it. If his throat hadn't dried, he would have shouted at the creature for wasting water. Even if he already had his fill, the creature could have saved that water for his other comrades. Just as the mankey thought that, the other creatures took out their own bottles as well and began splashing themselves in water to try and beat the heat. Finally, the mankey built up the courage to approach these creatures. "Benevolent beings, please spare water for me," the mankey begged, his head almost buried in the ground. The hobmankeys all looked at him and saw the horrible state he was in. "I am willing to become slave for water, please." Before he could continue to beg and prostrate himself even more, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his head. He looked up and saw a wooden bottle of water near his forehead. "You don't look well. Here, drink all the water you need," said the hobmankey. The mankey carefully took the bottle and took his first sip. It was truly water, and they gave it to him without even asking for anything in return. The mankey soon began filling himself with water. He didn't even let go of the last drops inside the bottle and drank it all before finally heaving a sigh of relief. "Has," the mankey uttered, lying on the ground, completely filled. "Gracious beings, I thank you." The hobmankeys shrugged their shoulders. They seemed to have learned from Michael himself that this was a gesture that meant, "You're welcome." "I am willing to give my life to serve benevolent beings," said the mankey. But the hobmankeys shook their heads. "There's no need for that. We have plenty of water to spare." Upon hearing this, the mankey was only led to one conclusion. They found the mythical oasis in the middle of the desert. If he could lead his village to this place, then they would be saved from death. "Please tell me how you obtain this water I need to save my village. Please tell me, where is oasis?" The mankey knew that this was a long shot. After all, if these creatures did find the oasis, they wouldn't want to share it with anybody else. They would hoard it for themselves. Even still, he had to try. In response, the hobmankeys looked at each other. Even though they were only sent into the desert to find limestone, they were still instructed by Lolo to lead any lost mankey into the village. "We don't know any oasis, but we do have a paradise. It's a place where water flows like rain, where food is abundant, and where stars come down into the ground at night. We can welcome you and your entire village. Do you want to see it? An entire village of about 20 or so mankeys traveled through the harsh desert for this supposed paradise. No sane creature would ever believe that this paradise was something real in the first place. They were told that in that place, they could drink all the water they needed every day. They were told that if they lived there, they would never have to worry about going hungry at night. But perhaps the most unbelievable of all things was that anyone could obtain these privileges without having to pay for them at all. They just had to contribute their talents to the village. This group of mankeys shouldn't have believed this story. It was too good to be true. But they were extremely desperate. The water they stored for the village had dried up, and it didn't seem like it would rain anytime soon. If they didn't take this chance, they would all soon die from dehydration. When they finally reached this paradise, they would quickly realize that they had made the right decision. They saw hob mankeys working in construction, tending to crops, and doing all sorts of jobs in the very middle of the day when the sun was at its hottest. It was common knowledge for all mankeys that they should only work early during the day or deep into the night so that the environment won't make them frequently thirsty. But these hob mankeys didn't care at all. That was because they had water ready to drink at any time they wanted with just a single twist of a lever from those strange metal contraptions installed on the walls of every home. Ah, you must be the new mankeys. Welcome. Lolo led the new batch of mankeys inside the territory and showed them everything there was to see in the village. They were given all the water they wanted and all the food they wanted to eat. And most of all, he showed them the magic of electricity. Every house was lined with light bulbs that illuminated everything even when the sun couldn't reach them. It truly seemed as if the stars fell down and settled into this land. It didn't take long before the mankeys all prostrated themselves to Lolo, begging and asking for him to allow their village to integrate into this paradise. They were willing to become slaves just for the chance to at least get some water for their village. They were even willing to just sleep outside in the open just to be in the vicinity of this paradise. Lolo had to quickly tell them that migrating to this village was free. If they wanted to live here and get all the benefits as well, then they could do so without any conditions. But of course, as mankeys, they had to do something after receiving this gift. They had to repay this graciousness. If you want to contribute to this village, then you must visit the boss, the one who founded this paradise for everyone to live in comfort. He will awaken talents you can use to help this village grow. Lolo said with a smile. What? Michael welcomed the new mankeys into the village by evolving them into hob mankeys and unearthing the hidden talents within their species. As expected, each and every single one of them had talents in production. And with the help of Lolo, they were quickly given jobs that were appropriate to their awakened skills. Some went to Kong for engineering training, some went to join the seamstresses to provide clothes for the entire village, and thankfully, they also had a lot of herders who were able to tend to livestock for food. Right now, the entire village finally reached the 3-digit number and was continuing to grow each and every week that passed. This wasn't the first batch of mankeys that joined them in this village. All the scouting done by the hob mankeys had allowed more tribes to migrate here and live a better life. This meant that the construction of houses became an ever-growing project that continued to make Kong busy every day. It helped that there were a lot more awakened engineer hob mankeys, but the projects were still a lot for them to take in. And since there were a lot more inhabitants in the village, the consumption of electricity had also shot up. Thankfully, the mankeys continued to search the desert for oil wells that they could gather for fuel in the steam turbine. Michael had to create about 5 more automobiles just to help ease the burden of mining and gathering resources in the desert. 2 automobiles were used to gather oil, 2 were used to gather limestone, and 2 were used to search for more tribes and transport them into the village. Because of this, the production of concrete became much easier. Almost the entire village now had concrete flooring, except of course the new expanding houses under construction for the newly evolved hob mankeys. Michael also had Kong working on a concrete factory, which was on its way to becoming finished as well. He was getting nearer to the day that he could finally sell concrete as a reborn product. Of course, he still had to think up a way to market this strange new building material, but that was a problem for another day. Michael planned to take a rest after evolving this last mankey. But then Michael noticed his ability. It wasn't an S-class talent or anything, but the skill he gained from the evolution was something that gave Michael an extremely good idea. He immediately awakened the mankey's talent and asked him for a favor. "I want you to use your skill and find that material," he said to the new hobmanki. As you wish, he replied. With the help of Lolo, the new hobmanki immediately went to work and was accompanied by several other mankeys in search of this precious material in the desert. A day later, the hobmanki returned to Michael's estate and showed him a strange rock-like crystal with a yellowish color. Michael smiled as he took the crystalline rock in his hands. Even though it smelled like rotten eggs, he was the only one who knew the true value of this element. This was sulfur, an incredibly important material for his next project. You know what I'm thinking, right, Chat JK2? I have downloaded the formula into your brain, replied his personal AI assistant. With this, he would be able to create something incredibly amazing. It was the perfect gift for his mother's upcoming birthday. Lalia sighed as she looked out the window of the Vanderbilt estate. It had already been a few months since Michael left their home, but she had already been feeling quite lonely without her son since day one. Feeling bored, she got up out of her bed and started to wander around their mansion. Everything reminded her of him. She walked to the kitchen house and saw the maids washing the dishes using the faucets Michael made. She went outside to see Sebastian and the other butlers playing chess during their break times. There was a clear absence within their group, with the middle chair remaining vacant for Michael. Then she went to the backyard to look at the training yard. She used to have early morning magic sessions with Michael here every day. And even though she had nothing left to teach him, he still patiently absorbed her teachings without feeling bored. She walked to the hot springs, and the hot steam coming out of the roof reminded her of the daily baths with Michael. He would always act shy about entering the women's section, but would always end up caving to her whims and bathing with her. She didn't have any mood to take a bath right now, so she returned to their bedroom and lay down on her bed. Perhaps the thing that she missed the most about Michael was all his strange stories and ideas that came to him in his dreams. Every night before they went to sleep, Michael would visit the master bedroom and tell them about a parallel world he dreamed of in his sleep. In that world, humans lived without any sort of magic in their bodies and were entirely reliant on technology. And despite the simpleness of life without magic, he would always describe that parallel world as something even more amazing than magic. Creativity reigned supreme rather than strength. Over there, people worshipped and idolized men and women who could sing or dance much better than others. He even said that if she had been born there, she would have been quite popular as an actress or an idol in the entire world. He told them all about the special occasions in that world, including a day for lovers, a day for independence, a day for the birth of some kind of god, and a day for the advent of a new year. During those occasions, everyone could see glowing flowers in the skies. This captured Lilia's imagination. She even wished she could peek through Michael's mind, just so that she could see the magnificence of those glowing flowers that exploded out into the skyline. Michael's stories made her wonder what she would have been like in that parallel world. Would she have been able to witness those flowers blossom on her birthday? She chuckled at herself for thinking about such foolish things. Michael was so good at storytelling that it made her want to see something that was only present in fantasy stories. Ha tilde tilde tilde, I miss Michael. I hope he's here tomorrow. Her words were just something she uttered to herself. But, of course I'll be here, Mom. It's your birthday, Michael said as he suddenly appeared behind her. Lalia was so surprised that she ended up jumping out of her bed. Her eyes widened as she saw Michael present in the flesh. She slowly approached him, with her hands stretched out to touch his face. And as she made contact with his cheeks, she felt his warmth in her hands. This was real. This wasn't a hallucination. Michael was back in the mansion. She jumped towards him, embracing him with all the pent-up energy she had from his months-long absence. Oh, Mom. Having trouble breathing here. But she ignored him and kept him in her embrace. Finally, after she filled her yearning for her son, she let go of him and grabbed his shoulders. I knew you wouldn't forget my birthday, she said ecstatically. Of course, Mom. I wouldn't miss it, he replied, scratching his nose with a little bit of a blush. How did you get here? She asked. Did you travel for days in your automobile? Michael cleared his throat. Before you ask me that, Mom, I would like to show you something first. It's my birthday gift to you. He led her out onto the balcony of the master bedroom, which overlooked the entire estate and all the forestry around it. The sun had already set a few hours ago, and there was only darkness in the distant skies. Strangely enough, the entire estate was enveloped in darkness as well. The lamp posts that were supposed to be lit with fire around the estate were completely snuffed out. Did Beretta forget to light up the oil lamps? Lilia asked herself, looking down at the garden. No, Mom. I asked her to extinguish all the lights for tonight. I want to show you something, Michael explained. What are you planning? She asked, a little bit suspicious. Michael pointed at the sky and said, Keep your eyes there, Mom. She did as he said and heard him whisper a countdown for himself. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a single line of fire emerged from the darkness of the forest and soared up into the skies. And as it reached the zenith, the fire suddenly exploded into a beautiful amalgamation of reddish colors, blossoming into a full flower in the skies. Lilia gasped. She couldn't believe her eyes. Before long, a few more lines of fire shot out from the forest and exploded into the sky, creating a bouquet of colorful flowers for Lilia to enjoy. After discovering sulfur in the parched lands, Michael was able to create the infamous gunpowder. With just a couple more ingredients, he was able to create fireworks. His gift to Lilia made her heart feel warm inside, tears welling up in her eyes. This looked even better than in her imagination. She couldn't believe that Michael was able to show her something she thought she would never be able to see. She kissed Michael on the forehead and smiled. Thank you, son. I love it, she said, wiping the tears away from her eyes. And so the mother and son enjoyed the fireworks show for the rest of the night with nothing but silence. Wait a minute, Michael, Lilia said. You never told me how you got here. Michael laughed awkwardly as he scratched his head. I have my own clone shadow attached to Michael too all this time as well. This allowed me to take its place and arrive here in an instant. Hahaha, isn't that cool, Mom? Lilia went silent. Mom, so you're telling me that you could have always been here this entire time? Lilia uttered with a low voice, with her blonde hair masking her expression. Michael started backing away. He nutted an excuse. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. That wasn't a viable response. The chaos in the mansion was masked by the sounds of fireworks blowing off in the skies. As a punishment, he was forced to visit them at least 3 times a week to continue his stories about the parallel world from his dreams. A week after visiting the Vanderbilt estate for his mother's birthday, Michael wanted to see the current state of the Reborn company in Kingsbridge. As Cassell wrote company reports in her office, the candle suddenly flickered and her shadow morphed into something completely different. Cassell, I'm coming to visit. Michael's voice sounded out through her office, notifying her of his presence. She immediately fixed her posture and turned around to welcome the young master. She bowed down to the corner of the room, where Michael magically appeared out of nowhere. It has been a while, young master, Cassell said. Sorry I got busy with stuff in the parched lands. I'll try to visit Kingsbridge more often now that I've got more help. Before he left, Michael left everyone he knew a clone of himself in their shadows. This was a superior version of Fudge's skills, which allowed Michael to transfer his true body to any of his clones, no matter the distance between them. This made traveling back and forth to Kingsbridge and the parched lands extremely easy. How is our company doing? Michael asked as he took a peek at the window, showing the office floor of the company. There had been a huge influx of workers in the building from the last time he visited this place. It looked like Cassell had to hire a lot more people to manage the growing business of Reborn. The company's doing extremely well, young master. The entirety of Kingsbridge has now been lined with our plumbing system, allowing them easy access to water. The profits we have garnered from the installation alone have netted us more than 10 million gold coins. We have also implemented a subscription-based water filtration system that you envisioned. Every month, we gain hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the citizens wanting to drink water straight from the tap. Michael nodded to himself. Slowly, Kingsbridge was reaching closer and closer to the quality of living in his previous life. Although they had to pay a water bill every month, it was worth it because they were kept safe from deadly diseases and plagues. How about the sewer system? Michael asked. Everything in that front is doing as we expected, young master. The construction was finished without a hitch. Cassell showed Michael the report papers regarding the whole project. He inspected everything with ChatJK2 and saw that everything had gone as well as they planned. With the help of Cerberus and the Magic Tower, the quality of work was assured from the very start. Because of our efforts, the rate of diseases in the city had gone down substantially, Cassell said with vigor. Fudge briefly popped out of Michael's shadow. My clones inspect no kind of plague spreading in the city, master. Thanks to the goddess's timely warning, they were able to completely stop the decimation of humans in the city. Not only that, but the surrounding territories around Kingsbridge have also contacted us with requests to implement the same sewer and plumbing system in their area. Cassell said, pointing to the mountain of letters in her desk from the overlords and governors of those territories. I must admit, young master, this subscription-based system is nothing short of genius. If we start to implement the plumbing system in more and more homes, the monthly fees we earn will continue to grow each year. A huge influx of money will allow us to fully expand into the King's region and hopefully break into the Queen's region. The country they were in was divided into different regions. Kingsbridge City and Michael's home estate were both located in the King's region. Below the King's region was only the parched lands. On its left and right were surrounded by oceans, but above it was the region called Queen's region. If they wanted to continue growing the Reborn company into a worldwide business, then they needed to first conquer the entire country. And to do that, they needed to expand into the Queen's region to have access to the rest of the country. How is it? Michael asked. Have we had any success in reaching the Queen's region? He asked this because the Queen's region was hard to get into, solely because of the mountain ranges that separated the two regions. Peddlers needed to trek through dangerous valleys and landslide-prone areas just to reach the Queen's region. We've had success in spreading our products there, replied Cassell. The only problem is the speed of our expansion. Because of the hard terrain, we can only transport soap and matchsticks in that area for now. After all, we produce all the products here at Kingsbridge and have them transported all the way there. Faucets and pipes are hard to transport properly, so we can't implement the plumbing system there yet. It would be a lot easier once we construct the main branch in the Queen's region, which would be helped by all the money we gained from our projects. Michael thought hard about the problem plaguing Cassell. He instructed ChatJK2 to give him a mental image of the country's map to give him a better view of the situation. From the looks of it, the only thing preventing their expansion was the hard landscape of the mountain regions. Then his eyes went over to the empty space beside the mountains, devoid of any treacherous terrain. Look at this, he said to Cassell, projecting the country map into the air. Why can't we just go through this section beside the mountains? Cassell inspected the map and shook her head. It's not possible, young master. That is inhabited by an infamous dwarven kingdom. They are not friendly to humans and have always rejected any attempts from humans trying to enter their territory. Michael, hearing this, knew that they couldn't force the dwarven kingdom to open their gates for the Reborn company. They would just have to find another way for now. Oh, Cassell, I forgot. The reason why I visited you this time is because I have another product I want you to sell. It's called concrete. Michael went back to the parched lands after talking to Cassell about the next plans for the Reborn company. After telling her about the uses of concrete, she quickly caught on and knew that it was going to be a big hit. However, Cassell decided that before they started to sell concrete, they should make sure that there would be a steady stream of it readily available in stock. She already learned her lesson after things got too hectic in their office after they announced the plumbing system a few months back. She underestimated just how much the demand would be for the faucets and showers in Kingsbridge, leading the Reborn offices to become extremely hectic as they tried their hardest to keep up with the demand. They had to spend a lot more money than they expected just to hire more workers in the meantime. Cassell predicted that the demand for concrete would be the same if not larger than the plumbing system. After all, with concrete, it was possible to construct a 10-foot-tall wall around Kingsbridge in a matter of days. That short time frame was extremely absurd. Coupled with its strength, durability, and cheapness compared to other materials, everyone would rather use concrete to construct their buildings. So Michael and Cassell both decided to first create a proper road from the parched lands to the Vanderbilt estate to easily transport the concrete that Michael's village was going to create. With a highway directly connecting the two places, Cassell could easily receive enough shipments of concrete within a week of its creation. Of course, this meant that Michael had to customize a large truck automobile for this shipment. He already planned to ask for Kong's help in creating this new vehicle, which would speed up the creation process for the new car. Another benefit of creating a highway road was that the village could easily procure materials they needed from Cassell. There were a lot of things that Michael and the village needed in the parched lands that they couldn't acquire naturally. There were things such as spices for food, seeds for the farm, and other exotic materials that they could only get using Reborn's large purchasing power in the human realm. So he had Cassell coordinate with Lolo for the exchange of goods for the village. They agreed that every other week, a group of Mankeys would travel to the Vanderbilt estate to pick up the products sent by Cassell. This would greatly help the expansion of the village, especially with the large influx of newly evolved Hob Mankeys. So after his conversation with Cassell, Michael had taken care of everything he could take care of for now. What? Somewhere out there between the valleys of the mountain ranges, separating the King's region and the Queen's region, the ground began trembling with furious intensity. Trees were uprooted from the ground. Birds and animals fled from their habitats in search of more stable ground. Even the established route of peddlers became nothing more than a collection of loose ground. The intensity of this earthquake broke off large chunks out of the mountains, which began to roll down its cliffs towards the land below. But even as the hours passed, the intensity only became even greater than before, unshackling the stable mountains from their position. The landslide of unprecedented proportions overcame a large portion of the boundary between the King's region and the Queen's region, rendering it unpassable for the time being. However, that was not all that was affected. The Dwarven Kingdom, known for their mastery in metallurgy, was left unable to defend against the onslaught of the tsunami-like landslide that came unexpectedly. It didn't help that all of this unfolded deep into the night, where most dwarves were either asleep or drowning themselves in ale. But of course, due to their sturdy construction practices, their buildings were able to survive the first wave of the landslide, giving them time to evacuate from the affected areas. Dwarves could only watch helplessly as their homes and forges became mere rubble from the rush of the landslide. Even though it was made up of nothing but muddy soil and rock from the mountains, the speed at which they came to their territory was enough to destroy most of their dwarven structures in a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, the Dwarven King was awakened from his deep sleep and informed of the current situation. He quickly assembled his greatest engineers and blacksmiths to try and assess the damage done to his kingdom. After a long meeting, the general consensus within the dwarves was that it would take at least a month just to rebuild part of their wall taken down by the landslide. It would take even more months for them to start reconstructing the homes and forges of the unfortunate dwarves caught up in this mess. Even though no dwarf was harmed by this disaster, the Dwarven King couldn't help but stroke his long braided beard out of worry. After all, with the wall destroyed and thousands upon thousands of dwarves out of homes, their kingdom was now vulnerable to the outer world. This was a problem that they couldn't solve even with their current advancements in their craftsmanship. So the Dwarven King stayed on his throne, solemnly in deep thought as he tried to think of a solution to his current problem. What? After a few days, news quickly spread to the territories next to the Dwarven Kingdom. Particularly, this reached the ears of the greatest businessman in the current world, Is Vanderbilt. The old man smiled as his advisors informed him of the situation. "Send a delegate to the Dwarven King," he said decisively. "Tell him we're ready to provide him with all the funds, materials, and manpower to help him rebuild his kingdom." Is immediately knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him to finally break through that stubborn old Dwarven King. Even in his successful history as the Vanderbilt Lion, the greatest businessman in the world, Is had always failed to spread his business to the Dwarven Kingdom. They rejected any human that tried to bring their company into his realm. But now he saw a chance. If he could gain the favor of the Dwarven King, Is could finally get the chance to exchange business and receive exclusive products from the dwarves. Although unlikely, he still had to take a chance. Success meant he would be written down in history as the first man to ever do so right. Discover stories with Empire. Michael was lying on his bed in the parched lands when all of a sudden he felt a disturbance in the air. He quickly sat up and used his supreme skill, mana gathering, allowing him to gaze past reality and peer through the invisible elemental mana present in his vicinity. From what he could see, there was no immediate danger inside the village or even in the parched lands. The distress seemed to have come from a faraway land, somewhere away from the king's region. He immediately checked in on his family with his clones and was relieved to find out that they were fine, with his mother and father sleeping deeply into the night. Chat JK2, can you tell me what happened? According to the agitation of earth mana in the surroundings, there was a large displacement in the tectonic plates of the very ground itself, leading to the shifting of the land. After some calculations, I have deduced the problem to have occurred near the border between the King's and Queen's region, directly on the mountain ranges separating the two. With such a large change in landscape, Michael was sure that there could have been a lot of innocent people caught up unprepared from this natural disaster. When he looked at the country map in his mind, he saw that there were a couple of dwarven villages directly bordering the mountain ranges that could have been affected the most by the earthquake. He immediately changed places with his clone in Cassell's shadow, transporting his real body to Reborn's main office in Kingsbridge City. "Sorry to bother you so late this night," Michael said as he appeared behind Cassell, who seemed to have been burning the midnight oil. "It's no worries, young master. I was just finishing up some paperwork for our eventual expansion to the Queen's region," she said, with clear eye bags above her cheeks. "Sorry to say this, but I think you're gonna have to postpone that for a little bit. Something has happened in the mountains." Michael explained everything ChatJK2 told him to Cassell. Being the sharp business manager that she was, Cassell immediately knew that a lot of businesses would get disturbed by this disaster. And most unfortunate of all was the Dwarven Kingdom, which seemed to have taken the full brunt of the earthquake's aftermath. "Can you send some people to see if there are any families affected by this?" "I want to help them," Michael said with worry on his face. Cassell immediately nodded her head. "I will send for some of our employees to scout the area as soon as possible. I will send word to you when we have more information." Michael knew that with such a large disaster, time was of the essence. This couldn't wait till tomorrow morning. He closed his eyes and sensed all of his clones hiding in the shadows of other people. "ChatJK2, can you find me a clone nearest to the Queen's region?" "Certainly. There is one single reborn peddler currently trying to bypass the landslide region." "I'll be going now, Cassell. I have to see this for myself," he said as his body suddenly turned into pure darkness that soon merged back into Cattell's shadow. What? Michael emerged out of the reborn peddler's shadow, who continued to walk away from the landslide, none the wiser that Michael had just magically appeared behind him. The soles of his feet burst out with air mana as he started to float in the air, allowing him to traverse the landslide with ease. He looked down and saw what seemed to be a spilled muddy soup made out of unrooted trees and large boulders, leading towards the Dwarven Kingdom in the distance. His eyes shone with a golden light as he activated his supreme skill, trying to sense the presence of light mana in the area. Thankfully, the absence of dark mana told him that there weren't any casualties from this disaster. He continued to float forward, looking down and trying to sense for any survivors looking for help. After a few minutes, he came across what looked to be the remnants of a small village. Roofs of stone houses were peeking out of the muddy landslide, chimneys were sticking out of the wreckage, and there was even a metal statue of the Dwarven King floating among the debris of metal and stone that once made up this village. After further inspection, he saw a large collection of light mana hiding inside one of the houses that stood tall even with the onslaught of the landslide. Michael slowly floated down and inspected the Dwarven architecture. They seemed unable to escape the house because of all the debris and scrap blocking the entrance. With a single wave of his hand, Michael created a giant magical hand made out of pure mana called Mage Hand, which easily shoveled away all the dirt and mud obstructing the door. Once everything was gone, he stepped into the entryway and knocked on the door. Slowly, the wooden door creaked open, showing the presence of a burly dwarf with a brown braided beard. The dwarf adjusted his eyes as he looked at Michael. "A human. I would have never expected a human to save us from our predicament." Upon saying those words, more and more dwarves peeked out of the door and gazed at Michael, the human that freed them from being buried alive. It wasn't that they were ungrateful, but they all expected a fellow dwarf to be the one to save them. But it seemed that this human valued their life more than other fellow dwarves. Otherwise, they would have been saved hours ago. "Thank you, human. What is your name?" The first dwarf offered his hand to Michael. "Call me Michael," he said, shaking the dwarf's hand. "My name is Thrain Ironhand. I and my fellow villagers must apologize for our behavior upon meeting you. We mean not to be rude, but as you can see, we are in a state of emergency. We have lost everything we have built up in all our lives. We have lost our homes, leaving us with no bed to sleep on." Michael didn't take their weird stares for rudeness. After all, they had just experienced something traumatic. Their entire village was laid to waste in a matter of seconds, and if they were any less alert, they could have lost their lives as well. "We have nothing to offer, but please come inside," Thrain said, welcoming him to their safe haven. Michael entered the nearly wrecked house of the dwarves and saw an entire village of them crammed into this very small space. If it weren't for their small stature, they wouldn't have been able to fit into such a cramped place. After all, their numbers were nearing 3 digits. "As dwarves, we are indebted to repay twofold what you have done for us. However, we are currently unable to fulfill that," Thrain said, looking apologetic. But Michael shook his head. "There's no need to worry about that for now. It looks like you all have it rough. Everyone was taking turns to nibble on a single piece of bread. This was their only sustenance. Our pride wouldn't have accepted that, but you are completely right. Our village is completely destroyed and we don't have anywhere else to go, Thrain said, sitting on the chair opposite Michael. Why not? Asked Michael. Aren't you a part of the Dwarven Kingdom? Wouldn't they help you reconstruct the village? Thrain and the others let out a groan. Unfortunately, their help would only come months and months later. We do not doubt that the Dwarven King is currently allocating all of his resources into rebuilding the walls before trying to rebuild villages in the outskirts of the kingdom. We do not blame him. His duty as king demands him to prioritize the walls over anything else. However, this leaves us with nowhere else to go. The dwarves looked extremely downtrodden as they thought of what the future would hold for them. They would be forced to relocate to a place that wasn't ravaged by the landslide and was bountiful with resources. However, finding this place would be an extremely hard task. After all, this country was primarily a realm for humans. Everything was already taken or conquered by them, leaving nothing for them to live in even in the king's region. And they couldn't simply try to live with the humans. As demi-humans, dwarves were not normal in their society. This was especially true because it was their race who decided to shut themselves off from humans in the first place. So Thrain and the rest of the dwarves would either have to search the ends of the continent not conquered by humans or take their chances overseas. We appreciate your help, Michael. But if we want to take our journey to the oceans, then we should better start now. If fate so decides it, then I hope we will meet again under better circumstances so that we can repay you for saving our lives. Thrain stood up from his chair and offered his hand to Michael. The rest of the dwarves also expressed their thanks to Michael before they started packing their things for their eventual journey away from the Dwarven Kingdom. But before they even finished packing, Michael faced them all and asked them one simple thing. If you're trying to find a place to stay, then why not stay in our village? Thrain and the rest of the dwarves looked at Michael. But instead of treating him seriously, they thought that it was just a meaningless gesture by a 10-year-old child. We appreciate it, Michael. But it isn't that simple. We cannot live in any human society because our customs and way of living are completely different from yours. We are also creatures of the metal, meaning that we will eventually want to recreate our own forges for smithing. So unless your house is located somewhere far away from human society, then we will politely decline. Michael smiled. Actually, he began to tell them all about his village in the parched lands and how they had all the water, food, and space they needed to grow a large community of yellow mankeys. Thrain gave Michael a strange look. After all, his words were completely too good to be true. First of all, he said that yellow mankeys populated their community, where each of them had their own jobs and duty for the village. However, from what they knew, yellow mankeys were creatures of simple mind. And second, he said that the village was located in the parched lands. As the name suggested, it was a place that was devoid of water. But Michael said that their village had an abundance of both water and food for everyone to sustain themselves. It wasn't that they didn't trust Michael, but those words were truly too good to be true. It was exactly what they needed, as if the heavens simply rained down gold for them to take freely. Why not just take a visit to our village first? You are all going to journey out into the ocean anyway, right? You can take a slight detour and see the village for yourselves, Michael said, with the rest of the dwarves starting to believe his words. You have no reason to lie, Thrain pondered to himself. And it is as you said, we are going in that direction anyway. Continue your adventure with Empire. He and the rest of the adult dwarves all convened together to talk about their decision. After a few minutes, they all decided to do as Michael said. After all, they wouldn't lose anything if they did. Then we will take you up on your offer, Thrain replied. Good. I already called in for help and they would soon arrive in this location, Michael said, looking out into the distant Kingsbridge city. Oh, Michael, you have a carriage we can borrow. Thrain asked expectantly. This elicited a bright expression on the dwarves. After all, with a carriage, they wouldn't have to waste their energy walking great distances. I hope you brought quite a strong horse. We dwarves are quite hefty, haha, Thrain joked. Michael awkwardly scratched his head and said, Well, it has horsepower, that's for sure. Master, we've come to pick you up. Out from the window of Michael's automobile, a certain edgy slime peeked out and waved at Michael with an overly big smile. Behind Fudge's car were 5 other cars, each manned by a skilled hobmanki driver capable of transporting goods from a large distance. After an hour, help had finally arrived. Each of the automobiles had a large wooden bed that had its own wheels attached to the back of the car. This cargo space was made specifically to carry large amounts of materials from Kingsbridge to the parched lands. Luckily enough, today was supposed to be the day that Cassell would send supplies to the village, so the 6 cars were already parked near Kingsbridge. This meant that they could reach the outskirts of the Dwarven Kingdom within a few hours. These are my automobiles. Hop on. We can reach the parched lands within just a few days. Despite Michael's words, the dwarves refused to move. They looked at the intricate and complex metal parts of the automobile and couldn't help but gasp at how advanced its construction was compared to anything they had ever seen. Not only that, Michael's carriages seemed to move with great speed despite having no horses powering its wheels. How is it moving? It's magic, right? How else could it move without a horse? But there's not even an ounce of magic in that metal contraption. They couldn't understand it. Even as proud blacksmiths, they felt like they were looking at something completely alien and out of this world whenever they stared at the automobiles. It was simply beyond anything that even the best blacksmiths and craftsmen could make in the Dwarven Kingdom. Thrain built up the courage to slowly approach the automobile. Vroom! Upon hearing the loud thrum of the engine, he couldn't help but jump back in surprise. It was alive. It was alive, not in the sense that it was a living being like dwarves, humans, or even monsters. No, from what he could see, it seemed as if the metal construct itself was alive, without being alive. Michael, what is this beast of yours? How is it possible that something lifeless is able to breathe like it was filled with life? Thrain uttered with a low voice. He carefully stroked his hand against the cold metal of the vehicle and felt it breathe. To answer his question, Michael opened the hood and showed him and all the curious dwarves the inner workings of his automobile. This part is called an engine. It uses the power of combustion. He briefly explained to them about the principles of an internal combustion engine. This is called the axle, and it allows the engine to power the wheels and make it move. It also allows the wheels to move and steer in a different direction. And as Michael continued to explain everything about the car, the dwarves couldn't help but feel as if they were hearing something completely out of their depths. Michael mentioned principles and theories with such casualness that other people might have thought that everything he said was common knowledge. Yet even a single idea of his was enough to advance the current understanding of mechanics in the Dwarven Kingdom. This blows my mind. I feel like a baby. This completely changes my perspective on everything metallurgy. No offense, but I am simply baffled at the fact that a human child was able to create such a magnificent piece of machinery. The hobmankies on the front seat of the cars couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Finally, someone else understood their surprise whenever their boss created something completely out of this world. Phew, you guys haven't seen anything yet, bragged Fudge. I can't wait to see your faces when you see the light bulbs in our village. Light bulbs, uttered the dwarves in confusion. All right, enough of that, Fudge. We should get going, Michael said as he started to lead the dwarves into the car. They started their journey down south, towards the parched lands. The duration of their journey would be the same, if not shorter, than the travel between Kingsbridge and the parched lands. On the way, the dwarves couldn't help but laud Michael for his invention of the automobile. It was even faster and more stable than the most expensive of carriages, making this to be the best form of transportation in the world. What? Enjoy new tales from Empire. Days passed and they finally reached the desert landscape of the parched lands. And immediately the dwarves caught sight of the supposed village on the horizon. It was unlike anything they had ever assumed. They thought that a village in the parched lands would be made out of mud and clay, but somehow this village would look indistinguishable from most human settlements. Welcome home, boss. Lolo was there to greet the new inhabitants of the village, showing their hospitality by giving the dwarves bottles of water and fruits to soothe the long journey they experienced. The dwarves could only stare and gape in wonder as they looked at Michael's village. Hobmankies were walking on flat, solid footing, devoid of any mud or dust that was so prevalent in the parched lands. Many of them were walking on well-designed streets that were divided into organized blocks. There were also other hobmankies strolling through the streets, using a strange and thin metal contraption with only 2 wheels. This looked like an advanced civilization that should not exist in the vastness of this desert. Yet it did. There were farms on the outskirts of the territory, with hob-mankeys carefully tending to their crops. There were hob-mankeys busy with construction work using a strange material. And most surprising of all were the children happily playing on the streets, splashing themselves with water without a care in the world. Brothers, I can't believe a place like this exists. I thought our dwarven kingdom had reached the peak of civilization. I thought wrong. Is this really going to be our new place? Michael looked at the numerous dwarves in front of him and spread his arms. Welcome to our village. Make yourselves at home. Lolo led the dwarves to their new temporary home and showed them all the amenities that came with it. Thrain and the rest of the dwarves jumped up and almost cursed the high heavens when Lolo flicked the switch mounted on the wall and turned on the bright light in the living room. By my beard, what is that light? They couldn't believe that such a bright light could be emitted from such a small glowing wire. And just like before, there was nothing magical about it either. It was as natural as the air, which confused them even more. Michael had to teach them the basics of electricity and how everything was being powered through the steam turbine. Harnessing lightning. Who would have thought that such a dangerous element could lead to such a useful source of power? Thrain said, staring at the light bulb for too long. The more they stayed in the village, the more they understood that this place was more advanced than even the richest metropolis in the world. Its technology was miles above that of the Dwarven Kingdom, just by virtue of the plumbing system by itself. Not to mention the electricity, everything they pulled off in this village was nothing more than fantasy for other places. And in terms of wealth, they had all of it as well. After all hob-mankeys could eat as much as they wanted, they could drink as much as they wanted, and they obtained everything they wanted from the village for free. Every hob-mankey contributed to the village's well-being, allowing all of them to live as freely as they did right now. One by one, groups of hob-mankeys visited the dwarves' abode and gave them little gifts and trinkets to welcome them into their village. The hob-mankeys gave them daily items like cups, plates, and other such objects that would make their lives comfortable in their new home. Some seamstresses also gave the dwarves well-knitted clothes and ponchos that fit them perfectly. They had the innate power to create comfortable clothes just by sight alone, which surprised the dwarves. Everyone in this village was powerful in their own right. They had knowledge, skill, and power, which were characteristics that no demi-human should have obtained. What confused the dwarves the most was that Michael seemed to be surrounded by extremely talented individuals. This was far too much of a coincidence. Not only that, but the mankeys were also completely different from what they were taught. Everyone said yellow mankeys were not complex enough to wield magic or smart enough to build even the simplest of tools. Yet what they saw was the complete opposite. The engineers of this village were a lot smarter than even the proudest of blacksmith dwarves. This led them to become even more impressed at Michael, the human who started all of this in the first place. What? After getting acclimated to their surroundings, Michael let the dwarves wander around the village at their own discretion. They went through the farms, the steam turbine, and the plaza. As they were walking through the streets of the village, Thrain and the other dwarves suddenly heard the sound of a satisfying metal clink ring out from a distance. Then this was followed by raucous cheering that seemed to emanate through the streets. What's that? Thrain asked. Oh, that, Michael said with a bit of a smile. That's just a little game that I spread to the villagers. It quickly became popular within the hob-mankeys, with most youths spending their time playing it during the day. A game? Asked Thrain with curiosity. Michael answered by leading them towards a large field on the outskirts of the village. The area was diamond-shaped, with hob-mankeys placed in specific places on the 4 plates. The juvenile hob-mankey in the middle of the field had a serious look on his face as he stared down his opponent. Opposite him was another hob-mankey, who wielded a metal bat, lightly swinging it in preparation for what was to come. The hob-mankey in the middle winded up his arm and threw the ball with such speed and ferocity that the wind whistled as it cleaved through the air. Just as the ball was about to go past the metal bat, the hob-mankey suddenly twisted his hips and brought power to his hands, allowing the bat to accurately hit the fastball, sending it flying through the air. The crowd of hob-mankeys, watching on the sidelines and bleachers, all screamed in excitement. Home run, they cheered as the hob-mankey, with the bat, rounded out the bases on the diamond field. Michael smiled as he pointed at the energized camaraderie between the players and the audience. That is baseball, he proclaimed. The dwarves looked on at the game with a burning curiosity. Even though they didn't know the rules of the game, they were all taken by the intense focus and seriousness among the players. Not only that, but the energy oozing between them was palpable. Their joy upon hitting that ball to the ends of the horizon was nothing less than exhilarating. Experience more on Empire. After the game, the batter on the mound slowly approached Michael and the dwarves. He slowly took off his hat and showed himself to be Kong, the chief engineer of this village. Boss, you came to see me win. I'm getting better, right? I'm sure I'll knock your ball right out of the park the next time we play a game, Kong said, his excitement showing on his face. You still have a lot to learn, Padawan, Michael replied. We'll play a game tonight, and I'll show you who's the ace. The dwarves couldn't believe the camaraderie and fellowship between everyone in the village. They all seemed to be united with this one game. Those who won showed happiness as if they had just won a war. And those who lost showed no sadness, only an intense desire to get better. And even still, they showed respect and admiration for each other regardless of the outcome. This sparked a desire for the dwarves to learn more about this strange game called baseball. Michael saw their curious looks and invited them to watch tonight's match with their own eyes. You should see the game tonight, he said to them. The cleaving chefs are fighting against the brainiac engineers. The sun soon set on the village, with darkness covering the whole landscape of the parched lands. Yet there was one single patch of land in this desolate territory that was shining brighter than the stars in the sky. As soon as the night came, the village turned on the switches for the lights. The lamps by the side streets and the bulbs on the porches of houses illuminated everything for the inhabitants of the village, making it easy for them to go where they wanted even in the night. Lolo led Thrain and the rest of the dwarves, including the seniors and the children, through the crowded streets full of excited hobmankeys. As they walked alongside the hobmankeys, Thrain heard their excited conversations about the upcoming match. Who do you think will win? I bet it's the brainiac engineers. Kong is really good at batting, said an excited kid. Tusk. You know nothing, my man. Don't you know that our boss will sub in as the pitcher for the Cleavers? They'll win for sure, refuted the other kid. Either way, I'm excited. It makes me want to play baseball again. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll invite the others. Anywhere the dwarves looked, they saw excited and expectant faces on the hobmankeys. All they seemed to talk about was baseball and everything related to it. Michael taught them everything there was to know about baseball, including its rules and regulations. So they would easily be able to follow the upcoming game. However, they knew nothing about the two teams playing, the cleaving chefs and the brainiac engineers. Everyone formed a team based on their specialties, Lolo explained. For example, Kong and the rest of the engineers formed their own baseball team called the Brainiac Engineers. They pride themselves on being the most strategic. The cleaving chefs, on the other hand, is almost full of butchers, who boast a really heavy hand perfect for knocking the ball into the air. This has led to the teams, as well as the fans that are rooting for their team to win, to become extremely competitive against each other, Lolo explained. Just as he said that, a group of hobmankeys wearing some kind of similar blue uniform faced off against another group of hobmankeys with a different red uniform. You guys should go home now. Our engineers will cleave your chances of winning, said the blue-uniformed hobmankeys. Oh, we'll make you eat your words. You won't be able to calculate where the ball ends up once our players knock it out of the park, answered the red-uniformed hobmankeys. The two different groups continued to answer taunts back and forth, livening up the energy of the night. It came to a point where even the dwarves ended up getting caught up in the debate between the two groups. Ah, our new comrades, said the group rooting for the chefs. Give them the fries. Give them the hot dogs. Dwarves were suddenly given all sorts of food and snacks from the group in an attempt to get them to their side. They were each given the same red uniform the group was wearing, with their names etched on the back along with a random number. Hot dogs and fries are essential in a baseball game, said the red group. If you side with us, you can eat all you want. The blue group answered by giving them their own blue uniform. Well, if you side with us, we can adjust your homes to your liking. That's cheating, answered the red group. You were bribing them, replied the blue group. The debate continued and was only stopped after Lolo sent the two groups to their own designated spots on opposite sides of the bleachers. Lolo escorted the dwarves to their seats in the middle, which were considered the best seats in the game. Thrain looked around and felt as if he was in a fever dream. Everything felt surreal. The skies were dark, yet the whole field was lit up by huge, bright lights that illuminated the whole field and the bleachers. Everyone was at their seats, talking excitedly while eating snacks and drinking water to pass the time. Somehow, the dwarves felt like they were in another world. They had never experienced something like this before or even dreamed that this was possible. In a place of survival, they would have never thought that a pastime like this could even exist. What? After a few minutes, the players began taking their places on the field, with a hobmanky at the pitcher's mound, tossing the ball in his hand. Opposite him was a batter, who readied his metal bat and swung it a couple of times to keep himself warm. FWEA. FWEA. The whistle sounded out through the field, signaling the start of the game. On the first pitch, the batter swung his metal bat hard, barely missing the ball that whizzed past his body. Groans and sounds of disappointment rang out within the crowd. On the second pitch, another wild swing from the batter would let the ball crash at the catcher's mitt, garnering another groan from the audience. That means he has 2 strikes, right? Why isn't he hitting the ball? Asked Thrain, with a little bit of frustration showing in his bushy beard. You're not looking at the pitcher, answered the dwarf next to him. The speed and curve of the ball is not so easy to hit. It doesn't seem so, answered Thrain, feeling as if the ball was quite easy to knock out of the park. Just then the batter swung his bat on the ball again, this time making contact. However, the ball flew in the other direction, making it a foul ball. Oh! Thrain shouted a little bit too loud, making himself feel embarrassed. Enjoy news stories from Empire. I just don't understand how he's missing these, he said. I think he should position his shoulders a little bit more to the left, like this. Thrain started to copy the batter's pose and swung his hand as if he were the one on the field. That won't work, my dear friend, answered the dwarf on his side. If I throw the ball fast enough, I doubt you'll be able to hit it as easily as you think. Ahem, that's right, answered another dwarf. What are you guys talking about? As long as you keep your eye on the ball, anyone can hit it, no matter how fast it is, replied another dwarf. But what about a curves? Dwarves began to argue to themselves, leaving Lolo to chuckle to himself. The dwarves had taken a liking to the sport, it seemed. The game continued, with the cleaving chefs taking the early lead in the opening innings. But soon after, the Brainiac engineers proved their strategy of slow but steady paid off as they evened out the score. Finally, it was the bottom of the 9th inning. This was the last chance the 2 teams would get to score. The chefs were pitching, while the engineers were batting. Kong was up at the plate, swinging his bat as he eyed the pitcher on the mound. This was a crucial moment, yet there was no nervousness in his face. He was excited. Finally, the pitcher threw the ball high up on the box, making it seem as if it was out. But Kong was not deceived. He charged his shoulders, swinging the bat a little bit below where the ball seemed to be going. Just as Kong predicted, the ball suddenly curved downwards, perfectly meeting the metal bat in the perfect spot, eliciting a very satisfying dink, before sending the ball flying off into the air. Another home run, the crowd cheered. Kong and his 2 other teammates rounded out the bases, scoring a crucial 3 points for their team to take the lead. But of course, the chefs didn't let the game be over yet. Finally, at the top of the 9th inning, they were the one to bat. This was their final chance to decide who would end up the winner. The chefs used their brute strength to send the balls flying to the field, letting 3 of their players stand on each base. However, this came at a cost. They had 2 outs. One more and they would lose the game entirely. They needed a miracle home run to convert those 3 players into points on the board. In such a crucial do-or-die situation, the Cleaving Chefs finally sent in their trump card. Michael slowly walked towards the field, with the Hobmankeys and the dwarves cheering in excitement as the 2 best players finally faced off in the final minutes of the game. Continue your journey with Empire. Kong was on the mound, his eyes burning in competitiveness as he finally got the chance to try and strike out his boss. Ever since Michael showed them this game, none of the Hobmankeys had ever won a game off of him. But Kong had prepared for this moment. This was his chance to show off his hard work. Michael, on the other hand, welcomed Kong's intense stare down with a simple shrug of the shoulders, showing his relaxed attitude even in the tensest of situations. Finally, Kong threw his first ball, sending it straight down the middle of the catcher's mitt. This was perhaps the fastest pitch in the game, making the crowd erupt in excitement and hype. Michael let the first pitch go without swinging, meaning that it was his first strike. He just smiled and nodded in respect at Kong's improved skill. Then on the second pitch, the ball seemed to be as fast as the first one, making the crowd think Kong pitched the same ball as before. Yet when the ball was about to reach the mitt, it dramatically curved downwards and landed perfectly on the catcher's mitt. Michael let this ball go as well, making it his second strike. He just had one more chance. The whole crowd was silent. They were on the edge of their seats. The dwarves all stood up and stared at the game with bated breaths. The tension was palpable. This last pitch would decide it all. Kong took a deep breath and wound up his shoulders before sending the last ball flying towards the plate. Just when everyone thought it was over, Michael finally twisted his shoulders, brining the bat speeding towards the incoming ball. And as the ball got closer, it curved to the left. But Michael seemed to have predicted this and moved his bat accordingly, hitting the ball high up in the air and out onto the field. Everything seemed to have turned into slow motion. The crowd watched as the ball flew into the air and curved down towards the middle section of the bleachers. The dwarves were stunned, not expecting the ball to fly towards their section. One brave dwarven child raised her hand, letting the ball fall perfectly in her hand. Then silence. The crowd of spectators and the players on the field all looked at the dwarven child holding the ball in her hands. I caught the home run ball," she screamed. And finally, everyone erupted in cheers, celebrating such a momentous occasion. The game was so close, with the Brainiac engineers looking to have finally clutched a win. Yet at the very last moment, Michael was able to pull off a miracle home run that scored the Chefs 4 points, winning them the whole game. But the results of the game didn't matter for the crowd of hobmankeys or the dwarves. They cheered at the sheer entertainment and excitement they felt throughout the whole game. The dwarves and the hobmankeys celebrated together, jumping and hugging each other in celebration. Even the two sides of the bleachers finally broke their rivalry and celebrated together. Blue-uniformed fans hugged their red-uniformed rivals, applauding each other for such a good game. While they were celebrating, Thrain took a moment to himself and observed his surroundings. His fellow dwarves were shouting in excitement and showing smiles that almost made the braids on their beards open up. It was hard to believe that they experienced something calamitous only a few days ago. For a moment, they all forgot the sorrows of yesterday and let go of the anxieties of tomorrow. For now, they enjoyed the moment with everyone else. It hadn't even been a day, yet he was starting to love this village, this community. After the game, everyone took their celebrations to the village plaza, where food and drinks were shared all around. Michael took to the stage and unveiled one of his current projects that he had been working on. "Sorry kids, but this one is just for adults," he said as he used his magic to bring multiple barrels to the plaza, each one with a tap on the bottom. "This is called beer, and it is best enjoyed cold." Michael had been in this medieval world for 10 years, yet he had never seen a single beer in his life. As it turned out, beer hadn't yet been invented in this place at all, which was very surprising. When he found this out, he quickly decided to produce his own beer. Luckily, one of the crops that Anne grew on the farms was barley, which meant he had an ample amount of ingredients to make beer. And so he did. When the dwarves came here, he found it fitting to finally announce this new product to the village. The adult hobmankeys all sniffed the rich aroma of the beer and couldn't help but be interested in this strange drink. As for the dwarves, they immediately felt inclined to try out this new alcoholic drink. They were, of course, famed for their big belly full of ale and alcohol. So they were the first ones to try out this new product. Michael opened one of the barrel taps and poured a drink into the wooden cup in his hands. Then he presented it to Thrain and the rest of the dwarves, who eyed the beer with curiosity and a little bit of scrutiny. They had refined tastes. No normal alcohol would make them satisfied, much less this strange new yellowish drink that foamed at the top. "Michael, I must warn you that we might not like this beer of yours. If so, then please do not take it as a slight against you. Our tongues are merely more suited to ale or other types of alcohol," Thrain said, completely confident that he wouldn't like this beer. Michael may beat them in terms of technical and mechanical advancements, but Thrain's dwarven pride couldn't back down at Michael's attempt to make alcohol. "Just try it out," Michael said, chuckling to himself. Thrain carefully took the wooden cup offered to him and noticed that it was very cold to the touch. "Cold alcohol. Strange," Thrain muttered to himself. Alcohol was famed for its ability to warm up the body. So it was incredibly strange for it to be as cold as the winter ice. Thrain sniffed at the beer before finally taking a small sip from the cup. The rest of the dwarves all looked at Thrain's expression, curious as to how this new beer compared to the best ales and alcohols that the dwarven kingdom could offer. "Oh yeah." At the very first sip, Thrain took the cup out of his mouth and wiped the foam off from his beard and mustache. His eyes widened as he observed the beer with intense scrutiny. The dwarves thought his expression was indicative of the beer's bad taste. How is it, friend? It tastes bland, does it not? Surely. After all, ale is the superior alcoholic drink. Give it here, Thrain. I will see for myself how bad this beer tastes like. But just as the dwarf was about to take the beer away from Thrain's hands, he suddenly shoved it away and gulped the whole cup in one go, surprising the rest of the dwarves. Ah, a satisfied sigh released out of Thrain's mouth, his beard still stained with beer foam. This is the nectar of the gods, he proclaimed. Michael, this beer is like sugar to my taste buds. It's not as alcoholic as ale, but it is all the better for it. Its cold temperature also makes it so much better to drink. It's as if I had been thirsty this whole time, and I simply did not know it. Only when I drank this beer did I finally feel refreshed. Its coldness soothes my soul. Thrain's relentless praise for the beer led the other dwarves to feel as if they had to drink the beer. Read exclusive content at Empire. Michael, can you please pour me one? I shall be the first one to drink. I want to know what it tastes like. I refuse to believe it's better than ale before I drink it myself. Michael had to assure the dwarves that there were plenty for everyone. He poured everyone their own cups of beer. Drink all that you want, he said. Tonight is a celebration. The dwarves began drinking the cold beer, and just like Thrain, their eyes widened as they finally realized why Thrain had praised this alcoholic drink to the high heavens. Hello, by my beard. This shall be my new water. I could drink the whole barrel for myself. Why hasn't our dwarven kingdom ever invented such a drink? The dwarves filled themselves with alcohol, their cheeks slowly becoming redder and redder. However, Thrain noticed that they were the only ones getting drunk. The hobmankeys only looked at the beer with curious looks, but weren't courageous enough to take a sip for themselves. What are you all waiting for? He asked them. It's not as alcoholic as ale, so you can drink as much as you want. Their awkward silence made Thrain realize the problem. You guys haven't drunk any alcohol in your lives, haven't you? The rest of the dwarves stopped their merry drinking and looked at the hobmankeys with pure disbelief painted on their faces. This was akin to blasphemy. As regular mankeys, they had trouble finding simple water. They couldn't afford to buy alcohol, even if it was available in the desert wasteland. This is unacceptable, Thrain said, walking over to Kong and offering him his drink. You have a good mind, but sometimes this leads you to overthink. It's why I think you lost in the baseball match. It is better to let go of all your inhibitions. Drink. The rest of the dwarves also poured beer on cups and offered them to the hobmankeys, who were a little bit hesitant to drink. You taught us how to play baseball. This time we will teach you how to drink alcohol. Surprisingly enough, the first hobmankey to take a drink was Lolo, the oldest hobmankey in the village. He was just going to take a sip to try it out, but as the cold beer washed over his body, Lolo couldn't help but finish the whole bottle. "Ah," he said in excitement. "That's good." The dwarves couldn't help but laugh, knowing that Lolo's reaction to his first alcoholic drink was relatable. Soon, the rest of the hobmankeys started drinking beer with the dwarves, with the celebration at the plaza becoming more and more lively and soon becoming a party. The celebrations continued, with the dwarves teaching the hobmankeys everything they knew about drinking alcohol. Laughter and slurred speeches resounded through the town plaza, even deep into the night. Thrain and Lolo became quite competitive about drinking and competed in a game on who could finish a cup of beer the fastest. Even Fudge, who usually stayed in Michael's shadow, couldn't help but join in on the festivities. He ended up becoming quite the mascot for the village, with him showing everyone his ninja moves, which was quite contrary to what a real ninja should do. The dwarves joined in too, making fun of themselves by braiding their beards in odd and strange ways. One even made Michael's likeness onto the beard, which everyone enjoyed quite well. Kong and the other hobmankeys felt themselves becoming closer to the dwarves on a deeper level. They began talking about their lives before this and how everything seemed hopeless and lost. Then everything changed when they met Michael. Both dwarves and the hobmankeys understood each other on that end. So many dwarves and hobmankeys continued to drink beer that all the barrels Michael prepared were dried to the last drop. The hobmankeys, due to their stronger constitution from evolving into a higher species, found themselves able to compete against the dwarves in a drinking game. But of course, the dwarves still drank them under the table. Enjoy more content from Empire. By the end of the night, the only ones still awake were Michael, who refrained from drinking, and Thrain, who proved to be the one with the strongest stomach. This beer, Michael, it's quite something else. Even the royal dwarves with the most refined tastes would find themselves taking a liking to this cold beverage. And it's not just this beer, Michael. Everything you have made in this desolate land is something that will capture the hearts of dwarves and even other creatures, I'm sure. Your plumbing system, your electricity, this beer, the game of baseball, and most of all the atmosphere and feel of this village. I am sure that everyone would want to experience this in their life. Us too. If it was possible, then we would want to live in this place forever. Michael looked at Thrain and saw the pained expression on his face. What do you mean? Why can't you stay here in our village? Thrain sighed and looked up at the stars. It is not that simple, Michael. Even though we are on the outskirts of the Dwarven Kingdom, we are still part of it nonetheless. We cannot simply leave our responsibilities to our kind. What responsibilities? Michael asked. Our village is the very first defensive line of the kingdom. Now that it is destroyed, then it is our responsibility to build it back up. So once time has passed and the landslide poses no more problem for us, then we will have to return to our village to rebuild it by hand, Thrain explained. This was a hard decision for Thrain. Even though they had only been in this village for a day, they found themselves deeply attracted to its culture and lifestyle. It was extremely hard to part ways with this village now that they discovered how amazing it was. But they pledged an oath to the kingdom itself. Betraying it would be tantamount to ripping out their own heart. Michael thought for a second and found a solution. What if we build a defensive line in place of the village? He said. What do you mean? You said that your village is the first line of defense for the kingdom, right? What if we build a wall instead? It would serve a defensive purpose for the kingdom, which means that you won't betray your oath and still live here permanently. Thrain thought Michael was simply offering a thoughtless solution, but the sincerity in his eyes told him otherwise. Michael was serious. We appreciate your kindness, but we can't let you and this village bear that burden. Creating that defensive wall would take months upon months of hard work. Not to mention the distance between this village and the Dwarven Kingdom, it simply isn't possible. Michael chuckled, almost offended that Thrain would think that such a simple job would take more than a few days' worth of work. Please, you underestimate our construction prowess. Isn't that right, Kong? The inebriated Kong slowly got up from under the table and nodded his head. A simple wall. PH. That would take 4 days, max. Kong bragged. We have about 20 construction hobmankeys available for this project, said Lolo, wiping the foam out of his mouth. But for such a simple project, I doubt we'd need more than 10. Thrain looked at the three of them and couldn't believe what they were saying. A defensive wall taking less than 4 days. That was absurd. Even the best and fastest craftsmen in the Dwarven Kingdom would need a month at least. I appreciate your gesture, but I do not think it is possible, at least not at the level that we dwarves consider acceptable. Thrain thought that Michael and the others would create a simple wooden wall. After all, that was the only thing they could create in 4 days. To convince him, Michael pointed at the floor underneath their feet. Thrain, do you think the ground is sturdy enough to be considered a good wall? He asked. Thrain looked at the floor and tested its durability with a single stomp of his foot. After hearing the dull sound it produced, he knew that this ground could indeed make for a great wall. But this is made out of stone, is it not? Asked Thrain. I doubt you could carve out a stone wall within a month, much less 4 days, as you said. Michael smiled smugly. Kong, tell him. Kong cleared his throat and said, only 1 day. This ground used to be made out of mud and soil, but we were able to make it like this within 1 day. Thrain got up from his seat, with the shock immediately turning him sober. The next day, Thrain woke up with a splitting headache. He could hardly believe what he heard yesterday. If he wasn't as clear-headed as he was now, then he would have thought that he dreamed the whole conversation he had with Michael and the others. Making a stone wall in a matter of a few days. Thrain knew this was impossible. Yet Michael was sure that they could do it. So sure, in fact, that they invited him and the other dwarves to witness the creation of concrete with their own eyes. As the sun slowly rose in the air, the dwarves all gathered near the outskirts of the village, where everything was still under construction. As more and more mankeys found their way to this village, they had to constantly expand their territory to accommodate the 500,000 hobmankeys living in their village. Michael, Kong, Lolo, and the rest of the engineer hobmankeys gathered at the boundary between concrete flooring and the natural soil flooring of the parched lands. There were metal rods inserted on the next part of the land they were going to turn into concrete flooring, making it much more stabler. There was a strange metal contraption in the middle of the construction zone, with its shape like a barrel with its top open. And through electricity, it was constantly rotating at a fixed speed. Is the concrete inside that metal? Thrain asked. Michael nodded his head. What is that for? Is that needed for the process? The dwarves asked. No, Kong answered. As taught to us by our boss, we need to constantly move the concrete, or else it will harden too fast. Thrain and the dwarves showed a look of disbelief and doubt. Concrete dried so fast that they need that contraption to keep it in a liquid state. It sounded absurd. If you have any questions, you can just ask me. Kong and the others will start the construction, Michael said, signaling for them to start the demonstration. Upon Michael's instruction, the engineers began their work. They began pouring the concrete mixture onto its designated dent on the ground. Kong used his skill, which allowed him to project a visual image of the plan into reality. A finished project overlaid onto the empty space, allowing the workers to implement the design much easier than before. With the combination of a few other skills from the engineers, they were able to pour the concrete on the ground and create a very flat surface, with designs and flourishes that represented the village's customs the best. The dwarves watched on, unable to even utter a word as the hobmankeys worked with speed and efficiency they had never seen before. They didn't even have to talk to know what each other's work was supposed to be. They just knew it intuitively. Explore more adventures at Empire. After an hour, this section of the village finally had concrete flooring. They just needed to construct houses next, and they could be inhabited by other hobmankeys. How are they working so fast? And their manhwaedit perfectly fits their job so well. This kind of fine craft would take at least more than a day for a dwarven craftsman to replicate. I can see now how they are confident in their speed of construction. Thrain approached Michael and admitted his mistake. You are right, Michael. The speed in which you create these roads is unprecedented, he said genuinely. Michael shook his head. The real magic hasn't even started yet. Now it's time for the concrete to set and dry. Thrain looked at Michael, a bit confused. What do you mean? That would take a long time, no. From what he could see, the concrete was still wet and malleable. From his estimation, it would take at least a day for it to completely harden, which was still very impressive. No, we don't have to wait that long, Michael said. A little spell is all we need. He raised his hand, with the elemental mana flowing around his body. His supreme skill, mana gathering, allowed him to see the individual chemical reactions taking place inside the very concrete itself. Using a simple spell, Michael manipulated the mana in his surroundings to slowly harden the concrete in the ground. After a few seconds, it was done. Michael walked to the newly set ground and found himself on solid footing. He stomped, feeling the ground resist the force with a degree of hardness that satisfied his standards. It's done, he said to Thrain. Thrain, partly believing and disbelieving what happened, slowly walked towards Michael before his boots stepped foot onto the concrete ground. He half expected his foot to set an indent on the concrete, but it didn't. It was as hard as stone. Finally, he put his entire body weight on the concrete. It's true, he muttered to himself. In just one day, no, in just a few hours, they were able to make something even harder than stone. The other dwarves couldn't rein in their curiosities and stepped onto the concrete as well. Finally, they believed Michael's claims of creating a wall in a matter of a few days. It was no exaggeration and was probably even a conservative estimate. They could probably create the wall in less than 2 days. They couldn't believe it. This material called concrete completely transformed everything they knew about construction. With this concrete, the entire dwarven kingdom could recover from the aftermath of the landslide in less than a month. Thrain faced Michael with a pleading expression. Help us construct the wall, he said. Michael smiled. That was no question. What? A group of 10 hobmanky engineers readied themselves for the journey back to the dwarven kingdom. Michael, Thrain, and a few other dwarves accompanied them on a separate wagon. Behind them were a couple more automobiles each, carrying a large stock of concrete for the job. After a few days of traveling, they finally reached the remnants of Thrain's village. It was still devastated by the landslide, but at least the muddy water had subsided for now. Michael floated above the entire territory, surveying everything in his surroundings. Below him were his engineers and the dwarves. Finally, he nodded. Let's start. The construction progressed quite easily, with the dwarves and the hobmankeys working together to clean up all the debris and wreckage in the area. By the time they were finished, the whole place was nothing more than a bald spot in the middle of the forest. Thrain and the dwarves felt a little bit sentimental once they saw the empty plot of land that they once called home. But it was gone now. They couldn't take it back. Finally, they began the construction of a wall that would be more than 10 meters tall and spanned from one side of a mountain to the other. Their village was located in a deep valley, making it a critical spot for the Dwarven Kingdom's defenses. Many intruders would find it easy to infiltrate the rest of the kingdom once they bypassed the destroyed village. But with this wall, they would cut off any attempts from the intruders. If they wanted to get through to the kingdom, they would have to go through the treacherous terrain of the mountains. By constructing this wall, Thrain and the villagers would fulfill their responsibility to the kingdom, which would give them the freedom to stay in Michael's village for the foreseeable future. They prepared enough concrete for the project, with everything being stored on a concrete mixer installed on the back of the automobiles. With Michael supervising everything in the project, everything went as smoothly as they planned. By the end of the second day, they were able to create a 10-meter wall that would prevent an army from easily passing through the Dwarven Kingdom. Thrain and the dwarves were officially free from their oath. What? Meanwhile, further inside the Dwarven Kingdom, a few dwarves were making the journey out to try and find refuge in the unknown. Just like Thrain's village, these dwarves also lost their homes to the devastating landslide that affected almost half of the Dwarven Kingdom. Because of that, famine and homelessness spread around the entire Dwarven community. The capital, where the Dwarven king resided, experienced an overpopulation that caused a lot of chaos in the kingdom. These dwarves didn't want to further exacerbate the problems in the capital, so they decided to venture outwards to find their own temporary refuge. Although they wanted to rebuild their village, their forges and their smithing materials were all destroyed in the landslide. And even if they had their proper materials, they would all be forced to work on restoring the kingdom's walls first and foremost before they could restore their village. With no choice left, all the men decided to search for a better place outside their kingdom. This group of dwarves knew that there was still another village on the very outskirts of the kingdom, so they visited it in an attempt to make contact with their village for cooperation. But instead of seeing the remnants of a destroyed village, this group of dwarves saw nothing but an empty space in the middle of the valley. There was no debris and no destruction scattered about, as if the landslide hadn't affected it in the first place. "Did the Dwarven king order for this village to be cleaned?" asked one of the dwarves. "No, he's too busy dealing with the capital. And last I heard, he's allocating all workers to rebuild the wall." "They don't have enough workers to clean up this village," answered another dwarf. A different dwarf from the back of the group couldn't believe his eyes as well. "This doesn't make sense," he said in disbelief. "I visited this place 2 days ago, and it was still full of mud and debris." The rest of the dwarves didn't believe his words. "Where did you get enough ale to mess up your brain this much? There's no way it's possible to clean up all that mess in 2 days, said one dwarf. "No, it's true. I was there with him, and it is as he says." There were even remnants of the village still left standing. But now everything's gone. After hearing another dwarf recount what he saw, the rest of them began to get suspicious. Slowly, they walked forward to see what became of the village that used to be on the very outskirts of their kingdom. As they got closer, they finally saw it, a 10-meter-tall wall with a grainy white color, standing grandly between the two mountains by their side. They couldn't believe their eyes. Not only was the entire landslide wiped off the entire plot of land, but a giant wall suddenly spawned out of nowhere as well. Their minds immediately tried to reason this through supernatural means, like a god of dwarves descending into the lands and constructing this wall as a form of pity for them. After all, no human, dwarf, or creature could create this grand structure in a matter of less than 2 days. That would be absurd. Just then, one of the dwarves caught sight of a simple wooden house near the wall. Judging from the campfire lit up by its side, they knew that the cabin was occupied. Explore stories on Empire. They slowly approached it until they saw a single dwarf cooking meat on the campfire and drinking some sort of beverage in a cup. As they approached, most of them recognized the lone dwarf. "Thrain, is that you?" one of them asked. Thrain welcomed the group into his cabin as if he had been expecting them for quite some time. "Yes, it's me. Come in and make yourselves comfortable, Thrain said. Dwarves all entered his cabin and couldn't help but question him immediately about what happened to their village. Enlighten us as to what is going on. Why is your village gone without a trace? What happened to the others? Where did that stone wall come from? They asked Thrain. In response, Thrain smiled and carefully explained everything that happened to him, how he met Michael, and how that human invited them all to his village in the parched lands. He was forthcoming with them, telling them nothing but the truth. After all, the very reason why he stayed behind in the first place was exactly for this encounter. He wanted to invite more dwarves to live in Michael's village. Is there really such a place like that? It sounds too good to be true. And you mean to say that they made that big wall in just under 2 days? Impossible. Are you of sound mind, Thrain? Are you sure that the tragedy of this landslide hasn't damaged your mental faculties? Of course, the dwarves couldn't believe Thrain's description of Michael's village in the parched lands. This paradise sounded more like a dream than something that happened in reality. If that is true, brothers, then you too must be imagining the wall built upon this village. Everything I said is even truer than the fact that we dwarves have ale in our blood. Thrain affirmed. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. Dwarves, although skeptical, decided to believe Thrain's words for now and check out this magical paradise for themselves. If it was only a product of Thrain's imagination, then they would try to help him recover from his delusion. Take us to this oasis in the desert, the dwarves said. To which Thrain nodded with satisfaction. He was 100% sure that they would soon get enamored with the village's customs and culture once they saw it for themselves. Truthfully, Thrain was starting to get guilty after experiencing happiness in the village. He knew that there were still a lot more unfortunate dwarves affected by the landslide who had no food or hammer to their name. It sounded unfair that they were the only ones to experience such little joys in life, like beer and baseball. We must make our way towards the parched lands immediately, for it will take more than a month's worth of travel, said the dwarves. But Thrain knew that there was a better and much faster way of getting to the village. He looked down at the shadow on his feet and mumbled the words, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Suddenly, a bulbous figure made out of violet slime emerged out of his shadow, taking the form of Michael's trusty old pet, Fudge. You rang for me, Thrain-san, asked Fudge. Yes, Fudge Dono. Because Fudge was influenced by a lot of anime tropes, he always insisted that he be addressed as Fudge Dono or Fudge-kun. Thrain respected the slime, so he accommodated his requests consistently. We are going to need the automobiles to take us to the village, Thrain said, introducing the other dwarves to Fudge. Okay, I'll be sending them now. And just like Fudge said, the automobiles arrived at the other side of the wall in just a few hours. The dwarves, just like Thrain when he first saw it, expressed their shock when the story about the horseless carriage turned out to be true. You should hold off on your surprises until after you see what the village has to offer, Thrain said to the speechless dwarves. He assisted them into the automobile, but he didn't go with them. Instead, Thrain decided to stay near the walls so that he would be able to spread the news about the village to other dwarves. What? Once they arrived at the village, the dwarves were quickly welcomed by the almost native dwarves of the village. First of all, they were given their own houses to sleep in temporarily, which were equipped with both a plumbing system and electrical wiring. Then once they were settled in, the new dwarves were brought up to speed with everything there was to see in the village, including the farms, the accommodations, the public hot springs, and most importantly, the baseball fields where some of the dwarves were playing with the hobmankeys. Dwarves, of course, had also made a baseball team of their own called the Dwarven Miners, and quickly proved themselves to be one of the best teams in the entire village. Their short stature allowed them to have a smaller strike zone, meaning pitchers would always have trouble with their balls. Ah, good. New recruits, said the dwarf team captain. Come and warm up with us. We need to beat the chefs this time around. After a day of the dwarves immersing themselves into the culture of the village, they quickly understood why Thrain said that this was one of the best places to live in among the entire world. Everything in this village was free, including housing, water, electricity, food, and everything else they needed to survive. This meant that they could fully enjoy what life had to offer without worrying about where they were going to find their next meal. The best part was that everyone worked together to keep this village into the paradise it was now. Each of them, including the dwarves that made this village their home, contributed something to the table. Whether it was smithing, crafting, or maybe even brewing beer, everyone had a job to do. One of the dwarves even had the brilliant idea of constructing a tavern for everyone to drink in when the night came. With Michael's approval, the dwarf enlisted the help of Kong and a few others to make the tavern's design a mix of both cultures, while still maintaining a little bit of dwarven design. This tavern became the place where all of them gathered at night, drinking while making fun of each other's bad game during the baseball matches. I know my parents would strike me down for this, but I think beer tastes better than ale. You know, after tasting this cold beer, I just might agree with you. This is the life. Playing baseball and kicking it back with a couple of cold ones, said one particular dwarf, whose beard wasn't as bushy as the others. You're not the one to say that, Baldric. Even though you've been here for 2 days now, you still don't have anything to contribute to this village, teased his dwarf friend, to which a lot of dwarves and hobmankeys chuckled to themselves after hearing. I'm trying to find something I'm good at. Baldric tried to explain. But I have no other talent except drinking this beer. Just then one of the dwarves had an idea form in his head. What if you become the one to sell this beer to the dwarven kingdom? Baldric immediately stood up, almost knocking over the table and spilling all the drinks. You're right, this beer will definitely become popular within our kingdom. If I sell this beer to all the drinkers I know, then I can bring in a lot of money for this village. The dwarf didn't waste any more time and immediately visited Michael's house in the middle of the night. Thankfully, Michael was still awake as he was busy with a project of his. He welcomed the dwarf and listened to his proposal. You want to sell beer to the dwarven kingdom? I thought that all forms of outside business are forbidden. Michael asked. It was a widely known fact that the dwarven kingdom refused any peddlers to enter their kingdom. And as far as he knew, even the great Is Vanderbilt was unable to break through that restriction. Yes, sir. But there are always exceptions. There's a black market where illegal goods are traded within the kingdom, where dwarves sell products from outside the kingdom, Baldric explained. Michael thought about it for a second. Are you sure you can do this? Baldric struck his chest in pride. I know everything there is to know about the black market, sir. I've frequented it a lot of times in search of good ale, like most dwarves. And I'm sure that beer will easily sell within that community. Michael thought this was a good idea. He had been thinking of a way for the Reborn company to spread to the dwarven kingdom this whole time. However, it was hard because Cassell was a human and would be denied entry before she could even get close. But with an inside man like Baldric, they wouldn't have to worry about infiltration. They would be able to sell beer to the dwarven kingdom and open the doors for even more Reborn products to be sold there. I like this idea of yours, Michael complimented him. I want you to coordinate with Cassell, Anne, and Lolo about this. Cassell will help you with purchasing the materials needed to package the beer into a glass bottle that's easy to transport. We will need to make more barley for the beer, so we need Anne's help to expand the barley farms. Lolo will know the right workers who will help with creating the beer, packaging it, and transporting it to the kingdom. After the beer enters the kingdom, you will be the one in charge of selling it. If you need the other dwarves to help you, then you can ask for their help. Baldric was starting to get excited at the prospect of selling beer to the dwarven kingdom. This was the first time he was given such a large responsibility, but Michael trusted him with it without even doubting his ability. He saluted Michael. I will make this successful, sir. And just as Baldric was about to leave the room, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, sir. What would you want to exchange the beer for? He asked. Experience more on Empire. Michael was a little bit confused with the question. Doesn't the dwarven kingdom use gold coins as their currency as well? Yes, sir. But the black market works a little bit differently. Most of the things sold there are products from the outside world. So the dwarves opt to sell it through bartering instead of gold coins. Some of them sell it for gems, trinkets, weapons, or even stonework. But what's most popular in the black market is something that everyone in the world seeks to obtain. For example, elven ale is mostly exchanged for a metal called Damascus, which can only be produced by us dwarves. This makes Damascus steel extremely valuable to the outside world, which dwarves sell for a lot of gold to other civilizations. This is the reason why a lot of dwarves make their living through the black market, Baldric explained. Damascus? Michael asked, intrigued at this new material. This metal is a specialty for us dwarves, Baldric said, with a bit of his dwarven pride leaking out of his voice. It is the most durable material on the planet, while being even more lightweight than steel or iron. It has a lot of properties as well that make it one of the most sought-after materials in the world. Michael's brain began to work as he imagined all of his inventions becoming reinforced with Damascus steel. If Damascus steel was as good as Baldric said it was, then he could finally create a lot of new inventions that he wouldn't have otherwise been able to create. Get all the Damascus steel you can bargain for, Michael told Baldric. Getting Damascus steel in exchange for beer was the best deal he could make in this situation. That steel was even more valuable than gold coins, since he could earn as much as he wanted from selling reborn products in the entire world, but he would only get Damascus from the Dwarven Kingdom. And he could always sell Damascus steel as a reborn product as well. You got it, sir. I'll make sure to barter for the most Damascus steel I can get. What? More days passed, and even more batches of dwarves made their way to the village. Thrain became sort of a recruiter in the Dwarven Kingdom, spreading the word to all affected villagers that there was a safe haven in the parched lands. Most of them lost their entire livelihood in the landslide, so they were desperate enough to take the chance. Slowly, the population of the village grew to even greater heights, expanding further outwards. Meanwhile, Baldric and the Hobmankeys worked tirelessly as they began the production of beer, which was now renamed Reborn Beer. Michael had to create more and more automobiles for transport. Each could carry hundreds of crates of beer. Finally, the first shipment of beer departed from the village and made its way to the Dwarven Kingdom. After a few days, they finally arrived in the Dwarven Kingdom at an undisclosed cave hidden in the mountains. This was where the black market operated. Baldric entered the cave and saw the bustling market inside. Dwarves were shouting at customers to try and entice them to buy a new product from the outside world. This made the place extremely noisy. But contrary to their tactics, Baldric simply just set up a table and took out a cold bottle of beer. Then he just drank and enjoyed beer silently. After a few seconds, somebody took the bait. "Brother, what is that you're drinking right there?" a passerby dwarf asked, unable to hide his curiosity. "Oh, this," Baldric said as sloshed the liquid in his cup. "This is called beer. Would you care to try it?" The curious dwarf took the first sip of beer, and the rest was history. His excited shout and relieved exhale upon drinking this mysterious cold beverage garnered a couple more curious dwarves to approach Baldric's table. Of course, Baldric didn't hesitate to give them a free taste of beer. And as expected, those dwarves immediately became enamored with the refreshing taste of the alcoholic drink. Since these dwarves were used to much more potent drinks like ale, they all treated beer as if it were water in a desert. This made them extremely prone to becoming addicted to beer. They wanted to drown themselves in it, clamoring for Baldric to give them another bottle. "Brother, this reborn beer is amazing. I'll give you a full crate of pure steel for a crate of this beer." "Me too, brother. I'm willing to part ways with a handful of full clarity gems for 10 crates of reborn beer." As they shouted their requests, this drew more and more dwarves in to look at all the commotion happening at Baldric's table. At this point, he was the only vendor in the black market where his customers were the ones shouting to buy his products. All the other dwarves shouted at the customers just to get their attention on what they were selling. But not Baldric. The customers were the ones doing all the marketing for him. It was like a virus that spread among the dwarves. Each of them was lured in by curiosity, and Baldric satisfied it by giving them all a free taste of beer. And once they got a taste of this cold beer down their throats, they too got caught up in the frenzy to buy as much beer as they could. This type of tactic was taught by Michael. He suggested to Baldric to give his customers a free bottle of beer, which might seem too much, but it worked in getting the dwarves to buy a whole crate for themselves. "I'll buy your whole stock," said one dwarf. "That's unfair. I'm fine if I just get 100 crates of bottles for myself." "Hey, I got here first. If anything, I should be the first one to buy out the whole booth." The dwarves were in uproar, bargaining higher and higher prices for the beer without even Baldric saying anything about its price. "Brothers," Baldric finally spoke up. "We are willing to trade beer for any metal or precious trinkets that you can offer. However, we are prioritizing deals that are made in one currency, Damascus steel." Upon saying those words, the dwarves went silent. "I have it. I can give you a kilo for each crate." "Me too. I can give you 100 kilos of Damascus steel right now." "Wait, can I reserve crates for myself? I have a lot of Damascus steel in stock, but it's on my forge." Baldric smiled as he saw this. Finally, the reborn beer was in business. In a matter of a few hours, Baldric's entire stock was cleaned out by various buyers. Michael had him implement a 10-crate limit for each dwarf, meaning they couldn't buy in bulk and let the other dwarves have a chance to buy it for themselves. Michael knew that the spread of reborn beer hinged on word of mouth. If only a small number of dwarves had their hands on reborn beer, it wouldn't spread quite as fast as they wanted it to. And just as Michael predicted, the first night after reborn beer was sold in the black market, the taverns began stocking their shelves with this new product. "Say, good brother, what is that new product you have there?" "That doesn't look like ale," a dwarf asked, leaning over the table to point at the conspicuous bottle of beer displayed among the best ales in their stock. One of his friends turned to look at the bottle and recognized the name stamped on the front. "Wait a minute, reborn beer. I think I've heard that before. What is it?" "I heard that this alcohol is making waves all over the dwarven community. It's a hot topic right now. I've heard that even royals want a piece for themselves." The dwarf, upon hearing this, couldn't help but want to satisfy his curiosity. "If even those picky dwarves like it, then I want to see what it tastes like." The dwarf bought the bottle, took a sip, and was addicted in one go. "Bartender, where can I get more of this beer? This is a revelation." The bartender dwarf looked suspiciously around him, as if he didn't want others to hear his next words. "Rumor is," the bartender whispered, "you can get all the beer you want if you travel to the parched lands and seek out the paradise within it." "That's not all I heard. There's experience more content on Empire." Dwarves listening to the bartender's story couldn't help but gasp at the insane stories about this supposed village in the middle of the desert. "I've only heard about this because I have a friend who went to the village himself. And after he returned here, he praised it to no end. He's not even the first eyewitness to come forward with commendations for this village," the bartender added. The dwarven friend group all looked at each other, with their eyes showing their intent to visit this magical place. And so that was how Reborn got slowly filled with more and more dwarves, either permanently moving to the village or just visiting it for a good time. Meanwhile, Baldric finally returned to the village, with the automobiles filled with carts and carts of a mysterious silver and black metal called Damascus steel. This was perhaps the first time someone was able to smuggle this much Damascus steel out of the dwarven kingdom. And it all landed in the pockets of a 10-year-old child with a penchant for making strange inventions. "This is all the steel I've gathered, boss," Baldric said, presenting the Damascus to Michael. "Goods, thank you for your work." Michael complimented the dwarf. "Now it's my turn to make good use of this." Michael always had a lot of projects in mind ever since he arrived in this desert. However, the lack of materials he had available always prevented him from bringing these ideas out into the real world. But now he had Damascus steel, a material known for its strength, durability, and flexibility. According to the dwarven smiths he consulted, Damascus steel could be fashioned into an extremely thin or small piece without destroying its integrity. This was perfect for creating complex and intricate projects that could only be done in his previous life through large, complex machinery. For example, it would completely improve the current design of the automobile, allowing it to become a lot faster and more durable without adding a lot of weight to the vehicle. Not only that, but the main engine itself could finally be upgraded. Michael's current iteration of the engine was still bulky and unrefined compared to the automobiles he had in his previous life. But now Damascus steel allowed him to finally reach the standards of modern cars while also improving it by a tiny bit. After all, Damascus steel was a much better material than the metals they had in his previous world, meaning that he could even surpass those supercars in the future. Of course, it would take a little bit more time before that was possible. However, there was one thing he could achieve right now. He looked down at his shadow, communicating with his clone attached to Cassel's shadow. "Cassel, can you hear me?" Michael asked. "Yes, young master. I can hear you just fine," the shadow at his feet replied, vibrating to match the sound of Cassel's voice. With the cloning ability he learned from Fudge, Michael was able to communicate with Cassel even from a very long distance, replicating a radio or a telephone from his previous world. "There's been a change in plans. We've been making preparations for selling concrete, right?" "Yes," Cassel replied. "The road connecting the parched lands and the Vanderbilt estate has finally been finished. This means that we can finally distribute concrete to the public market." Michael nodded. "But that's not all we're going to do. Young master, are you planning some kind of market-breaking scheme again?" Cassell had known Michael for a long time, and even if she couldn't see his face, she knew that there was a playful yet devious smile on his face right now. I want to start selling automobiles. Cassell was so surprised that she almost fell out of her chair. Really, young master? You're finally going to bring out the automobile to the general public. She knew firsthand how revolutionary the automobile had been for their company alone. It was able to transport their inventory at the fastest pace, turning a month-long delivery into just 1 week. She could only imagine how much this would change the landscape of commerce in this country. She reckoned that there would be a lot of companies wanting to buy multiples for their businesses to boost sales by at least half. They would be able to sell this automobile at any price they wanted, even making it one of the most expensive pieces of craft in the world, and people would still buy it. This would entice both the professional and general public, making their everyday travel with an automobile instead of a carriage. Young master, isn't it better if we wait a couple more months to a year before we sell the automobile? We should let the concrete become more widely used before we announce this new machine, Cassell argued. But Michael knew that his way was better. No, we need to sell the automobile and the concrete at the same time. And before he could even finish his sentence, Cassell's skill, golden nose, made her realize the potential of this idea. I see, young master. If we show off how easily concrete could be used to construct roads, then we can package the two of them together. They need to construct flat roads for the cars to truly show their worth. So they would want to buy both concrete and automobiles at the same time. She began to see the possibilities of this business and all the money that they would rake in. But perhaps the best thing they would earn was another newsworthy story about Reborn's new revolutionary invention. This would give them enough fame to break through to the Queen's region. I'll work on this project, young master. We'll have everything prepared by the time you finish the production of both products, Cassell said, excitement spilling out of tone. Michael noticed her eagerness and had to calm her down. She was already overworked from her current workload. This would push her over the edge. This is a big job. And you're already handling a lot of stuff in the company. Don't worry, I'll be sending you some talented hobmankeys to help in the company. Michael found quite a few hobmankeys with talents and skills related to business. Although they weren't quite as good as Cassell, they were still talented enough to be able to lift a lot of burden from her shoulders. Thank you, young master. I'll look forward to my recruits, she said, heaving a sigh of relief. Michael bid goodbye and cut off his communication with Cassell. He needed to plan for the business venture. Experience more tales on Empire. Concrete was easy to make, but automobiles were a completely different breed. Thankfully, there were currently a lot of dwarves in the village who specialized in metallurgy. He just had to ask them for help. What? Meanwhile, in the capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, located at the base of a volcanic mountain, the Dwarven King sat on his throne and massaged the creases on his forehead. What is the problem now? He asked his advisors. Meek dwarves kneeling on the red carpet looked up at their king and said, There's been a suspiciously low amount of ale being purchased, sir. The king froze for a second and faced his advisors with a serious look. Dwarves are not purchasing ale. That is suspicious. They were known for having ale in their blood, so this news was cause for concern. Have you found out why? He asked. His advisors nodded their heads and signaled for a servant to bring out a single bottle of reborn beer. From what we observed, the dwarves seemed to be addicted to this new beverage called beer, they explained. The king, curious as to how something could be better than ale, decided to pop the top open and drink it himself. And as soon as he did, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated. His reaction wasn't much different from any other dwarf that drank their first beer. He too fell in love at first sip. This is good, exclaimed the Dwarven King. His advisors immediately spoke up, alarmed at his statement. Sir, this is ruining the local ale market in our kingdom. This is an illegal good. The Dwarven King, realizing his mistake, awkwardly coughed and tried to backtrack his words. Right, this is an illegal good, that was what I meant to say. He wasn't supposed to like beer because he was the voice of the Dwarven people. He was supposed to support only the products made by his fellow dwarves. That was how it has always been and always will be. He was supposed to have an intense hatred against the outside world and everything they produced. However, he couldn't help but look at the bottle in his hands with eyes of longing. Even now, all he could think about was getting another sip of this beer. Are you sure this isn't a product of dwarves? Gulp, this is surely from the mind of a genius dwarf, the king said, casually taking another sip from the bottle. By the way, is this all that you have confiscated? If you have more, give it here so that I can inspect it a couple more times, for scientific purposes, of course. His advisors looked at him with worry. It looked like their king himself was caught up in the beer fever spreading around their kingdom. The king waved off their concern. Besides that, how is the overpopulation within our capital? Are there still a lot of refugees looking for a new home? Ever since the landslide, all the dwarves affected by it flocked to the capital of their kingdom, turning it overpopulated overnight. Explore more at Empire. Knowing that there were lives at stake, the king ordered his people to solve this problem immediately, turning rarely used forges into temporary homes for those dwarves. All this extra work became the reason why the work on walls was delayed for such a long time. He thought it was going well, but when he looked at his advisors, he saw their unsure faces. Is it bad news or good news? He asked them. His advisors looked at each other, not knowing if what they had was good news or not. Your Highness, from what we could see, there is no longer an overpopulation problem within our capital. Is that not a good thing? He asked, confused as to why they were not celebrating. But sir, this is not due to our efforts. From what we have heard, the dwarves are all moving outside our kingdom, his advisors explained. Have you found where they went? The king asked, and his advisors nodded. Yes, sire. They seem to have moved into a village in the parched lands. He sat back down on his throne and thought for a second. They moved there. Permanently. But what about their responsibility to the kingdom, to their fellow dwarves? They cannot let their positions unguarded for long. The villages surrounding the kingdom played an important role in their defense. Without them, it would be much easier for them to be sieged. But before his advisors could answer, the double doors to the throne room suddenly burst wide open as another dwarf, wearing the same royal attire as the king's advisors, hurried inside panting. Your Highness Pompeia, I have come with news. The king welcomed the dwarf in, letting him sit among his advisors. What has caused you to be in such distress? Tell me. The dwarf steadied his breath before finally speaking. I have come back after surveying the outskirts of our kingdom, as you commanded me, Your Highness. When I arrived there, I saw something impossible. The dwarf then took out a scroll from his pockets and presented it to his king. This is a wall, the king muttered, as he observed the sketch on the parchment paper. It showed an elaborate wall structure, 10 meters tall and sturdy enough to repel a cavalry. That is right, Your Highness. When I traveled to the outskirts, I came across these thick and strong walls that had suddenly sprung up from where our villages were supposed to be. And that is not even the most surprising part. From what I have gathered, this wall seemed to have been built within just a few days, 2 days at the most. His words sent gasps throughout the throne room. They could hardly believe that such an elaborate wall structure could be built within just a few days. As craftsmen themselves, they knew the difficulties it would take to rush such a job, and from their estimates, this wall could only be constructed within a month. 2 days. That cannot be. Preposterous. There is no magical or physical way to create such an elaborate wall within just a few days. How can you be sure that the walls were made within 2 days? The king asked. Your Highness, that wall wasn't there when I visited it 2 days ago. There are also a lot of dwarves who saw the construction themselves, swearing to their kidneys that the walls were indeed built within 2 nights using a strange new liquid material that hardened within a few hours. The king and his advisors were still skeptical about this story, but they knew that the dwarf was a man of his word. There wasn't any motive for him to lie, especially to the king. Have you investigated who created these walls? The advisors asked. Yes. I happened upon one dwarf who lived alone near the outskirts named Thrain. He said that the walls are constructed so that the dwarves can leave the kingdom without having to betray their oath to protect it. Your Highness, it seems that the dwarves are permanently moving to a village in the parched lands, where food, water, housing, and beer are as free as the air we breathe today. Once he heard that, the dwarven king stood up from his throne and stared at the dwarf with serious intensity. That village, it's where beer was made, the king asked. The dwarf nodded meekly, thinking that he had done something wrong. How dare they, the king's voice thundered. How dare they hog all the beer to themselves? I want it too. Your Highness, did you say something else? His advisors asked. The king ignored his advisor's query. It is decided. I shall visit this village for myself and see what it has to offer that we cannot, the king said with a smile on his face, leaving his advisors to shake their heads in disappointment. Their king's intent was as clear as day. He just wanted to drink beer. Despite his advisors' pleas for him to change his mind, the Dwarven King still went ahead with his plans to infiltrate the village. For safety reasons, he disguised himself through magic to seem like a normal dwarf. His taller stature slowly became shorter, his fiery eyebrows became tamer, and the intricate beard braid that covered half his face untangled itself to become free-flowing down to his knees. All the characteristics of his royal dwarven blood were gone, turning him into a normal, honest dwarf. Anyone who gazed at the Dwarven King would feel as if he was just like any other. Case in point, the Dwarven King approached a single wooden hut in the middle of the forest and knocked on Thrain's door. "Is anybody?" the Dwarven King roared, but he quickly realized that his voice was too intimidating, so he had to change his tone. "Is anybody here?" Thrain came out of the cabin and welcomed the new dwarf. "Hello, have you come to find paradise in the parched lands? What is your name?" The Dwarven King coughed and thought of the first thing in his mind. "My name is Burrow, and yes, I seek the place where beer is plenty." Thrain laughed to himself. Burrow was perhaps the 100th dwarf that came running to his cottage this week alone. The spread of beer within the kingdom opened the dwarves' eyes to Michael's village so much faster than even he could accommodate. "You are lucky," Thrain said as he patted the Dwarven King's back with a smack. "The automobile is just about to arrive." A couple of minutes later, a loud beep-beep resounded through the forest, signaling the automobile's arrival on the other side of the wall. Thrain escorted Burrow to the wall, letting the Dwarven King set his eyes on the magnificent white concrete wall towering over the trees. "Amazing," Burrow commented. Thrain explained to him about this new material called concrete and how it was used to construct these sturdy walls within just a few days. "By the way, are you from any villages on the outskirts of the kingdom? If so, then you can tell us so that we can build another wall in place of the destroyed settlement," Thrain asked, but Burrow said there was no need. Finally, they caught sight of the automobile, surprising the Dwarven King. It was a square metal structure that had no horse, yet could run as fast as one. "So this is the automobile." And strangely enough, the driver controlling this strange vehicle was a dwarf. "Thrain, another recruit?" the dwarf asked as he opened the door. "Yup. Thanks for picking him up." Thrain guided Burrow to the automobile and returned to his post, waiting for the next batch of dwarves that needed help. The automobile began to drive, and the Dwarven King couldn't help but stare at the dwarf driving the automobile. He was astonished at how a dwarf was so integrated into the village's culture that he was the one driving this vehicle. Dwarves hated being away from their forges for too long, yet this one voluntarily did so. "This is the only way I can contribute to the village," explained the dwarf. The Dwarven King heard that no one was forced to work in that village, yet everyone was working even harder than ever. It didn't make sense to him. He became so much more curious as to how the village operated to make the dwarves act like this. What? A couple of days later, Burrow the Dwarven King finally arrived at the paradise in the parched lands. He could only stand in wonder at this strange civilization. Mankeys and dwarves alike walked around the streets with smiles on their faces, as if they were happy all the time in their lives. "You must be the new dwarf." "Welcome to our village," said a dwarf, wearing strange red clothes. "Yes, my name is Burrow," the Dwarven King said, holding out his hand for the other dwarf to shake. But instead, Burrow felt a smack on his shoulders as the dwarf put his hands around him. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get acclimated with the village quickly." If this was back in the Dwarven Kingdom, the dwarf would have lost his hand for the crime of touching the king. But strangely enough, Burrow didn't feel offended. This was the first time someone had actually come close to him without having any reservations, treating him like a normal dwarf. "Your journey continues at Empire. First of all, let's go to the baseball field," the dwarf said. "Baseball? What is this strange word?" "It's our game," the dwarf said, pulling on his shirt to show the words, Dwarven Miners stitched on the front. "Our team finally reached the finals." Burrow had no choice as the dwarf forcefully dragged him through the streets. The Dwarven King watched as fellow dwarves and Mankeys greeted them as they went past, either through a simple hello or a playful, "We'll beat your team tonight." Dwarven and Mankey children played on the streets without a care in the world. They passed through the plaza, where the smell of wonderfully cooked meat wafted through the air. There were stalls placed around the area, all of which served some kind of exotic food that everyone seemed to love. Finally, the dwarf dragged Burrow to the baseball field, where a lot of dwarves were warming up for the game. On the way, the Dwarven King was told everything there was to know about baseball, including all the rivalries within the different teams in the village. It was evident from the dwarf that this was a big deal for them. Burrow couldn't understand why the dwarves took this little game so seriously when there were other things they could be doing with their days. Hey guys, we have a new dwarf in our midst. Let's give a warm welcome, shall we? Dwarves, all wearing the baseball uniforms and safety gear that Michael made for them, looked at Burrow and gave him their warmest welcomes. They immediately started to teach him about baseball, about how to properly hit a ball or pitch it. But Burrow still couldn't understand why everyone liked baseball so much. Why are you all acting so serious? Baseball sounds easy, said Burrow. The dwarves froze and stared at Burrow. For them, this was a sentence that could not be said lightly without having the skill to back it up. Their eyes showed a strange excitement, as if they had something special planned for the little newbie. Burrow seemed to have forgotten that he wasn't a king, but a newcomer in this village. He had a lot to learn, and the dwarves were going to teach him, whether he wanted to or not. What the forge? The Dwarven King collapsed on the ground, dead tired, as he crossed the final lap around the entire field. He was gasping for breath, but compared to the other dwarves who were still running more laps, they were barely even breathing loudly. A life-or-death situation for him was nothing but a warm-up for them. Done already, newbies. How funny, talking about baseball is easy. Well, now you know. We'll have to up your training regimen tomorrow. You can barely last one inning. Dwarves were ruthless in their treatment of Burrow, letting him experience all the hardships that they regularly went through when they practiced for their games. Not only that, but Burrow also became their shuttle, making him do all sorts of chores and fetch quests that completely wore down all the high and mighty attitude that Burrow had from being the literal king of the dwarves. This was the first time he had to run from one end of the village to the other, with his hands full of baseball equipment. In other words, the king finally knew the hard work normal people went through in their day-to-day. By the end of the day, Burrow was completely exhausted. His body was sore, his mind was tired, and he was just a second away from calling it quits and returning to his kingdom. But then the game started. At night, when the whole village was supposed to be asleep and covered in darkness, the entire baseball field was instead lit up by these bright lights that made it seem like they had harnessed the power of the sun. He heard the excited shouts and chanting in the bleachers, with every single one of them showing their enthusiasm for the game. What are they shouting at? Burrow asked the dwarves. In response, they just smiled at him and patted his back with another resounding smack. They're rooting for a newbie. The captain of the dwarven miners dragged Burrow out of their dugout and presented him to the crowd. The Dwarven King looked around the bleachers and saw 1,000 mankeys and dwarves shouting and cheering with their whole chests, celebrating their entrance to the field. Everyone in the village gathered here, and all of them were cheering, not for him, but for the dwarves who showed great talent in baseball. He could see a few in the crowd who wore the same clothes and uniform as the ace player on their team, showing their reverence and applause to him by copying his attire. The Dwarven King was astounded. There wasn't even this much adoration and cheering when he was crowned king during his coronation. He couldn't believe that a dwarf, who would have been considered normal in their kingdom, was being shown more admiration than a king. Take this in, newbie, said the captain dwarf. Once you experience this, you'll never get tired of it. So if you want to be cheered like them, then you better show your talent in the field. Burrow had no words for the captain. Unlike them, he couldn't even run through the 4 plates without getting exhausted. He couldn't even hit any ball with his bat, no matter how slow they threw it at him. He had no chance of becoming as great as their captain. Why in. Finally, the game started with the dwarven miners going against the farmer cultivators. Right from the get-go, the competition between the teams was fierce. Dwarves would score home runs after home runs, but the farmers would always come back against them through solid hits that earned them runs. The crowd was swayed easily by this competition, expressing their excitement or disappointment with cheering and shouting. This was the first time the king saw something so intense. It felt as if their lives were at stake with this game. When he first heard about baseball, he thought that it wasn't so serious. It was just a game after all. However, as he experienced everything with his own eyes, he could see the passion and dedication each team put onto the field. There were even a couple of times when the Dwarven King couldn't help but slap his knee in disappointment as the referee ruled the player as out as he touched the home base. As the game went on, the king found himself getting more and more invested in the game, cheering and sighing during crucial moments in the game. Finally, in the last inning of the game, the two teams were completely tied. The dwarves had one last chance to break the tie and win the game completely. However, at the very last second, their ace and captain, who scored almost half of their points for the team, suddenly had an accident and injured his knee. Args, the captain, groaned, grabbing his leg in pain. The team had to watch as their only hope of winning the game was carried out off the field. Find your next adventure on Empire. Burrow felt the air in their dugout change. It was clear that they were completely devastated by this unfortunate incident. They were just one inning away from winning their first baseball title. The worst part was that they didn't have any other player in their roster who could replace their captain except for one. The captain limped towards Burrow and gently smacked his shoulders. "You can do it, newbie. You can win us the game," he said. But the Dwarven King was wholly unprepared for this. He was slowly dragged onto the field, bat in hand, clueless as to how he was going to win them the game. The world seemed to turn mute for him. He couldn't hear the cheering from the crowd. He couldn't even hear the shouting from his teammates, warning him that the first ball was about to brush past his body. Deciding to let go of all his worries and all his problems back in the Dwarven Kingdom, Burrow decided to just swing the bat as hard as he could. And surprisingly, he felt a heavy force on his bat as the ball collided with it. The ball rose into the air and slowly fell to the outfield. Burrow was so surprised that he forgot to run. He was only reminded when all of his teammates in the dugout motioned for him to run as fast as he could. And so he did. He ran to the limits of his physical body. Meanwhile, the ball bounced on the grass field before being picked up by a hobmanky, who threw it towards first base, towards where Burrow was running to. In a moment of desperation, the king dove toward the plate, never mind the dirt and mud that would sully his clothes. His hands reached out and touched the plate, almost at the same time that the defender caught the ball in his mitt. They both looked at the referee, who shouted, "Safe." Just then all sounds returned to the king's ears. All he heard were crazed shoutings and cheering from the crowd, much more than when they were first introduced. His dwarf teammates all swarmed towards him, picking him up from the ground and patting the dirt off his uniform. "What are they shouting at?" he asked the dwarves. His teammates smiled. "They're rooting for you, newbie. You won us the game." As it turned out, his one hit allowed the runner to reach home plate, scoring them 1 point that put them ahead of the other team. Burrow was hoisted up by his teammates, tossing him high up in the air in celebration. At the end of the game, they all celebrated his game-winning hit at the tavern, where hobmanky and dwarf alike congratulated him for his crucial part in their win. The dwarves that were once so harsh to him had now finally warmed up to Burrow. He had earned their respect, and the Dwarven King respected them in return. He finally understood why they all treated the sport as seriously as they did. He understood why they worked hard all day long to prepare their bodies for the physical intensity they had to produce to get a win. They apologized to him, but Burrow waved off their concern by pouring them more and more beer. They drank as much as they could. The king didn't think he would be able to increase his love for beer, but the feeling of having his newfound friends and teammates drink and celebrate with him was an entirely new sort of happiness that he wouldn't have found if he hadn't left the confines of his kingdom. Finally, he understood why dwarves preferred to live in this village rather than their kingdom. And in truth, if he didn't have the responsibility to protect the kingdom given to him by his ancestors, then he could see himself living in this village and exploring all the culture that it had to offer. As he looked upon the happy faces of his fellow dwarves, the king finalized a decision in his mind. If he couldn't move here for himself, then he would make sure that all the other dwarves in his kingdom would be able to experience what he felt during this night. He wanted them to be free from the old tradition of closing themselves from the world and explore what life had to offer. So he decided. He was going to open his doors for this village. He walked out of the tavern and visited the large estate in the middle of the village. This was where their supposed leader lived. The king felt a little bit nervous as he stood at the gates. This would be the first time he would be meeting someone so legendary. He hadn't heard a lot about this Michael character, but from what he gathered, he seemed to be a man of mythical status. His magic was comparable to that of wizards renowned throughout the world. His intellect was of a genius level, with no comparison for him to even be at the same level. "Burrow, was it? Michael is ready to see you. Just go through the gates and enter his house," Lolo said, opening the gates for him to enter. "That easy." The Dwarven King didn't think he would be let in so easily without even having to schedule a meeting. He would have thought that Michael's security detail would be a lot stricter than that. He was their leader, after all. Having 100 soldiers pat him down before he entered was the bare minimum. This only told Buru one thing: Michael alone was enough. Buru walked through Michael's door with his mind racing with thoughts about what he perceived Michael to look like. A burly man at the peak of his physical prowess. A hermit in the twilight of his life with a mind full of wisdom. But as the door opened, there was only one person that greeted him on the other side. "Oh, you must be Buru. Welcome to our village," Michael said with the most casual of greetings. The Dwarven King was speechless. He thought he was ready for anything, but he would have never expected that the mastermind of this whole village and the owner of the Reborn company was none other than a 10-year-old human child. You're Michael?" Buru asked. Michael shrugged. "I guess." Buru had to shake his head, thinking that he was still drunk from beer. But no matter how much more sober he got, Michael would still remain as a child. "Forgive my rudeness," Buru said. "I wasn't expecting you to be so young." Experience new stories on Empire. Michael didn't take it to heart. "Don't worry about it. What brings you to my house? Does the Dwarven King need something?" Buru's eyes widened. Michael could see through his disguise. Knowing that there was no use in hiding it anymore, he let go of the magic surrounding his body. Slowly his stature became taller, his eyebrows became a lot wilder, and his beard began to twist and tangle into the signature royal dwarven pattern. Michael was now looking at a dwarf who was even taller than him. Not only that, the dwarf also oozed a sense of regality and dominance, with a confidence that only monarchs had. "You know about my true appearance?" Buru asked. "Yeah, sorry. My eyes could see through all types of magic, disguises included. And if I'm going to be honest, I have a friend named Fudge who informed me of your arrival as soon as you made contact with Thrain," Michael said with a casual tone. The Dwarven King could only chuckle once he heard that. If there was any doubt in his mind that Michael was truly capable of doing all the things he had done, then it was now long gone. Just from this little interaction alone, the Dwarven King knew that Michael was not to be messed with. "I'm sorry for trying to deceive you. I simply wanted to observe your village with an unbiased eye," the king apologized. But Michael didn't care about that. He cared more about the Dwarf King's opinion of the village. "And what do you think? Did you like the game?" Michael asked with a proud smile on his face. The king smiled. "Yes. In the brief time that I have visited your village, I have become enamored with everything it has to offer. So much so that I am willing to break thousands of years of tradition." He faced Michael with a serious expression and held out his hand. "I want to establish a friendly relationship with you, your village, and your company. Let us help each other and grow our territory to much greater heights." Michael was surprised with the king's straightforwardness. "That easy?" he asked him. "I thought the Dwarven Kingdom was closed off." Buru nodded his head, keeping his arm outstretched for Michael to take. "It was. But what you've shown me in this village made me understand why our kingdom hasn't prospered these past millennia. Enjoy new tales from Empire. I thought that I was protecting our kingdom by closing it off. But now I understand that we've just impeded our own progress. So, Michael, help us and we will help you." Michael always wanted to have a good relationship with the Dwarven Kingdom. He just never thought it would be this easy. After all, he hadn't even done anything yet. Their king voluntarily visited their village and made up his own mind. He smiled and took the Dwarven King's hand. The two leaders of civilizations, one budding and one established, shook hands to symbolize their cooperation. The Dwarven King laughed and heartily smacked Michael's back. "Tawalhu. This is the beginning of a fruitful endeavor," he said. "And before we sign a contract, I want to invite you into our kingdom and see what we have to offer." It's only fair. Michael would not say no to that. Seeing the inner workings of the Dwarven Kingdom would allow him to see what no human had ever seen before. He was especially curious as to how they produced the best metals and crafts in the world. "Let's go," Michael said excitedly. What? The next day, Michael and Buru journeyed forth to the Dwarven Kingdom using the automobile, with Fudge as their driver. Of course, before they left, the Dwarven King asked a favor from Michael to bring with him crates and crates of beer for his collection. Michael agreed, so long as he paid for the costs using Damascus steel. "If that's what it takes, then I shall send a shipment of Damascus steel every month in exchange for reserving my own production of beer. Baru said. After a few days, they finally reached the capital of the Dwarven Kingdom and were met with a lot of weird stares and amazed expressions as Michael finally showcased the true worth of the automobile. A carriage with no horse. What is that metal craft? Is it alive? And the name on the side of the door, Reborn. Is that the same Reborn as the beer I'm drinking right now? Whenever they went, a lot of dwarves stopped hammering their tools and walked out of their houses to follow the strange carriage. Finally, the automobile stopped in front of the royal castle, where they were met with the anxious stares of the king's advisors. The Dwarven King first stepped out of the door, garnering gasps from the dwarves that crowded the streets. But they would have never expected the next person to get out of the car. It was a human. From the looks of it, the Dwarven King and the human were on good terms, with their king welcoming the human as if he were his guest. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought a human with you? His advisors asked hurriedly. The Dwarven King presented Michael to his advisors and the crowd. This is Michael, and he is the leader of the paradise in the parched lands. Not only that, he is the mind that brought us the nectar of the gods, beer, he proclaimed, with his voice booming to the entire capital. I have brought him here to establish an alliance between us, allowing us to exchange resources, knowledge, and even culture. Do not worry, my dear citizens. Once this alliance is successful, you will all be able to buy beer without having to hide from the authorities. You will learn the charm of baseball. And most of all, you will be able to purchase your own automobile like this one. This alliance will bring forth a revolution in our kingdom. We will prosper. Together. The Dwarven King raised Michael's hand to the crowd. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd began to cheer and shout, which was mostly started by a few drunkards who celebrated the fact that they could buy all the beer they wanted. But soon after, more and more dwarves were caught up in the celebrations. They had seen the wonder of this strange metal contraption called an automobile, and as craftsmen themselves, they appreciated the complexity of the machine. And of course, by this point, the rumor of the paradise in the parched lands had already spread far and wide to the Dwarven Kingdom. They have heard wondrous stories from that place, but they've always refrained from going because of the restrictions in their kingdom. But now, with this alliance, they could finally visit this paradise for themselves. We want beers. We want to visit paradise in the parched lands. Hooray! Hooray! What? After the celebrations died down, the king led Michael to the different parts of the dwarven territory. He showed him the mines, where the dwarves dug up precious metals. It would then get sent to the forges, where the craftsmen would make it into a specific product. Finally, he was led to the very castle, which was built upon a giant active volcano spewing out lava and smoke at all times. But strangely enough, Michael noticed that the smoke didn't pollute the entire kingdom. It somehow vanished into the clouds, without ever a trace of it coming back down to contaminate the ground. He asked the king about this, and as it turned out, there was kind of a symbiotic relationship happening between the smoke coming from the volcano and the clouds up above. The clouds are made up of simple creatures, too small to even see in the naked eye, and have no complex thoughts to make them sentient. They sustain themselves by consuming the hot smoke of our volcano, and in turn, the creatures rain down elemental mana upon our kingdom, making it rich with magic. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. Just like the king said, this place was indeed rich with elemental mana such as water, air, and earth, even though the kingdom was mostly made out of forges that produce fire mana. There should have been an imbalance, where fire mana was dominant and water mana was scarce, just like in the parched lands. But in this place, there was equilibrium. His mind suddenly lit up in a flurry of ideas upon learning of the existence of these creatures. These clouds could solve the lack of water mana in the parched lands. Michael guessed that these invisible creatures were a form of bacteria that mutated into a magical creature. Just like how this world had magical humans and monstrous demi-humans alike, it should have been obvious that there were also bacteria that evolved into a different species. Find your next read on Empire. Fortunately, this specific type of bacteria lived upon the clouds and sustained themselves through polluted smoke. Not only that, they also produced an abundance of mana as a side effect. If the village had these types of clouds above, then they would bring water mana to the entire territory, no longer making it a desert. He has always been hesitant to spread the use of petroleum fuel due to the harmful pollution that it produced. He had been using his own magic to counteract the effects of the pollution by himself, but with these bacteria clouds, he didn't have to do that anymore. Michael immediately asked the Dwarven King how he obtained these bacteria clouds. You want one for your village? Sure. We can give you a cloud seedling that can grow bigger than a mountain. Though you'll need a lot of smoke for it to grow properly, or else it will just dissipate in the wind. And don't expect that your cloud will bless your lands with lots of elemental mana at the start. It took us thousands of years before our cloud got to this point. Michael was overjoyed once he heard this. They didn't have a volcano to sustain these special bacteria clouds, but they did have a steam turbine, which produced tons of smoke. As the village advanced in technology, it would incorporate petroleum oil as its main source of energy. The smoke produced by those factories would only serve to turn the territory into a better, healthier place. With a greater cloud, the more elemental mana would rain down on the village. Someday, the territory would not just experience summer throughout the year. There could be a rainy season, a winter season, and even spring. He was now more sure than ever that allying himself with the Dwarven Kingdom was one of the best decisions he could have ever made. "Are you ready to sign the official contract?" the Dwarven King asked, and Michael answered with a resounding yes. They visited the throne room where the king's advisors and a couple of other high-ranking dwarves witnessed the signing ceremony of their alliance. Michael and the Dwarven King sat on opposite sides of a table with their contracts in hand. "Your village and your company Reborn will be welcomed at our gates. You can sell your products at reasonable rates without any problem," the king said, reading the contents of their contract. "And the Dwarven Kingdom will be our village's provider of all things metal, such as steel, iron, and other such materials. And most of all, we are allowed to buy and distribute Damascus steel from your kingdom," Michael recited. The two men nodded, satisfied with the base agreement between their two territories. "I would also like to employ your village in creating a road between the two territories. We will handle the materials, you will handle the work," the king proposed after talking with his advisors. Michael quickly agreed to this. Now that there was an alliance between the two territories, it would be a lot more convenient for citizens to easily traverse the distance without problem. He was already planning on proposing this agreement in the first place because he wanted automobiles to show their true worth as vehicles. And that could only be done through creating a flat road. "I have another proposition," Michael said with a curious smile on his face. "I want to build a train system that connects our territories." Dwarven King and his advisors on the other side of the table showed confused looks on their faces. They had never heard of this train that Michael was talking about. The train is a convenient transport system that will connect the parched lands in this kingdom, needing only 1 day's worth of travel, Michael explained. The dwarves gasped, unable to believe that it would only take less than a day to travel all the way to the parched lands. And if Michael hadn't shown them his incredible inventions that defied reality, they would have denounced his words as nothing more than a lie. "Is this true, Michael? How can you build such a fast vehicle?" the king asked. And in turn, Michael also asked that same question to his trusted personal AI assistant. "ChatJK2, can you tell me how to build a train?" "Certainly. I have constructed a railroad system that efficiently connects the Dwarven Kingdom to the parched lands. I will download the schematics to your brain in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, tons of information washed over his mind, giving him everything he needed to know to build a train from scratch. He also saw a bird's-eye view of the completed project, with the trains running at full speed and full of dwarves excited to spend the holidays at the paradise in the parched lands. "If you can build such a vehicle, then this partnership will become even more fruitful than I thought. If we can exchange materials within a day, then our commerce will prosper," the king exclaimed, his eyebrows flared from excitement. Even his advisors couldn't help but nod their heads fervently at the thought of what this alliance would bring them. "Quick, let us sign this agreement," the king said, already dipping the quill into the ink. Michael did so as well. This contract was flexible as well, so if they wanted to change or add a few more things to their agreement, then they could easily mend it. He also had ChatJK2 parse through the agreement, and it found no loopholes or weaknesses that any party could exploit. "I almost forgot. For this agreement to work, you must give your territory an official name, one that would mark its place on a map," the king said. Michael didn't have to think hard about the name of his territory. He knew that the village was growing far too big to even be called a village at this point, so he was already planning on giving his territory a proper name. "Reborn. My territory will be called the Nation of Reborn." With the signing of the contract, the alliance between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Nation of Reborn was sealed in stone. This was a momentous occasion, one that would be written in the history books as the start of the Reborn Nation's global dominance. But that was a story for another time. Right now, it was a celebration. The dwarves prepared a sumptuous feast, with ale and beer ready for all to drink and eat. Michael talked with the other dwarves about the possibility of creating a reborn company headquarters stationed near the capital, and they agreed immediately. He planned for someone like Baldric to handle all the company business in the Dwarven Kingdom. Of course, he would have to coordinate with Cassel about the acquisition of products because she was still the main CEO of the reborn business. As he talked to more and more dwarves, all kinds of plans were born. For example, the kingdom ordered a large shipment of concrete to supply the rebuilding of the walls around their kingdom. This was where their alliance showed its benefits. The Dwarven Kingdom would send more lime and other such materials to the reborn nation. Then they would turn that into concrete, which would then be sent back to the Dwarven Kingdom to be used. That was the current priority of the kingdom, so that was what they tackled for now. But there were other major future projects that they would like to embark on after the construction of the walls. For example, they wanted to implement the plumbing and the electrical system in the entire Dwarven Kingdom. The plumbing system would be easy since they already have their own source of water. Michael just needed to create another sewer system and connect them to pipes around the Dwarven Kingdom. This would take a lot of time and effort, but it could be done with the cooperation of both territories. After that, they would implement the electrical system. The Dwarven King wanted Michael to connect the electrical lines from the reborn nation all the way to their kingdom. Just like the plumbing system, the kingdom would pay a monthly fee to the reborn company to supply electricity to all Dwarven homes. To make that work, Michael would have to upgrade the current steam turbine to accommodate the increased demand for electricity. Thankfully, the Dwarven King promised to supply him with all the Damascus steel that he needed, allowing Michael to create a bigger and more efficient generator for the turbine. Although it was a lot of work, the money they would generate from this business would truly be astronomical. What? The party went on, and Michael went outside the balcony of the castle to observe the Dwarven Kingdom in all its glory. Unlike their nation, which was lit up by light bulbs, this kingdom was instead lit up by forges and smiths that kept its fire lively through the night. There were celebrations all around, and all the beer that he brought with him was being spread and drunk in the taverns. "I never tire of seeing this sight," the Dwarven King said as he leaned on the balcony and looked out into his kingdom. Then he turned to Michael. "Now that we have officially become allies, there is something that I want to show you." The serious expression on the usually boisterous and drunk king told Michael that this was an important matter. "What is it?" he asked. "It is the reason why we have settled in this country in the first place. It is the reason why we shut ourselves off from the world and constructed walls to keep everyone away," the king explained. "Come." Michael followed the Dwarven King through the castle halls and towards the huge stone double doors, with intricate carvings of Dwarven history all over its two faces. This place was hidden deep inside the castle, where no infiltrator could access it unless they went out in the open through the castle doors. Yet it was still tightly guarded by armed guards at all times. Read exclusive chapters at Empire. The king nodded to the dwarves wearing full Damascus steel armor, permitting them to open the huge stone doors. The entrance to the cave-like basement opened outwards, and a boiling hot gust of air immediately assailed them. "What is in this place?" Michael asked. "This is where our biggest secret is located," the Dwarven King explained as he walked forward. They continued their journey through the cave made out of nothing but obsidian. Michael went silent as he used his supreme skill, mana gathering to peer through the cave and see what was on the other side. And all he could see was fire. A tremendous amount of fire mana was gathered and bundled up into one clump of object. With his curiosity piqued, he walked faster to the light at the end of the tunnel, leading them to the Dwarven Kingdom's greatest secret. They entered a large domed room, where there was nothing but a large ball of fire in the middle of the cave. As Michael laid his eyes onto the giant ball of fire, he suddenly realized that there was an object inside it. Back in the olden days, we dwarves could create anything we wanted to create. There was no limitation to what we could make with our own hands, the Dwarven King told Michael. We were full of knowledge about the world, the universe, and the magical fabric weaved inside reality itself. And with that knowledge, we were able to create the greatest of crafts. And our ancestors stored everything they knew into one object. The God Forge. Michael could finally see the silhouette of the object inside the flaming ball of fire. It was the base part of an anvil, but it was clear that a large part of it had been destroyed. However, due to some unfortunate incident, the Godforge was split into pieces, spreading itself across this entire country. That is the reason why we have settled onto this land. We have come to bring back all of the pieces of the Godforge and restore it into its natural state. If we don't, then the fire that surrounds the Godforge will never cease to exist, and we will never obtain the knowledge hidden within. Michael stared in wonder at the Godforge, or at least a part of it. It was extremely large, about the size of an automobile. So Michael could only guess that the finished Godforge must look even bigger than this. When we first moved into this country, our main goal was to find and retrieve the missing pieces of the Godforge. Unfortunately, it turned out that humans had already settled onto the lands, taking control of everything within it. Because of that, we couldn't retrieve the pieces. The previous kings of our kingdom decided to shut ourselves off from the world and protect the peace we have right now, until that opportune time when they could search for their relic. The Dwarven King sounded melancholic, as if he was saddened by the fact that it was improbable in his lifetime to fulfill his ancestors' wishes. Find more adventures on Empire. Meanwhile, Michael couldn't take his eyes off the incomplete Godforge. It was as if it was calling to him. Why haven't you tried to study the secrets of this piece? Michael asked. He could see blurry and vague inscriptions carved onto the very surface itself. From Buru's description, it seemed like this piece still held a part of the secret knowledge that they lost. We have tried, answered the Dwarven King. We made the best full metal armor that can withstand even the temperatures of lava, yet it was no use against this fire. We tried to douse it with water or air, but none were effective against the raging flame protecting the Godforge. We have tried all mystic and physical means to get through the fire, but we had only come about 2 meters close to the Godforge. This is a test. We need to prove that we are worthy of the Godforge and restore it to its prime state before it allows us to peek through the knowledge hidden within. He understood the Dwarven King's frustration. Having tremendous amounts of knowledge so close to them, yet so far away at the same time, was a frustrating feeling. He, too, wanted to see what the Godforge had to offer them. He wanted it so bad that his entire body was pulling him towards the flaming ball surrounding the Godforge. He hadn't felt this feeling ever since he set his eyes upon the magical library on the magic tower. Oh yeah. What's wrong? The Dwarven King asked upon seeing the surprised face written on Michael's face. The reason for Michael's shock was a realization that dawned on him when he remembered the magic library. Back then, he impulsively touched the very nodes of the magic library and was suddenly endowed with all the information and knowledge it had to offer. He gained too much data that it led him into a state of unconsciousness. But after that, his personal AI assistant underwent a tremendous upgrade that led to his current state of power. The question then arrived in his mind. If he touched the Godforge, would he gain the knowledge contained within it? This lit up a fire inside him, a desire to take the risk and brave the big ball of fire impeding him from getting to his goal. Dwarven King, I have a favor to ask, Michael said, keeping his eyes on the Godforge. You are my friend. Speak away, the king replied. Can I approach the Godforge? Michael's words were casual, as if he was just asking if he could look at a unique trinket or a cool sword displayed in the king's collection. But the Godforge was nothing but ordinary. You want to reach for the Godforge. Are you serious? Do you not see the flaming ball of fire that would melt even the hardest of minerals in just a few seconds? The Dwarven King asked, incredulous at Michael's small favor. Yes. I want to touch it and see if it has some kind of effect on me, Michael explained. The Dwarven King couldn't say anything else. Since Michael was an important friend to the Dwarven Kingdom, Buru didn't want to see him get incinerated into ashes. On the other hand, Michael seemed completely confident with himself if he even suggested such a thing. Buru rubbed his forehead and eventually decided to let Michael do whatever he wanted. If you can go through the ball of fire, then you have my permission to approach the Godforge. However, if I see that you can't survive the flames, then I will pull you back into safety without hesitation. Michael agreed immediately. If he found out that he couldn't go through the fire, he wouldn't push himself into death just to get to the Godforge as well. Now, how are you going to resist the flames? Asked the Dwarven King. I have a special skill, Michael replied. As he stepped forward, the flames emanating from the Godforge immediately tried to swarm his body, as if warning him not to approach any further. However, a protective layer of prismatic shield appeared around him and protected him from the blazing flames. The flurry of elemental mana in the shield collided with the flames, creating sparks that deflected away. This is my absolute unity defense. With the bubble of prismatic shield around him, Michael took another step forward, ignoring the flames that tried and failed to devour his defenses. The Dwarven King saw something he thought was impossible. Michael slowly walked towards the Godforge, completely unharmed. This was surprising to the king, because he had mages try and defend themselves from the Godforge as well. He even employed an 8-star wizard to try and walk through the fire like Michael was doing right now. However, even they were left unable to defend against the onslaught of blazing fire from the Godforge. The 8-star wizard explained that the Godforge's fire reacted proportionally to anyone who tried to enter. No matter if they were as weak as a 1-star mage or as strong as an 8-star mage, the Godforge would always bring out just enough firepower to sear through any of their defenses. Yet somehow Michael was able to walk through the fire virtually unharmed. The Dwarven King began to wonder. Was Michael's absolute unity defense really that strong, or did the Godforge deem Michael as worthy enough to receive their tutelage? Michael walked forward one step at a time. He could see nothing but a blinding light around him, as if he had just taken a plunge right into the heart of a star. However, it was clear to him that he was getting closer to the Godforge. The mana told him so. The entirety of the elemental mana was present in the flames. It wasn't just fire mana, there was water, earth, air, poison, lightning, dark, and light mana as well. And surprisingly, the congregation of all these elemental mana didn't seem to create a chaos of mana that canceled each other out. Somehow, the elemental mana worked together to produce an extremely pure and strong energy that could incinerate everything in its path. He finally understood why no mage or metal could pass through the fires of the Godforge. It was because they were only defending against the fire mana aspect of the flames. This left them completely unguarded to the other elements. Michael was the only person who could have done this. His absolute unity defense was a shield composed of all elements as well, which allowed him to fight against the other elements from the Godforge flames. If it weren't for his natural affinity to all magic, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the fire. His 99.99% magic purity, as well as his SSS plus class magic talent, allowed him to effectively counteract the pure energy that the flames were giving off. He continued to walk forward until finally he came across the Godforge in all its glory. It seemed to have been made out of simple metals, but Michael could feel the density of elemental mana packed within the Godforge. There was too much to even count. Right now, it was only the base piece of the Godforge, with a wide and steady rectangular base curving upwards. The evidence of fracturing was clear on the very material itself, with cracks and missing chip pieces clearly visible towards the missing top part of the Godforge. But even in its fractured state, this was perhaps the best crafted object Michael had ever seen in his entire life. It was even better than the perfectly machined supercars or technology in his previous life. This one looked natural, as if the world itself had molded it from its infancy. Michael couldn't describe it. After all, how could he describe abstract perfection? The strange carvings on its surface were intermittently glowing, blinking in power, as if it was tempting Michael to finally obtain the hidden knowledge within them. He stepped forward and kneeled to the Godforge. He stretched his hand and brushed it against the first line of carvings on the base of the Godforge. Upon contact, a surge of information assaulted Michael's brain, overwhelming all of his senses and forcing him to grab his head in pain. Connecting to the fractured Godforge. Downloading its contents. Progress to next update, 10.59%. Progress to next update, 59.27%. Progress to next update, 99.99%. Updating software. Warning. The user will experience a tremendous amount of pain in the brain. Would you like to initiate the emergency shutdown protocol? Michael felt as if his head was being split in half, but he was still lucid enough to hear ChatJK2's voice echo through his mind. And despite the excruciating pain he was in, he decided not to initiate the emergency shutdown. Although he would like nothing more than to just sleep it off just like the last time, he knew that he could get through this just by his willpower alone. If it was truly dangerous, then ChatJK2 wouldn't have asked him to choose. It would have initiated it on its own. Stay updated via Empire. Michael forced himself to stand up and walk out of the Godforge's blazing fire. Slowly he made his way out of harm's way, stumbling and almost tripping as he slowly reached safety outside the reaches of the Godforge's flames. Michael immediately lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. The Dwarven King asked him if he was okay. But after seeing the pain on Michael's face, he decided to ask for help from the guards and carry Michael to the nearest infirmary. Meanwhile, Michael took a couple of deep breaths, slowly feeling the pain in his mind subside. A couple of moments after that, the aftereffects of the software update finally wore off. He took one deep breath and opened his eyes. Congratulations, Michael. You have successfully upgraded the software to greater heights. I am ChatJK3, your personal AI assistant, knowledgeable in the mystic arts and a novice in magic implementation. Michael heard his trusty old partner's voice, much clearer now. And if he wasn't hearing it wrong, there was much more liveliness in its voice, as if he was speaking to a real person. You upgraded your software? Michael asked, still a little bit dizzy from what happened. Yes, Michael. I have absorbed all the available knowledge written in the Fractured Godforge. A novice in magic implementation. What does that mean? He asked ChatJK3 after hearing its introduction. Due to the missing parts of the Godforge, I was only able to absorb the very basics of magic implementation. If I were to compare the knowledge you have absorbed against the ancient dwarves, then it would be equivalent to a novice apprentice in those ancient times. Michael slowly got his bearings and stood up on his own. Does magic implementation mean what I think it means? Can I imbue magic into objects? He asked ChatJK3, a little bit excited at the thought. That is right, Michael. You can now imbue elemental mana into an object. He obtained something incredible in the Godforge. After all, there was nothing in this world that had mana imbued into a lifeless object. Michael had always wondered why no one was able to do this yet, but as it turned out, the knowledge to do it was hidden in the Godforge itself. Since no one could approach the Godforge, no one had learned it all this time. Except for Michael. Now he knew how to imbue mana into an object. This is incredible, ChatJK3. What a wonderful upgrade you obtained. I appreciate the compliment, Michael. But that is not all that you have obtained. Most of the knowledge hidden within the Godforge was about skills and talents, giving you the ability to synthesize and build new skills from existing ones. You are now also able to imbue these skills onto any of your allies at any time you want. As it turned out, the biggest haul he received from the Godforge was not the ability to plant mana into objects, it was the ability to plant skills into other creatures. According to ChatJK3, the knowledge written on the Godforge wasn't techniques on crafting or smithing metals. Surprisingly enough, it contained mostly about how skills worked and the very foundational mechanism that allowed them to work. This allowed ChatJK3 to synthesize and mix skills together, creating an entirely new one from scratch. Although he didn't know why the Godforge had that kind of information written on it, he didn't hate the fact that it gave him the ability to give out any kind of skill he could think of. Michael, you're all right, the Dwarven King said as he hurried back to the cave. There were a couple of Dwarven guards with him who were supposed to help carry Michael into their infirmary. But from the looks of it, he was completely fine right now. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of time to center myself, Michael said casually. The Dwarven King couldn't help but shake his head. Even though Michael experienced something that could have been life-threatening, he still had a laid-back approach to everything that happened to him. It was extremely impressive to see you reach the Godforge, but it is far too short to understand the knowledge hidden within. It will take us years of research and experimentation to read through the ancient texts on the Godforge. Unless we find a way to completely get rid of the fire, we will never be able to learn of its contents, the king said, a little bit dejectedly. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. Oh, don't worry about that. I learned what was in the Godforge. Ah, good, you found out the secrets of the Godforge. You what? How did you? When did you? Dwarven King's voice thundered through the obsidian cave as he pestered Michael to tell him all about what he learned from the Godforge. Of course, Michael didn't give him the specifics on how he used ChatJK3 to learn the contents of the Godforge. He simply told him that he had a special power that allowed him to absorb knowledge through touch alone. Since the Dwarven King had already seen Michael break the rules of reality with his absolute unity defense, he wasn't all that surprised that Michael had this kind of strange ability. So, what did you find out? The king asked, almost tiptoeing towards Michael like a kid ready to receive presents on Christmas Day. Michael told him an abridged version of what he learned, including the ability to imbue elemental mana into an object as well as the fundamental knowledge about skills. The king listened to Michael's explanation with his eyes glazing in joy. At the end of Michael's words, the Dwarven King couldn't help but shed a tear from his eyes. Mithril, I can't believe that it's real. According to the Dwarven King, Mithril was a mythical material described in the historical texts that was said to have had the ability to store mana inside it despite being a non-living being. This material was what his ancestors used to create their legendary crafts, weapons, and armor. It was the single most important material in the world. However, it had been long lost in history, never to appear again, letting historians think that it was nothing more than just a myth and a folk tale. But now, Michael found a way to bring them back. Mithril is the advanced version of Damascus steel, the Dwarven King explained. You may have lost the ability to imbue mana into objects, but we still kept the knowledge to create the best material to store that mana, and that is Damascus steel. Michael was amazed at what the dwarves were able to create. He could only wonder what kind of prowess they held back in the olden days, when the complete Godforge was still in their hands. This begged the question: what led them to lose this knowledge? Michael could only speculate for now. Even the Dwarven King had no answer to his question. Michael, I know that I haven't repaid all the things that you have done for me in my kingdom, but I beg of you to fulfill this one favor of mine, the Dwarven King pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Please teach us how to create mithril again. If you do, then we will be at your service. You have my undying word that the dwarves, from here until eternity, will forever be your allies. There was devotion and steadfastness in the king's eyes, showing how much he valued this information. Michael, on the other hand, didn't think it should be all that serious. You don't have to kneel for that, Michael said, waving his hand. Of course, I'm going to teach your kingdom how to make mithril. It's yours to begin with. The Dwarven King, swept up in his emotions, couldn't help but embrace Michael, almost squeezing the breath out of his lungs. Thank you, friend. You have allowed us to restore our pride, our dignity. I will repay this favor with my life. Michael had to push the clingy Dwarven King away from him. Okay, I told you. It's not that serious. And so Michael and the Dwarven Kingdom had another agreement. Dwarves with a lot of potential would live in the nation of Reborn and learn everything they need to learn to make mithril from Michael. In return, those dwarves would work for Reborn, acting as their smiths, their craftsmen, and their loyal soldiers. After they had sufficiently repaid the favor through years of service, those dwarves would then be able to return to the Dwarven Kingdom and spread the knowledge of mithril to the whole kingdom. Michael's citizens were also allowed to visit the Dwarven Kingdom as well, learning everything they needed to learn to make Damascus steel. After learning everything, they would then return to the Reborn Nation and produce their own Damascus steel. This was another win-win situation for both territories. After the celebrations and the official signing of papers with the Dwarven Kingdom, Michael had nothing left to do but return to the nation of Reborn and spread the good news of this cooperation. Michael's body descended into the shadows as he replaced himself with the clone he had back in his house in the parched lands. Upon arriving, he immediately sought the attention of Lolo to tell him what happened with the Dwarven Kingdom. There was a lot to do. First of all, they had to spread the word to the entire village that they were now officially a part of a sovereign state, where the name Nation of Reborn would finally be visible on a map. This was a tremendous step in their progress, one that Michael was sure that everyone would rejoice in. The second thing they had to do was to start preparations for the projects he made with the Dwarven King. They needed a lot of manpower to create the railway system, the automobile projects, the plumbing and electrical system, and other such plans that needed a lot of organizing. The best hobmanky to arrange everything was none other than Lolo, who knew every single inhabitant in this nation, including all their jobs and their talents. He would best know which one could handle which job. Michael was about to walk out the door to look for Lolo himself, but he suddenly realized that he was already in front of his gates. Welcome back, boss, Lolo said, bowing to Michael. I was just about to find you. There's a lot of things we need to discuss, he said. However, it was only now that he noticed that Lolo wasn't alone. Behind him were a variety of demi-humans and monsters who meekly looked up at Michael with curiosity and reverence in their eyes. Who are they? Michael asked. Boss, while you were away, we did not stop our efforts in trying to find more refugees from the desert. And in our search, we happened upon a couple of different species and villages that needed our help. Upon hearing about our situation, they traveled through the desert in hopes of settling here in our village, Lolo explained. There was a group of demi-humans who had the top half of a human, but the bottom half of a goat. ChatJK3 explained to him that they were a species called satyrs. We beg of the magnificent human, please accept us. We have nowhere else to go, the oldest satyr said, burying his head on the concrete ground trying to plead his case to Michael. We beg. The 30 or so satyrs behind him copied his movements and bowed their heads at Michael. Upon seeing this, the other group of demi-humans begged for Michael's mercy as well. Human, help us, we will not take much, for we can sustain ourselves with nothing but grass, we just need a safe haven from the black liquid. This other group of demi-humans had a very short stature, almost the same as the dwarves. However, they had skin made entirely out of stone, with grass and flowers growing on their bodies. And interestingly enough, they all looked like they were lifeless stone boulders when they bowed their heads to Michael. According to the bestiary, they are a species called trolls, who live in the desert among the rocks and dunes. ChatJK3 explained. Us too. Please help us SSS shield ourselves from this heat. Our S-scalers are SS shedding. Next to the trolls was another interesting group of demi-humans. From what he could see, these species were mostly made out of women, with their top half as humans, while their bottom halves were that of a giant snake's body. ChatJK3 told him that they were called lamias, and that the majority of their species were women. Michael almost felt awkward staring at their bodies, because it looked like they were wearing their scales as a two-piece bikini. "O honored human, please accept our patronage. We will devote ourselves to your service. Please let us live in this paradise." The last group of demi-humans was the tallest, and in contrast to the lamias, were composed mostly of men. Just like most demi-humans, their torso up to their heads was human, while the bottom half of their torso was connected to what seemed to be a camel's body. These demi-humans are a variant of centaurs. They have evolved to have humps on their horse bodies to preserve water in the desert environment. The demi-humans all showed desperation in their eyes. They clutched the ground as if they were afraid of ever separating from this paradise, now that they had found it in the middle of this desert. "Boss, what should we do?" Lolo asked. "What's there to do?" "Of course we're going to take them in," Michael said nonchalantly. He had already decided his mind before they even arrived in this place. He vowed to himself that he wouldn't turn away any demi-humans who sought refuge in their nation, no matter the kind of species they were. As Michael liked to say, the more the merrier. "Tell Kong to prepare a temporary lodging for them while we prepare a suitable habitat for their species," Michael said to Lolo. "Experience more on Empire." The old Hobmanky bowed to Michael, with a smile forming on his mouth. He knew that his boss wouldn't heartlessly turn away those in need, just like how he accepted them when they were just mankeys. "I have already instructed Kong to give them housing, boss." Michael nodded, appreciating their nation's mayor for his quick actions. For the satyrs, make sure they have houses inside the forest, with plenty of greens and vegetation growing. For the lamias, we should construct a river across the territory where they could freely live in. Michael made sure to accommodate their different needs. Unlike the hobmankeys, demi-humans like satyrs and lamias were not suited to live in concrete houses. They needed their own space that was suitable to their needs. This surprised the demi-humans. They were already grateful enough that Michael gave them permission to live in their paradise, but now he also planned to give them their own version of a paradise without even asking for anything in return. "Oh, and once you have all settled in, make sure to visit my house so that I can awaken your talents." Soon enough, each of the demi-humans was given a chance to meet with Michael face to face as he gave them their names and talents. The first batch was the satyrs, which seemed to have been adept in everything nature-related. One had the talent to become an oakwood engineer, while the other one had the talent to become a herbal tea maker. And as he awakened their talents, he was given the ability to evolve their bloodline as well. Satyrs. Species satyrs. Type demi-human. Difficulty. Element earth air. However, just as he was about to evolve their bloodline, ChatJK3 suddenly gave him the option to choose between the different paths that a satyr could take. For example, the satyr with the herbal tea maker talent had the option to evolve into aromatic herbalist satyr. This subspecies of satyrs have a unique sixth sense specialized in finding the best combination of tea leaves to achieve the most aromatic tea. Herbalist assassin satyr. This subspecies of satyrs turn their specialty in teas into creating the most potent poisons that are difficult to detect. Magical herbalism satyr. This subspecies of satyrs can imbue magic onto their teas to achieve mystical effects. Michael was surprised with the options that he could take with their evolutions. He never had this option before when he evolved the others. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. ChatJK3, is this the effect of your software update? Yes, Michael. Godforge contained a lot of information about the innate skills in a living being, as well as the very structure of their body that allows for that skill to be used. Using that knowledge, you can choose the evolution path of a creature that they were innately talented in. It seemed that he had still underestimated how powerful ChatJK3 became after its software update. This was a power completely broken, especially since he could evolve a creature into an entirely new bloodline suited to whatever work they were going to do in the future. But although Michael had the chance to decide the satyr's fate for himself, he didn't choose to do so. He wanted the satyr to pick for himself. There are 3 choices for you to evolve into. Michael explained clearly about the 3 different bloodline paths he could take. What do you think? Which one will fit you the most? He asked. The satyr, overwhelmed with this life-changing choice, couldn't help but freeze up in front of Michael. Demi-human had never even thought it was possible to evolve into a higher creature, much less have the choice to choose his path. I am at your mercy, boss. I am willing to become anyone that will help you, the satyr said, prostrating himself to Michael. This led Michael to shake his head in disappointment. The reason he asked for the satyr's opinion was because he didn't want to be responsible for this choice in the first place. Suddenly, a bulbous figure emerged out of Michael's shadow and jumped in front of the satyr. Choose the assassin one. It's cool, Fudge said, jumping up and down in excitement. Michael almost forgot that Fudge, the edgy rogue slime, had been asking for more help in his mission to spread his name to the world. And now that someone had the chance to become a ninja, Fudge couldn't help but jump at the chance. Will I be of service to the boss with this? The satyr asked. And of course, Fudge nodded his non-existent head fervently to try and influence the satyr's choice. Yes, you will be of tremendous help to Master by becoming his shadow, Fudge said, moving closer to the satyr. Michael knew he had to stop this. Don't listen to him. He just wants someone to be like him. But it seemed he was too late. The satyr's eyes glistened as his mind began to wander upon the rogue slime's words. It is decided, boss. I want to become a ninja as well, the satyr said. Michael sighed and pinched his forehead. It's your choice, he said, exhausted from dealing with the 2 of them. He chose the second option, evolving the satyr into a herbalist assassin satyr. And soon after he chose this option, the satyr was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light that lasted for a few seconds. After that subsided, the satyr showed his evolved form to the world, with his goat legs becoming a lot more suited for stealth. Not only that, but his fur also turned darkish blue, which could blend into the night. Thank you, boss. I will serve my purpose to you and make the most potent poison in the world, the satyr said. Good. Good. Now we're talking. You are a nice addition to our cult. Fudge rejoiced. Michael chose to ignore them for now. It was too early in the day to get stressed with Chunibyo-minded ninjas like them. Now that you have evolved, what skill would you like to learn? It can be anything you want. Since the satyr had just evolved, he could learn any skill he wanted. According to ChatJK3, the more talented a being, the more skills they could have. This meant that choosing a skill must be taken with great thought and foresight. Unlike a spell which could be learned by anyone as long as they had the magic theory and the right mana to cast it, a skill was completely different. A skill was like having an extra limb on their body. It doesn't need mana to be cast, just like how a hand doesn't need mana to move. Because of this, a skill cannot be learned by anyone. It was naturally obtained because of their talent. At least that was before Michael touched the Godforge and learned how to synthesize his own skill. Now Michael could give anyone any skill they wanted to learn, which meant that they needed to think carefully about which skill they wanted to have. I can give you any skill you can think of. Think carefully and tell me how it works, Michael said to the satyr. However, the satyr didn't even think for a couple of seconds before giving his answer. Boss, give me the ability to become like a shadow, like my leader Fudge. Michael went through the evolution of each of the satyrs. Thankfully, none of them had the chance to become an assassin or a ninja like the first satyr. They all had diverse evolution paths, which were unique and catered specifically to their talent. This further enhanced their abilities to do the job that they were already good at, making them extremely proficient in their fields. Their unique talents became quite a hot topic within the nation. Their talents would completely make a lot of work so much easier, so a lot of hobmankeys wanted to recruit them in their field. This lessened the workload, especially with the influx of projects that needed to be done in a short time. There were also quite a few satyrs who had talents that coincided with different jobs. For example, one had the talent and evolution path to become a treehouse specialist, which fell on both the construction and the farming side. Leader hobmankeys like Kong and Anne raced to get the satyrs to become their employees. Anne wanted the satyr to help them create a greenhouse, using a treehouse as shelter. Meanwhile, Kong wanted the satyr's talents to help implement wooden constructs in buildings. In the end, it became Lolo's problem, whose job it was to decide which citizen had which job. Thankfully, as more and more demi-humans awakened their talents and evolved, the demand for workers slowly filled up. The second batch was the Lamias, which surprisingly didn't have any specialties in their talents. It was quite varied, with one ranging from being a water sorceress to a school teacher. Like the satyrs, they were also given the chance to evolve their bloodlines into something unique only to them. Of course, Michael gave them the freedom and choice to do whatever they wanted. But despite that, most of the Lamias were far too thankful to Michael to choose for their own sake. They consulted Lolo about the projects that needed more workers, and they chose their evolution based on that. Michael thought that this was too nearsighted, but the Lamias said that they were content with simply repaying his kindness to them. As a consolation, he gave them skills that weren't related to their jobs. It ranged from having the skill to simply turn their snake lower body into a human leg full of scales, to having the skill to sing in perfect pitch and harmony. And like the satyrs, the Lamia's change in physical appearance corresponded to their new bloodline. Some remained as a pure Lamia, while some gained wings or gained another pair of eyes on their head. After the Lamias, Michael awakened the talents of the trolls. As expected, these stone-like creatures had the affinity to have construction-related talents. Their abilities were sorely needed in the nation, especially since there were so many projects that they had to work on with the Dwarven Kingdom. Lolo immediately assigned the newly evolved trolls to work on the railway and road construction project that connected all the way to the Dwarven Kingdom. Finally, the centaurs were up next. This group of noble-minded demi-humans was the most surprising for Michael. After all, their talents were mostly offensive-based, which meant that they had an affinity for physical strength and dominance. One of them had 3 evolution paths. Jousting Centaurian. This subspecies of centaurs is adept at charging through an enemy and piercing through their defenses in one move. Lightning-born Centaur. These centaurs pride themselves on speed, blitzing past enemy lines and using their versatility to escape the enemy's grasp. Tyrannical Rex Centaur. This subspecies of centaurs may be slow, but they make up for it through their strength. They can power through any defense, destroying enemies that dare to get close to them. The centaur's eyes glowed in excitement once Michael explained the evolution paths he could take. Boss, we're a herd of prideful centaurs. We are steadfast, solid, and strong. I think that I fit the tyrannical Rex Centaur the most, the elder centaur said. Michael respected his decision and did as he requested. Soon the centaur was enveloped in a white light that once faded, showed his new evolution. The elder centaur had grown a lot bigger, almost too big to even fit in Michael's garage. Not only that, his body now had dark reddish scales scattered around his upper human body. Somehow, Michael felt as if he was looking at an extremely ancient dinosaur, whose strength came from the biting power of its strong jaws. Thank you, boss. I will make sure to protect this territory with my own body, the tyrannic Rex Centaur said. Since they weren't in a state of war or had any sort of conflict, the centaur now became the chief law enforcer of their nation. Even though no one had committed any crime yet, just the presence of the tyrannic Rex Centaur would be enough to dispel any bad thoughts from everyone in his vicinity. Michael then continued to awaken the talents of the other centaurs and evolve them into unique bloodlines. However, when he asked them to choose what they wanted to become, each and every single one of them chose the same evolutionary path as their leader. They all wanted to obtain the same steadfast strength and stature as their leader. Read exclusive chapters at Empire. We are one herd, boss. We will all follow one path, for we are strongest when we are together, the centaurs explained. Michael thought this was another waste, since they could have chosen extremely unique evolutionary paths. However, they were adamant in their choices. There was nothing else he could do. As they said, they were one herd. One choice was the choice for all. He could only console himself with the fact that there were other centaur herds out there in the parched lands. Surely they would choose a different evolution if Michael awakened their talents. And so the new inhabitants of the nation of Reborn finally settled down into their own territory. They had their own jobs and contributed greatly to the nation as a whole. Fudge, do you want to learn a new skill? Michael asked. Now that the new citizens of their nation had their own customized skills, Michael felt it was only fair that the older citizens weren't left out of the loop. He wanted to give them something as well. The rogue slime popped out of the shadow and saluted Michael by bumping its hands on its chest, much like a famous character from a very famous anime in his previous life. "I would be honored, master." But just as he was about to ask Chat JK3 to suggest a skill for Fudge, it suddenly suggested something else. "Would you like to evolve Fudge?" "That's possible. I thought I had already evolved him the first time." "Yes, Michael. It is possible to improve the bloodline of your allies because of the software update." "Huh, that's good to know. Then that means I can also evolve the Hobmankeys like Kong and Ann." Now that he knew this was possible, he decided to call the other leaders of the nation to start their evolution. Stay connected through Empire. Lolo the mayor was the first one to arrive. He was followed by Kong, who was the chief engineer of the nation, and Anne, who was the agricultural chief in charge of everything farming related. He also called forth Thrain and Baldric, who became the chief dwarven representative and the chief correspondent of the Dwarven Reborn Company, respectively. The first one to evolve was his trusty old shadow, Fudge. He didn't know what the slime was doing on a day-to-day basis, but he was instrumental during operations that needed a lot of scouting. His shadow clones could easily spread to a lot of people, gathering information faster than normal means. As he activated his supreme skill, Gift Bestowal, he was given 3 choices for Fudge's second evolution. Dark Void Slime. This subspecies of rogue slimes gain the ability to walk through the void, allowing them to travel anywhere they want. Shadow Flame Slime. These slimes gain the ability to turn their shadows into inextinguishable flames, causing damage to anyone caught in them. Mystical Eye Slime. This subspecies of rogue slimes gain a magical eye, allowing them to trap their enemies into an illusion, copy their techniques, and gain insight into a target once they make eye contact. Michael didn't even have to ask Fudge to know which one he was picking. "Master, I can finally have a Char asterisk Ngan of my own." Fudge shouted excitedly. He knew that this strange eye ability looked exactly the same as a famous technique from an anime in his previous life. And since he was a fan of it as well, Michael knew that this was a good choice for Fudge. "Fine. At least you don't have to steal someone's eye to gain this ability," Michael joked. Fudge was shrouded in a white light before subsiding and showing his new form. Just like before, he wore a black rogue outfit, but this time, there was a metal plate above his head and an eye patch that covered his eyes. "Thank you, Master. I shall spread your name and glory to everywhere the darkness touches." After his evolution, Fudge descended back down to his shadow. Michael was sure that he was going to role play as a ninja again. What? Kong ended up choosing to become a civilization builder Mankey, which gave him a lot more calculating power to plan all of the projects in the nation simultaneously. He thanked Michael and immediately left to start the other projects. Anne evolved into a crop queen Mankey and was able to understand vegetation on an intuitive level, allowing her to plant crops and seeds that were not in season, all because she knew what they needed to survive in a desert environment. She asked for Kong's help to continue expanding the farm, and the two of them went on to continue their work. Lolo became a governor Mankey, which made him look a lot younger and sprier than before. He seemed to have gained more charisma, allowing him to easily manage all the citizens through his speech alone. Finally, he faced the 2 dwarves. Surprisingly, Michael was able to evolve them as well. According to Chat JK3, there were a lot more choices for the dwarves' evolution because the Godforge mainly focused on their race, which wasn't surprising given that they were the ones who created it in the first place. Out of 5 choices, Baldric chose to become a golden dwarf, giving him a computing ability equivalent to a computer. Since he would handle all the business with the Dwarven Kingdom, this ability was greatly needed. As for Thrain, he chose to reconnect with his old roots, becoming an ancient dwarf. And with this evolution, he could understand smithing techniques much more easily than before. Michael decided to teach him the ways to create mithril, since he was the one most suited to learn such a complicated task. After that, Michael continued to evolve each and every single citizen of the nation of Reborn. Most of the Mankeys chose to follow their leader. For example, the engineering Mankeys who worked under Kong also chose to become a civilization builder Mankey so that they could cooperate with each other better. It was also a good time to formally ask the inhabitants of this territory to become citizens of the nation of Reborn. Those who chose to become a citizen would be able to evolve and gain a custom skill. Almost all of them chose to become a full-fledged citizen of the nation, with very few exceptions from the dwarves who were just visiting this place as a holiday vacation. Either way, Michael was glad to learn that they were now at least 3,000 citizens of the reborn nation. Lolo prepare a huge feast and celebrations in the plaza. We are going to have a party to commemorate this monumental occasion. This is the day that the nation of Reborn was officially created.